5651, not another exception. It took more than an hour before Jovi finally managed to get back to Vess and Gloriana. He looked a lot more tired and heavy after his return. Since he was the sole RA representative on site that could directly observe the exterior of the Zeal, he repeatedly analyzed the artwork and formed his own opinions, which doubtlessly carried a lot of weight to the higher-ups of the association. While Jovi was clearly up to the task, the lack of preparation and anticipation made his job harder than it should. He would have liked it if Vess actually bothered to give him a few more days of advance warning before he went ahead and made a bunch of alarming prophecies. There was no certainty whether all of these prophecies were accurate, but the people above him clearly thought that Vess and Ilvain had pulled off a real feat. This was why the discussions about what to do with the Zeal had taken so long. "Hello again," Jovi said as the other two Mech designers stood up to greet him. "I apologize for taking so long. Your latest creation has provoked a lot of contention and disagreement among different leaders and factions. The survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction did their best to stand up for your interests. We did the best we could, but you will still have to make a few compromises that cannot be avoided." That did not sound surprising to Vess. "Let's hear it then. First, let me inform you of the most important decision. You can keep the Zeal." Both Vess and Gloriana widened their eyes. They had been worrying about this ever since they realized that the Zeal had become far more than just an ordinary masterwork Mech. The Mechers undeniably wanted to take possession of a machine that served as a tapestry of all kinds of dangerous and shocking prophecies. The fact that they decided against it showed that the survivalists and the transhumanists indeed lived up to their promises this time. Vess relaxed a bit as Jovi had assuaged his greatest concern. "Can I ask why?" "You have made a contribution to the Red Association. That cannot be denied. It would be remiss of us if we punish you instead. That would only deter you from making similar contributions in the future, which eventually benefits nobody but our enemies. We do not want you to hold back in making and sharing similar credible predictions with us. No matter how controversial or undesirable your prophecies may be, any data is better than no data." That was a remarkably rational and far-sighted perspective. It succeeded in reassuring Vess. "I will pass on any important predictions that Elaine makes in the future," he promised. "However, don't expect him to work like a slot machine where you can attain a result by inserting a coin. What we managed to pull off is unique and likely not replicable, at least for the foreseeable time. We conducted a strange ritual in the middle of upgrading a third-order living Mech that is strongly associated with a prophet-like entity into a much more powerful masterwork Mech. I also suspect that one or more powerful entities may have taken advantage of our attempt to divine the future by sending a few visions of doom in our way. It went without saying that it was difficult, if not outright impossible, to replicate all of the conditions that led to this remarkable result." "We understand," Jovi said as he made a reassuring gesture with his hand. "We have our own experts. We do not ask you to feed us prophecies on a regular basis. The Zeal has already given us more than what we need to reconsider our assumptions and verify a number of issues that may lead to problems down the line. It is not a setback if our caution turns out to be overblown." "How badly do certain people within the association want to get their hands on the Zeal?" Vess asked next. "I cannot mention any specifics as I am not privy to those discussions. I can tell you that there are additional reasons why it may be better to keep the Zeal in your hands. There are many Mech designers among our leaders. Each of them have experienced similar incidents throughout their long careers. They all know how a Mech deserves to be used in the way that you envisioned. It matters even more when the Mech is sentient and alive. You are not the only Mech designer who is concerned about the treatment of Mechs." This was a clever remark. Jovi emphasized that the Red Association was different from other major organizations by how much more it understood and cared about Mechs. As a Mech designer himself, Vess would always be able to gain more understanding and sympathy among his fellow industry peers. It was a subtle way of making sure that Vess continued to rely and cooperate with the Mechers, as opposed to the Terrans and the Rubarthans. The most important part about this move was that it worked. He appreciated the respect and deference shown by the people behind Jovi. He also felt that he was dealing with people who understood him and his work the most. It was much easier for them to speak the same language as a consequence. There is also a third factor that has encouraged certain parties to back down. The zeal is steeped with so much mysticism of the dangerous variety that taking it away may end up doing more harm than good. Vess had this feeling as well. From the moment the zeal turned into a scroll that recorded 13 visions of doom, the living Mech had formed a lot of bonds of karma with immensely dangerous forces. The nature of the predictions also caused the zeal to become steeped with negative karma. In other words, it had become the carrier of bad luck. That did not necessarily mean that it was dangerous. His most recent talk with his mother and Irene taught him that negativity could be turned into a weapon directed against enemies. While Vess already began to think how he could effectively weaponize the bad luck accrued by his latest creation, his wife started to have doubts. Are the Mechers unable to handle a single Mech that may or may not be cursed? The zeal is not a high-ranking Mech. Many first-class multipurpose Mechs should easily be able to crush him in battle. It is difficult to believe that your association is fearful of a single standard Mech. The current zeal should be fine because he is in the possession of his rightful owner. If we attempt to take your latest masterwork Mech, we risk triggering a backlash that causes us to suffer from the attention of great and terrible beings. The last thing we want is to alarm and attract the attention of the subjects of all of the prophecies. The Mechers clearly took this matter seriously. They would rather err on the side of caution because the situation was far too delicate to afford any mistakes. I take it that the zeal isn't allowed to show up in public without sanitizing its appearance, right? Vess asked. That is correct. We know that it is not desirable for us to ask this of you, but we must insist that you erase most of the artworks that you have painted on the surface of your masterwork Mech. Erase, not cover up, Gloriana asked. I did not misspeak, madam. It is better for your living Mech if he can still retain his original form when he is put into use, but we cannot allow this to happen. Covering up his surface by applying a second layer of coating or applying another layer of armor plating are imperfect solutions. Any accident could resurface the controversial images. It is best to destroy them entirely, even if doing so will trigger unknown consequences. Though Vess did not like this at all, he already expected to receive this kind of request. I'll do it. I will erase my artworks in person. I painted them in the first place. It is my responsibility to unmake them now that they have served their purpose. You do not have to erase all of your works, Vess. We do not have any strong objections towards the pieces titled Filicide and the sentencing of a war criminal. You are free to keep them up if you wish. These were the only two images that did not directly foretell doom to human civilization as a whole. They just warned of ill tidings to Vess and the Larkinson clan. Naturally, Vess was not too happy about being able to retain these two prophetic visions. Thank you. I appreciate your mindfulness. They discussed a bit more on how thorough Vess should be when he cleaned up the current state of the zeal. After that, they moved to the most exciting part of this talk. Jovi finally addressed the rewards the Larkinsons had earned. He already mentioned that Vess and Gloriana had made an important contribution, so there was no way that the association would end the matter by giving them a pat on the back. Let me inform you that there were real talks about promoting you to a Tier 2 galactic citizen, Jovi said out of the blue. Both Vess and Gloriana reacted with surprise. The gap between galactic citizenship tiers became progressively greater at the top. There was a massive difference between a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 galactic citizen. I take it this proposal hasn't passed, Vess said as he quickly reined in his excitement. Correct. You are still too young and lacking in experience. Your contributions are great, but they are inconsistent. You are still a senior Mech designer who has yet to realize his design philosophy at the end of the day. Forcibly elevating you to a Tier 2 galactic citizen will force us to institute many protocols that may not be beneficial to you in your current state. It will also attract a massive amount of unwanted attention to you. People will expect miracles from you. If you are unable to meet these expectations, it will be hard for you to retain your higher tier. I am already being treated as a Tier 2 galactic citizen by a few parties. The Red Cabal thinks that I pose the same level of threat as the Mace of Retaliation. You are an unusual case, Jovi admitted. That does not mean that we can keep making exceptions for you. It is better for all of us if you continue to work honestly and progress towards master the old-fashioned way. We can revisit this discussion once you have successfully realized your design philosophy. That was a clear message. Vess could forget about raising his galactic citizenship any further until he finally became a master. That would definitely take a lot of time. Fine then. What can I get instead, Jovi? Well, we have prepared a range of options for you to choose from. First, you can choose to be awarded with a lump sum of MTA merits. You can expect to earn at least 10 billion MTA merits, but it will be difficult to argue for more as we have yet to obtain hard proof that your prophecies are accurate. 10 billion MTA merits. Not bad, but it was way too few compared to the huge amount of impact the early warnings have made. What else? Modern first-class starships. We are aware that you have been trying to build up a first-class fleet for the Larkinson clan. We can help you with that. You can choose to receive a small quantity of capital ships or a larger quantity of subcapital ships. Now that definitely aroused Vess' attention. This was a much more attractive reward than obtaining a bunch of MTA merits. Starships were hard currency in the Red Ocean. They became more important than ever now that Vess had become aware that Red humanity faced several existential threats. The ability to flee from doomed territories while retaining a high degree of combat effectiveness could mean the difference between survival and total extinction. 5652 this reward. Vess felt tempted to settle for receiving a batch of first-class starships right away, but he held back because of 3 reasons. First, Jovi had not yet listed out all of the possible options that Vess could choose from. It would be stupid to make a choice without gathering sufficient information. Second, first-class starships may be rare and difficult to obtain for Vess at his current level, but it was not impossible for him to get his hands on them through other channels. He already succeeded in closing a deal with the Eternal Vulcan Empire. As long as he earnestly taught a bunch of dwarven interns for a couple of years, the Larkinson clan was entitled to receive a complete first-class fleet carrier. Third, Vess did not trust the starships built by the Red Association. He felt apprehensive at the thought of placing most of the future of his clan in the hands of the Mechers. Though Vess could apply the same reason to the starships built by any other group, he did not fear them as much as the Red Association. The Mechers were stronger than the Terrans and the Rubarthans. That automatically meant that the former had become a much target of his paranoia than the latter 2 groups. This was rather strange, as most people in Vess' position would be glad to suck up to the strongest group. Many people would kill in order to earn the favor of the Red Association. Vess was not one of them. He already felt uncomfortable about the fact that he had become one of their honorary members, which actually meant he was only a Mecher when it served the interests of the association. Once he turned into a liability, the Mechers would be glad to kick him to the curb. This was why Vess did not jump at the possibility of receiving a bunch of starships straight away. The next option that you can choose from is to receive a second batch of general cultivation elixirs. Jovi continued. Your clan is one of the early adopters of the A7KE-1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir. Despite the experimental nature of the elixirs, your Mech pilots have benefited greatly from their use. The biggest issue is that their quantity is finite. If you want to ensure that your clan has an abundant quantity of high-quality expert pilots, and possibly even ace pilots on hand in the future, it is more than worthwhile to accept additional elixirs. This was actually an attractive choice. High-ranking Mech pilots could be regarded as another form of hard currency. They were difficult to produce and were fiendishly difficult to replace if lost. As long as Vess was not allowed to field warships unless he obtained the corresponding warship tokens, Ace Mech were the only high-end combat assets that he was legally able to make use of. They were also a lot easier for Vess to control than any warship. However, there was no way to accumulate a lot of Ace Mechs out of the blue. The need to nurture a Mech pilot to a saint step-by-step was a difficult and time-consuming process. If Vess could compress decades' worth of growth and accumulation in a handful of years, then he would be able to accumulate a lot more power without needing to wait too much. If Vess had to choose between a warship and an ace pilot, he would choose the latter, and not just because he was a Mech designer. How much? He eagerly asked. That depends, Vess. The transhumanists have developed multiple new varieties of elixirs. Their effects may be different. Their effectiveness may also be higher. Considering your contributions, you are entitled to receive at least 3,000 general cultivation elixirs. The transhumanists have expanded their scale of production, but the excessively high demand for them means it is difficult to supply thousands right away. The general cultivation elixirs were undeniably good, but Vess was not sure whether it was worthwhile to redeem this amount for the contributions he had made. Vess had the feeling that the Mechers were trying to scam him as usual. The difficulty of producing the elixirs might not be as great as the Mechers claimed. Nonetheless, the advance of receiving so many elixirs in the early stages of the Red War was incredibly valuable. The sooner he built up a batch of powerful, high-ranking expert pilots, the less he had to fear from various enemies. Vess decided to reserve his judgment. Anything else? Yes, there is one more option you can choose from. We originally did not intend to offer you this remarkable opportunity, but you have successfully earned the approval and the appreciation of several esteemed figures. If you want, you can issue 3 minor requests to the star designers of the Red Association. As long as your request is not too excessive, one of our star designers will be more than willing to allocate a small amount of time to fulfill your demand. Accepted, Gloriana enthusiastically responded. We will eagerly accept this gracious reward. There is no need to consider this issue any longer. We shall accept the favors from the star designers with pleasure. Jovi awkwardly cleared his throat. Do not expect too much from this option. Our star designers are incredibly busy and are already involved in hundreds of projects. They cannot devote their full attention and resources on building a revolutionary new capital ship or an experimental superclass weapon that can demolish a greater phase whale with a single shot. That caused V to frown. How much help can I expect to gain? Think of it as a minor effort on the part of our star designers. You can ask them to give you a single personal tutoring session on any subject related to Mech design. You can give them a handful of your Mech designs and solicit their feedback on your work. You can request them to design and construct a small but powerful gadget, such as a much stronger version of a personal shield generator. You can ask them to solve a difficult problem that has caused your research project to stagnate. You can even inquire about certain high-level secrets that you are normally not cleared to know. Does that clarify your doubts? I get it now, Vess answered. I can't ask anything big, but anything else is fine. That made it difficult for him to settle on this choice. In truth, the star designers do not mind it if they help you more, but they feel it is better to keep their distance from you at this time. Jovi explained to Vess. The more you depend on their help, the less you rely on your own efforts. We have an abundant amount of cases where the Mech designers who have received substantial assistance from a star designer failed to realize their design philosophies. You still need to do most of the work if you want to advance to the rank of master. Vess understood this as well, so he did not object to this restriction. Even a minor amount of help from a genuine star designer was already an inestimable advantage as far as he was concerned. Vess grew more and more intrigued. Can I choose which star designer to receive assistance from, or will someone else make this determination? You can choose, but the star designer that you have chosen may not accept. There are currently 14 star designers in the Red Ocean, but only 2 of them originally hail from the survivalist faction. 2 more are in charge of the Mech supremacist faction, while the Unbound Humanity faction and the Guidance faction are both presided by a star designer each. The remaining 4 star disgeners originally hail from the Expansionist faction. It is not certain whether the latter will remain in lockstep with each other, but you do not have a clear relationship with any of them at this time. The underlying message was that Vess better stick to building up a relationship with the 2 star designers that he had already met beforehand. That did not leave Vess with a lot of choice. One was the Polymath, a disgraced star designer who suffered from a bout of megalomania and attempted a coup against the current human order. The fact that Vess played an instrumental role in her defeat caused his relationship with her to grow very complicated, to say the least. The other was the Xenotechnician, an old and respectable star designer who was known to adapt alien technologies and had made many helpful contributions to human civilization. That normally shouldn't be a problem, but Vess happened to know another Mech designer who sounded remarkably similar. Master Quan was an old and respectable master Mech designer who was known to adapt alien technologies and had made numerous helpful contributions to human civilizations. Given the similarities between the 2, Vess did not know whether it was a good idea to ask for a favor from the Xenotechnician. Still, a star designer was still the peak of the Mech designer profession. The temptation of being able to approach one of the best Mech designers in the dwarf galaxy was too great for him to resist. His wife certainly did not see the need to procrastinate over this decision. There is so much possible help and guidance that we can obtain from a star designer. Do you agree with me, Vess? Let us settle on the smart choice. There is no reason to waste any further time. I cannot believe that you would be willing to forego this fantastic reward in favor of MTA merits that are just numbers in your account, or a handful of first-class starships that are wildly inflated in price. Vess let out a deep breath as he had settled on his choice. I have made up my mind. I accept the last option. I am willing to overlook the other rewards in favor of the right to issue 3 small requests to the star designers. Good, I already expected you to settle on this reward. It is what I would have chosen if I was in your place. Just make sure that you do not waste these priceless opportunities. Make sure to make them as cost-effective as possible. If your problem can be solved in any other way, then do not squander one of your requests. We will not hold your hands and warn you if you are about to make a mistake. I shall keep that in mind. All in all, Vess had earned a massive profit from this venture. Vess had not actually exerted a lot of effort to produce the zeal and paint his exterior with prophetic visions. The massive reward he obtained in exchange was disproportionately high solely because the impact of his work was much greater. Now that he had made his decision, Vess went back to the workshop and started to sanitize the surface of the zeal right away. Though it hurt for him to wipe away the prophetic visions that his unconscious self had depicted with style, it was better for him to unmake his own work than anyone else. Vess briefly feared whether he would trigger a trap or incur a huge backlash for erasing the paints that had somehow managed to resonate with a greater force, but nothing remarkable happened. The layer of colors that Vess had added on top of the white surface washed away easily enough. He made sure to be extra thorough to the point his tools forcibly removed the other layers of much more resilient coating as well. Once Vess had managed to clear them all away before reapplying a clean set of layered coatings, the zeal had regained much of his clean and pure appearance. The only signs that the living Mech had become touched by prophecy was the negative energies that still clung to the machine, and the remaining 2 prophetic visions that Vess was allowed to keep. For a moment, Vess thought about wiping away the images that did not exactly paint him in the best light, but he eventually decided to keep them, if only to preserve what little was left. 5653 Sword Forest. The incident related to the zeal finally came to an end. The Mech had been properly sanitized to the point where there was no trace left of 11 of the 13 prophetic visions. Vess briefly lamented the erasure of the meeting of races, the black tide, the suppression of the dark phoenix, the whale arc, the triumphant return to the Milky Way, forced destruction, the final act of defiance, insects of light, the culling of the sword forest. Shattered expectations, and finally in the service of the golden cat. Though few, if any, of the subjects heralded any good to red humanity, Vess still found it undesirable to destroy his own art just because gave away too many sensitive clues. It would be counterproductive if enemies took a good look at the exterior of the zeal and actually believed in the prophetic messages. The Red Association clearly intended to act on the information conveyed by the messages. In order to prevent their adversaries from doing the same, Vess had no choice but to deny the latter from enjoying the same benefit. Though Vess understood this truth well, he still felt regretful that he had to go against the spirit of his own work and destroy a work he was proud of creating. However, he was already accustomed to this terrible feeling. He had agonized a lot more about the premature death of the elemental lord. Compared to the pain of witnessing the fall of a full living Mech, the discomfort he experienced after erasing so many prophetic visions was not that big of a deal anymore. Vess soldiered on. If he wanted to prevent instances like these from happening in the future, he would just have to become powerful enough to protect his own works. Hours after wrapping up the project and preparing the zeal for shipment back to the expeditionary fleet, Vess and Gloriana went back to their apartment and set aside all of their issues so that they could reconnect with their children again. The kids had all missed their parents, and the feeling was mutual. Just as Vess bent down so that he could pick up his youngest child, Gloriana moved first and took Marvain away. "Do not hug your father," Gloriana warned her baby son. "Huh, why?" "He had been bad lately. Just stay with your mother instead. You like that, do you? Who do you love more, your mother or your father?" As Gloriana asked her question, she rocked her youngest child and tenderly stroked the back of his head. She also leaned in and kissed her cheeks for good measure. "Hee, I love you the most, Mama." "Good boy, you are such a smart boy." As the besotted mother continued to pamper her little boy, Vess was left to cuddle with Aurelia and Andrast. Papa, how awesome is your latest Mech? Is it really that much more powerful?" Andrast eagerly asked as she tugged at his arm. "Can I borrow the flute of yours again? It sounds so much better than the other flutes my mother has bought." Aurelia tugged at his other arm. Vess became filled with love as he pulled both of his girls into a hug. If Gloriana did not want him to entertain his son, then he would just make do with his daughters instead. Once they had put their boisterous children to bed, Vess and Gloriana finally changed into their sleeping wear and slipped into bed themselves. Before they took a well-deserved rest, they privately discussed the implications of what had happened and what they observed from the prophetic visions. They held hands and communicated with each other on a spiritual level in order to avoid breaking any confidentiality rules. I always understood on an intellectual level that red humanity is under great pressure, but I have never imagined that there are so many ways that could go wrong. Don't take the prophecies too seriously, Gloriana. They mainly gave us glimpses of various disasters because these are usually the kind of events that prophets are sensitive towards. It is their job to foresee future calamities and give the rest of us advance warning. There is little reason to make a prophecy about realizing my design philosophy or the breakthrough of a God pilot. These are positive events that we do not need to take any special measures to derail. Vess refused to believe that the future was solely shrouded in doom and gloom. There should be moments of greatness as well as events worthy of celebration. His wife looked thoughtful at that. It could be argued that the meeting of races, the triumphant return to the Milky Way, and in the service of the Golden Cat fall in the latter category. However, two of them are related to making peace with aliens, and the other signifies a return to the galaxy where we originally came from. Perhaps the implication of these prophetic visions is that they do not actually represent the best outcome. Vess couldn't help but wonder about that as well. The future timeline, according to two of the images, showed that the xenotechnicians' diplomacy plan had obviously made clear strides. Had the Deep Strike plan failed, or did Red Humanity pursue both plans at the same time? The latter possibility sounded more likely, but Vess was not sure whether he liked it. Somehow, the cosmopolitan movement succeeded in attaining one of their goals. Those cosmopolitan bastards would probably go over the moon if they ever managed to glimpse the prophetic vision. He communicated to his wife over a spiritual connection. I don't know what has happened in the future that caused us to reconcile with the native aliens, but I do not think that it will do us as much good in the end. Can you even stop these events from happening? Gloriana questioned. I don't know. That was the issue with many of these prophetic visions. Even if Vess received a bit of forewarning of what might come to pass, he lacked the power and agency to make targeted responses. The Red Association got a lot more out of the prophetic visions because they were much more capable of reacting to the early warnings. His wife shared similar concerns as him. She squeezed his hand. Instead of thinking how we can stop these great disasters from happening, we should think about what we can do. Visions such as the black tide and shattered expectations hint at the decline and fall of Red Humanity. If all hope in the new frontier is lost, we must secure a way out. The solution to our problem is the enormous whale arc that Ilvain has so helpfully divined. If the fleeters have truly managed to construct a powerful vessel that can realistically cross intergalactic distances, then we must secure a place for ourselves, our families, and our clan. I have already started to think about a way out before I surveyed all of the images that I have painted. Vess responded. The thing is that it is not certain who built the whale ark. The obvious answer is the Red Fleet, but don't forget that much of her structure is mostly made up of a near-complete carcass of an ancient phase whale. Do you recall how the evolution which managed to take over the body of the Singularity Lord? Gloriana minutely widened her eyes. Are you suggesting that the whale ark is the repurposed body of the Singularity Lord? Their bodies do not look the same, but who knows how extensively the ship depicted in the whale ark went through a makeover. Even if the Singularity Lord is not involved, the evolution which could still contribute in other capacities by virtue of her powerful control over biological matter. Does that mean that if we want to secure a passage on this planet-sized ark, we should keep building up a good relationship with the Red Association as opposed to the Red Fleet? I don't know, Gloriana. There is too much we don't know about the whale ark. It is best to maintain friendly ties with both of the Red too. At the very least, I think it is best if I push forward my attempts to repair my relationship with the fleeters. He already thought about doing so a while ago. Ever since he learned that the artificial material called EE-343F00334R was an artificial alloy developed by the Common Fleet Alliance, he knew he just had to gain access to it one way or another. For whatever reason, the Mech designer system designated EE-343F00334R as one of the essential materials it needed to regain a part of its functionality. Completing a single supply mission had already given Vess a lot more access to useful functions. Now that he experienced greater pressure, he felt it would be best if he completed another supply mission just to ensure he would become better equipped to face the challenges of the future. However, Vess could not contact the fleeters out of the blue. He needed to plan this carefully and lay the groundwork before he could approach them without needlessly antagonizing the true spaceborne. After reminding himself that he needed to pay more attention to this priority, he continued to explore the other implications of his works. Have you wondered why the Mechers mandated the erasure of the culling of the sword forest, Ves? It is odd, as this image is clearly out of place with all of the other obvious controversial images, such as the final act of defiance. Ves had been wondering about that as well. I truly don't know. I would have liked to preserve it so that I can show it to Keddies in person, but that plan is obviously shot. I do not think that the Mechers have made a frivolous decision. They clearly managed to pick up more clues from this prophetic vision than us. I have a strong feeling that the culling is done by Keddies. She has a way of cutting through everything in a domineering fashion. What I am wondering about is the significance of the sword forest. What is a sword forest, anyway? Are you aware of its significance? Actually, I don't. Then you should find that out first. Let me consult a source. Give me a minute. Ves directed much of his attention to his living divine artifact, who was located all the way in the Milky Way. It took several minutes for Veronica to approach her mother and ask about this particular question. Cynthia Larkinson looked a bit bemused at the silver cybernetic feline. When sword cultivators fall, their swords usually live after them. The two have fought so long together that their blades have developed intimate bonds with their wielders. You should be aware that all good swords are artifacts, and the best of them are all high-level artifacts that have been imbued with their own artifact spirits. Once their fated wielders have died, what do you think will happen to their swords? Veronica put a bit of thought in her answer. It would be a waste to stop making use of such powerful and expensive weapons, so they should ideally be transferred to other swordsmen. However, if they are actually alive and able to think and feel for themselves, then this has become a much more complicated matter. It is like the bond between a Mech pilot and a Carmine Mech. Cynthia smiled at her child. That is an apt comparison. Swords cannot be treated as unfeeling commodities. Each of them is worthy of respect. When their original holders have perished in battle, their blades are often the only valuable and highly symbolic remnants left. Now think of what the people will do to the most impressive remnants of the fallen sword cultivators that they have befriended and fought alongside with for years. The answer seemed obvious, now that Cynthia had clarified the context. I get it now. Veronica raised her tail. People wish to seek closure, and what better way to honor fallen swordsmen by laying their swords to rest? If my current guess is right, then a sword forest is the equivalent of a graveyard in the swordsman community. Cynthia nodded in approval. It is more than that, but you are mostly correct. The swords are planted in a field to commemorate the dead and lay the swords to rest now that they have completed their service. Unless a child or a direct disciple of the deceased swordsman comes and manages to earn their approval, the planted swords will forever remain rooted in place. I see. 5654, the first big step forward. Sword forests held way more significance than commemorating the dead, but Cynthia did not bother to explain them all. Ves received enough clarification to do a better job at interpreting one of his prophetic visions. When he shared the findings that Veronica had made, Gloriana looked thoughtful. If a sword forest is truly a graveyard to commemorate their fallen wielders, then the act of cutting all of those planted swords in half is a great sign of disrespect. The consequences are undeniably grave. Either the sword forest belongs to an enemy force, or the individual doing the culling has developed a strong frustration towards the group that owns the site. Ves grimaced. We can't narrow the answer any further. The image is too abstract. There are too few details to give us any further context. The biggest mystery is who the sword forest belongs to. Figuring this out will give us much greater clarification why this prophecy is meaningful. What are your guesses? Well, there are three main possibilities that I can think of. The most obvious candidates are the sword maidens and heaven sorters who hail from our own clan. I am pretty sure that they must have already created a small sword forest of their own, though I need to look this up to be sure. Another possibility is the original heaven sorters back in the Milky Way. If passage back to the Milky Way has been restored, then the many years of separation may have produced a lot of ideological differences between the two groups of traditional swordsmen. If Vess took a couple of the prophetic visions seriously, then there was a distinct possibility that red humanity gained the possibility of returning home to the Milky Way. However, why would people in the Red Ocean want to go back to that boring place? Vess saw no reason why red humanity should return to this barren place and lose all of the advantages of exotic radiation. It also made no sense why original humanity was willing to allow their red cousins to come back home. If the Red Ocean was about to become engulfed in a disaster, then the last thing the natives of the Milky Way wanted was to draw the attention of powerful alien forces from Messier 87. Vess liked it here. There was so much more he could do now that he had E-energy radiation and hyper-materials at his disposal. All of his mechs had become so much more powerful and capable of further growth with the help of these new variables. Even if human-occupied space in the Red Ocean was about to get taken back by the native aliens, Vess would rather take his chances with the whale arc and journey directly to Messier 87 than to come crawling back home. Besides, unlike everyone else in the Red Ocean, Vess happened to retain an incarnation back in the Milky Way. He did not suffer from any homesickness because his cyborg cat incarnation was already living the good life with his father and mother. The only shortcoming was that there was little for Veronica to do aside from helping Vess design his mechs or keeping up with his extensive studies. Vess no longer bothered to think about a possible return to the Milky Way. Red humanity needed to construct a much better version than the original Greater Beyonder Gate in the Red Ocean in order to cross 50 million light-years of distance. That was clearly impossible in the short term. The only reasonable explanation was that the reunion between red humanity and original humanity took place in a much more distant future. It was pointless for Vess to formulate extensive plans for a possible event that would only unfold hundreds, if not thousands of years later. Vess focused on what he could do to put himself and his clan in a more favorable position. He already added building a relationship with the Red Fleet to his agenda. One thing is for sure. If Kedis is important enough that she is able to induce a prophetic vision, then it should do no harm to grant her additional support. The stronger she becomes, the more she is able to protect our clan and contribute to our coffers. Who knows whether she is able to save us one day? The opposite can happen as well. Kedis may doom us if you feed her ego and let her run around unchecked, Gloriana retorted. For example, I doubt that the owners of that sword forest will be pleased with us if Kedis recklessly culls what passes for their ancestral burial ground. Kedis isn't that stupid. She is a true Larkinson now. I am sure she had a good reason to cut all of those old swords in half. If I were you, I would place a minder at her side, so that you will always be apprised of what she is doing. Your minion will also be able to stop her before she provokes a dangerous diplomatic incident. It would be best if Calabast was still around. Calabast, along with a lot of other leaders of the Larkinson clan, had gone off to undergo EdNet training. Vess actually thought that his first strategic partner would be too paranoid to entrust her brain as well as her consciousness to the Red Association, but she somehow decided to go through with it anyway. Knowing her, Calabast probably had her own ways to ensure she would remain herself once she completed her accelerated training. Vess continued to discuss the other implications of the prophetic visions with his wife. There was an endless amount of topics they could speculate on, but without any further clues, it was far too difficult to draw any definite conclusions. The only prophesied event that we know will unfold in the near future with great certainty is the breaking of our Greater Beyonder Gate, Gloriana conveyed. Shattered expectations has made it clear that our race will suffer its first major setback in a handful of years at most. That is true, but it is not our business to address this possible outcome. The Mechers are undoubtedly in the process of planning their own response against this potential disaster. Gloriana grew upset. Do not be like that, Vess. You are a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Start acting like one. Do not let the Mechers push you away. There should be numerous ways for you to contribute to the defense of Bridgehead 1. Whether it is your kinship networks or Ilvain's divinations, you should make proactive use of your tools to help the Mechers defend our crucial gate. The greater your contributions, the greater the rewards. You will also be able to improve your relationship with the Red 2 and integrate into their highest circles. You need to do your best to build up your connections and secure greater advantages for our clan. That was an unusually ambitious proposal. Vess did not expect his wife to be so forward. Are you saying this because you want to increase our odds of securing a place aboard the Whale Ark? She nodded. It may be the case that high-tier galactic citizens have already earned a place on the ship, but who knows whether you can bring the rest of your family and your clan. The Ark ship may be immense, but much of her internal space is likely devoted to holding organic ship systems, essential goods and materials, combat-ready mechs and warships and life support facilities. It is unclear how many people the Ark can accommodate over the course of an entire intergalactic journey. The Mechers and the Fleeters will likely reserve many of the places for their own personnel and family. That made for a lot of people. If the Whale Ark was the only ship of her kind, then that meant that the vast majority of humans living in the Red Ocean would have to be left behind. A place on the ship was not guaranteed, especially if the Whale Ark was built in total secrecy. Vess shook his head. Knowing about the Whale Ark caused him to enter a mindset where he assumed that red humanity was already doomed. By thinking about securing an escape route far before there was any indication that humanity was losing its place in the Red Ocean, he was acting like a coward instead of a bold and ambitious leader. He did not want to be a coward. If he valued survival above everything, then he would have never taken the initiative to emigrate to the Red Ocean. This is enough talk for the time being. The future is not set in stone, he told his wife. This is especially the case now that we have received a lot of advance warning. All red humanity needs to do is to forestall the shattering of the greater Beyonder Gate, the last stand of the Fist of Defiance, and the cultivation deviation of the First Flame. Once we are able to prevent these domino blocks from falling, the other cascade of disasters are much less likely to occur. Once these three major events unfolded in a much different manner than foreseen by Ilvain, the ripple effects would be so big that the remaining prophetic visions may have become invalidated. Red humanity entered into a radically different timeline by that time. Ilvain would have to make an entirely new set of predictions to replace the ones that have become out of date. Vess continued to wonder how he could prevent the first dominoes from falling as his main consciousness faded into slumber. The next day, Vess and his wife followed their usual morning routine before they entered the design lab once again. Gloriana spent a bit of time on instructing the new batch of journeyman Mech designers before she came back to her husband. She decided to announce her first big move. About the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3. What about it, Gloriana? His wife looked incredibly serious at the moment. She hesitated for a few seconds before she decided to share her latest idea. It may be somewhat premature, but I believe this is the best way for us to go forward. I do not want to settle for the current draft design of the upcoming iteration of the Dark Zephyr. There is nothing inadequate about it, but there are not enough features that stand out in my opinion. Heavy applications of hyper-technology and face-water technology may give the expert light skirmisher a powerful edge, but other Mech designers can design comparable machines if they have access to comparable funding and resources. We need to take an extra step to further differentiate our Mech from the competition and serve as a testbed of a new generation of revolutionary tech. The Lionheart is already good, but I think we can do even better. Vess furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? What do you want to introduce to our upcoming expert Mech design? His wife activated a projection that showed a revised draft design. Much of the high-tier expert light skirmishers configuration remained the same. However, the new draft design looked radically different in Vess' eyes. This was because his wife had taken the bold decision to integrate Archimetal into the living expert Mech's design. This certainly constitutes a radical step forward, Vess spoke. How much of the Mech is converted into Archimetal? Over 90%. I want as much parts as possible to be based on architect rather than conventional human technology, Gloriana replied. The advantages of the former are abundantly clear to us. The Archie may be an unusual race, but their exotic interpretation of technology is truly ingenious in many ways. Vess agreed with this assessment, but that did not mean it was a good idea to adopt Architect ahead of time. Architect is really difficult to understand. In fact, I doubt anyone has fully deciphered its technological principles from top to bottom. Even if there is enough available knowledge to get started with reproducing Architect, we'll have to study a lot of difficult treatises before we can responsibly apply it to our own work outside of a purely experimental Mech. It is several years too soon for us to start working with tech that we do not fully understand. 5655, Wrangling Alien Tech. Architect. It was an entire discipline unto itself. Originally developed by the Archie race of the Red Ocean as extensions of their remarkable turtle shells, Archimetal and Architect possessed many revolutionary properties. It was a much more robust and resilient way of shaping technological products. The same device made with conventional technology was much more fragile and vulnerable to external attacks than if it was made with Architect. Architect introduced a brand new branch of architecture that enabled any machine to do its job while taking significantly less space. Any Mech designer who mastered this alien tech could cram in a lot more functions and other goodies in a Mech without exceeding its capacity. It also had the capacity to produce unprecedentedly powerful compound effects by the simple virtue of blending a huge amount of exotics together. The Archie grew up absorbing all kinds of random metallic exotics from their mineral-rich home planet and integrating them all into their iconic archshells. Presumably natural evolution gradually caused the physiology of the Archie to become so proficient in adapting to different exotics and generating lots of synergy with them that the Archie had actually become the foremost material science experts in the Red Ocean. Not even the Pulmers could rival the Archie when it came to understanding the properties of exotic materials and discovering new combinations to produce brand new synergies. With so many clear and obvious advantages, it should have been an obvious decision to integrate Architect in Mechs. Yet Vess was not as enthused about embracing this radical tech as his wife. We are not ready, Gloriana. We haven't even completed our studies into conventional first-class technologies. It is way too premature for us to apply Architect to a living Mech as important as the Dark Zephyr. If we somehow botch this upgrade attempt, Tusa's battle partner may not be able to recover from the damage. Are you really willing to take such a risk? We can do it, Vess. Think of how much better and more productive we have become. You have made radical improvements, and so have I. My Arachne 01 implant set is particularly good at helping me comprehend existing knowledge. I have already spent many hours on studying Architect ever since we originally captured an Archie ship. Not only has our captured vessel yielded a large amount of reference data, we can also use our privileged access to the Red Association to read the growing amount of academic articles related to this topic. If that is not enough, we exchange large amounts of MTA merits to access confidential research and persuade knowledgeable experts to teach us what they learned. Vess mulled over her argument. You make a few good points, but I seriously doubt it is as simple as you think to integrate Architect into the Dark Zephyr. I still think it is too soon for us to apply Architect to one of our most important Mechs. I am much more willing to give it a try if you can prove you can design and build a generic Archimech. But right now, you don't have anything concrete for me to determine the viability of your proposal. I think you are seriously underestimating the endless of Architect and overestimating your own capabilities. It was a bit funny that Vess had to serve as the voice of reason this time. It was usually Gloriana who played this necessary role. This was an indication that Gloriana had truly become a lot more serious about speeding up her progress. "What if you get stuck?" Vess asked. Not a lot of people have started to delve into this niche form of alien tech. Even fewer of them are in a sharing mood. I have no doubt that there are entire research institutions that must have made remarkable progress in this field, but they will do their best to keep their most vital secrets to themselves. It takes a lot of time for their more advanced research findings to trickle into the public sphere. This is another reason why it may be prudent for us to wait for a couple of years. His wife understood this well, but she still made the decision to go ahead and utilize Architect anyway. As I have already said, we have an entire art she-ship that we can base our work upon. This is an advantage that many others do not enjoy. You know as well as I do that we can make much more progress into adopting new tech if we have existing examples on hand. That might not be enough. Sure, we have a fancy alien ship in our possession, but it doesn't come with any manual or guidance. A lot of functions still remain a mystery to us. Our attempts to secure the cooperation of the captured Archie crew members has also yielded no results as far as I am aware of. Lucky went a little overboard when he turned against his alien captors. He deathholed all of the Archie that had managed to survive his rampage. Do you know how traumatic it is for an Archie to lose his own Arch-Sheshel? Those aliens have lost their biggest source of pride. They still remain depressed and suicidal to this day. The lack of response from the captured Archie had been a considerable source of frustration for Vess and other Larkinsons interested in Architect. It would have been a lot easier to figure out the Archie ship with the cooperation of willing aliens. Unfortunately, Lucky had been way too heavy-handed when he meted out his punishment on the Archie. Gloriana should have been clear about this as well, but she remained awfully confident at this time. The Archie ship is not the only trump card in our possession. We have another way to accelerate our comprehension of Architect and design a viable Archimech. Lucky. Meow. Lucky looked up from the bowl of high-grade exotics that Gloriana had prepared for him. She had deliberately offered this meal to bribe the gem cat into showing up today. The woman strode over and picked up the cat before he even finished his meal. Naturally, Lucky grew upset about this move. Meow. Gloriana settled down the gem cat by stroking and scratching his head and chin. She displayed a lot of appreciation towards Lucky's fairly recent makeover. He looked a lot more mysterious than before due to his much darker coloration and the obvious Architect features on his exterior. Look at him, Vess. Have you ever properly stopped and thought about how much of a treasure he has become? He is made of Architect now. Not only are his internal systems clever enough to recognize the superiority of Architect compared to his previous architecture, they are also sophisticated enough to integrate profoundly alien technology almost instantly. Do you understand what this means? Lucky is an impressive creation, all right, but he doesn't offer as much reference value to us. If he was just a regular mechanical creation, I would have disassembled him by now. However, he is a real cat with a real personality. He is not a simulation or anything. We can't derive a clues from his Architect construction so long as we are only able to admire his exterior. Meow. Talk about disassembling his body made Lucky a lot more nervous. The gem cat squirmed in Gloriana's grasp and clung onto her shoulder in fright. There, Lucky. No one is going to cut you apart so that we can study your transformed components in excruciating detail. We have no need to resort to this measure when you can already supply us the necessary information in a different manner. What are you talking about, Gloriana? His wife smirked and lifted up the cat. Lucky, can you be dear and project a part of your internal condition? Meow. The gem cat did, as he was told, and activated a projection that showed a lot of data readings, as well as a fairly detailed overview of the archimetal components inside his body. The scope of the data was not complete. Vess immediately noticed that everything related to his core functions, such as his stomach, and the mechanisms responsible for repairing his systems were entirely absent. Yet that was not important. What mattered the most was that Lucky displayed a lot of useful data on how to combine human technological principles with Architect. Unlike the captured Archie ship, which was fully based on alien tech, Lucky was fundamentally a human creation that had steadily assimilated a lot of exotic technologies and materials. Although his entire body appears to have transformed into archimetal, there was no way that native alien technology alone could allow the gem cat to compress so many features inside a minuscule package. Lucky's self-governing body somehow found a lot of ingenious solutions that enabled it adapt some of the powerful advantages of modern human technology to Architect. The result exceeded the sum of its parts. The Archie may have invented their own brand of tech, but they were not proficient in every scientific field. They were pretty mediocre in areas other than material science and stealth tech. Vess leaned forward and studied all of the data that Lucky's openly revealed. This is remarkable. How do you get him to expose so much? Have you ever tried asking Vess? He felt really stupid at the moment. Then again, he never felt the need to inquire how Lucky worked. His previous body states were not weak, but they weren't groundbreaking either. The moment Lucky embraced Architect was the first time that Vess developed a much more intense desire to study his exceptional construction in greater detail. This development came at the right time. Though Lucky only lifted a part of the veil that hid all of his secrets, the relatively shallow data was already enough for Vess and Gloriana to make a lot of progress. There was no need to be too ambitious in their first try. The most important objective in developing their first true Archimech was to get all of the basics right. As long as the foundation was sound enough, there were plenty of opportunities to revisit the design of the Dark Zephyr and apply incremental improvements to the living Mech's brand new architecture. For the first time since his wife brought up this topic, Vess truly began to believe that they could design an actual Archimech. There were still a lot of other issues, though. This will not be easy, Vess frowned. First, we do not have any significant infrastructure that can properly fabricate and service mechs made out of archimetal. Second, we will have to devote additional time and effort on studying, empirical research, as well as figuring out how to design a brand. New category of mechs. This will definitely add a few months of development time to the project. In addition, we have to hope really hard that our first attempt is good enough that the overall performance of the Dark Zephyr exceeds the estimated performance parameters of our original draft design. It was not desirable to put such a massive effort into working with Architect, only to produce an Archimech that was worse than if they just designed the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III the normal way. All of these were valid concerns, but his wife remained undeterred. We can overcome all of those issues as long as we are willing to invest in additional help, Gloriana retorted. How much MTA merits do you have? I am not entirely sure. I have authorized the clan to spend a limited proportion of my MTA merits in order to boost its development. I haven't made any big exchanges as of late, so I should have about 1 billion MTA merits in account. Do you want to spend them in order to speed up our progress? Why not? Gloriana smiled. It is not a waste as far as I am concerned. Time is of the essence, as your recent visions have shown. Additional tutoring from the master mech designers of the R-Ray should prevent our project from stalling or suffering frequent delays. If that is not enough, we can make use of a more effective solution. What solution? Issue a small request to the xenotechnician. Who better to consult on alien technology than the most powerful authority in this field? With his assistance, we can quickly become one of the more proficient mech designers in the promising field of Architect. 5656, from follower to pioneer. There was a huge difference between becoming a pioneer and a follower in new technologies. A pioneer had to invest a disproportionately large amount of time, effort, and manpower into developing useful new technologies. A follower merely had to wait for the former to do all of the work. then proceed to reap most of the rewards while paying just a fraction of the cost. Vess was both a pioneer and a follower in technology. Most good Mech designers tended to have at least a little bit of the former, or else they wouldn't have been able to make much progress. There were so many fields of technology that no single Mech designer could become a leading authority in all of them. The more sophisticated the tech, the greater the time, dedication, ingenuity, and affinity required to progress beyond the prevailing standards. No one could excel in any area. This was especially the case for first-class Mech designers, who simply did not have the capacity to master more than a handful of high technologies to an advanced stage. Their inability to push the frontier of those high technologies did not affect the quality of their Mech designs. It was not necessary for them to master all of this science and engineering to a perfect degree. As long as they learned just enough to configure and adapt the complicated tech in a Mech design, then that was already enough. Mech designers constantly had to manage their time by setting priorities. Vess often wondered whether it would have been nice for him to specialize in certain technological fields that aroused his interests. From armor systems to stealth technology, Vess had come close to investing a serious amount of time into specializing in those subjects. However, his rationality always reasserted itself and made him realize that he would just be spreading himself out too much. A jack of all trades was a master of none. This adage applied particularly well in Mech design. In the end, Vess had organically chosen to major in e-technology and minor in luminar crystal technology. These were fairly narrow specializations, but both of them were strong enough to carry his products forward. His current successes vindicated his decisions. He also dabbled in other interesting technologies, just like every self. Respecting Mech designer in the Age of Dawn, he put a lot of effort into deepening his understanding in both face-water technology and hyper-technology. He happened to possess special conditions that enabled him to vastly speed up his understanding of both new but already essential techs. However, if Vess was being honest with himself, he had not thrown himself into face-water technology and hyper-technology as much as he could have. There were many other Mech designers who had embraced them to the point where they spent all of their research focused on these newfangled scientific frontiers. Even if their talent, augmentations, research environments, and support networks were inferior to his own, their hard work and dedication enabled many of them to exceed what Vess was capable of in these respective fields. This was the power of specialization. Though Vess really would have liked to develop a greater level of competence in face-water technology and hyper-technology, since he had such great affinities with them, he simply did not have enough time. He just allocated just enough time in brushing up on those fields and developed the occasional homebrew solutions to keep up with the Mech industry and avoid falling behind. Given that he already struggled to maintain his current technological edge, despite the fact that he literally had multiple minds to work with, he felt quite reluctant to adopt yet another minor. This was why Vess never showed too much enthusiasm for embracing Architect. Intellectually, he knew that the alien tech base was considerably superior to regular human technology. By doing away with a lot of fragile and relatively inefficient circuitry, Architect utilized the properties of exotics in a fundamentally more effective manner. Vess even had the hunch that Architect might be able to replace conventional tech entirely as long as it became accessible enough. However, the barrier to entry was steep. The Archie managed to make do because of their lifelong studies in this tech base. They also inherently understood the exotic tech a lot better because their own archshells served as native interfaces for their own tech. Humans did not possess these advantages. As much as Vess wanted to integrate the advantages of Architect into his own mechs, or at least the high-end ones, the difficulty and time commitment were too high. This was why he had largely ignored the captured Archie ship that possessed a huge amount of research value. It was painful for him to leave aside such a rare and valuable prize that others would kill in order to possess. The most he could do was to let a few dedicated research teams poke around the vessel and allow them to become reasonably competent experts in this field. Yet that was far from enough to integrate Architect into his Mech designs in the short term. The tech was so radically different that it was not really proper to treat it as an isolated component that Vess could selectively plug into his works. He could either go all out or leave it out of his Mechs entirely. For now, Vess had chosen to adopt the latter approach. There was no need to overcomplicate his work without good reason, just because he wanted to add more shinies to his projects. Perhaps he would revisit this topic in a few years, once the scientific community had managed to decipher and infer all of the essential principles of Architect. A few years was enough for a healthy batch of pioneers and early adopters to build up a considerable first-mover advantage in Architect. As long as they did a good job, they would reap the rewards for their dedication, but that did not matter to Vess. All he cared about was getting his hands on a coherent textbook that could systematically teach him how to work with Architect without too much extra effort. While Vess had settled on becoming a follower in the field of Architect, Gloriana clearly signaled that she wanted to take the opposite approach. This was why the two failed to come to an agreement right away. This decision was too consequential for Vess to simply say yes without any further challenges. He understood the logic of her arguments, but that did not mean he was willing to support her strategy. "Are you truly sure you want to switch from becoming a follower and become one of the early adopters of Architect?" "I do," his wife replied with a serious expression. "I have already considered this decision extensively ever since we first came into contact with the captured Archie ship. I excel in material design, so my foundation in the related fields of Architect is considerably better than yours. I am confident that I can progress quickly into this emerging field as long as I receive sufficient support. I first need to catch up to the progress of the current pioneers in this field. Their research is largely confidential or private. If I want to access their privileged knowledge, I will have to redeem them for a large amount of MTA merits." This was already an immensely difficult ordeal. Not everyone was willing to spill all of their secrets, especially when it was fresh to the point where its lack of proliferation directly enhanced their value. The best way to overcome these difficult barriers was to pay more. It might take tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of MTA merits to persuade those greedy pioneers to throw a few scraps at the Larkinsons. "Okay, let us assume that this step will pan out. What is next?" "Then we will design the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III as a genuine Archimech. I am fully aware that there is a high likelihood that the framework of Architect that I have mastered at that point may not be sufficient or complete enough to design a complete machine. We will have to conduct our own research and develop the necessary design solution as we go. I am aware that the upgrade project will suffer significant delays as a consequence. It may take twice as much time before we finally complete our drastic upgrade project, but this should be the only time this happens. Once we design our subsequent Archimechs, we will be able to reference our older solutions and complete our assignments faster." In other words, Gloriana intended to treat the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project as a trial and a learning project. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson would no doubt become frustrated at the agonizingly slow pace of development due to the need to figure out a lot of new stuff on the spot. This project would precede anything, but smoothly if Vess agreed to Gloriana's bold initiative. However, Vess could not help but become attracted at the prospect of becoming an early mover in this field. Architect could turn into one of the Larkinson clan's persistent selling points, just like Vess living mechs and Keddy's extraordinary swordsman mechs. "You will have to shoulder most of the burden alone," Vess warned. "You know quite well how busy I am these days. It is impossible for me to become a pioneer in this field. I am already reluctant to become a follower, because I will still need to devote a lot of time in understanding the basics of this alien tech." His wife smiled as she placed her delicate hand on his shoulder. There is no need for you to struggle over this issue. Let me be responsible for this matter. I will be doing all of the hard work. I am fully confident that I can master Architect fast enough to start doing serious design work in as little as 2 months. That sounds nice, but what about me? Vess wondered. I can't keep up with you when I already have so little available time. If my understanding in Architect is way too far behind compared to you, it will be difficult for me to contribute to the design of the next iteration of the Dark Zephyr. It is like asking me to code in a completely new programming language that I have yet to learn. Gloriana responded with a reassuring smile. As I have said, let me take charge. I will study as many sources of knowledge as I can and conduct practical experiments if that is enough. Once I have built up an adequate foundation, I can compile textbooks that are especially tailored to your learning style so that you can efficiently close the distance to my level of understanding. I can also tutor you in person, if that is what it takes. At that point, I can call myself a tentative expert in Architect, so I will be more than qualified to tutor you, Vess. For a moment, Vess imagined that he had gone back to school. He would sit attentively behind his school desk, while Gloriana, the teacher, would smack him across the face because his attention had drifted away again. I have to admit that your plan makes sense. It actually sounds viable. His wife did not come up with this idea on a whim. She properly accounted for most variables. She had to since she shouldered most of the responsibility for turning Architect into a workable addition to their upcoming Mech design. There were a lot more issues that Vess and Gloriana needed to address in order to make it work. For example, who would repair the Dark Zephyr once the upgraded machine got damaged? Architect was based on such a strange and exotic architecture that it was not compatible with conventional human tools and methods. Gloriana also had to do a lot of work to translate a lot of parts and systems into their Architect equivalents. It was impossible for her to do all of this thankless work by herself, so the only viable way to get around this problem was to obtain existing component designs from other research groups. This was bound to cost a fortune. 56-57, gradual tech transition. Vess ultimately gave his wife the benefit of the doubt. He could tell that she was genuinely fired up and passionate about this issue. It would crush her a lot if he refused to support her on this important venture. Her timing happened to be apt. Ever since she came back recently with a cutting-edge hypercranial implant set in her body, she eagerly sought a way to unleash her boosted cognitive capabilities and test her high-tech learning tools. Architect was still a field that was in its infancy in the Mech industry. The Red 2 undoubtedly possessed a considerable head start in deciphering and mastering this exotic tech, but it had yet to proliferate to the general Mech community in any fashion. This meant that the Larkinson clan still had a chance to become one of the early movers and build up a considerable head start in this exotic but highly promising field. If Gloriana started much later, then a lot more competitors would have built up a lot of competence in this field. It would be virtually impossible for her to catch up to them, especially when they continued to produce new results through their own research endeavors. This may be the only window of opportunity for her to become a genuine pioneer in Architect. You have your Luminar crystal tech, and I shall have my Architect. Gloriana shared her aspiration. You are already familiar with the advantages of selectively adopting alien tech that is highly compatible to you. I am simply learning from your example. Architect speaks to me in a way that I cannot describe to you. Just looking at Lucky's current form makes me appreciate his excellent construction and seamless fusion of two different tech bases. Meow. The aforementioned gem cat raised his head just as he finished off his expensive meal. Vess grew cautiously optimistic. I support you, Gloriana. I look forward to seeing what you can do once you have gotten started in this field. The only thing I am not so certain about is how much MTA merits I need to spend in order for this investment to pay off. What you are asking for is not cheap, and I only have a finite amount of MTA merits to spend. A part of me regrets that I have turned down the offer to receive an award of 10 billion MTA merits earlier. If I knew you had this ambition, I might have changed my mind about my earlier choice. No, you are being stupid again. 10 billion MTA merits are not as valuable as the right to call upon the assistance of 3-star designer. You can earn MTA merits in many different ways, but this is the only time you have received this favor. You need to cherish these opportunities and use them wisely. I already happen to have an idea how you can make effective use of your first minor request. Vess groaned. Not so fast, Gloriana. I know what you have in mind, and my answer to that is no. Expending one of the 3 requests to get the xenotechnician himself to personally tutor you on the essence of Architect is a disproportionate trade. It is no different from importing water from Bridgehead, just to quench my thirst. There are much more cost-effective alternatives that we can choose from. You might not be able to gain access to the best teachers and confidential research results by spending MTA merits alone, but it should be more than enough for your current needs. His wife disagreed with that. She argued extensively how the Larkinson clan would benefit enormously if she became a lot more competent in Architect, telling him that this early investment would yield a massive return in time. She was probably right, but the difference between the two of them was that Vess had set his sights far beyond Architect. His vision was broader, as he did not develop a strong fixation for Architect. Do you understand the real value of those 3 minor requests? He shot back. I think you don't. They are not just opportunities to study from the best teachers in the Red Ocean. They can allow me to connect to them so that they will get to know me on a more personal basis. I can befriend them and gain their word of support during important moments in the future. Aside from that, there are better ways to use up my requests. For example, I have been thinking about asking for their help in bolstering our personal security. Only when we can remain alive will we have the opportunity to create new opportunities for ourselves. He also thought about working together with a star designer to develop a personal fighting suit for himself that could fully enhance his combat power when he unfolded his true body. While Vess could technically design such a suit from the ground up by himself, the development cycle would be long and cumbersome. That did not sound like a huge problem, as long as Vess had plenty of time to refine his work. Yet time was the one resource that he was short of the most. In his opinion, it may be worthwhile to use up one of his minor requests to exchange for a custom-developed combat suit that could fully amplify his abilities as a Phase Lord. He hadn't made up his mind, though. He also came up with other useful proposals. He needed to mull over this issue for an extended amount of time in order to ensure he did not waste these rare opportunities. In any case, Vess and Gloriana finally came to a consensus on the adoption of Architect. Gloriana had little choice but to abide by her husband's restrictions. He held far more MTA merits than her. His contributions were much greater after all. He had already become an impressive Tier 3 galactic citizen, while his wife was still stuck at Tier 10 up to this point. Perhaps the only way for her to elevate her galactic citizenship in the short term was to become an authority in the field of Architect. This was another powerful motivator that drove her to embrace this alien tech. Even if we become proficient in designing archimechs, we won't be able to roll them out on a wider scale, he told her. The greater Mech community is not even close to ready to transition to this new category of products. We can only keep our archimechs to ourselves for the time being. Even then, I don't think our Mech technicians can handle them without going through extensive training. You need to train a dedicated group of low-ranking Mech designers to proficiently service and repair an archimech with specialized tools. His wife nodded in agreement. I have already drafted a plan for that. I am not insisting that our clan should phase out conventional mechs and replace all of them with archimech. I am of the opinion that we should reluctantly be able to handle archimechs so long as they are confined to our high-ranking mechs. That is also where this powerful new tech can make a powerful difference with the least amount of work. Designing an archimech version of a popular mass production model would impose a massive burden on the clan. Entire production lines needed to be replaced, while much more personnel had to go through expensive training. The Larkinsons had to take it slow in order to adopt Archimech step by step. As long as we can successfully get started with Archimechs, the initial batch of personnel that completed their difficult training in Architect can serve as the future teachers and supervisors of the next wave of architect engineers. Vess mused as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. As long as we can repeat this chain enough times, sooner or later most of our production and maintenance crews will know how to service Archimechs so that we can cautiously begin to outfit elite mech units with these powerful machines. It remained to be seen whether the Larkinson clan would make this eventful transition. It may be better to limit the use of Architect to our first-class mech designs, Gloriana proposed to her husband. The threshold is too high. It is too difficult for ordinary second-raters to understand the exotic tech thoroughly enough to conduct independent repairs on a damaged machine. It should be considerably easier for Larkinsons who have completed EdNet training or native first-raters, such as Alexa Strion, to gain a basic level of proficiency in Architect. She made a good point. Vess became taken by this idea. Limiting Architect to the premier branch simplifies a lot of stuff. Our fleet is still in its infancy, so we can set it up to accommodate Archimechs and all of the related infrastructure from the ground up. As long as it doesn't take too long to train competent first-raters in handling Archimechs, we can make it so that we can field an entire force of first-class Archimechs by the time we are ready to take part in the first wave of deep strike operations. In the meantime, the expeditionary fleet could keep using conventional mechs as usual. It was not that Vess gave up on the second-raters, but he did not want to make their lives too difficult by forcing them to adopt advanced technology on a wider scale. Now that Vess was willing to support Gloriana's effort to become a master architect, they needed to decide on a sum. This provoked another argument before Vess finally agreed to reserve 300 million MTA merits for her expensive endeavor. It's a good thing that I already have a lot of MTA merits in reserve, he tiredly said. Don't make me regret this. Just because I haven't spent all of these merits doesn't mean that they are worthless. It is just that I have no acute need for them for the time being. Gloriana looked gratified now that she had received a handsome promise from her husband. I can assure you that you will not regret your decision. The greater my proficiency, the more I can contribute to our clan. The Mech pilots who are fortunate enough to pilot my works will thank you for your far-sighted decision. Archimechs possess numerous advantages over their conventional counterparts. The most important benefit is their much greater fault tolerance. They are much harder to damage and cripple, so the ultimate benefit is that more of them will be able to survive the battles to come than before. She was right. Architect offered unprecedented degrees of redundancy for mechs. Even if half of their frames got blown to pieces, the remaining half would still be able to limp back to its mothership. Aside from that, an Archimech could theoretically offer much thicker protection to the mech pilot due to the reduced requirement for functional parts that were much more vulnerable to enemy attacks than armor plating. An Archimech component typically served both functional and defensive purposes at the same time. That was the beauty of Architect. It was why Archie-ships could remain small and compact while also delivering excellent performance for their sizes. The metallic shells used to serve as a form of defense for the Archie. They succeeded in resisting all kinds of dangerous exobests that derived strength from the same rich mineral deposits and ultimately won their evolutionary struggle on their home planet. When Gloriana whipped up a concept design of the Dark Zephyr as an Archimech, Vess became impressed by how much more resilient it became. Defense had always been the most dubious trait of light mechs. If the Dark Zephyr was able to withstand twice or thrice as much damage before shutting down, then that could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Of course, that was assuming that Gloriana actually succeeded in her venture. The performance of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III hinged on whether she was able to master Architect quickly enough. 5658, Tackling Architect. The decision for Gloriana to commit to studying Architect changed her life. She had gained an entirely new goal. The pressure on her was great. She needed to study hard and produce quick results in order to meet her husband's expectations. The last thing she wanted to do was to fail and admit her inferiority to Vess. He had consistently exceeded everyone's expectations over the years. Gloriana was no exception, as even she did not expect him to become a Tier 3 galactic citizen all at once. Gloriana acted like she was a woman on a mission in the days following this major turning point. Though she reserved enough free time for her to shower her children with love and make sure to raise them properly, even then she had never ceased her work and studies. The powerful Arachne 01 implant set was primarily designed to meet the needs of busy Mech designers, so it possessed the capacity to help Gloriana split up her attention and focus on several different assignments at the same time. Together with Alexandria, who possessed consciousness of her own, Gloriana imitated her husband in always engaging in productive work at all times. No matter whether she was collaborating with Vess on a design project or attending Aurelia's dance performance organized by the Joan DeVos Elementary School, a part of her immense processing power was constantly devoted to figuring out Architect. She did not rely on self-study alone. Now that Vess had given her access to 300 million MTA merits, she immediately started to exchange for benefits on the first day. Gloriana cast a wide net. In consultation with Jovi Armelin, who was always happy to encourage the Larkinsons to spend their MTA merits, she initially exchanged for confidential research reports and daily tutoring from one of the project leaders assigned to a classified Architect research project. Though she was not able to acquire any cutting-edge research results, Gloriana was not able to make good use of them anyway. She only needed basic lessons at the start. There was plenty of time for her to dive in the more advanced applications of Architect in the future. Her unwavering focus paid dividends. She made rapid progress by putting her amazing augments to good use. The expensive tutoring sessions that cost as much as hundreds of thousands of MTA merits drained her sizable allowance quickly, but the upside was that her highly knowledgeable tutor always provided effective teaching to her students. Not everyone was able to earn lots of MTA merits in one go like Vess. Senior researchers typically had to invest months, if not years, of dedicated effort in order to earn a couple of million MTA merits. If Gloriana ever became dissatisfied with her current tutor, she could easily request a switch, which meant that another lucky Architect expert would be able to earn a huge amount of MTA merits with little effort. In any case, the high-quality tutoring particularly allowed Gloriana to keep up her demanding schedule. Self-study alone was not enough, as the research reports were filled with a huge amount of brand-new technical jargon and completely different paradigms. The first step to mastering Architect was to think like an Archie. The aliens possessed a radically different perspective on science and engineering. The universal constants that described fundamental physical phenomena remained the same, but the Archie developed a much different relationship with them than humanity. "How difficult is it for you to think about tech from the perspective on an Archie?" Vess asked one day. He noticed how she occasionally grew so tired and frustrated in her attempts to understand a difficult theory that he actually had to stop and take a break. Gloriana wearily stroked Lucky's back. She had become particularly fond of the Gem Cat as of late. The Gem Cat's exquisite Architect construction continually showed her how much better her works would become if she fully mastered the new tech. However, getting there was not easy. "It is as if I am a fish trying to learn how birds fly. I know much better how you feel whenever you are working with luminar crystal technology. These aliens possessed such inhuman mindsets that their tech only makes sense if I stop thinking like a human. The Archie are particularly bad due to their relative isolation and their continued rejection of more conventional technology, whether it is human or alien. This was one of the reasons why the Archie failed to gain greater prominence in the Red Ocean. Their relationship with the other major races of the Red Ocean was complicated to say the least. The Archie hid so much in their stealthed Archie ships that they had little chances to exchange with the other races in the dwarf galaxy. If the Red Cabal hadn't come and forced the Archie to contribute to the Red War, the reclusive aliens would have continued to maintain their relative isolation from all of the other greedy aliens. It was exactly because the Archie had been dragged into the war that Red humanity had a better chance to capture their valuable Archie ships. As Gloriana slowly began to understanding the essence of Architect, she also started to understand the associated stealth tech as well. The two were highly related to each other, and the Larkinson clan also had an existing Archie ship on hand that still retained an intact stealth system. She quickly understood the potential of applying the alien version of stealth tech to her Archimechs. Are you for real? Are you actually able to grant stealth capabilities to every Archimech? Gloriana impishly smiled. It is possible in theory. The great advantage of Archtech-based stealth is that it does not come at the cost of significantly weaker defenses. Since an Archie ship almost consists entirely of Archimetal, there is not much difference between the exterior layer and the citadel of an alien vessel. They are both equally tough and resistant towards damage. The stealth layer of an Archie ship is therefore not as big of a liability as in the stealth systems of a conventional human stealth vessel. I have made detailed comparisons between our captured Archie ship and the specialized stealth vessel of the Black Cats to verify this assertion. The general rule when it came to stealth ships was that their ability to go invisible came at the cost of replacing top layers of armor with specialized stealth materials. Mechs pretty much had to sacrifice all of their armor in order to hide them from enemy sensors. They could only resist as much damage as their external stealth systems could withstand, which usually wasn't as good as dedicated armor plating. The Phobos fielded by the Larkinson clan was a typical example of such a mech. Though Vess and Gloriana managed to cheat to an extent by designing a quasi-first-class expert stealth mech that could resist a lot more hits than usual, especially when relying on a resonance shield, the sneaky machine was ultimately not as tough as his non-stealth counterparts. The adoption of Architect gave the Larkinsons an opportunity to massively boost the defenses and fault tolerance of the Phobos. The dangerous living mech no longer had to be careful and miss a lot of opportunities because venerable Zimro Belson did not have enough confidence in his battle partner's ability to fight in the open. Once an Archimech in stealth became exposed, the machine would still be able to put up a fight without showing as much weakness. If this is the case, can we turn any Archimech into a stealth mech? Vess wondered. It is not as simple as you think. Gloriana shook her head. The stealth systems still take up a considerable amount of capacity, thereby forcing you to forego other useful features. A stealth-capable Archimech consumes a considerable amount of energy. Another factor is that the Archimech must be designed for this purpose from the ground up. This means that the machine cannot carry any external equipment. The machine must have the capacity to store its weapons inside its mech frame so that stealth systems can work with minimal complications. That last part was especially important. Conventional stealth mechs suffered from this problem as well, unless their weapons were specially designed to cooperate with the machine's stealth system. It effectively prevented the mech from carrying large and cumbersome weapons. They were difficult to hide and easily exposed their flaws. If this rule remained unchanged, then Vess saw little point in converting as many Archimechs into stealth mechs as possible. Do you intend to turn the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III into a stealth-capable Archimech? Gloriana shook her head yet again. No, that is not a good idea. Pure stealth will go against the character of the Dark Zephyr. The machine is not afraid of exposing himself to the enemy. The expert light skirmisher relies on speed and maneuverability to avoid getting hit, but doing so requires him to make a lot of intensive movements. It is not realistic for the Dark Zephyr to remain in stealth because of all of the volatile movements and excessive heat buildup. The mention of excessive heat buildup reminded Vess of the icy gift that his wife had handed over. He had been thinking about whether he should employ it in a stealth mech in order to increase the machine's hiding ability. However, if he went through with this idea, he would rather use it up on the Phobos rather than the Dark Zephyr. I understand. I guess that stealth will still remain a luxury for our future batch of Archimechs. Yes, the main benefit of Architect is that a stealth mech is much less fragile than usual. That is the main takeaway of this capability. This is not too relevant to us as long as we are not designing any additional stealth mechs. We'll have to update the Phobos sooner or later, Vess mentioned. The mech is still performing pretty fine as far as I have heard, but the lack of hyper materials has caused our only high-end stealth mech to fall behind. It is in the queue. We still have more than half a dozen other expert mechs to update before we can address the needs of the Phobos. Venerable Belson's expert mech is still fairly modern and recent, so he has not fallen behind as much as the others. There were older and more outdated expert mechs that deserved to have their turn first. This was also why Vess and Gloriana tackled the Dark Zephyr first. It actually took quite a bit of time before Gloriana developed enough proficiency to apply her newly gained knowledge in this crucial design project. She only gained enough confidence to design her first proper Archimech 2 whole months after she had begun her studies. This was too soon. Her work was rough and tentative at first, as her mastery over Architect was still too shallow to give her a lot of certainties. Vess was way too far behind compared to his wife when it came to applying Architect, so he was unable to contribute in any meaningful fashion. He was still waiting to receive his own tutoring in Architect, but that would have to wait until his wife became knowledgeable enough to know what she was talking about. Vess did not spend all of that time in vain. He worked on other design projects. He studied various subjects related to first-class mech design. He closed various deals. He taught or cooperated with numerous mech designers. He amassed a greater collection of mutated beast. He attended remote meetings with the Rubarthans, in charge of running isthmus manufacturing, and so much more. Now that he and the clan had entered a relatively quiet period, Vess fully dedicated himself to building up his accumulation and preparing for the much more turbulent future ahead. The prophetic visions still lingered in the back of his mind. There were so many ways for red humanity to suffer a setback that Vess worked hard to convert his time and other resources into greater strength. Both Vess and Gloriana made a lot of gains in the ensuing months. 5659 Archie. As time passed by, the Red Ocean became increasingly more engulfed in war. The Red Cabal continued to expand its power and dominance over the other native races in the dwarf galaxy. No matter whether the races were strong or weak, each of them had to contribute to the war effort one way or another. The dramatic defeat of numerous ancient phase whales and the destruction of several so-called tide station had enraged the alien leadership to the point where they wanted to wipe out humanity at all cost. However, despite the fact that human space only occupied a relatively small corner of the Red Ocean, the Red Cabal understood quite well that acting on their emotions and launching an all-out offensive was not a good idea. The 8 god pilots of Red Humanity persistently showed up along the border regions and other key star systems. At least one of them was permanently stationed in Bridgehead 1 at all times, but the remainder regularly patrolled the periphery of human space and struck fear in the hearts of every alien force. Though the god pilots did not always bother to take action, they were not opposed to lending a hand to endangered border fortifications or a mech force that had bitten off more than they could chew. The quantity of the god pilots was not enough, but they still exerted a powerful form of deterrence towards the Red Cabal. Any attempted assault by a group of phase lords or phase whales was bound to end in a one-sided massacre for the native aliens. Even the ancient phase whales did not dare to cross the border into human space. Operation Night Jazz had broken their illusion of invincibility and struck fear into their old hearts for the first time in many years. Human space might be fairly small and poor in resources, but that also meant that the 8 God pilots could defend the territories a lot easier. Instead of launching a hasty and ill-prepared assault that would end with catastrophic losses on the side of the native aliens, the Red Cabal instead decided to be a little more patient. They were smart enough to understand that their greatest advantage was their superior numbers. They could completely afford to drag the myriad of forces into a war of attrition. For every alien warship that fell in battle, there were easily thousands more that could take her space. Sure, many of those warships were relatively weak and poorly equipped, but their immense scale relative to human mechs always enabled them to inflict casualties before they got defeated. The native aliens who got forcibly drafted in the war before being sent out to human space were not really expected to return alive. Their main goal was to inflict as much damage to human infrastructure and human troop readiness as possible. The more time passed by, the more the relatively slow and outdated warp drives finally delivered the hodgepodge of alien warships to a war theater. The Red Cabal did not even bother to upgrade the vessels. The leading aliens only assigned caretakers to wrangle the arriving warships into launching an attack on human space. The damage and loss of life had reached a scary proportion. The brave Mech pilots who resisted the constant incursions had to face the barrel of the formidable gun batteries of enemy warships in every battle. So many human lives got snuffed out in an instant from the moment their mech suffered a direct hit against the powerful arsenal that aliens took for granted. More and more human forces started to lodge objections towards the taboo against warships. This rule is a relic of the past. Why aren't we allowed to defend ourselves with the full force of human technology? Confining our troops to mechs is incredibly unfair. The Red Two faced increasing calls to loosen the restrictions even further, yet they never budged. It was not hard for analysts to understand why this was the case. We don't have enough resources to support the construction of so many warships. The Red Two don't want to lose control. The Red Fleet was not doing nothing, however. Aside from doing its part to resist the advance of the most powerful alien warships, they also began to increase their engagement with certain states. The fleeters had been working on a more consequential plan. After many months of waiting, the fleeters finally unveiled their most ambitious plan to date. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle addressed the public once again. There was no star designer to accompany him this time, as the Red Association was not involved this time. Fellow Red humans, each of us have become affected by the Red War. Brave men and women have answered our collective call and have risked their lives and assets to resist the alien invaders. Yet despite their commendable effort, their valiant mech seem too small and weak when they confront the might of superior warships at every turn. The leader of the prestigious RF Second Fleet briefly lowered his head in respect for the fallen. The ongoing war has reminded each of us that warships are the ultimate war machines. Their size, power, and functions are beyond any mech, let alone groups of them. Only the outdated technologies and lack of sound leadership makes the alien warships vulnerable to defeat. Over time, the native aliens will address both of these problems, so we must evolve as well if we want to keep the enemy warfleets at bay. The powerful Fleet Admiral finally announced the latest initiative of the Red Fleet. A projection came to life that displayed a proud fleet of human warships. What was special about these warships was that they clearly lacked the advanced tech and sophistication of genuine RF hulls. Instead, they resembled lesser alien warships, a lot more in that they were built with second-class tech and materials. I am pleased to announce the activation of our long-awaited auxiliary fleet program. We have forged numerous cooperative agreements with many different second-rate and third-rate colonial states. With the assistance of our naval engineers, The cooperating parties have upgraded many of their civilian shipyards to support the construction of warships that match their tech class. As we speak, hundreds of shipyards have begun to make use of their improved facilities to construct warship hulls on a wider and more economic scale. The announcement shocked many viewers. This drastic change made warships a lot more accessible to space peasants. It was conceivable that the fleeters looked down on all of these lesser warships. There was no way that any high and mighty first-raters would want to crew all of these shabby and substandard vessels. Fleet Admiral Argyle proceeded to explain how the RF intended to organize the newly constructed warships. Our previous rules regarding warships still hold true. No private party is allowed to field warships unless they have earned the corresponding RF warship token. Many of the warships built by warships will be assigned to our newly founded auxiliary fleet program. There, the vessels will be crewed by a combination of experienced officers of the Red Fleet and volunteers from our partners across human space. Once the warships have completed their trials, they shall be assigned to different auxiliary fleets that will subsequently undertake essential guard or patrol missions well outside of the hotspots of the ongoing war. In other words, the auxiliary fleets were expected to hold the line against lesser alien fleets. This was a clever way of utilizing weaker and less valuable resources. It was a waste of time for powerful RF warfleets to patrol the middle and lower zones. The quality gap was too big to make it worthwhile. The newly announced auxiliary fleets perfectly solved this problem. They were much more economical and cost-effective when employed against weaker alien assets. Though they were expected to suffer significant losses in their missions, so long as there were enough shipyards, they could easily be replenished. Fleet Admiral Argyle was not done. Before I end this announcement, let me inform you how we plan to reward the volunteers who have performed particularly well. As long as the best and most meritorious auxiliaries have met all of our criteria, we will invite them to join our Red Fleet and take part in our rich traditions. If you have always dreamed of becoming a fellow fleeter, now is your chance. To the stars. The shocking announcement produced a lot of ripple effects across human space. Now that the need for secrecy had passed, more and more resources flowed into various shipyards owned by the Red Fleet, as well as many cooperating second-class and third-class states. More second-class and third-class warships started to show up here and there as a result. Organized into so-called auxiliary fleets and crewed by a combination of unqualified fleeters and space peasants, the haphazard auxiliary warships initially performed shakingly in battle. Neither the fleeters nor the space peasants were accustomed to working together. The former benefited from a rich amount of naval heritage, but they were unable to handle the culture clashes and the many restrictions imposed by inferior warships. It did not help that each of them had failed to keep up with their more successful peers and had been assigned to babysit a bunch of ignorant and stupid space peasants. The latter possessed plenty of enthusiasm, but they hated the arrogant fleeters riding over their heads. They also had to learn how to do their jobs on the spot, as most of humanity had lost the institutional knowledge on how to run a warship. Still, despite all of the growing pains, the auxiliary fleets quickly started to shape up as the spacers earnestly tried to work together. The Red Fleet relied on an important tool to quickly stifle dysfunction within the ranks and force everyone to act professionally with each other. Who is Archie? And why is he flooding my vision with tables and numbers all of the time? Archie is not a real person. I don't fully understand it either, but Archie is basically a fusion between a monitoring system, an evaluation system, a reward system, a punishment system, an emergency command system, and more that I don't even know about. It is all automated and all run by super AIs. Though I heard that they are constantly watched by human supervisors to make sure they are doing their jobs as intended. So that is why this Archie knows so much about me. It has been observing my performance and evaluating me in the background all this time. No wonder it is able to spit out a detailed list of textbooks that I have to read in order to become eligible for a promotion. Wait, is Archie in charge of deciding whether I can be promoted in rank? Oh, yes. I forgot to add to my description. Archie is far more objective and impartial than human officers. If the latter gets to make this decision, then the chances are high that they will just promote their own buddies even if they are not as competent. The ones that get to climb quickly usually tend to be the best sycophants. They know more about quid quo pro than leading a war fleet into battle. That is a thing of the past now. If not for the ongoing war, the Red Fleet should have entered into a golden age of its own by this time. By the way, what does Archie stand for? It is an acronym, correct? It stands for Advanced, Rational, Calculated, Heuristic, Independent Evaluation. That sounds like its makers tried to come up with any words that they could mash together to form this specific name. You are probably right. Its name is not important. The only thing you need to care about is that it is always watching us and constantly judging us. Taking too long to eat your lunch, you will lose a point. Complete an assignment a few minutes faster than expected, you will earn a point. Forgot to complete your daily study session, you will lose a point. If you want to make it far in our service, you better fix up your behavior and imitate the fleeters as much as possible. Wow, I heard that serving in the RF can be intense, but this is something else. How come the fleeters are putting so much trust into Archie? That is because they are already used to being supervised by AIs. Archie is the successor of the Independent Evaluation System, or WISE. The newer system is supposedly a lot smarter and more attentive, though I can't explain why that is the case. That sounds really disconcerting. Don't be. Archie is not your friend or your enemy. It is a system, just like the system that runs the life support systems of our warship. I suggest you get comfortable with being watched over by AIs and enjoy the benefits of being taken care of by an objective system. If you perform well, Archie will reward you. If you perform poorly, you will have no one else to blame but yourself if Archie hands you a demerit. Is there truly enough human supervision that can control whether it is working properly? Sure, the captain has the right to check and override the decisions made by Archie, or at least its local instance. Doesn't the captain have to answer to Archie as well? Yes, who else can keep him in check? 5660, the return of warships. The Red Fleet's latest initiative did much to relieve the pressure in the middle zones and lower zones. The less wealthy regions of human space had suffered incalculable losses since the native aliens launched their creeping offensives. Although the amount of time and work required to construct all of the auxiliary warships was so considerable that it would probably take at least a year before auxiliary fleets became a more common sight, the announcement energized much of human space. We can finally field our own versions of warships, even if we have to follow the orders of the fleeters in order to make use of them. At least third-raters like ourselves aren't completely at the mercy of powerful alien warships anymore. I have always hated how people obsess so much over Mechs. Don't they realize that they have become slaves to the Mechers? They don't even have the genetic aptitude to pilot these silly machines themselves. I am glad that the fleeters have finally given ordinary people like us a chance to serve with real war weapons again. Compared to those overgrown toys that people call Mechs, warships are how we can truly defend our homes. Don't buy into the lies of the Red Fleet. Those arrogant fleeters are all luring you into doing their bidding by dangling the prospect of joining up with them. All they need are bodies to crew their discount warships. How many of us so-called space peasants will truly earn a place in the RF in the end? Even if you manage to survive all of the battles against the relentless alien invaders, you will only receive a pat on the head before being unceremoniously dismissed from service. No matter what, the rise of auxiliary fleets added another dimension to the war effort. The Red Fleet had become a much more serious player and successfully managed to counterbalance the growing influence of the Red Association. Mechs had long played a dominant influence in human society. This was by design, as the Big Two wanted space peasants to channel their obsessions for violence and combat in a more controlled manner. The Red Two evidently decided that it was time for a change. The warship community that previously existed as a niche subculture practically grew overnight. A lot of people who had long grown impressed by the might of alien warships became avid fans and members of the rapidly growing community. Although the warship community wasn't nearly as large or as well-developed as the Mech community, it was not lacking in enthusiasm. If not for the fact that auxiliary fleets were confined to second-class and third-class warships, the warship community would have gained a lot more weight in the upper zones. Naturally, the first raiders vehemently objected to the absence of first-class auxiliary fleets. Why were their lessers allowed to play with warships while they were still confined to playing with mechs? Don't you get it? Auxiliary fleets are weak. If they break the rules or go rogue for whatever reason, any RF fleet can easily track them down and bring them under control. It is much harder for the fleeters to enforce their rules if they have to suppress a first-class auxiliary fleet. The gap in power has shrunk too much in this case. The Terrans and the Rubarthans will definitely not let go of this opportunity to regain their former glory. There is also resource allocation to consider. Proper first-class warships are expensive to construct because they can only be built with scarce high-grade exotics and other powerful materials that are mostly exclusive to the upper zones. The fleeters are already struggling to expand their fleets. If they have to share shipbuilding resources with the other first raiders, then how can the Red Fleet keep building as much of their own warships? While many first raiders resented the RF for continuing to deny them the right to get involved in warships in any fashion, the fleeters had suddenly become a lot more popular among the second raiders and third raiders. Whether this would have a greater impact on the political balance of Red humanity was not certain. The only way for first raiders to gain the right to field their own first-class warships was to earn the corresponding warship tokens. Perhaps the Red Fleet sought to placate the complainers a bit, because warship tokens gradually became a little easier to earn. Though they were still distressingly rare, those who earnestly contributed to the Red Cabal could always find a way to earn a token for a lesser warship. However, the fleeters still maintained a stranglehold on the tokens corresponding to larger ship classes. Only a few parties managed to win a much-coveted battlecruiser or battleship token. Few people knew how these powerful parties managed to earn the right to field their own personal capital ship with guns, but they must have made enormous concessions in order to secure this right. Not even the Larkinson clan could escape the discussion surrounding the auxiliary warship program. Should we look into fielding our own second-class warships, Vess? Gloriana wondered. I am sure the expeditionary fleet will be more than happy to fight alongside actual combat vessels for a change. He shook his head. Our clan has a strong Mech tradition. I am a Tier 3 galactic citizen sponsored by the Red Association. We have also committed to a camp, unlike many other states and groups. Besides, it is not as if we get to control our own auxiliary fleet. Have you missed the part where the auxiliary fleets will always be commanded by members of the RF's officer corps? Our control over the warships that we have painstakingly built or acquired from other sources will just be an illusion. Even if that is the case, we can still allow our clansmen to volunteer for service. They can obtain valuable training and experience in how to run actual warships. It is not as if the Larkinsons who choose to serve aboard these vessels are necessary to run our own starships. Vess looked thoughtful. That is true. We don't have a shortage in personnel, and our clan is still attractive enough that we can easily recruit specialists that can fulfill more challenging responsibilities. I will have to discuss this with the rest of the clan, but I think that other Larkinsons will come around to this viewpoint as well. If Vess was a lot more committed to the Red Association, then he probably would have chosen to stick exclusively to Mechs. However, ever since he developed the desire to curry more favor from the Red Fleet, he became a lot more open-minded towards any opportunity to build a closer relationship with the fleeters. The auxiliary fleet program served as an excellent opening. Vess followed through with his plan. He held a few discussions with the present leaders of the Larkinson clan and soon allowed clansmen to volunteer for service. Trained and experienced spacers were always in high demand. A lot of spacers in the Larkinson clan had already taken part in battles against alien warships in the past. They had already proven their courage and mettle in battle, so their qualifications were always good enough to earn Archie recognition. Vess briefly worried that the Larkinson network might disqualify his clansmen from serving a tour in an auxiliary fleet, but the RF did not seem to care. Most auxiliary fleets were crewed by a mix of people from different origins. Many of them had already pledged their loyalties to different states and organizations, but each of them had come together to serve a common cause, at least for the time being. As tens of thousands of Larkinson spacers went off to learn how to crew a warship, the rest of the Larkinson clan remained focused on Mechs. Though the return of lesser warships to the wider human community had energized a lot of people, Mechs still remained at the forefront of most people's minds. This was because they had become a lot stronger as of late. The earliest releases of the Hyper generation failed to do a good job of showcasing the potential of the new tech. More than a year had passed since the start of the Age of Dawn. Mech designers who did not prioritize haste and instead tried to make proper use of hyper technology finally got rewarded for their efforts. Two of the brand new Mech models that had quickly grown to become the most iconic symbols of the Hyper generation happened to be designed by Vess. Both the Fae Fianna line and the Ultimatum line shocked the Mech community and dominated the sales charts for second-class drone Mechs and heavy artillery Mechs, respectively. The Fae Fianna had already proven its capabilities many times in small combat scenarios, but they produced even better results when they started to get fielded in larger battles. Activate our decoys, a Mech commander instructed as a force of thousands of Mechs advanced towards a fleet of alien warships that had just completed their raid on a previously intact human colony. If the LMC hasn't lied, the Fae should be able to draw away enemy fire. Let's see whether the hype is real. Suddenly, the Mech swarm expanded in size. Hundreds of newly acquired Fae Fiannas all deployed 4 Fae each. All of these Fae subsequently activated their decoy functions, causing them to project the appearance of Mechs that were identical to the ones fielded by this Mech force. Their emissions changed as well in order to match the emissions of ordinary Mechs as much as possible. While the imitations weren't completely perfect, they just happened to be convincing enough to fool enemy sensors. As the warships from a minor race that humanity knew nothing about started to open fire with their formidable gun batteries, the advancing Mech force immediately started to suffer losses. This was the most painful and helpless part about confronting warships. The latter possessed such a strong advantage at longer ranges that Mechs could only gain the upper hand by getting close. After more than a year of warfare against alien warships, Mech forces had already made numerous adaptations to prevent their assets from getting blasted to pieces. They employed strong ECM that interfered with alien targeting systems. They spread out their formations so no more than a single machine would get destroyed by a warship cannon at a time. They also exerted pressure by opening fire with their own Mech rifles. The recently acquired Fae Fiannas also contributed to this effort by having their Luminar crystal cannon Fae open fire as well. The disguised Fae behaved so much like an actual Mech that the aliens indeed mistook them for actual Mechs. A lot of gun batteries directed their fire towards shooting down the decoys that bobbed and weaved through space like any other piloted machine. Yet once a powerful attack finally managed to crush the human Mech, more often than not it turned out that only a single Fae got eliminated. Though the quantity of Fae in the field diminished at a steady rate, they successfully prevented a heap of human Mech pilots from perishing. Once the Mech force finally managed to close the distance, the Mech pilots became a lot more invigorated as they began their counterattack. Melee Mechs equipped with space suppressors exerted a lot of pressure onto the defenses of the enemy warships. While alien starfighters hastily deployed in order to get rid of all of the Mechs, they failed to put up a good fight against their human foes, especially when they confronted the newer hyper-Mechs that performed the best. It did not matter if the Fae Fionas had lost most, if not all, of their Fae in the earlier phases of the battle. Even when they were stripped down to their basic frames, they could still fight like half-decent hyper-rifleman Mechs. Their superior fourth-generation laser rifles packed a lot of punch without producing too much waste. Their mobility was so good that they were able to avoid a lot of enemy fire from both enemy starfighters and warships. In the end, the alien raiding force lost most of its warships. The human Mech force had won this fight while suffering half as many casualties than in previous cases. This was just the start of the Fae Fiona explosion on the second-class battlefield. 5661, The Power of Deception. The production of the standard edition of the Fae Fiona expanded quickly. Isthmus Manufacturing was responsible for much of it, as the massive Rubarthan company decisively capitalized on the huge demand for this prominent hyper-drone Mech model. A lot of orders got fulfilled in the first few months after the official release of the Fae Fiona. Many customers received their orders so quickly that they had yet to hire enough drone Mech specialists to pilot these new machines. However, it turned out that general Mech pilots could make use of the Fae Fiona as well. Their skill and proficiency in controlling the Fae might not be great at the start, but the living personalities that were inherent to them made the process of micromanaging them a lot easier. The much shallower learning curve of the Fae Fiona helped to speed up their adoption. They started to show up on the battlefield a lot faster as a result. Even if their new owners initially used them for their ability to generate decoys, the Fae Fionas already paid off in the first battle when their Fae bravely attracted a huge amount of enemy fire. The cost of replacing a Fae was not exactly cheap, but this was a much more affordable alternative than replacing whole Mechs and Mech pilots. At first, the published battle footage that featured the Fae Fionas in battle mostly put the focus on using Fae as decoys. The difference the Fae Fionas made in this capacity was clear, obvious, and highly valued. A group of 250 Fae Fionas could easily spawn half a Mech regiment's worth of decoys on demand. This confused a lot of alien forces who previously thought they were confronting a lot more Mechs than the humans actually deployed. It was not until the human forces had become more familiar with their new living Mechs that they started to devise their own ingenious tactics around their properties. Using them to generate decoys was just the most basic way to use their excellent potential. Flank the aliens, pincer them from both sides. Two different Mech forces split up and advanced on an alien fleet in two directions. The larger force attracted much of the enemy fire, while the smaller force received less attention. Although warships were able in multiple directions due to the abundance of gun batteries on their hulls, the split attention still caused the aliens to experience greater pressure due to the need to defend in both directions. Ultimately, the alien commander decided that it was a lot more important to prevent the larger Mech force from closing the distance. The fleet under his command soon deployed thousands of starfighters to intercept the smaller Mech force. So long as the alien fleet was able to prevent one of them from advancing, it could still focus much of its efforts on grinding down the other group of Mechs for a time. Alien starfighters had slowly begun to improve due to the increasing integration of human technologies. While they still fared poorly against Mechs, they were no longer as easy to shoot down as before. As the alien starfighters quickly utilized their excellent straight-line acceleration to close in on the smaller Mech force, their pilots quickly encountered an unpleasant surprise. They have been fooled. The starfighters did not confront a force of thousands of Mechs. Instead, only a few hundred Fae Fionas had lured the starfighters away from their fleet. The two sides quickly started to exchange fire. Starfighters utilized their superior mobility to entangle the Fey Fyanas and make attacks at the humanoid machines. However, just because the Fey Fyanas were inferior in numbers did not mean they were less threatening. Each Fey Fyana was accompanied by 4 Luminar crystal cannon Fey. The Mech pilots employed several common drone Mech skills, such as the extra limb control technique and the spurs as fingers technique to control them more efficiently. Each time a Fey Fyana Mech opened fire, 5 energy beams shot towards an enemy starfighter. Similar to light Mechs, ordinary alien starfighters relied a lot more on mobility to avoid enemy fire. The non-transphasic versions of them also came equipped with energy shields, but they lacked the face water that could make them stronger. In short, the defenses of alien starfighters failed to perform adequately when struck by 5 hyper-energy beams. Even if 4 out of 5 simultaneous shots missed their mark, only one of them had to hit in order to wear down the defenses of the alien starfighters. The aliens in the cockpits panicked when they started to suffer losses at a fast pace due to all of the riflemen Mechs they were fighting against. By now, the alien starfighters had shot down enough Fey to understand that many of them may not be actual Mechs, but that did not make a difference at this point. This was because the Fey Fyana came close to matching the offensive power of several ranged Mechs. Through this withering fire, the relatively small force of living Mechs and living Fey completely terrorized the alien starfighters. Even if Fey Fyanas collapsed after receiving too much enemy fire from time to time, the losses still remained within tolerance. Other Fey Fyanas that had previously lost a few Fey commandeered the ones that had temporarily lost control and put them back into the fight. The ultimate effect was that even if the aliens had figured out the deception, they had no choice but to treat their foes as if they were all genuine Mechs. This had great consequences for the alien fleet. The absence of the starfighters had drawn away a key element that could have slowed down the larger Mech force. Yet as the alien warships tried their best to whittle down the Mechs that continued to advance without encountering any hard opposition, much of their firepower ended up destroying tiny machines instead of larger Mechs. It turned out that the humans acted even more duplicitous than expected. The true size of the larger Mech force was significantly smaller than it looked. Fey Fyanas flew among lots of ordinary Mechs. With Fey acting as decoys, the alien sensor systems simply couldn't tell them apart from real Mechs. The combination of strong jamming and matching the emissions of real Mechs enabled the Fey to maintain their disguise as effectively as possible. The brave human Mech force that normally shouldn't have the numbers to confront an alien warfleet of this size managed to succeed in its risky gamble and put the enemy fleet at a heavy disadvantage. At the cost of several hundred replaceable Fey, the larger Mech force managed to get close enough to begin its true assault. The surviving Fey Fyana from this group adopted a different role this time. Many of their Fey did not mount any ranged weapons. Instead, they were equipped with space suppressors. Once these Fey flew close to the transphasic energy shields of a warship, the space suppressors became active. The Fey expended a lot of power in an effort to neutralize the effect of face water and weaken the nearby transphasic energy shield as much as possible. One space suppressor Fey might not be able to produce a noticeable result even if it was operating at close range. But what if it worked alongside hundreds of identical machines? When all of the space suppressor Fey banded together with melee Mechs equipped with the same module, they successfully the defenses of an enemy warship, just enough to break them after just a few rounds of attack. This is so easy. There's hardly anything transphasic about these energy shields anymore now that we have employed so many space suppressors. These Fey are a true godsend. Though the space suppressor Fey could not contribute by opening fire on the exposed enemy warship, they had already done their jobs as far as everyone was concerned. Warship after warship fell like dominoes as the human forces repeated their tactic. In the end, the bold human Mech force managed to win a decisive victory. They had been enormously outgunned in this fight, but the Fey Fionas granted so many advantages that they had ended the battle a lot sooner than anticipated, thereby preventing many good Mech pilots from losing their lives. The gains from winning this battle were massive. The courageous outfit was able to claim all of the spoils alone without needing to split the profits with other parties. Every human participant earned the status of line fighter and also earned a heap of war merits for their valiant service. Their status had instantly improved, as they readily spent their war merits on improving their augmentations and upgrading their fleet. Inspired by this example, other Mech commanders started to get increasingly bolder and more inventive in their use of Fey Fionas. "We can't defeat the alien raiding fleet. It is too large. The colony is doomed." "Maybe not. Attack their rearguard with our Fey Fionas. Draw the attention of the aliens away from the planet as much as possible." They actually fell for it. They thought that they were confronting thousands more Mech than we actually have. They have successfully suspended their ongoing planetary assault and are already in the process of retreating. We have saved the lives of the survivors hiding in the bunkers. That should earn us a lot of war merits. Incidents like these vexated the aliens so much that they no longer dared to believe in their own sensor readings anymore. Even when they fought against Mech forces that did not have any Fey Fiona in their ranks, the aliens still wasted a lot of time and effort into verifying whether the visible Mech were the real deal. The confusion generated by the increasing number of Fey Fionas in the field seemed to have an impact on all alien fleets assigned to raid the middle zones. Due to the huge quantity of alien fleets, each of which belonged to many different alien races, communication between them was not exactly smooth. They were able to share harrowing tales about getting tormented by the deceptive Fey, but they were not able to work together to develop effective countermeasures against their use. Even if the aliens gradually started to get more accustomed to fighting them in battle, the humans were also improving their use of the Fey Fiona. So many first-time drone Mech pilots had grown rapidly alongside their living Mechs that their combat effectiveness had improved by leaps and bounds. The more talented among them only needed to pilot their Fey Fionas for a few months before they could finally ditch the techniques they used as crutches. Once the Mech pilots became used to splitting their focus and control, each Fey as an independent unit, their combat power increased even further as they were truly able to fight as if they controlled several Mechs at a time. The Fey no longer stuck close to their base Mechs anymore. They spread further than before and could attack an enemy target from multiple angles, thereby making it easier to land a hit and target weak points. The living Mechs themselves also improved their ability to harness E-energy. They attracted more E-energy from the environment and empowered their attacks or other functions even more. Soon enough, more and more people realized that there was a growing performance gap between older and newer Fey Fionas. Who is talking? You can talk. Alarms rang throughout the Mech hangar as the 4 Fey attached to the Mech's back began to activate and fly by themselves. It was not until people figured out the truth that people reluctantly became convinced that their Fey Fiona hadn't been hacked or anything. 5662 Competitive Pressure. The Fey Fiona was the first product that could truly be regarded as a mainstream Mech model. In a time where the hyper generation had just begun, the Living Mech Corporation cleverly took advantage of a momentary gap in the market and displaced the established brands by releasing a killer drone Mech line. As copies of the standard edition rapidly began to fall into the hands of many second-class Mech forces, they quickly started to make good use of its many excellent properties. As a modern hyper Mech that happened to be among the easiest drone Mechs for Mech pilots to get started with, a lot of outfits fell in love with its myriad of capabilities. One of the greatest disadvantages of a typical Mech force was their lack of unit diversity. This used to be an advantage during the age of Mechs. In times of peace, where the Big Two heavily limited the scope of human-to-human warfare, Mechs were more than sufficient to fight the battles that mattered. Other unit types, such as infantry and tanks, had their respective uses, but devoting most of the industrial and war-making potential towards mechs yielded so many advantages that they had more than proven their worth. However, now that Red humanity had begun to fight against a foe that did not play by the rules based on mechs at all, the flaws of developing an over-reliance on mechs alone became increasingly more exposed. The age of mechs had come to an end. More and more people gradually realized that the time had finally come for them to graduate from the simpler times of the past. The 4 centuries of uninterrupted peace and prosperity in the Milky Way had been a golden age for mechs, but also caused a lot of humans to forget about the usefulness of other unit types. The Red Fleet experienced a resurgence as it neatly took advantage of the shortcomings exposed by the Red War. There were good reasons why warships had long served as the dominant war weapons in the conflicts throughout the history of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. Their incredible sizes alone easily allowed them to overpower anything else by relying on brute force alone. This was one of the reasons why the people of the middle zones and lower zones embraced the auxiliary warship program with so much enthusiasm. They finally gained a chance to rely on the same kind of assets that their alien foes took for granted. The comfort and reassurance provided by warships far exceeded that of mechs. The former had become a lot more mysterious to people nowadays. Every child of the age of mechs had grown up in a time where warships had long been removed from their daily lives. The destruction wrought by alien raiding fleets and the difficulty of defeating enemy warships had caused these vessels to become the latest boogeymen for many Red humans. Gaining a chance to serve on locally built human warships finally gave Red humans an opportunity to conquer their fears and use them against their own enemies. As the rollout of auxiliary warships slowly started to ramp up, the mech industry did not remain idle. Mechs enjoyed focused development for such a long period of time that their sophistication and combat effectiveness far exceeded that of any other small craft. The depth and variety of mechs boggled the imagination. The strongest civilization of the Milky Way had poured so much time and energy into elevating all of their aspects that not even the vaunted face fighters could fight mechs on an equal level. The fact that many courageous mech forces not only dared to attack alien warships, but actually secured a lot of victories in the process, was proof that mechs had already broken through the limitations of small craft. During the second year of the Age of Dawn, 2 trains of thought had gradually emerged among the populace. One of them favored a combined arms approach. These were the people who became fed up with the limitations of mechs and favored a diversification approach. Mechs, warships, and possibly other unit types had to work together in order to attain the best results. The prevailing theory was that only by combining their strengths and covering for their respective weaknesses would they be able to win enough victories to avoid falling behind in the Red War. There was no other way for Red humanity to stand a chance against the immense quantity of alien warships bearing down on human-occupied space. However, pretty much every human alive today had grown up in a time where the regime of mechs dominated many aspects of society. People developed blind belief in the superiority of mechs. They especially worshipped mech pilots who transcended their mortal limitations and stepped onto the path of godhood. With 8 immensely powerful god pilots as its standard bearers, the monstrously large and powerful mech community still wielded an immense amount of influence over human society. While the Red Fleet had to build up public support from scratch, the Red Association had already become deeply rooted in the daily lives of a lot of people. Mechs had their flaws, but their strengths could not be denied. Unlike the crews serving aboard warships, mech pilots had a chance to break through and become expert pilots, ace pilots, and maybe even ascend to godhood and become one of the top powerhouses of the dwarf galaxy. The military infrastructure of much of Red humanity was already geared towards mechs. The immense economies of scale, The gathering of a lot of Mech supply chains into highly efficient and mature industrial hubs, and the huge amount of personnel who specialized in every aspect of a Mech's product life cycle, granted them so many advantages that it would take forever to explain. The point was that, since human civilization was already geared towards making the best possible use of Mechs, people may be better off sticking to their existing strengths rather than trying to switch gears. There were enormous risks associated with switching a lot of infrastructure towards the construction of warships as opposed to Mechs. The Mech industry was also fiercely protective of all of the rights and influence that it had accrued over the centuries. With the strong support of the Red Association, the Mech industry did everything in its power to maintain its dominance. It was not used to being put on the defensive. The artificial monopoly that Mechs enjoyed in the Milky Way no longer held true anymore. For the first time in centuries, Mechs had to prove their worth and compete against other combat platforms. Many Mech designers eagerly accepted their challenge. It was not just their personal prosperity and raison d'etre that were at stake. No, this struggle transcended the individual and threatened the survival of the entire of their collective industry. Every Mech designer had a duty to defend their industry and prevent Mechs from being regarded as inferior products that needed to make way for better alternatives such as warships. The release of the Fei Fianna helped a lot because its value proposition was so much higher than earlier products that it renewed a lot of people's confidence in Mechs. More importantly than that, the Fei Fianna taught the rest of the Mech industry how Mechs could exceed their prior limitations and employ more creative measures to meet the changing needs of the market. Fighting against a fleet of genuine warships required a different set of skills and tools than fighting against another Mech force. Mech designers, who were far too slow to adjust to the changing circumstances, quickly saw their market positions disintegrate. However, there were more than enough bold and creative Mech designers who managed to move quickly enough to successfully address the needs of customers who still had faith in Mechs. Even if Mechs themselves had their flaws, the use of spurs, such as in the case of the Fei Fianna, vastly increased their versatility and usefulness when fighting against warships. Many Mech forces managed to win difficult fights and reduce their casualty levels by a large extent by utilizing lots of Fei in combat. The disposable living spurs took on a lot of dangerous roles and regularly got destroyed in combat. Yet because they were smaller, weaker, and more compact than Mechs, it was easy for any decent Mech force to stuff thousands of spare Fei in their cargo holds. In addition, one of the hidden advantages of using living Fei was that their living personalities did not actually die. They just went back to their base Mech and waited for the machine to acquire a replacement Fei before the subordinate spirit took its place again. A lot of first-time buyers of living Mechs gradually began to familiarize themselves with the true meaning of LMC products. In any case, under the backdrop of changing times, the Mech industry did not show any weakness towards the resurging warship industry. As the vibrant Mech market continued to generate a lot of buzz due to the releases of other powerful hyper-Mech models, many Mech insiders assumed that Professor Vess Larkinson and the Living Mech Corporation had already released all of their powder. It was difficult to imagine that a senior Mech designer and a fairly modest player in the Mech market could support the development of another explosive bestseller. Even the strange news that the Larkinson clan had somehow become a big shareholder of a large Rubarthan Mech manufacturer did not dispel this assumption. They were all wrong. On a certain day, the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing decided to hold a product reveal event. This was highly unusual because Isthmus Manufacturing never stood out as a producer of original designs. It had always placed itself as a convenient large-scale manufacturer of mainstream Mech models from many different sources. There was no need for Isthmus to take risky gambles and compete directly against other Mech companies for market share. It was much more comfortable for Isthmus to leech of the success with successful Mech companies instead. This was why the mysterious announcement generated a lot of unusual buzz in the Rhubarthan Mech community. There was no way the CEO would hold a high-profile event just to introduce an average second-class Mech design. A lot of journalists smelled an interesting story. This was especially the case when Isthmus Manufacturing cleverly utilized its familiarity with the Rhubarthan media landscape to drop subtle hints and raise people's expectations for this product reveal. All of these signs showed that Isthmus Manufacturing was so confident in its upcoming release that it did not hesitate to make a spectacle out of this event. People wondered what Isthmus Manufacturing had managed to obtain that merited so much attention. If the Mech company had overestimated the appeal of its upcoming product, then its competitors would not hesitate to take advantage of the resulting flop to embarrass the Mech manufacturer. Competition within the Rhubarthan Pact was intense. The profits were high, but they were only a limited number of players. Was the confidence of Isthmus justified, or had its leaders overestimated the value of its upcoming product? Many people remained optimistic. A company as well-run as Isthmus was not led by fools. If Mickey Tarukin was willing to put his name and face behind this upcoming product, then it had to be legitimate. This was why a lot of Rhubarthan journalists, Mech designers, Mech commanders, and other related individuals attended the event at the company's massive exhibition center next to its headquarters. The impresario principality had drawn the attention of a lot of second-raters in the Rhubarthan Pact. Genuine Rhubarthan citizens had little interest in second-class Mechs, so they did not bother to tune in, but they would probably come to regret their decision by the end of the day. As a lot of media began to cover the event, Mickey Tarukin appeared in front of his massive audience in a hall that was tailor-made to showcase the Mechs produced by his company. Welcome, everybody. Today is a day that Mech pilots shall rejoice. This is because this will be the first time that our valiant heroes and defenders can gain the opportunity to wield the power of a god, if only for an instant. That certainly built up a lot of interest. 5663, the waste of warships. Thousands of people had come to attend a product reveal organized by Isthmus Manufacturing. Unlike the public events that VES typically like to hold, Isthmus had its own way of doing things. As a successful and prestigious Mech manufacturer, its reputation and brand awareness were already solid. The company had no need to rely on flashy gimmicks or exaggerated theatrics to boost its profile any further. At the current stage of the company, it became a lot more important to maintain its high reputation and avoid any unnecessary risks that could threaten its leading position. Though Mickey Tarukin had made the bold decision to introduce the latest Mech model in person, he did not want to imitate its designer too much. Keeping the audience relatively small and limited to upstanding members of the Mech community gave this occasion a much more professional atmosphere. The chief executive officer smiled as he faced the crowd of Rhubarthans. More than a few of them had received more than just a few hints on what was to come. In the previous few months, many people within Isthmus Manufacturing secretly worked on preparing to bring their latest completed Mech design to market. Even if each of them were sworn to secrecy, it was impossible for so many people to all remain quiet, especially if more than a few of them secretly worked as spies and informers for other organizations. In truth, Isthmus Manufacturing operated a secret industrial espionage department that engaged in the exact same activities. It was pretty much standard practice in companies of this scale. Everyone high enough knew about this open secret, but they still worked hard to maintain a relatively clean and harmonious impression in order to maintain consumer confidence. Nobody benefited when all sorts of dirty business started to spill in the public domain. In any case, what mattered was that the public and all of the potential buyers throughout human space still remained in the dark about the upcoming product reveal. They had little to no idea what Isthmus Manufacturing wanted to release next. And that was good, because Mickey wanted to bank on the surprise factor to build up a lot of momentum at once. As the experienced businessman easily captured the attention of all of the invited guests seated before him, Mickey continued his speech. Everyone here before me is a part of our great Mech community. I believe that each of you is aware that we do not have all the say anymore. The Auxiliary Fleet program introduced by the Red Fleet has given Mech stiff competition in second-class and third-class warfare. As the first auxiliary warships have begun to resist the lesser aliens invading into our space, more and more people have begun to question the primacy of Mechs. That certainly caused a lot of expressions to frown or grow uneasy. Many members of the Mech community struggled with these doubts. Are Mech still capable enough to resist the challenges of the future? Why must we continue to rely on glorified small craft to defeat lots of titanic alien warships? Some of these mighty vessels possess cannons whose barrel diameters are so immense that entire Mechs can fly through their length. How can our comparatively tiny Mechs possibly stand a fair chance in a fight against warships? This product reveal started out strange. Why was the CEO of one of the largest Mech manufacturers in the Rubarthan Pact casting doubt on his main product category? If the man did not turn his argument around quickly enough, he would become known as one of the sinners of the Mech industry pretty quickly. Mickey Tarukin knew exactly what he was doing, but he chose to persist in this risky strategy. Only by setting up a proper context would he be able to produce the greatest impact. Warships are the scourge of humanity, he said with genuine belief in his voice. Warships offer easy power, they also come at a ruinous cost. Everyone is aware of the history of the Age of Conquest, so I shall not waste your time by repeating it. A greater reason to reject warships is that our civilization as we know it cannot support their widespread usage. Projections came to life that displayed various circumstances that supported his argument. One of them showed select pieces of footage of the battle between an auxiliary fleet and an alien raiding fleet. Relying on superior intelligence, the auxiliary fleet had laid an ambush and successfully interdicted the alien raiding fleet. The resulting battle was fought on red humanity's terms. Despite not enjoying a numbers advantage, the auxiliary fleet commanded by its fleeter commanders utilized superior tactics, technology, warship doctrines, control, and initiative to completely overwhelm their alien foes. The enemy warships had been slow to get up to speed because they had genuinely been caught off guard. A lot of alien crew members hadn't even reached their stations before the bombardment launched by human warships demolished their own vessels. However, once the remaining alien warships started to fight properly, the human warships began to experience real pressure. The main point of the ambush had been to stop the alien raiding fleet from reaching a vulnerable colony settlement. Aside from planting minefields that quickly got swept away due to the near-indiscriminate attack salvos, the human fleet had been unable to stack the deck in its favor any further. Many differences had become irrelevant at this time. Tactics, maneuvering, and so on became meaningless in a straightforward clash between dozens of alien warships trying to pound each other flat. In this grueling confrontation between two different fleets of warships, the only factors that mattered were the numbers of warships, how many guns they possessed, and how well they could take a beating. The aliens are concentrating their fire on our flagship. Her energy shields have already broken and are starting to suffer more and more hull breaches. Cover the Alpha Rex's retreat with haste. She is only our battle cruiser. The cost of losing her is too big for us to contemplate. We can't. The enemy warships have dispersed their formation. They are concentrating their fire at the Alpha Rex from multiple angles. Focus fire on the alien warships with the heaviest armaments. We need to relieve the pressure on our flagship as quickly as possible. We are still winning this battle. We have already won half of it by pulling off this ambush. Now we need to secure this victory as cleanly as possible. Sadly for the people involved in this battle, they had not managed to attain a clean victory. The aliens knew that there was no escape and put up a ferocious resistance to the very end. Their warships may have fallen one by one at a remarkable pace due to being focused down by the guns of dozens of warships, but the aliens employed this tactic as well. The expensive flagship that had been built and put into service at great speed had not even managed to complete her first proper battle before she already sundered apart. 9 more warships got blown to pieces, as well by the dying struggles of the ambushed alien warships. In many cases, the collapse proceeded so quickly that less than half of the crew members successfully boarded the escape pods and abandoned ship in time. The rest got buried in their gigantic metal coffins. This is what we can expect from space battles between human warships. Mickey Tarukin spoke as the footage ran its course. Do you know how many tons of precious exotics and hypers it takes to construct a battlecruiser that is several kilometers long? Do you know how much capital and manpower it takes to construct such a massive vessel? Dozens of shipyards that previously utilized their precious capacity to produce carriers, transport ships, and other essential vessels have now transitioned to producing armed warships on a permanent basis. That may seem fine to you, but how can we possibly treat these enormous endeavors as cost-effective when they can already succumb to enemy fire in their first, second, or third engagements? That was a good question. The middle zones and the lower zones were inherently not endowed with a lot of valuable resources. Mundane materials such as iron, nickel, platinum, and so on were still easily enough to obtain in large numbers, but warships that were largely made with ordinary materials could only fight in ordinary third-class battles at best. The structure and hull plating of warships had to consist of much more valuable materials in order to keep up with their alien counterparts, and they were not exactly abundant. Now, I know what you may be thinking about. As long as we win a battle, we can claim all of the debris floating across the battlefield as our spoils. The remains of alien warships can be repurposed to bolster the defenses of our own warships instead. However, is this truly a sustainable approach? Recycling is not perfect and will always produce losses. Our shipyards that has just devoted a month or more to producing individual warships have effectively wasted much of their labor due to the rapid takedown of recently produced vessels. Please ask yourself this. Can we afford to maintain this high rate of consumption? Many people frowned. As Mech insiders, they were naturally inclined to believe that warships were all wasteful. The argument presented by Tarukin highlighted how much resources it took to construct warships that would eventually get pounded in short order. Warships are not efficient, the man concluded. They offer a great degree of power, but their strength is not proportionate to the amount of benefits they grant in return. We can easily produce thousands, if not tens of thousands of mechs with the funding allocated to the production of a single warship. A lot of people nodded their heads in agreement, but they were anything but impartial. What Mickey Tarukin aimed for was to win the support of the majority of the viewers tuning into the live broadcast. In order to do so, he needed to advocate on the behalf of mechs. Now, the question is whether a warship can keep up with the performance of an equivalent amount of mechs in terms of materials. Can the latter defeat the former? No. I agree. Mechs are far smaller and cheaper to construct than any warship. They may be relatively fragile in a modern space battle, but they are often far more agile and maneuverable than the clumsy warships they are fighting against. The only limitation that can be difficult to work around is their dependence on mech pilots, but I consider this to be a strength, as only the best human soldiers are able to deploy them into battle. The projection changed to show multiple space battles involving ordinary mech forces. In one, the mech force won an overwhelming victory. In the other, the mech force suffered grievous losses. However, the damage was ultimately limited in the end, because the real losses were merely confined to mechs and mech pilots. Red humanity cannot engage in attrition warfare on the enemy's terms, Mickey Tarukin insisted. Instead of seeking to return to the past and embrace the warships that had almost caused us to go extinct, we here at Isthmus Manufacturing believe it is better to commit to Mechs. Their efficiency, affordability, and flexibility are ultimately more appropriate for a civilization that is not large enough to support a large enough production base for warships. The more enthused guests began to clap. This was a speech that many people sorely needed to hear. The rise of warship fanatics had annoyed a lot of Mech insiders and resulted in frequent disturbances in public discourse. If those stupid warship lovers understood how much of a burden that their beloved vessels imposed on the economy of a state, they might not cheer as hard as they did today. Warships are so wasteful that we will bankrupt ourselves before we can ever win the Red War. We cannot proceed any further in this direction. We must reject the brutish allure of warships and embrace the efficiency of Mechs. To that end, our latest product will serve as a powerful weapon, convince the doubters that Mechs have not lost their crown. 5664, Heavy Artillery Redefined. Attrition is our worst enemy. Without the support of the Milky Way, we are cut off and isolated in the periphery of the Red Ocean. The territories under our control cannot possibly support the construction of too many warships. We can partially compensate for that by salvaging the debris of alien warships that invade our space on a regular basis. But even if we multiply our shipyards by 10 times, the warship industry's output will still be unable to keep up with the monumental rate of losses. We need smarter solutions. We must be more frugal with our resources and learn how to do more with less. Anything else will only cause us to play on our enemies' terms. The audience all sat at the tip of their seats. They had become both energized and incredibly curious at what the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing had to say next. Mickey Tarukin finally began to swing his speech in the other direction. He leaned forward and gestured vigorously with his arms to add more force to his words. As a modern human, I believe with all my heart that Mechs are the present and the future of the human race, in either galaxy. Here in the Red Ocean, we are blessed with many new resources that can enable us to produce hyper-Mechs with unsurpassed capabilities. In these difficult times, each of us in the Mech industry must do our best to fulfill our collective mission. We must develop and promote a new generation of hyper-Mechs that can either match or come close enough to the performance of warships to make the latter redundant. That was indeed a noble mission, but it was anything but easy for Mechs to overcome their enormous scale disadvantage. Mickey Tarukin smiled as he spoke his next words. Do you think that this is an impossible mission to fulfill? Think again. Hyper-Mechs have more potential than you realize. Our most recently produced Fey-Fionas are already doing a fantastic job at using their disposable Fey-diverting enemy firepower and preventing much more important Mechs and starships from suffering ruinous damage. However, as fantastic as our new drone Mech model may be, their most pronounced strengths are mostly defensive or utility in nature. Today, we seek to introduce a hyper-Mech that can fulfill a different need. The product that I am about to reveal possesses such potent offensive might that they can give some of the gun batteries of warships a run for their money. The tall curtains that hung behind the speaking podium slowly parted to reveal an exhibition chamber that was shrouded in darkness behind an invisible electronic screen that blocked most scanning measures. The ceiling lights gradually illuminated the enormous machine that looked larger and thicker than the typical Mech. Due to the dark coloration of the Mech that was about to be revealed, most viewers were only able to observe its contours for the time being. As the lights gradually unveiled the true form of what must clearly be a heavy Mech, the CEO continued to address his audience with his impassioned words. The single most deficiency of Mechs compared to warships is not speed, defense, longevity, or personnel. Their limited capacities are inconsequential as long as they can undertake their duties much more efficiently than warships. As our industry is in the process of developing many Mechs that seek to close the gap with armed starships, there is one aspect that has always eluded our efforts. That is offensive power. The Rubarthan businessman briefly lowered his head. We always like to assume that size does not matter, but that is not the case. Outside of high-ranking mechs, the machines in use today can only carry weapons up to a certain size. Just as humans such as ourselves are unable to lift mech rifles with our tiny arms, a ranged mech is physically incapable of carrying a warship-grade cannon by itself. They can only wield weapons that match their overall size and capacity. That puts a hard limit on the caliber of ranged weapons that they can wield. The large silhouette behind the CEO became increasingly more defined. It soon became clear that it was most definitely a heavy mech, and one that prominently featured ranged weapons. When combined with Mickey Tarukin's speech, it was pretty easy for most people to guess that he was about to introduce a heavy mech. Despite these limits, we cannot afford to admit defeat so early. Limiting the caliber of a mech cannon does not mean that it is hopeless for our products to match the firepower of warships. It is only a signal that we must be more inventive and seek alternative solutions that can make up for the obvious gaps in performance. The lights began to shine brighter and brighter. This gradually revealed a black-coated heavy mech that looked unusual for numerous reasons. Supported by 6 thick and heavy legs, the heavy artillery mech was more horizontal than vertical. Featuring clear curved lines and a particularly prominent frontal main cannon, the mech began to resemble a beetle, the kind that possessed an exaggeratingly large horn. The first is to push the limit of the size of the cannon that a heavy mech is able to bear. One of our latest partner designers has successfully accomplished this in the product that I am about to reveal. That certainly generated a bit of commotion among the more attentive guests and viewers. The Larkinson clan recently acquired a 20% stake in the massive mech manufacturer. Isthmus Manufacturing had been enthusiastically producing lots of Fey Fianas to meet the constantly growing market demand, and raking in a huge amount of revenue in the process. The unnamed mech designer that Mickey Tarukin was clearly referring to could only be Professor Wes Larkinson. His works had become increasingly better known. The miracles that he was able to produce had amassed a growing number of die-hard fans. Given how much Isthmus Manufacturing invested in this product reveal, there was no doubt that the heavy artillery mech being revealed at this time must have its own special strengths. Tarukin smiled as the audience remained receptive to his words. Arming the largest possible cannon on a second-class heavy artillery mech is not enough for our purposes. When our bunker mechs are expected to breach the defenses of enemy warships from a distance, they often face an uphill battle as their calibers are incomparable to the primary gun batteries of a typical enemy vessel. If we seek to improve the firepower of our heavy artillery mechs even further, we must think laterally and increase their lethality in other ways. As the light in the exhibition chamber finally reached their optimal levels, everyone was finally able to view the newly announced mech for the first time. The heavy artillery mech definitely looked imposing. Its beetle aesthetic made it resemble a ferocious exobast, but the 4 heavy cannons mounted on its back and the even more exaggerated super-heavy cannon mounted on the front caused the machine to look as if it truly meant business. Among second-class mechs, the heavy artillery mech is our most dependable source of fire support. In the Red War, they are most often utilized as bunker mechs for their ability to output the greatest amount of firepower while not requiring to move by themselves. For several centuries, our predecessors have refined and optimized the framework of heavy artillery mechs until it has reached its present form. Despite the unusual features of the mech that Isthmus Manufacturing had unveiled, its visible characteristics did not deviate all that much from what people expected from this classic mech type. This was not what Isthmus wanted people to think. It was up to Mickey Tarukin to correct people's viewpoints. Many people have come under the belief that heavy artillery mechs have been perfected to such an extent that there is nothing more for mech designers to update this framework in any significant fashion. The development of better materials, technological refinements, and so on may make the next generations of heavy artillery Mech stronger. But have they truly changed all that much compared to the past? Industry insiders knew exactly what Tarukhan was talking about. The heavy artillery Mech archetype had been iterated so much by so many different Mech designers in the past that the sweet spots had all been figured out. Many professional Mech designers tended to abide by the same formulas that defined their basic characteristics. This was not necessarily bad, but it had also caused the performance of many heavy artillery Mech models to fluctuate within the same range. It became harder for people to distinguish the superiority of one model to another. The market for heavy artillery Mechs needs to be shaken up, Tarukhan said to his audience. The hyper versions of heavy artillery Mechs that have come out in recent months are all powerful, but their offensive threat to warships has not changed all that much. Supporting hyper technologies can only do so much to amplify the damage inflicted by their attacks. The new product behind me can do all of that as well, but the difference is that it is built with a better relationship with E-energy in mind. The newly unveiled heavy artillery Mech began to activate. It was like a giant exobest coming to life. Even before all of the machine's systems came online, the imposing heavy artillery Mech spread a remarkable glow that caused many people to feel as if they had touched the presence of two powerful beings. These beings were clearly different from each other. One of them even felt familiar to many guests. Boom, boom, boom. The floor of the exhibition chamber shook as the heavy artillery Mech turned around and began to point its massive main cannon at an upwards angle. At the same time, a section of the ceiling slowly slid apart, revealing an open sky where a target was already hovering in the distance. It turned out that the demonstration target was a properly functioning second-class combat carrier. Although the ship was typically human, she approximated the defensive characteristics of alien subcapital ships, decently enough to serve as a stand-in for alien adversaries. Was Isthmus Manufacturing actually willing to risk a combat carrier to make its point? Once the heavy artillery adopted the right orientation, it began to load a transphasic round inside the massive main gun. At the same time, the super-heavy Gauss cannon began to accumulate a lot of energy. It needed to generate immense amounts of electromagnetic force in order to propel its round forward to the best of its ability. The thrum of charging components caused the heavy artillery Mech to look more and more menacing and dangerous, yet Mickey Tarukhan remained unruffled. As the Fey Fianna has proven on the battlefield, Mechs can become stronger when they are alive. They can absorb more E-energy than ordinary machines, and they can utilize it more proficiently as well. Yet living Mechs possess another trait that has proven to be a game-changer on many different occasions. Through the methods of their inventive designer, his living Mechs have gained the ability to connect to gods. For a long time, their glows have been regarded as a complementary function, nothing more, nothing less. This is a grave oversight, as glows can be much more helpful to us than you realize. A grin gradually emerged on the CEO's face. Instead of allowing living Mechs to borrow the power of unknown and inhuman gods, why not turn to our own deities? Our civilization is guarded by 8 protector gods, each of whom excel in their own areas. Our Rubarthan Pact is blessed with the protection of 2 god pilots in particular, but it is difficult to notice their unceasing contributions in practice because they are so distant and engaged in their own important missions. What if I can tell you that is no longer the case? What if I reveal to you that you can readily borrow the help of one of our esteemed god pilots just by utilizing a single Mech model that is made in the image of her iconic god Mech? Though Mickey played fast and loose with the truth, it didn't matter as the hype had suddenly spiked and reached another level. With the release of the latest Mech model that we have prepared together with its principal designer, we seek to upend the paradigm for heavy artillery Mechs and strike our most important blow yet against the resurgence of warships. No longer shall these massive and titanically wasteful vessels be able to claim that they hold a monopoly on heavy firepower. Their dumb gun batteries may have the advantage in size, but their power is entirely derived from scale and material construction. In the case of our latest release, its power is not just derived from excellent material design, but also its capacity to borrow the power of the most destructive god pilot of all time. As the main cannon had reached its full charge, it could only maintain its state for a brief moment of time before something started to break. Are you skeptical of my claims? Then let the results speak for themselves. Boom! The transphasic super-heavy Gauss round cut through the sound barrier in an instant and generated such a loud noise that the people in the audience could feel the power of the weapon's discharge through the vibrations of their bodies. Before the guests regained their composure, a titanically powerful impact struck the combat carrier in the distance. Crunch! Though the vessel flew too far away to produce another shocking noise, the strike was so powerful that the entire hull of the starship deformed all at once. Not only that, but the vessel suffered such catastrophic kinetic damage that she was no longer able to maintain altitude. The heavily deformed and half-broken vessel plunged to the ground, as if the sole hit had completely broken her spine. Though the demonstration did not reveal too much, what everyone saw just now made many of them suspect that the newly introduced Mech model had just redefined the concept of heavy artillery. 5665, a Mech that sells itself. Domineering. The new heavy artillery Mech made an absolutely domineering first impression. Mickey Tarukin had yet to mention the name of the new machine. He did not mention any of its specs, nor its overall concept. He just rambled on about the impact of the return of warships and warned that the Mech industry risked losing its dominance if it did not deliver the solutions that people needed. What the newly unveiled heavy artillery Mech had just done was to prove its ability to serve as one of those solutions. It did so in the most straightforward fashion possible. No words. No tricks. Just a single attack was all it took to heavily damage and down a combat carrier with just a single shot. A lot of Mech commanders and other related people watched the broadcast. Many of them were currently stationed on a combat carrier that was not much different from the one that got downed. When they thought about how their own vessels would fare in the same situation, their hearts immediately chilled. Combat carriers were designed to confront enemy Mech forces head-on and land on hostile planets. Their defenses had to be good enough to resist at least a decent amount of firepower. It would do no good for them to get shot down before they could deploy all of their Mechs. The newer the starship, the stronger their defenses. Each time the firepower of Mechs improved by another measure, the combat carriers released during that period made sure to boast enough defenses to maintain their usefulness. What they witnessed just now was a huge shock. While the ship class selected by Isthmus Manufacturing was just a surplus vessel that had been built before the onset of the hyper generation, she had still been decently maintained over the years. A fine vessel like this could easily last for a century, as long as her owners regularly invested in upgrades. Even a budget approach should easily allow the combat carrier to remain serviceable for at least 2 more Mech generations. Yet a single hyper Mech managed to strike such a strong blow that her defenses succumbed all at once. Even if the newly introduced heavy artillery Mech made use of an expensive transphasic kinetic weapon, it was still worthwhile to expend a few grams of face water to instantly down a fairly decent combat carrier. Fortunately, it was unlikely for humans to get on the bad side of a battery of these new heavy artillery Mechs. In the backdrop of the Red War, this scarily powerful Mech model would surely become one of the strongest weapons available to second-raters. No matter whether the heavy artillery Mech model attained its astounding result by relying on a transphasic weapon, the machine had already proven its chops as a genuine shipkiller as far as most people were concerned. This was the power of a striking demonstration. Through a single brief demonstration, Isthmus Manufacturing had already sold the new product to a lot of forces. The fear they held towards their starship getting demolished by a single strike from this monster of a Mech drove them to attain this supreme firepower for themselves. As the crewless combat carrier finally struck the ground with such force that the crash generated a local earthquake, the final explosion produced by the failing power generators encapsulated the horrible consequences that the opponent of the heavy artillery Mech might suffer. Mickey Tarukan smiled with genuine pride as he gazed up at the majestic cannon that had produced such an amazing result. Impressive, is it not? Not every Mech can reproduce this result. In the interest of transparency, I must mention that the combat carrier is 20 years old and has only received light technical upgrades over the years. She is not equipped with transphasic shield generators that you can typically expect from alien warships. Much of the interior of her hull is relatively hollow, which is different from the denser and more structured hulls of dedicated warships. That aside, minor alien races typically do not invest too much face water in their subcapital ships. Their hulls are also more fragile as the aliens typically rely less on material defenses. Alien warships tended to vary dramatically in size, mass, design, features, performance, and usage. The existence of a multiracial galactic community helped to standardize and homogenize a lot of common rules and customs, but it couldn't erase all of the unique quirks of every intelligent race. The Archie, for example, still utilized drastically different tech and warships than the rest of the Red Ocean. Nonetheless, their ability to resist attacks generally tended to fall within the same range due to a common set of circumstances. Each subcapital ship class had to be cheap enough to make it viable for mass production. They also had to be tough enough to resist a certain amount of fire from other warships. As such, the defensive properties of a typical alien subcapital ship should at least be as good as that of a human combat carrier, but often boasted even better defenses due to leveraging the advantages of their energy-based defenses. It is unlikely for a single hyper-mech, such as the one stationed behind my back, to disable a better-equipped alien warship with a single discharge of its main cannon, Mickey Tarukan admitted. Alien warships are always on the move on the battlefield. It is normal for shots to miss at further ranges. The defensive properties of alien transphasic shield generators fluctuate wildly, but even if a ship of this size is covered by the most advanced multi-layered transphasic segmented energy shields, it is rare for heavy artillery mechs to undertake their duties alone. A lot of movement took place on the massive exhibition floor. 8 more black-coated hyper-heavy artillery mechs emerged from below. The elevators that lifted up these hefty machines hardly strained as they were rated to support much larger machines if it was ever necessary. The sight of 9 identical heavy artillery, mechs with the same identical main cannons, pointed in the exact same direction made for an even more striking impression. One of these machines had already demonstrated the capacity to down a 20-year-old combat carrier. Would 9 of them be able to take down a fleet carrier with a single salvo of their main cannons? Nobody thought that the answer would be yes, but at the very least it was plausible for their combined firepower to breach the energy shields of a typical fleet carrier and inflict substantial material damage to the hull plating and surface compartments. If such a result could truly be achieved, then this fantastic new product would definitely be a game-changer in second-class combat. It turned out that Isthmus Manufacturing did not just unveil them for show. The newly arrived heavy artillery mechs had already been activated. They simultaneously charged their main cannon alongside the one that had appeared first. The impression generated by the simultaneous charging of 9 shipkiller truly scared the hell out of many people. How much firepower did all of these machines possess? Even if a ship was strong enough to resist the simultaneous attacks of 9 of these black metal beasts, the vessel would definitely not remain in good condition. As if to put this assumption to the test, Isthmus Manufacturing brought in an entirely new vessel to serve as the target for this demonstration. The difference this time was that the vessel was positioned so far up in the skies that a large projection was needed to show her current condition. Is that an alien battleship? It has to be. I don't recognize the species that has built this triangular-shaped battleship, but she appears to be in remarkably good condition. Whoever managed to capture her definitely paid a lot to preserve her hull as much as possible. Wait, an alien battleship is too heavy to fly under atmospheric conditions. Are the heavy artillery Mechs actually about to strike the ship from the surface of this planet? It would be amazing if a Mech could pose a legitimate threat against a battleship in orbit. The definition of battleship differed between humans and aliens. To humans, battleships were hulking beasts that were entirely covered with high-grade exotics from top to bottom. Their resilience was legendary, and so were their price tags. Alien battleships tended to be more mixed in this regard. They benefited from the protection of much more powerful and numerous transphasic shield generators, but their hull construction tended to be much more inferior than that of genuine human battleships. They resembled human battlecruisers, a lot more as they tended to be relatively faster as well. Regardless, most human forces still had to struggle a lot to overcome the defenses of a typical alien battleship. It was not uncommon to see hundreds of riflemen Mechs firing at a single alien battleship, only for the latter to act like it was singing in the rain. People had a feeling that this might be different. As the captured alien battleship activated her full transphasic multi-layered energy shields, the heavy artillery Mechs adjusted their aim and opened fire when their main cannons had fully charged. Boom, boom, booms, 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 boom. 9 powerful weapon discharges blended together in a cacophony of noise. It took time for the Gauss projectiles to cross hundreds of kilometers and escape the atmosphere, but no one minded the delay. Suddenly, the much more substantial transphasic energy shields of the enemy warship endured a huge amount of strain. One of the 3 layers suffered so much strain from trying to resist the simultaneous impacts of 9 transphasic hyper-super-heavy Gauss rounds that it showed visible signs of destabilization. Though the much larger alien vessel managed to remain intact, the fact that her defenses endured so much strain from just 9 second-class heavy Mechs was already astounding in itself. The heavy Mechs charged their main cannons yet again. One of the clear and obvious downsides of this Mech model immediately became evident. The firing rate of its main cannon was too slow. Boom, boom, boom. However, the wait was worth it. Once the awfully slow cannons got ready to fire again, the resulting full-powered attack thudded against the outermost defensive layer and strained it yet again. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy artillery Mech had to fire several more times before the first layer of defense finally shattered entirely. This was amazing, as the heavy artillery Mechs not only displayed perfect accuracy at much longer ranges, but the projectiles also managed to retain much of their power as they overcame the effects of both air resistance and gravity. 1 down, 2 more to go, a member of the audience excitedly commented. Aside from these outbursts, most people remained silent as they waited for the 9 heavy artillery Mechs to recharge their formidable main cannons once again. Despite boasting 4 more cannons on their backs, the newly built machines showed no sign of resorting to them at all. It was as if these heavy machines solely existed due to their main guns alone. No one complained about the wait. The longer it took, the more powerful the attack. That was a universal rule that everyone was familiar with regardless of their technical proficiency. Mickey Tarukin did not even feel the need to resume his speech during this interval. The heavy artillery Mech model that he intended to introduce to his audience was already doing a good job of selling itself. Boom, boom, boom. The third salvo put such a dent in the second layer of energy shields that the captured alien battleship seemed to groan from the strain of resisting the simultaneous attacks. The effect of perfectly synchronizing 9 attacks was definitely greater than letting them attack in sequence. The combined spike in force was so violent that it was as if the effective firepower of 9 heavy artillery mechs rivaled that of the ship's very own primary armaments. Even if this exaggerated result could only be accomplished by literally throwing Facewater away, lots of ambitious leaders were more than willing to waste entire liters of this rare substance in order to secure the title of warlord for themselves. How long will it take for the alien battleship to lose her transphasic energy shields? Shorter than the native aliens' desire, that is for certain. 5666 Affordable Shipkiller Mech. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone expected, it took over a dozen of slow salvos for the alien battleship to be finally stripped of her most important defenses. Even though it took way too much time to attain this result, what if a mech force had more of these heavy artillery mechs at its disposal? What if the firepower of other ranged mechs helped to wear down the defenses of the target? The alien battleship definitely would not have been able to last this long under more realistic combat conditions. In any case, what mattered the most at this moment was that her hull became naked and exposed to outside attacks. While a human battlecruiser or battleship would have been able to resist a lot more attacks at this point, the aliens were still far too slow in utilizing superior exotic alloys to massively bolster the damage resistance of their material sections. Boom, boom, boom. Crunch, crunch, crunch. This time, the heavy artillery mechs spread their aim to an extent and allowed each of their attacks to strike along the length of the hull. The exterior plating deformed immediately before the super-heavy Gauss rounds unloaded their huge amount of kinetic energy on lots of nearby compartments. Many of them either got shattered or became deformed to such a degree that nothing inside remained in working condition anymore. Though the alien battleship possessed so much redundancy that she was still able to maintain her orbit, her condition had obviously deteriorated. Each surface-to-orbit strike punched through the exterior plating and wreaked massive damage to the interior of the vessel. The more the super-heavy Gauss rounds struck the same section of the same, the more the damage became compounded, as the lack of structural integrity made it easier to spread the damage around. It became clear that the 9 heavy artillery mechs did not pursue maximum efficiency this time. Instead, they attempted to showcase their dominance as much as possible by utilizing the entire hull of the orbiting alien battleship as a canvas to their art of destruction. Perhaps the only regret to this impressive display was that the uncrewed warship never exhibited any proper signs of resistance. She did not attempt to move in any evasive patterns that could throw off kinetic shells that had to waste a lot of time and energy to overcome the forces of gravity and air resistance. Her crews had not attempted to bring any transphasic shield generators back online that could have prevented the shots from continuing to drill through the hull. No damage control teams ran around to put out fires and close breaches. The lack of immediate repairs and mitigation actions caused the vessel to accumulate damage at a much faster rate than it should. Yet none of these factors diminished the pure destructive potential of the newly introduced second-class heavy artillery mech. The people invited to attend this product reveal in person all possessed a good understanding of the current state of mechs. Many other heavy artillery mechs could not attain the same level results as the ones on display. Even the latest hyper-heavy artillery mechs did not exhibit drastically better performance than the machines released during the Facewater generation. The more astute experts in the exhibition center even determined that the new model mainly distinguished itself by offering noticeably better accuracy and damage potential. Not only were the 9 machines able to space out their shots, so that they accurately struck specific sections of the hull with only minor deviations. The kinetic damage inflicted by these impacts was also considerably higher than what the caliber of the main cannon should be able to produce. The huge damage inflicted by these second-class mechs actually looked quite familiar to many of the guests. This was because this sort of damage was what they normally expected to see from a genuine first-class multipurpose mech. It was incredibly impressive for a second-class mech to be able to punch as hard as a first-class multipurpose mech. The latter might be able to fire its highly potent main weapons at a considerably faster rate, but even the most bare-bones version of a first-class multipurpose mech typically sold for at least 20 million MTA credits. In contrast, the price range of a typical second-class heavy artillery mech typically amounted to just a handful of MTA credits. Of course, a first-class multipurpose mech had a lot more going to it than just its offensive potential. The truth was that such a mech actually sacrificed a lot of opportunities to strengthen its attack power in order to make sure that it was well-rounded enough to operate in practically any environment. Second-raters could forget about fielding these extravagant vessels. What they needed the most was a mech that could close the firepower gap as much as possible and give them the ability to wear down alien warships at range. So far, it appeared that this heavy artillery mech met most of their requirements. This belief became stronger when the ruined hull of the orbiting alien battleship finally collapsed and broke into several pieces. Nearby first-class salvaging vessels quickly jumped into action and moved to absorb or tow any pieces of debris that could pose a threat to the planet or other orbiting vessels. As the cleanup process up in orbit commenced, people's attention turned back to the 9 mechs, whose formidable main cannons had suddenly attracted an intense amount of interest. A lot more people had begun to tune into the broadcast. Many of them were recent fans of the LMC and came in order to admire the latest product released by Professor Larkinson. Others were avid Rubarthans or admirers of their culture, who gained a lot of interest when a rumor spread that this heavy artillery mech had relations with a certain god pilot. However, a lot of working professionals insisted on watching this broadcast because the demonstration had already shown that this singular mech model had already shown its ability to upend the mech landscape. As Isthmus Manufacturing successfully commanded the attention of a much broader swath of the public, Mickey Tarukin finally addressed his audience once again. The people were hungry for answers, and he was more than willing to satisfy their burning curiosity. "There can be no victory without destruction," he spoke. "To win the Red War, it is not enough for our mechs to become trickier and more elusive to shoot down. Ultimately, a battle can only be won when one side is able to force the other side into submission. The introduction of the hyper generation has made mechs more capable of fulfilling this condition by granting them access to space suppressors. Melee mechs have gained a resurgence as their ability to overpower transphasic energy shields as close range has come at the right time." This was indeed the case. Enough time had passed for melee mechs to attain lots of successes. As long as they managed to survive the arduous approach, they could quickly gain the advantage and exert much greater pressure onto enemy warships. However, what should we do with our ranged mechs? Should they be relegated to providing fire support? They can do so much more, but they have always been constrained by their firepower. That may not be the case anymore after this day. As these 9 fine machines have already demonstrated to you, Isthmus Manufacturing is finally ready to announce the release of our most powerful standard second-class mech model. It is a living mech designed by the most talented young mech designer of his generation, and it is a marvel of modern design and engineering. The 9 heavy artillery mechs gradually locked down their smoking main cannons and steadily stomped their heavy legs until their fronts all faced the audience at once. Even if none of their guns were directly pointed at the seated guests, the Rubarthans nonetheless became intimidated by the latent threat of these 9 shipkiller mechs. After all, a a human body was much more fragile than an enormous alien battleship. Few personal shield generators were rated to resist the excessive power of a transphasic super-heavy Gauss round. The purpose of this developing and releasing this new Mech model of ours is nothing less than to give our brave soldiers the firepower they need to catch up to their adversaries. Mickey continued to speak. The Red War shall not end unless we destroy enough of the enemy's vaunted warships. Our second-class Mech forces will no longer be limited to sending out their melee Mechs alone. From now on, they can employ our latest product release as their bunker Mechs and make it much more viable for them to crush distant warships by relying on their firepower alone. This was a bold claim, but the previous demonstration put a lot more weight behind it. Tarukin fully earned the right to boast about the performance of his latest product after his company sacrificed an entire alien battleship to make his point. The release of our latest heavy artillery Mech goes beyond adding another income stream to Isthmus manufacturing. It is a statement that signals to the aliens that our race is more than capable of fighting back despite our many limitations. Our heavy artillery Mech model possessed an unparalleled capacity for destruction among second-class Mechs. Few, if any, alien raiding fleets will look forward to raiding the middle zones of the Rubarthan Pact, and beyond once, our ubiquitous distribution networks have delivered our products to many customers across the new frontier. People could almost imagine the terror that many aliens must feel once they started to confront human fleets, equipped with lots of copies with this explosive new Mech model. Similar to how the Fae Fianna tormented the aliens by wasting far too many of their shots on low-value Fae, the newly introduced living Mech had the literal potential to shake the foundations of many warships by virtue of their excessive firepower alone. It was a pity that Mickey Tarukin could not address any foreign aliens directly at this time. He would have paid dearly to observe their live reactions to his speech. Make no mistake, this release will not only make our second-class Mech forces much more dangerous to confront by aliens, but it can also improve the self-defensive capabilities of human settlements spread across many different globes. The matching Onyx cannon of our new model is expressly designed to operate in space as well as on land. Orbital defense will no longer become a joke once a colony deploys a few hundred of our heavy artillery Mechs across the planet. No matter what their intentions may be, the invading aliens will quickly learn that they will suffer the ultimate punishment if they violate our sovereignty. Let our new heavy artillery Mech serve as the ultimatum to any foe that dares to challenge our supremacy. The CEO aroused a strong human superiority sentiment with his words. Many people who listened to him at this time felt a lot more proud to be human at this time. At the same time, a projection appeared above the 9 heavy artillery Mechs that finally revealed their official model name. This was clearly the first and most original version of this impressive new line of Mechs. Millions of people spoke this name within seconds. Each of them felt more defiant and courageous as they did so. It was as if they directly issued a challenge to the native aliens. Normally, they wouldn't have acted so boldly, but the supreme firepower demonstrated by the new ultimatums made such a powerful impression that they had regained their belief in human power. How could the aliens possibly pose a threat to red humanity when they must overcome millions of ultimatums? No alien armada should be able to withstand this degree of collective firepower. As the hype surrounding the ultimatum spread far beyond Rubarthan space, Mickey Tarukin finally began to explain the specs of the UDS 550. 5667, solving a dilemma. As nice as it was for Isthmus manufacturing to inspire humans into putting up a better fight, the Mech manufacturer was ultimately in the business of selling lots of Mechs. Mickey Tarukin therefore spent the next minutes detailing the most prominent traits and specs of the newly announced ultimatum. He first highlighted the new heavy artillery Mech model's defensive and mobility characteristics. Nothing he said particularly came as a surprise to his audience. The ultimatum was covered by thick plating that was laced with Earth hypers. The defensive parameters were decent, but clearly not the best in class compared to many other recently released hyper mechs. The mobility of the UDS 550 was terrible, as was to be expected for this mech archetype. What mattered was that its legs were thick and stable enough to somewhat maintain stability when its guns started to fire with abandon. The only time when the mech actively had to perform a lot of compensating actions was when it fired its now iconic Onyx cannon. Depending on the firing angle, the local gravity and the presence of supporting braces, the heavy artillery mech could even push itself backwards when it opened fire with all 5 cannons at once. Though it became clear to the more knowledgeable mech insiders that the defenses and mobility of the Ultimatum UDS 550 did not stand out in the slightest, it did not have to be. Nobody truly bought heavy artillery mechs for their ability to withstand fire or capacity to move faster than a turtle. What everyone really wanted to know was the specs of its armaments, particularly the big one that caused the Ultimatum to resemble a rhinoceros beetle. The CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing first directed the spotlight to the 4 smaller cannons mounted across the back of the heavy mech. The Ultimatum UDS 550 is first and foremost designed to function as a traditional land-bound heavy artillery mech. It is armed with 4 heavy artillery cannons that are all rated to launch standardized shells for its caliber. When their chambers are loaded with high explosive shells, they can engage in high-angle bombardment at any distance, including over-the-horizon attacks. In space, they can also fire space-burst shells that are particularly good at intercepting incoming small craft and missiles. It can also fire long-range homing shells that can automatically correct their course and detonate their explosive payloads onto their distant targets, provided that they have not been intercepted along the way. An invited guest couldn't wait for the cue and a session at the end to ask his question. He immediately raised his hand. "Mr. Tarukin, are the secondary armaments of your new Ultimatum model confined to utilizing heavy artillery cannons that are of limited practical value in space battles?" The UDS 550 model number that we will be releasing first is most at home when deployed on land, but it can pose a serious threat to any alien warship that has an easy target. I will expand on the lethality of its heavy artillery cannons later. The CEO calmly responded. Our resident design teams are currently in the process of developing variants that are mounted with different sets of back-mounted armaments that we shall release in the upcoming months. Can you briefly mention the changes in these variants? Why, certainly. Our planned UDS 551 is equipped with 4 heavy laser cannons. It is most optimized for sustained long-range combat in space. This is the most preferred option if you wish to keep your carrier vessels as safe as possible by maintaining their distance from enemy warships. The UDS 552 that is also in development boasts 4 heavy Gauss cannons. They can complement the firepower of the Onyx cannon and function best at mid-range. It is the most destructive variant and can break down the defenses of an enemy warship remarkably fast. All of that sounded impressive. At the very least, the UDS 551 and UDS 552 sounded much more suitable to be deployed in space. That was not to say that the UDS 550 was useless, but a lot of people thought it was weird to introduce a heavy artillery mech that was mainly optimized for pre-age of dawn landbound combat. There was no way the leadership of Isthmus Manufacturing was ignorant to these concerns. The mech insiders remained patient and waited for a proper explanation. The fact that the Ultimatum UDS 550 was one of Professor Larkinson's famous living mechs guaranteed that it possessed at least one powerful gimmick that completely elevated its effective performance. Mickey Tarukin was slowly moving closer to giving all of these avid individuals the answers they sought. A minute passed by before he addressed one of the most prominent and visible features of the Ultimatum model. Now we come to the onyx cannon. Tarukan smiled. Chiefly developed by Master Decimus Horst, a famed and authoritative heavy artillery specialist, it is not an exaggeration to state that the ultimatum is literally designed around its main cannon. Among all of the second-class heavy artillery matched on the market that are equipped with super-heavy guns, ours are superior by the simple fact that their firepower is not strong enough. When you field a heavy artillery mech that is equipped with the most massive cannon that they can support under their own weight, you are buying access to the heaviest firepower that you can attain. There is no other second-class mech on the market that offers this level of firepower in a package, as affordable and practical as our ultimatum model. That was yet another daring boast, but few people doubted the validity of this statement. With a mech as powerful as this under its belt, Isthmus Manufacturing had more than earned their right to tout the supremacy of its new product. Only a few people were aware that the Larkinson clan had discreetly designed the transcendent Punisher mark Roman III that could overpower the ultimatum with ease, though the two mech models occupied entirely different price ranges. In any case, Mickey Tarukan devoted more time to exposing the details of the onyx cannon. He called out a projection that displayed a remarkably detailed schematic of the new weapon system. The Gauss cannon relied on lots of thick coils, as well as huge capacitors, to electromagnetically propel the heaviest possible metal round that could fit inside the barrel. The concept sounded simple, but there were many important areas that developers needed to address in order to make sure that the weapon system remained both stable and powerful. From material choice to the implementation of select technologies that brought a lot of minor benefits, the Onyx cannon was a modern hyper cannon that was expressly designed to fire a solid mass of metal at the fastest possible speed. At a certain point, Gauss cannons often struggle to attain higher muzzle velocities. Increasing this parameter is essential to making them more practical in space combat, where every participant is constantly on the move. Even a few dozen milliseconds of delay can reduce the hit rate by as much as 30%. The higher the muzzle velocity, the longer the weapon's effective range. Yet if we want to pursue the greatest possible speed, then the projectile will become too small and light. That is counterproductive as throwing the equivalent of a toothpick at a heavily armored alien warship will not produce much of a result even if it is launched at great speed. That was not entirely true. As long as the so-called toothpick was launched at a high fraction of the speed of light, then its kinetic damage potential should not be underestimated. However, it was impossible for a second-class mech to carry any relativistic weapons. The most convenient approach to increasing the damage potential of a weapon is to scale it up. There are clear limits to this approach, as the mech will not only struggle to support the oversized weapon system, but also make it difficult to reach acceptable muzzle velocities. It takes an increasing amount of power to propel much heavier rounds at velocities that are adequate for ranged combat. Many people in the audience and watching from their homes nodded. This was one of the eternal dilemmas of ranged kinetic weapons. It was also a reason why energy weapons were more preferred in space, because their energy beams traveled so quickly that factors like these no longer bothered them anymore. The chief executive smiled as he made an honest admission to the crowd. As this schematic clearly shows, the chief developer of the Onyx cannon has clearly made the decision to emphasize power over muzzle velocity. By constructing the largest possible super-heavy cannon that can be mounted on a second-class heavy mech frame, the Onyx cannon is unable to match the muzzle velocities of lighter and more proportionate kinetic weapons. In short, the attacks of the Onyx cannon were guaranteed to hurt a lot when they struck their targets, but their accuracy at longer ranges made it difficult to consistently produce this result. How could a powerful weapon possibly be useful if it ended up missing its shots most of the time? From the moment the Onyx cannon launched a super-heavy Gauss round, the mech or ship being targeted would have time to perform evasive maneuvers that could cause the attack to miss by hundreds of meters or even entire kilometers depending on the range. It did not do the Onyx cannon any good by leaning so heavily towards power at the expense of long-range accuracy. The entire point of employing heavy artillery mechs as bunker mechs was to use their firepower to pound alien warships at a comfortable distance. If a carrier vessel had to fly closer to a threatening warship, then that was incredibly counterproductive, as the latter would always enjoy an advantage in this type of confrontation. Many people started to wonder whether this was the reason why the previous demonstration targets were so immobile. Yet before they could feed these doubts any further, Mickey Tarukin directly addressed this issue. Before you think that the ultimatum is only marginally effective at long-ranged combat, let us witness another demonstration. A familiar projection came to life again that displayed a situation in high orbit. A group of battle bots launched out of a combat carrier and began to perform all kinds of random movements in space. Their sizes and characteristics all differed from each other. A few were heavy but boasted heavy armor. Many more were smaller, lighter, and much more difficult to hit from a distance. In the meantime, the 9 ultimatums had already turned around and raised their reactivated Onyx cannons. The heavy machines produced the telltale sounds that indicated that they were charging their main weapons. At the same time, the ultimatums increasingly exuded an air that caused many of the nearby witnesses to experience odd feelings. Boom, booms, boom. The main cannons simultaneously opened fire shortly after they had reached full charge. A relatively short period of time passed before 9 battle bots dancing around in high orbit suddenly shattered and disintegrated into pieces. None of the shots had missed. This was a remarkable result, and one that could not be replicated by any other mech armed with a kinetic weapon. Many people grew shocked, but others started to grow suspicious. It was actually not that difficult to produce this result. As long as the ultimatums had access to the future flight trajectories loaded into the battle bots, then they could easily calculate where they needed to aim in order to strike their targets at the exact right timing. However, a company as large and prestigious as Isthmus Manufacturing would never cheat its customers to such a flagrant degree. Only a relatively small group of people had figured out what was truly going on. They were more familiar with the mechs designed by Professor Larkinson than the general public, so it was not difficult to make the right association. Mickey Tarukin continued to exude confidence as he prepared to explain this phenomenon. The results you see before you are authentic. Each battle bot is remotely controlled by third-party mercenary mech pilots who have not been given any specific instructions. The reason why the ultimatum can still defeat the odds and achieve a remarkably high hit rate is because it relies on an extraordinary application of e-technology that is actually old. Professor Larkinson has actually designed numerous ranged mechs in the past that have produced such results on a wide scale. More and more people made the connection or became informed by the Larkinsons' old works. The results attained by the ultimatum no longer sounded so shocking when people heard that this was actually an existing capacity. Now that we have entered the Age of Dawn, he has improved his proprietary guided aim technology and implemented it in the most destructive second-class ranged mech possible. While we dare not guarantee that the ultimatum will never miss, we are absolutely willing to promise you that no other heavy artillery mech can attain a hit rate as high as that of our new model. Our latest product has perfectly solved the dilemma between kinetic power and muzzle velocity. By relying on a highly innovative roundabout solution, the ultimatum can effectively give its users the best of both worlds. That ignited a bomb within the second-class mech community. Chapter 5668, the final demonstration. The so-called guided aim technology was one of the earliest innovations introduced by Professor Vess Larkinson. These days, only the immigrants of the Komodo star sector and the determined enemies of the Larkinson clan were aware of this powerful capability. The Larkinsons themselves did not really go out of their way to advertise the unnaturally high hit rates of their transcendent punishers. There was no reason for them to give their enemies greater convenience and give them the opportunity to figure out countermeasures in advance. The public largely remained in the dark about the existence of this particular capability. It did not help that Ylvain's guidance had long been reserved as an exclusive benefit to loyal worshippers of the Great Prophet. During the Sand War, many different parties, including the Mech Trade Association, attempted to reverse engineer the Holy Soldier Mech model in order to steal this extraordinary capability. It went without saying that this attempt resulted in nothing but failure, or else a lot more ranged Mechs would have possessed similar capabilities by this time. For a long time, the elusive guided aim ability remained out of reach to the Mech community. The Larkinsons fiercely hoarded it for themselves. The release of the ultimatum broke the old status quo. For the first time in his career, Professor Vess Larkinson willingly gave up on the exclusivity of his proprietary technologies and made it possible for ordinary Mech pilots to employ this ability. The ultimatum therefore gained another level of significance. Its notable combination of features produced such an effective package that it was difficult for other people to imagine whether other Mech models that occupied the same space even had a chance of competing anymore. Unless there were a lot of complications related to guided aim technology that people did not know about, many Mech designers who were working on their own heavy artillery Mech projects started to question whether their work still had any meaning. Not even the hyper-heavy artillery Mechs that were currently in development had much of a chance of beating this paradigm-breaking Mech model. As the potential customer base for this highly attractive Mech model started to get to grips with the magical e-technologies of the ultimatum, Mickey Tarukin finally addressed the final surprise. The ultimatum is more than an artillery version of a marksman Mech. It is an engine of destruction whose firepower has reached a new apex. Isthmus Manufacturing is willing to make this unequaled Mech model available to as many customers as possible because it is more than a strong Mech. It is a product that can temper the rise of auxiliary warships because it can do the job of the latter much more efficiently. This is the single most important reason why not just Isthmus Manufacturing, but every human in the Red Ocean must support the proliferation of this Mech. That was a big claim. Mickey Tarukin certainly had guts, because his call would certainly be disputed by the Terrans. There was no way the arch-rivals of the Rubarthans would ever let the ultimatum gain dominance. Even if it was originally designed by a prominent Mech designer, they sought to have closer relations with. Since Isthmus Manufacturing took over responsibility for this Mech model, it had become tainted as far as the Terrans were concerned. Though the capabilities demonstrated by the ultimatum so far managed to lend a lot of credence to its dominance in its market category, it had not yet attained a level of performance that could enable it to dominate an entire era. Let us hold another demonstration, shall we? There is one more dimension to the ultimatum UDS 550 that we have yet to fully showcase. Since this aspect is not related to target prediction and long-ranged accuracy, we will display the full might of our new heavy artillery Mech model at a closer distance. The wide arena-like exhibition center lit up to expose numerous stationary targets on the far side. What was special about these targets was that they presented different combinations of energy and armor-based defenses. The simplest targets were a thick sheet of warship-grade hull plating and an active transphasic shield. The more complex ones combined both in order to simulate the defenses of different alien warships. None of them broke easily. A typical heavy artillery Mech of the previous generation definitely needed to fire a few salvos with all of their armaments in order to break them open. The difficulty was particularly great when they had to overcome transphasic defenses. Each of the 9 ultimatums began to load their Gauss rounds and charge up their main cannons. The Onyx cannon mounted onto the ultimatum UDS 550 is designed to work with both transphasic and non-transphasic hyper-Gauss rounds. There are clear differences in penetration power between both types of projectiles, but the latter is much more affordable by most consumers, so 8 of our ultimatums are loaded with them. Only the final ultimatum is loaded with a more precious transphasic Gauss round. He wanted to save the best for last. As the heavy artillery Mechs lowered their onyx cannons until they aimed at the targets on the other side of the main hall, the machine on the far left prepared to open fire first. Just before the ultimatum was about to strike the thick sample of warship armor plating, the closest people vaguely experienced a different sensation from before. This time, the ultimatum no longer felt as sacred as holy as before. Instead, it started to gain a more ominous and threatening air. Before the guests could process this sensation any further, the Mech finally opened fire. Boom! Crunch! As the weakest defensive target, the plate did not stand a chance. It was ultimately too thin and fragile to resist the full force of the non-transphasic round launched by the onyx cannon. The manner in which its defenses failed looked spectacular. The solid piece of metal got struck with so much force that many pieces had shattered outright and launched them in many different directions. It had actually been a better choice to employ a non-transphasic Gauss round in this instance. This meant that a much higher proportion of the projectile's insanely high kinetic energy got transferred to the blocky target. The results spoke for themselves. The physical impact was so great that the poor block of metal did not stand a chance. Boom! The second ultimatum struck a relatively strong transphasic energy shield that was typically utilized by smaller alien warships. This time, the energy shield impressively managed to resist the attack, just as it was meant to. The face water used to enhance the performance of this barrier had made a huge difference in keeping it alive. No one begrudged the ultimatum for failing to punch through this defense. Instead, a lot of people who were familiar with alien tech reacted with surprise when they saw how a single Mech managed to destabilize the transphasic energy shield to this extent. Boom! It took another attack by the same ultimatum to finally breach this defensive barrier. Boom! 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 The next ultimatums showcased their firepower on numerous occasions as their onyx cannons struck different targets and wore down their defenses. These were all defenses that could typically be found on alien warships, but lone ultimatums managed to break them down at an astonishing pace, especially when each of them had been allocated to separate targets. This is impossible. How can these onyx cannons strike with so much force? I have studied the schematic just earlier. A super-heavy Gauss cannon developed by Master Horst shouldn't be able to breach the transphasic energy shields and hull plating of alien vessels so quickly. This Mech truly leaves no room for other heavy artillery Mechs on the Mech market. It is not enough for it to actually make use of prescience to attain greater accuracy. It also has to power up its attacks so that it can break alien warships without needing to rely on the space suppressors of melee Mechs. The more people observed the performance of these ultimatums, the more they became frightened by its firepower. The onyx cannon was too powerful. Every estimate and calculation showed that it was punching significantly above its weight class. It was not until 8 of the targets got pummeled into pieces that Mickey Tarukin broke the silence. As you can see, the onyx cannon does not rely on face water technology in order to reach a higher level of damage output. Everyone can rest assured that the Ultimatum UDS 550 will remain highly effective in the hands of any Mech force that does not have any face water at their disposal. The performance of the ultimatum so far exceeded everyone's expectations, yet they still felt that the current demonstration had not yet shown the complete picture. It was not until the final ultimatum prepared its main cannon for firing that the atmosphere in the exhibition center gradually started to grow heavier. The final heavy artillery Mech deliberately dragged out the charging process just so that the guests could experience the magnified glow of the ultimatum a bit longer. As the final ultimatum actually started to glow, the CEO of Isthmus Manufacturing suddenly made an incomprehensible action. He turned around, lowered himself to his knees, and actually started to prostrate before the heavy artillery Mech. "Your divinity, I beseech you to display a measure of your great might upon our ignorant eyes. Please allow us to witness your grace and reveal the blessing that you have bestowed on this Mech model." Such behavior was exaggerated even for ardent Rhubarthans. Most of them admired their god pilots a lot, but not all of them treated them as literal gods. At the very least, this was not fitting behavior for the CEO of a big Mech manufacturer. However, no one cared about his antics anymore, because a more dramatic action occurred. The onyx cannon of the final ultimatum glowed so brightly in orange that it had actually spawned an energy manifestation of a very familiar-looking cat. Even though the cat only looked and felt a fraction as great as the real deal, that unforgettable aura was unmistakable. When the cat let loose her iconic cry, no one dared to think she was an imposter anymore. There was only one reason why the famous cat showed up at this time and place. The Destroyer of Worlds has actually blessed this Mech. It is more than that. If the CEO's opening statement is to be believed, then all other ultimatums have established a connection with the Destroyer of Worlds. I knew that the mysterious relationship between Professor Larkinson and our god pilot had become close. It must be because the Destroyer of Worlds became impressed by the potential of the younger Mech designer and enlisted his aid to bestow the ultimatum to the Rhubarthan Pact. The story all makes sense now that we have obtained the crucial clue. Before the crowd could speak any further, the energy manifestation of Emma dove back into the onyx cannon and bonded with the transphasic hyper round. Even though the projectile wasn't visible, many people instinctively felt that it had come close to bursting apart and annihilating everything in the vicinity. Boom! They immediately felt relief when the ultimatum successfully launched its powerful round. Practically an instant later, the transphasic hyper round that was directly blessed by Emma punched through a transphasic energy shield, as if it had passed through a brush and proceeded to penetrate multiple layers of thick armor plating. Crack, crunch, crunch, crunch. The force and power of the attack was so strong that the entire multi-layered construction actually slid backwards from the sheer magnitude of force that it had just endured. Many pieces of broken metal fragments sprayed from the half-broken target. As the view became clearer, people could see that the much thicker and tougher warship-grade hull plating ultimately failed to prevent the transphasic round from penetrating all the way through and deal catastrophic damage to the simulated compartment in the rear. A single ultimatum was responsible for inflicting real damage on a potential warship. It did not do so alone, but also received the indispensable assistance of an actual god pilot. For a moment, utter silence reigned in the exhibition hall and many people's homes as they struggled to process what had happened. 5669, sticker shock. If the release of the Fae Fianna put the living Mech Corporation back on the map, the shocking introduction of the ultimatum completely detonated human space. The reasons for this were myriad. The ultimatum's guided aim technology, or rather E-technology, was enough to put this second-class hyper-heavy artillery Mech model head and shoulders above all of the other products of its kind. Yet the original designer of the ultimatum did not leave it at that. For whatever reason, he actually managed to convince a god pilot to sponsor his Mech model. It turned out that the rumors of a good relationship between Professor Larkinson and the Destroyer of Worlds had an actual basis in reality. No one could have expected that such an eminent god pilot would ever condescend to cooperating with a second-class senior Mech designer, even if he was the most special one of his rank. Regardless, it was up to the spooks and the historians to investigate the origin of their friendship and the reason for their unprecedented cooperation. The Mech industry mainly became preoccupied with verifying the amazing claims and determining how much the power of a god pilot could actually assist the ultimatums throughout the Red Ocean. The early tests conducted by a large number of Rubarthans and other experts all produced remarkably quick results. They confirmed that the most remarkable e-technologies employed in the ultimatum design originated from external sources. One of them was tied to a dead prophet called Ilvain, but the other one was confirmed to be related to the Destroyer of Worlds, or at least an aspect of her great power. Though people found it rather odd that divine Irene Mox chose to express her undeniable relation to the ultimatum in the form of her famous Emma avatar, most people chalked it up to a common love and obsession with cats. All that mattered was that the wild and outlandish claims were true. From the moment I pray to the Destroyer of Worlds to annihilate my target, she will answer my prayers and bless the Gauss round that launches out of the Onyx cannon. The Destroyer of Worlds loves explosions the most. The heavy artillery cannons that most of you have been neglecting all day are able to attract her blessing as well. The only limitation is that she only bestows them with her power one at a time. You will have to fire the cannons sequentially in order to make the best use of her might. The influence of the Destroyer of Worlds among the Rubarthans, as well as many other people, was massive. Each god pilot of humanity generated their own fan base. Back in the Milky Way, there were around 100 known god pilots that people could choose to admire and interact with other like-minded fans. Even then, the Destroyer of Worlds attracted more than the usual amount of devotees due to her relative informality, as well as her overwhelming firepower. Nothing emphasized the dominance of a god pilot more than to blow up entire planets all at once. The greater the visible displays of power, the more the Destroyer of Worlds induced lots of people to regard her as their ultimate idol. Now that red humanity had become cut off from the old galaxy, the population had much less god pilots to choose from. All of the other ones that remained stuck in the old galaxy had pretty much become irrelevant. No matter how powerful they might be, they had no way of helping red humanity survive this difficult period when they were 50 million light-years away. The citizens of the Rubarthan Pact pretty much only had 2 god pilots to choose from. Those from the Red Ocean Union were generally more open-minded and could pick any of the 8 god pilots as their objects of worship. Each of the 8 had their merits, but the Destroyer of Worlds remained among the more popular candidates for the same reasons as before. Within Rubarthan society, the upper layers generally favored the Spacelock, as he used to be one of them back when he was still immortal. The Destroyer of Worlds, on the other hand, became a lot more popular among the middle and lower layers of Rubarthan society. She not only rose up as an average commoner, but also used to be second-rater to boot. She was the ultimate product of Rubarthan meritocracy and embodied the hope of so many people who sought to learn from her example. Though the divisions between the 2 camps had become increasingly more fractious, the surprise release of the ultimatum completely changed the landscape. No matter which god pilot a person favored the most, there was no deep conflict between the 2 god pilots. They both pledged their allegiance to the Star Emperor and promised to defend the Rubarthan Pact. The upper-class Rubarthans had no qualms about placing large orders of a second-class Mech that sold at a disgustingly cheap price. From the perspective of second-class customers, the official list price of 30 MTA credits was extortionate. This was way more than the 5 or 6 MTA credits that other heavy artillery Mechs with comparable technical specs could attain. Everyone and their grandmother could easily figure out that the ultimatum did not actually cost close to 30 MTA credits to produce. Otherwise, Isthmus Manufacturing wouldn't have discreetly retooled so many of its production lines and produced a huge amount of ultimatums in advance so that they could be sold in an instant upon release. The large Mech manufacturer only adopted this strategy when it knew that it could get away with charging such a stupendously high price premium. The high price tag tempered a lot of customer demand. As much as Mech pilots all wanted to have a taste of the blessing of an actual god pilot, they were not necessarily willing to purchase a heavy artillery Mech when they could purchase more than 7 nearly identical units that were just as serviceable in combat. Of course, many people might be able to argue that purchasing the ultimatums was worth it because their fantastic e-technologies adequately made up for the drastic increase in price. But this was a very contentious topic, to say the least. Don't you realize that Isthmus Manufacturing is being kind to us all? If I was in charge of setting the price, I would have sold it at 100 MTA credits per copy. This machine is a guaranteed cash cow. Selling it at a relatively low price of 30 MTA credits is the Mech company's way of contributing to the defense of the middle zones. Isthmus Manufacturing is giving other Mech companies enough space to keep their own heavy artillery Mech models viable. The reason why the company has set the price so high is not just because it can get away with it, but also because it is important to keep the market ecosystem for this Mech type alive. If the ultimatum becomes so cheap that it is an instant purchase to any customer that needs such a machine, too many Mech designers will abandon this Mech archetype and ultimately stifle further innovation in this direction. We should thank Professor Larkinson and the board of directors of Isthmus Manufacturing for taking the health of the Mech industry into consideration. Though many potential customers suffered sticker shock, there were still a lot of first-raters who were more eager to purchase multiple copies of a second-class Mech. This actually led to a strange phenomenon where tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of first-class Mech pilots actually played around with a Mech that should have been horribly underpowered from their perspective. Even though the ultimatum was largely unable to keep up with first-class combat, the Mech pilots still did not regret this diversion, as the sensation of coming into contact with Emma, if only marginally, fulfilled one of their greatest dreams. Ha ha ha, so this is what it is like to wield ultimate power. Is this the willpower of the destroyer of worlds? I feel like I can crush everything. Even though the overly curious first-raters snapped up so many copies of this incredible Mech model that they practically choked out more legitimate second-class customers, Isthmus Manufacturing already anticipated this scenario. The overly curious first-raters did not actually buy the ultimatums with the intention of utilizing them in battle. They at least needed to overhaul the entire design and bring it up to first-class standards before they could even consider this notion. However, just as many Mech designers had discovered in the past, it was not so easy to bend a living Mech design according to their desires. The greater the deviation from the original design, the more the associated e-technologies became disconnected from the resulting variants. This was an old problem, but the first-raters who came in touch with living Mechs for the first time became unpleasantly surprised that their hopes of channeling the blessing of Emma in proper first-class battle became dashed. Once the immediate excitement and hysteria among the first-raters had subsided, the market for the ultimatum gradually became more stable and sustainable. Most successful second-class Mech forces could still scrounge up the additional MTA credits to purchase at least a small batch of ultimatums. No matter how large their initial orders may be, none of the customers regretted the act of paying a huge premium to get their hands on this much-hyped Mech model. It was everything they wished for and more. Even if the use of the e-technology abilities was not unconditional, most people did not have any problem with the demand to show their respect towards Ilvain and the Destroyer of Worlds. Aside from the Terrans and the other people from the Terran Alliance, everyone else pretty much had universal goodwill towards the strange prophet and an actual god pilot. The market for other heavy artillery Mech models temporarily plunged. A glut of surplus machines had entered the second-hand market. This had already started to occur due to the transition to the hyper generation, but the release of a super bestseller had exacerbated this circumstance. A lot of Mech companies could only helplessly slash prices even further in order to make their products somewhat viable again. Fortunately, There was always a market for cheap and discounted heavy artillery mechs. The more premier mech forces that confidently took the fight to the native aliens usually had the means to procure plenty of ultimatums. It was the reserve forces, the garrison forces, the planetary guard units, and the volunteer defense militias that usually had to work with tight budgets. They were more than happy to snap up all of the outdated heavy artillery mechs and mainly repurpose them to defend a lot of planetary settlements and other fixed locations. The buyers even assigned less qualified mech pilots with lower genetic aptitudes to these powerful machines. So long as the heavy artillery mech did not move on and engage in too much multitasking, it was still possible for low-aptitude pilots to control the functions that mattered. This was ultimately a win-win arrangement for most people involved. The ripple effects became increasingly greater as more settlements enjoyed a greater amount of artillery coverage. Meanwhile, a lot of line fighters suddenly started to show up in battle, with ultimatums locked in their bunkers all of a sudden. Many more alien fleets began to endure vastly greater damage from a distance, as the ultimatums not only missed a lot less frequently, but also inflicted so much damage that transphasic energy shields already started to collapse way sooner than they should. The amount of losses suffered by the alien invasion forces in the middle zones spiked so much that even their commanders became shocked. How could the introduction of just a single mech model change the strategic outlook of an entire war theater in such a short time? While the ultimatums sadly could not guarantee victory in every battle, their influence had become so significant that their effect on troop morale had become another significant benefits to the mech forces that invested in this expensive product. 5670 Yuri and Fame. Yuri, wake up, your order has arrived. What order? The big one. Yuri and Fame needed no further information. There was only one order that could merit this much attention. Hope and anticipation eagerly welled up inside of his heart. Left his cabin and moved over to the main cargo bay where a set of extra-large containers had been deposited. Only 5 of them had been shipped to this ship because she could only accommodate so much of them. The combat carrier had to empty her cargo hold and shove the remainder to the side in order to fit the new arrivals. Commander Pellicky and a number of officers had shown up to receive the order and handle the remaining paperwork. Everything appears to be in order, Commander, an well-dressed company representative said with a genuine smile. Congratulations on your new mechs. It is an honor for us to serve the needs of the defenders of the Rubarthan Pact. You have done good work in defending our colonies and sparing many civilians from getting bombarded by the foul aliens. The female mech commander smiled back. We are glad to be of service, though I admit that we are primarily fighting to obtain glory and riches. Who can resist the allure of promoting to first-raters? It has always been our greatest dream to become Rubarthans one day. In order to chase after this dream, my troops and I are willing to do whatever it takes to earn enough war merits to rise above our origins. The Rubarthans welcome any talented and accomplished soldiers, but you have a difficult road ahead of yourselves. It takes a lot of war merits to earn those first-class implant upgrades, and you will have to pass difficult exams. As far as we are aware, no one has yet to complete this promotion track. Commander Pellicky remained indifferent to these challenges. We can only take this one step at a time. We will continue fighting until we die or become too exhausted to continue onwards. I have many friends and comrades who have chosen to steer clear of the border regions and instead chose to take up safer jobs such as guarding colonies in the rear, but each of them will live and die like second-raters. Their children will likely follow suit as well. In a time where the chance to become a first-class citizen has never been as clear as now, I cannot forgive myself if I turn back on this opportunity just because I am too afraid of confronting the aliens. Well said, Commander. We hope that our most recent delivery to you can help you with your endeavors. The ultimatums produced by our company are so powerful that they have received near-universal praise from each of the customers that have received them already. Be sure to treat them with respect. They are not comparable to your average Mech. They are all packed full of e-tech that makes them alive and much more intelligent than you realize. And I have not even started with their invisible connections to the destroyer of worlds and some undead prophet. Make certain that your Mech pilots and Mech technicians read the respective instruction manuals. We will not refund your purchases or honor any warranties due to improper handling. You can rest assured that we shall treat them like the precious treasures they are. We have paid far more to acquire them than we would have liked. Is there a discount for repeat customers? I apologize, Commander Pelkey. Isthmus Manufacturing offers many customized financial services and arrangements, but the ultimatum has proven to be too popular and in high demand to warrant such treatment. There are too many customers after you that are eagerly awaiting their own orders. Our Mech factories are already working around the clock to produce as many units as possible. Now that we have successfully fulfilled your order, your next one will unfortunately be placed on the back of the waiting list. The mercenary commander and the company representative continued to chat for a minute before they finally shook hands. Thank you for fulfilling our order so quickly. Our company is always glad to serve your needs. Do not forget to call customer support if you have any significant issues with your newly delivered heavy artillery Mechs. However, make sure to apply the solutions suggested by the instruction manuals first. The ultimatums have several new facets to them that require you to change your behavior in order to keep them in good form. If you do not treat them well, then do not be surprised if the living Mechs will not take you seriously. Isthmus Manufacturing had to emphasize this point several times to each of its customers. Too many people who lived in regions where the LMC had yet to gain prominence did not know anything about living Mechs. If these people continued to stick to their existing habits and treated their living Mechs as if they were nothing but lifeless objects, then the disgruntled ultimatums had several ways of retaliating against their own users and owners. From locking out the glows to suspending their own interactions with their Mech pilots, already dozens of ultimatums had done whatever it took to stifle their users. Fortunately, Commander Pelkey and her mercenaries took this matter quite seriously. They had 540 MTA credits to procure 18 copies of the Ultimatum UDS 550 model. They also paid additional MTA credits to ship the cargo to the current location of their fleet and obtain the right to call for remote technical support. Even though the Ultimatum UDS 550 was just a second-class hyper-heavy artillery Mech, it was not a simple machine to maintain and repair. A lot could go wrong in the process of servicing the machine, so it was best to be safe than sorry, especially when every ultimatum was worth more than 7 times of a normal product of this Mech type. Andrea. Yuri, just the Mech pilot I wanted to see. I need your input first before I decide on how to allocate them and organize them. You must be excited, am I correct? More than you can know, Yuri said as his back shuddered with excitement as he came close to the 5 extra-large containers. He could already feel the latent glows from the machines stored inside. I have already read the manuals posted on the Galactic Net. I have even read many of the guides, reviews, and user experiences. I cannot wait any longer. I need to pilot this new Mech as soon as possible. Well, you have the first pick. Which one is to your liking? The living Mech stored inside the containers had all been fabricated fairly recently. They were all young and had never been piloted before, so they were all pretty much the same. Yuri and Fame did not discern any significant differences between the 5 packed Mechs, so he made a choice at random. Are you sure, Yuri? Yes, I have read that the character of a living Mech is defined by its pilot. This might not be the most ideal Mech for me today, but it will come closer with each passing day. Trust me on this, Commander. Very well. A crew of Mech technicians arrived and brought one of the containers to a larger space. They carefully opened the container and unpacked the Mech. This was not a difficult job, as much of the Mech had folded into a rectangular form that made it more convenient to transport the machine. The biggest issue was that the large and heavy gun barrels of the ultimatum had been removed and stacked in special holders to make the Mech more compact and easier to fit into a container. The process of reattaching the cannons was relatively cumbersome. They had to be installed properly in order to make them reliable enough to function even after they launched over 100 attacks. The massive Onyx cannon was especially difficult to install. Not only was it connected to a lot of systems dispersed within the frame of the enormous Mech, but it was also really heavy and difficult to lift. The Hooligan Bark was not a new and luxurious combat carrier. She was just a normal vessel that could fit 40 Mechs at most. Her ship class used to receive a lot of appreciation for boasting better armor while still remaining fairly mobile, but that had taken place in a bygone era. Now that the Age of Dawn had arrived, the wealthy Mech forces had the luxury of upgrading or replacing most of their Mechs and warships. The Peliki Praetorians did not have that luxury. They had failed to earn any big paydays in the last decade. The ordinary guard, patrol, and convoy missions that they had run a lot over the years did not pay well enough to fund widespread upgrades and replacements. In fact, Commander Peliki had actually drained much of the funds that she had initially reserved to upgrade most of the outdated Mechs in her Mech roster. Yet instead of spending that money to replace hundreds of old machines with modern hyper-Mechs, she instead chose to go all out in replacing 18 of their decent and dependable bunker Mechs with the new but undisputed king of second-class heavy artillery Mechs. This was why many other Mech pilots felt rather mixed about their commander's impulsive decision. Were the ultimatums really worth the price? Yuri and Fame did not have this particular doubt. How can a Mech blessed by the destroyer of worlds be sold on the cheap? Slowly but surely, the crew of Mech technicians gradually installed the immense Onyx cannon with the help of a melee Mech that was able to lift the heavy gun barrel. Once the Mech technicians completed their inspection, the ultimatum finally awaited its destined Mech pilot. Yuri had already changed into his piloting suit. He kept all of the advice for first-time Mech pilots in mind and took a deep breath as he entered the spacious cockpit. The interior design was different from the clean and utilitarian look of his previous heavy artillery Mech. He had heard that Professor Larkinson possessed an artistic flair that he always tried to channel into his Mech designs in one way or another. Isthmus Manufacturing tried its best to rely on its sophisticated tech to reproduce the paintings and reliefs that Vess had originally incorporated in the Mech design. The stories and symbolism conveyed by these artworks automatically put Yuri and Fame into a more receptive mood. Once he began to interface with his machine, he immediately felt as if he had come into contact with a dormant but powerful beast. "Hello, Mech. I am your new battle partner. Let us work together and blast as many aliens to pieces with your power and your gifts." The second-order living Mech did not possess the capacity to engage in deep thinking or hold conversations with other people. However, their intelligence should not be underestimated. The ultimatum felt Yuri's heartfelt appreciation and reciprocated by making it clear that it was content. As Yuri and Fame had passed the first time, his mind gradually started to expand across the new Mech, giving him a taste of the huge power that he could command now that he was in charge. The deck shook as the ultimatum took a few experimental steps forward. The pilot's previous heavy artillery Mech only boasted 4 legs. The ultimatum had 6 lower limbs, which meant that Yuri had to adapt quickly in order to master the movements of his latest machine. The process turned out to be a lot smoother than he thought. As Yuri continued to convey his love for his new ultimatum, his new Mech responded by actively cooperating with its battle partner to establish a new rhythm of movement. Soon enough, the ultimatum proficiently traversed back and forth, with all 6 legs moving in perfect synchronization. "This is great, but this is hardly an important test. Let us move on to target practice." Both of them grew a lot more excited at the thought of testing out their firepower. 5671, Red Mercenary Association. More than a month passed by as Yuri and Fame and 18 other lucky heavy artillery Mech specialists acclimated to their ultimatums. They practically spent every day on training and building up their relationships with their new machine partners. By swapping stories and tips with each other, the heavy artillery Mech specialists all became proficient in the use of the newly purchased machines. None of them fell behind, as they did not want to give Commander Pelkey any reason to replace them with another Mech pilot. It helped that the ultimatums actually weren't as difficult to pilot as they thought. When it came down to it, they were heavy Mechs with 5 big guns at their disposal. 4 of them were identical to each other and worked like any other heavy artillery cannon. The biggest and most impressive Onyx cannon needed a lot of care and attention in order to utilize its power to the best effect, but its slow firing rate gave the Mech pilots plenty of time to monitor its readings and make adjustments. Even if the Mech pilots overlooked a few considerations, their living Mechs occasionally nudged them into action. Pilots such as Yuri and Fame still hadn't become entirely accustomed to piloting a living Mech. Compared to all of the other machines that they had piloted in the past, they noticed that they weren't alone in their thinking anymore. The ultimatums most definitely had a mind of their own, and even if it was only as intelligent as a pet, that was already enough to completely redefine their relationships with their living Mechs. To be honest, Yuri did not have many opportunities to interact with the glows and the entities behind them in any way due to the limitations of practice sessions. It took a considerable effort to employ the guided aim and the amplified destruction abilities. The Mech pilots had to put a lot of effort into adopting the right mindset to call upon these powerful embedded abilities. Trying to activate both at the same time forced them to enter into a highly demanding mindset. This was one of the reasons why the Pelkey Praetorians had hung back for an entire month. Commander Pelkey demanded that each of the assigned Mech pilots could activate both embedded abilities on demand. After spending so much time on training and preparation, more and more mercenaries started to get antsy. Pelkey Praetorians was mostly made up of her old buddies from her former state back in the old galaxy. Many of them used to serve in various Mech militaries, but there were also ex-Mech athletes and other miscellaneous people among them. Each of them came together under the belief that Commander Pelkey would lead them to a better future. So far, she had not made a lot of progress in earning greater glory and riches for her mercenary outfit, but the Red War offered brand new opportunities for rapid promotion. This was why many of them were eager to test their new capabilities against their alien foes. Have you and the others reached the point where you can employ both abilities at once in combat? Commander Pelkey asked. Almost, Yuri and Fame responded. It is tricky as the two design spirits are different from each other. Ilvain cares a lot about having faith in his foresight. The Destroyer of Worlds is a lot more tolerant, but you need to build up the strong desire to destroy your target in order to earn her grace. There are many among us who are good at doing the latter due to our prior training and experience, but the former is still giving us trouble. The mercenary commander frowned. That is not what I want to hear. We are not rich enough to afford any transphasic rounds for your Onyx cannons, but the non-transphasic ones that are especially designed to fire from them are already expensive enough. We can't keep wasting good ammunition that should be used to break open enemy warships rather than a collection of worthless asteroids. Don't worry about us, ma'am. You can go ahead and accept a new mission. My fellow ultimatum pilots and I will get it together somehow. We are making steady progress in activating the embedded abilities of our new Mechs. Very well, Yuri. I will proceed with the assumption that we can depend on you all. I think I will start off with a lighter assignment just to be certain. Yuri grew a bit more relieved. He knew what that meant. The Red Mercenary Association frequently issued group missions where multiple smaller mercenary outfits could join together and fulfill a common responsibility. While different mercenary groups typically didn't get along very well, The RMA usually penalized any mercenaries that inhibited the success of the mission. Weeks went by before the Peliki Praetorians arrived in a star system that was located in the hinterland of a contested middle zone. The star system held a medium-sized colony that was in the process of getting fortified. It took forever to get the defenses in decent shape. The construction works proceeded at a slow pace since the location was not close to the border. The star system was not endowed with a lot of resources either, so many materials had to be imported at great expense. That normally shouldn't have been a problem since the star system had never suffered an attack. However, the Red Two somehow managed to get word that the Red Cabal had instructed many different alien raiding fleets to bypass the nearest border systems and penetrate even deeper into human space before raising hell. This imposed a much greater burden on Red humanity, as it needed to cover more star systems than ever. If too many colonies got raised, then it became increasingly more difficult to stabilize the border. The Red Mercenary Association therefore called upon mercenaries to fill in the gaps and make sure that the vulnerable star systems at least had a better chance at fending off enemy assaults. Who are we fighting with this time, Commander? 5 other mercenary outfits have signed up for this defense mission. They are the Grimley Brothers, the Five Fingers Club, the Hulsey War Dogs, the Rutherford family, and the Desiccators. A few of the Praetorians frowned. There were way too many mercenary outfits in the Red Ocean for everyone to know about all of them. The only names that managed to rise above anonymity and earn enough fame to become well known within the mercenary community were all special in different ways. I heard about the Desiccators, Yuri mentioned with a disgusted expression. There are people who hate the aliens, and then there are weirdos who want to torture them before cutting off their body parts to use as decorations. These guys are all sick. Just the stench of them is enough to pose as a biohazard. Commander Peliki crossed her arms. We do not get to choose our partners. It is just our bad luck that the Desiccators accepted this mission as well. You know how it goes. If you don't like the other mercs, just stay out of their way and they will do likewise. I've heard good stories about the Grimley brothers. The 2 brothers in charge set a good example for their men and are good at talking to their employers. They have the best reputation out of our collective. I haven't heard about the Five Fingers Club before, but they seem average if we go by their record. Their Mechs and Mech pilots are not the best, but they should be able to pull their weight. The Hulsey War Dogs are the worst. I have worked alongside them back when I was working for another outfit. The War Dogs have low recruitment standards, and that tends to attract the wrong sort of people. I do have to say that they are ferocious fighters when they think the battle is in their favor. They also have numbers on their side. Who are the Rutherfords? They are a fallen family, according to the news reports. They have taken up a mercenary life in order to earn enough war merits and climb their way back to their previous society. From the few missions they have completed so far, their soldiers are all consummate professionals, and their mechs are also good. They are definitely sitting on a large cash reserve. The Peliki Praetorians had learned that it was best to understand their temporary allies before they started their mission. So far, the mission group consisted of a mix of good and bad apples. This was not too remarkable, as the Red Mercenary Association often employed this approach. The good apples must keep the bad apples in line. You know how this goes. Do your job well and we will all get our paydays. How likely is it that our mission location will get attacked, Commander? There is a small probability. There are so many occupied star systems in this middle zone that the alien raiding fleets can go anywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if we will spend the next months in total silence and boredom. Silent and boring missions are the good ones. Not for me. I need to earn a lot more war merits, and we can't do that without a fight. Be careful what you wish for, Jonathan. As the Peliki Praetorians and the other 5 mercenary outfits arrived in orbit of the planet they were supposed to protect, they all split their focus and became responsible for monitoring different sectors. At the same time, they landed a portion of their mechs onto the surface of the planet in order to guard against planetary raids and invasions. These assignments had never been too popular because the aliens might decide to engage in outright orbital bombardment with their powerful primary gun batteries. Yuri and Fame deeply hoped that he would not get selected for this assignment. Fortunately, his wish came true this time. "I want you right by my side in case the aliens are coming," Commander Peliki told Yuri. "I am counting on you to keep the hooligan bark intact and in fighting condition." "You can count on me, ma'am." Days went by as the mercenaries settled down. Defense missions tended to be incredibly boring and uneventful most of the time, so the hired guns quickly distracted themselves with various activities. The mercenaries were barely 10 days into their mission before a listening post placed in the other system detected the telltale warp bubbles that denoted the passage of alien warships. After confirming that no human starships were traversing along the same trajectory, all 6 mercenary outfits quickly started to prepare for battle. The star system was not that big, so the incoming fleet would probably arrive in a matter of hours. That is not enough time. The mercenaries scrambled their mechs and readied their other assets for an immediate engagement. Once the alien raiding fleet came close enough to the planet, the enemy warships drastically lowered the warp factor of their drives and scoped out the enemy resistance. Despite the clear and obvious presence of additional human reinforcements, the alien raiding fleet boosted forward anyway and showed no signs of wanting to avoid confrontation. "This is going to be tough," Commander Peliki spoke over the command net. "Our sensors have detected 32 alien subcapital warships and 6 alien battleships. I don't recognize the species who built these ships, but they obviously like to build them small and fast. That must be one of the reasons why this fleet managed to slip past the border." There was not much room for any maneuver in this battle. The enemy warships were clearly compelled to attack the colony settlement or die trying. The hired mercenaries had to stand their ground and do their best to defend that same settlement. They were only allowed to abandon their mission and flee if the battle had truly reached a terrible stage. As both sides waited for the confrontation to begin, a completely unexpected incident occurred. "Boom, boom's boom." "Ack, what are you doing, Grimleys? Why have your mechs opened fire on our positions?" "The troops brought by the Grimley brothers have gone crazy. They have lost all of their reason and are launching an all-out attack on our mechs. The settlement is under heavy attack. The Grimleys care nothing about the collateral damage they are wreaking around them. Stop them now." For an inexplicable reason, the heroic and well-regarded mech pilots of the Grimley brothers had done the unthinkable. They betrayed their humanity and turned their weapons against their own kind. Why? How could this happen? 5672, Brittle Unity. Before the alien raiding fleet had arrived at the crucial planet, the human defenders had already entered into complete disarray. All of the mech pilots and other personnel of the Grimley brothers had turned their weapons against the other mercenaries assigned to the same defense mission. The Grimley troops that previously appeared friendly and easy to talk to had cast aside all joviality and tried to murder as many humans as possible. Despite being heavily outnumbered, their sensitive positions and their abundant preparations caused their opening strikes to inflict devastating damage. On the surface of the planet, plenty of mech hangars, weapon depots, and defensive works blew up in short order. Squads of melee mechs in Grimly colors dashed into the exposed formations of ranged mechs and cut them to pieces without mercy. Hundreds of personnel that had fled the collapsing structures or still remained in the open, for whatever reason got trampled by the feet of the hostile Grimly mechs. As screams, explosions, and collisions engulfed the entire colony settlement, the other defenders on the ground eventually adjusted to the inexplicable betrayal and turned all of their assets against the Grimly mechs. Though the Grimly mechs were outnumbered 5-1, their initiative, along with the targeted elimination of many key assets, gave them a lot of momentum. It did not help that the Grimly soldiers all turned into fanatics who were willing to die for their cause. This was an attitude that was inherently alien to mercenaries. The troops hailing from outfits such as the Five Fingers Club and the Rutherford family were completely unwilling to let themselves get dragged down by the rabid Grimly traitors. Humans must fall before we can rise again. For a pluralistic society, the Genlock cell is the harbinger of change. When the back-footed defenders heard the insane slogans broadcast by the crazy Grimly Mech pilots, the apparent truth had become clear. The Grimleys are cosmopolitans. It is not just the two brothers that have betrayed us all. Their entire ranks are filled with traitors. What is the Genlock cell? I don't know, and I don't care. Defend your station and do whatever it takes to eliminate them. If the aliens arrive before we can root out all of the Grimleys, we are doomed. As the colony settlement continued to experience heavy fighting, the situation in orbit was not much better. At the same time, the Grimleys on the ground struck the first blow against their former allies. Their Mechs up in orbit turned their weapons against the other mercenary forces and opened fire. They did not attack without coordination. Even though they behaved as if an invisible switch caused them to turn into fanatical warriors, the Grimleys still retained their logic and capacity for thought. In order to destabilize the defense of the planet as much as possible, the Mech units of the Grimly brothers in orbit concentrated all of their firepower towards the Mechs and starships of one particular mercenary outfit. The most numerous, but also the most poorly equipped Hulsey war dogs fell victim to the opening strikes. We're under attack by the Grimleys. We need assistance straight away. Egg, they're bombarding our flagship with transphasic attacks. We have lost contact with our commander. Abandon ship. The Grimleys not only utilized their strongest attacks to eliminate the flagship of the Hulsey war dogs, but also suppressed the Mechs in the open, sowing even greater panic and confusion in the process. Commander Pellicky slammed her fist against the command table. Do not give in against the traitors. Hold your ground, war dogs. We are giving you fire support and sending additional reinforcements. We need to eliminate all threats within our ranks before we can face the alien threat. We can't, Pellicky. The timing of this attack is too devious. The moment we divert troops to gang up on the Grimleys, the alien warships will be able to smash apart our disarrayed and incomplete formations. We had a plan. What do you suggest we do then, Commander Rutherford? As callous as it may sound, we should allow the Grimleys to tear into the Hulsey war dogs. The latter are more numerous than the former. The war dogs can bite down the Grimleys and keep the traitorous forces occupied. Do not worry. The fall of their flagship has caused the war dogs to become disconnected from this channel. Commander Pellicky immediately snarled. Are you daft, you failed noble? You don't know anything about mercenaries, least of all the war dogs. Look at them. Do you see them putting up a brave fight against the traitors of red humanity? Though the Hulsey war dogs had already lost their flagships and a couple of other combat carriers, they still had plenty of intact Mechs and starships left to put up a good fight. Even if their command and control had broken down, the individual officers should be capable of rallying their troops and fighting back against the Grimly Mechs. A third of the War Dog Mech units initially did so. They still recalled their mission and their obligation to defend red humanity, and prepared to resist the incoming Grimly Mechs as best as possible. Another third of the war dogs had stalled and effectively did nothing as they fell into confusion. The command structure broke down, and the division between the ranks caused many Mech pilots to express their own sentiments in a time where unity was needed the most. Forget about this mission. We've already failed from the moment the Grimleys opened fire on us. This planet is already doomed. We can't run at this junction. We have only recently been able to wipe out the red mark on our records. Once we flee from a battlefield without proper cause again, the RMA won't bother to reinstate our previous mark. It will stamp us with a black mark right away. None of us will be able to find any work once that happens. I don't know about you, but I would rather live with a black mark on my record than die as an exemplary mercenary. Let's go. Who knows what other traps the Grimleys have laid? The remaining third of the Hulsey war dogs completely ignored all of their obligations and retreated without any hesitation. Unlike genuine soldiers, mercenaries had no attachment to their mission objectives. They just wanted to fight in order to get rich and retire in comfort. They also wanted to earn a lot of war merits if possible, but if they had to sacrifice their lives in order to make this happen, then they would rather throw up their hands and run away. That was exactly what they did. From the moment the disorganized formation of the Hulsey war dogs became even more patchy due to the desertion of so many Mechs and starships, doubters among them instantly became infected by the panic. We can't stay here anymore. We don't have enough Mechs to fend off all of the Grimly Mechs. This mission is over. The retreat turned into an outright rout before the Hulsey war dogs launched a proper counterattack. The entire sight looked absurd to everyone else. Commander Pellicky and many others watched on with complete disbelief as the Hulsey war dogs exhibited the worst trait of a mercenary. Just because they lost their flagship and a few other assets, the war dogs had already lost all of their courage. They made it clear that they would rather live on in disgrace than to stand their ground. The collapse of the Hulsey war dogs had become a foregone conclusion. Even the braver and more honorable mercenaries among them had become infected by the spreading fear and panic. Even the most stalwart of soldiers had little choice but to run when they realized that only a paltry amount of Mechs were left to resist the onslaught of the Grimly brothers. Commander Pellicky slammed her fist against the table again in frustration. Those idiots, if they could just stand their ground, they wouldn't have collapsed so soon. 2 out of the 6 defenders had already been knocked out of the fight. The remaining 4 outfits that were left all tried to figure out a response. Commander Rutherford expressed a clear opinion. This mission is meant to be fulfilled by 6 mercenary organizations, not 4. Not only do we have to fight against the alien raiding fleet with less numbers, but we have yet to properly respond to the Grimly brothers. The circumstances have already deteriorated to such an extent that the RMA will not punish us for failing to defend this planet. I agree. We can make up for this failure by completing other missions. The important part is that we will remain alive to do so. We no longer enjoy any kind of numbers advantage. We still have troops on the ground. Then evacuate them as quickly as possible. If I were you, I would forget about bringing any Mechs or supplies. Just send a fast ship and load in as many of your people as possible. We can't do that. There is a high chance that the ships will get shot down by anti-air fire from the Grimly Mechs. Leave them behind. No. None of the mercenary commanders had any appetite to fight this battle any further, but that did not mean they were of one mind on what to do next. Half of them wanted to stay longer so that they could buy time to evacuate their people on the ground. The other half just wanted to run away as soon as possible. They needed to travel in a single group as much as possible in order to prevent the alien warships from utilizing their warp drives to catch up to the fleeing human vessels and defeat them in detail. The tension over the command net grew stronger. There was no way to do both at the same time. 5 minutes, Commander Pellicky proposed through Gridded. Give us 5 minutes. We will begin our departure after that. Is that agreeable? It's fine. The clock starts now. 5 minutes sounded like a short time, but a lot could happen during this interval. At the moment, the treacherous forces of the Grimly brothers continued to hound the Hulsey war dogs in order to ensure that the latter had no chance of regaining their wits and reforming their Mech units once again. This would probably take a while, so the Grimly Mechs were not an acute threat for the time being. What truly concerned the human forces was that the alien warships were about to open fire. If the gun batteries mounted on the hull of the alien warships were similar to the other ones employed by the aliens, then their energy weapons should just be able to target the human starships. The aliens have just fired their laser cannons. The alabaster kayak has just been struck by 3 primary laser cannon strikes. Half of her directional energy shields have collapsed, and the outer layers of her hull have been vaporized. Move the alabaster kayak to the rear and cover for her retreat. Tell me whether their energy shield generators can still become active again. We have just transmitted an emergency evacuation order to our troops on the surface. They are trying their best to board any shuttle or transport that is fast enough, but there are still enough grimly Mechs intact that they can shoot down these non-combat vehicles with ease. Then tell our remaining Mechs on the ground to squash those traitor Mechs. We can't. They are too dug in and are difficult to dislodge. They are using our own defensive works against us. We can break them open if we all work together, but the Mechs belonging to the other outfits are not cooperating. What are they doing? They have already turned tail and run away. They want to flee fast enough so that they can catch up with the ships in orbit that are about to retreat. Fools! It was pure chaos on the surface. 5673, Customer Bias. Good day, fine citizens of the Red Ocean. I am your host, Loker Decklock, and I shall be giving you a relevant and up-to-date outlook of the Mech market for today. Today, our focus rests entirely on the market for second-class heavy artillery Mech. Sales of the famous Ultimatum design have broken through, yet another record. Designed by Professor Larkinson and mainly distributed by Isthmus Manufacturing, based in the Rubarthan Pact, more and more Mech factories are being retooled in order to meet the insane demand for a Mech model that is 7 times more expensive than a more conventional equivalent. The man dressed in a rich green suit continued to address his audience that was largely made up of Mech insiders throughout human space. The monthly Mech report was one of the most authoritative news portals in human space. It did not deliver the news as lightning fast as other publications, but it had earned the appreciation of many professionals due to the depth of its analysis and the capacity to accurately measure the pulse of the Mech market. Today is yet another day where the recently released Ultimatum UDS 550 has broken a new sales record. The trend is slowly starting to reach a plateau, but we predict that the sales of the total Mech line will spike 2 times in the near future as the much-anticipated release of the UDS 551 and UDS 552 variants draws closer. We have polled many Mech users, and they have all indicated a strong interest in purchasing versions of the Ultimatum that are much more optimized for space combat at longer ranges. Once the 2 new variants are released, we expect Isthmus Manufacturing to break through a record despite its best attempts to discourage overconsumption through setting purchase limits and charging higher premiums. The sales of the Ultimatum could not be stopped. Many of the astonishing claims surrounding the Ultimatum had all been proven valid. Though the actual effect on the battlefield did not always match the hype, the fact that the Mech possessed a solid foundation in both conventional technology and e-technology was enough to make countless second-raters excited. In order to gain a greater insight on the Ultimatum line, we here at Monthly Mech Report have managed to secure an exclusive interview. For the first time since the release of his award-winning Ultimatum line, Professor Vess Larkinson has agreed to attend this studio in virtual form and answer my question as well as some of yours. Loker Decklock spent the next minutes on explaining the process and the rules for submitting questions. The communication lines of the show had already started to get flooded with proposed questions. The workers in the background definitely had their work cut out for them. They had to select the most appropriate questions and make sure that it did not contain any allusions towards unsavory topics. As many viewers submitted their questions over the galactic net, the much-anticipated guest finally made an appearance. Professor Vess Larkinson's body shimmered into place onto the seat opposite to the desk, where Loker Decklock stood ready to greet the famous Mech designer. The Tier 3 galactic citizen most definitely dressed for the part. Compared to his previous public appearances, he now wore an exquisitely tailored smart blue suit that was covered with subtle off-color patterns that depicted cats and other symbols of the Larkinson clan. Normally, such a design would have looked garish, but subtle color differences and lack of too much contrast made it look elegant instead. The senior Mech designer looked like a true first-rater. If not for the fact that he still looked relatively young for his galactic citizenship tier, he would have definitely commanded a lot more respect. Welcome to the show, Professor Larkinson. It is no secret that many different publications sought to secure an interview with you. For months, you have closed yourself off to outside inquiries and continued to go about your day on the surface of New Constantinople Roman 8. What is the reason for your refusal to offer personal clarification to the many current and future buyers of your all-time bestseller? It is quite simple, Mr. Decklock. I believe that the ultimatum model doesn't actually need that much clarification. The Living Mech Corporation and the Isthmus Manufacturing have already published an exhaustive amount of documentation. They do not explain every facet of the ultimatum model, but it is enough to make proper use of my mechs. I encourage every customer to explore any further aspects themselves. That is not a satisfying answer to your customers. Even I cannot explain everything there is to know about all of my products because living mechs are constantly growing. That means that they can improve certain parameters and become much better at performing a specific task than before. The direction of their improvement correlates with the activities they are doing and how much the mech pilots emphasize specific actions. Rather than rely on the input of a mech designer who is far too busy to handle individual customer inquiries, it is better that you explore my products yourselves. Your message is clear, Professor Larkinson. Customers must continually monitor and track the growth of their living mechs themselves. Is this the entire reason why you have refused to issue any statements relating to the ultimatum? The ultimatum model is the first of many commissions that I have accepted, Vess replied. Once I have completed the design and delivered it to the intended recipient, it is up to the latter to determine how to handle it. Isthmus Manufacturing is more than capable of marketing any mech, and does not require my assistance to properly handle the downstream activities of this product. I see. It is logical that a mech that has such a strong connection to the Rubarthan Pact and one of its god pilots is under the control of a Rubarthan institution. Speaking of which, the ultimatum continues to remain a rare sight within the Terran Alliance. Despite the obvious desirable traits of your hyper-heavy artillery mech model, the Terrans and the citizens living within their sphere of influence have consciously rejected the use of your ultimatum, preferring to use their arguably inferior second-class heavy artillery mech models instead. What is your opinion on this undesirable state of affairs? This was a contentious topic, to say the least. Anyone utilizing the ultimatum while in Terran space would not get beat up, but they would definitely become ostracized until they left or got rid of the arch-Rubarthan mech. Vess had prepared for this kind question well in advance, so he was not afraid of offering his direct reply. I admire both the Terrans and the Rubarthans. They are both great people who possess two distinctly different cultures that have withstood the test of time. That said, I am not a part of either of them. I am a former citizen of a third-rate state and have risen up to lead my own independent clan. I do not seek to divide my market and exclude my products from any group of customers. It is regrettable that I cannot control the behavior of the Terrans. Are you blaming the Terrans for showing bigotry against an arguably Rubarthan mech? As a mech designer, I do not see any borders when I observe a mech, Vess calmly replied, while sounding as principled as possible. Whether a product is associated with the Terran Alliance or the Rubarthan Pact should not be a reason to reject it in the other market. Mechs do not pick sides. They serve whoever pilots them. If the Terrans and their dependents are open-minded enough to sincerely pilot the ultimatum, I think they will be pleasantly surprised by how much my living mech can accommodate their needs as well. Lockhart Decklock clapped his hands at this elegant and diplomatic response. You may have voiced the opinions of many mech designers who find their products to be unfairly excluded from different markets due to reasons outside of merit. Let us turn our attention to a different matter. How did you manage to convince the Destroyer of Worlds herself to sponsor your heavy artillery match? Vess made a slight shrug. I asked nicely. This may sound simple, but in my exceedingly limited experience, a god pilot is not as inhuman or unsociable as they appear. Perhaps my identity and contributions may have played a large part in this, but I found that it was simple to reach a limited form of cooperation with her divinity. The situation is really not that complicated. The Destroyer of Worlds is eager and able to assist red humanity win more battles and save more lives. I happen to have the capacity to channel a small aspect of her power throughout all of the mechs based on one of my designs. It is logical for us to work together, especially when there is no conflict of interest between us. Thus, a new heavy artillery mech model in development that was only supposed to be highly accurate has also gained a large amount of firepower. There has been a considerable amount of criticism that the ultimatum's unique capability to draw upon the power of the Destroyer of Worlds has been underwhelming. Once the initial wave of excitement has died down, mech pilots have discovered that their attacks have not become nearly as powerful as they expect from a god pilot who is known as the ultimate destroyer. The Destroyer of Worlds is not a nanny or a power dispenser. She has her own missions to fulfill. Mech pilots should focus on their fundamentals instead if they want to become more effective in battle. Ignoring these factors in favor of begging for power is not a sign of strength. It is a sign of weakness and surrender. That is clear. Besides, the ultimatum can also only do so much, at least when it is at the beginning of its life cycle. I suggest that each of you who wishes that their living mech can wield more power be patient and nurture their battle partners over the long term. There are living mechs out there that are 5 years old that can clearly defeat their younger counterparts. This is the difference that age can make. This phenomenon is especially relevant in the red ocean, as the existence of E-energy radiation has amplified the performance of any form of E-technology, which serves as the core of my living mechs. Not everyone is willing to wait 5 or 10 years for their mechs to reach their ultimate forms. Loker Decklock responded in a disapproving tone. They are welcome to purchase any other mech that offers more static and consistent performance. They may perform better at the start, but they will only deteriorate and wear out over the years. My products are the opposite. Their inherent growth properties will only make them stronger and more valuable. My ultimatums are no exceptions to this rule. There are critics who have lodged the accusation that your ultimatum is forcing heavy artillery mech pilots to become worshippers of the Destroyer of Worlds. Whether they are willing or not, too many pilots of your latest release have become avid believers in divine mocks. Is this your intention, or? The interviewer did not finish his sentence, but everyone smart enough knew that Decklock was hinting at the possibility that Vess was doing this at the behest of the Destroyer of Worlds. This was the first time that Vess frowned. I am a brighter. I am tolerant of different beliefs, but I do not advocate for any of them. I can assure you that the ultimatum does not induce its pilots into worshipping the Destroyer of Worlds. It is more likely that they were overtaken by their emotions and have fallen in love with the stellar performance of my machines. Does that not lead to the same outcome, Professor Larkinson? I disagree. It is not my intention to turn the pilots of my ultimatum into the worshippers and lackeys of the Destroyer of Worlds. I think that many people have a serious misunderstanding of the purpose of my latest release. The ultimatum is not a mech that was originally based around the power of a god pilot. It is a machine designed to eliminate difficult targets and end battles through overwhelming superiority. Decklock looked impressed. It is doing a good job at that based on all of the battle reports circulating through the galactic net. The mech exemplifies power. That is true, but do not overlook the other piece of the puzzle. The human who pilots my living mech is meant to grow alongside the ultimatum. Together, they can produce better results, find greater purpose in life, and become the heroes they always dreamt of. What makes the ultimatum different from any other Mech is that it can inspire others to step up and become the next great hero of our civilization. It has a high skill ceiling and can tolerate a lot of pressure. As long as the pilot has the will, there will always be a way to turn a difficult situation around. Ultimately, I am hopeful that my latest contribution to the Mech community may foster a new cohort of heroes who will shoulder the burdens of red humanity in the future. 5674, Forced Last Stand. In a certain star system, within the sphere of control of the Rubarthan Pact, everything was falling apart. Pure chaos had engulfed the planetary settlement on the surface. Meanwhile, the Mech forces still in orbit were about to get hammered by the approaching alien warships. It did not appear as if the alien raiders actively colluded with the Grimly brothers, but that did not ease the pressure for the defenders that much. They still faced an awful prospect where they had to fight off a complete alien raiding fleet at the front, while simultaneously fend off human traitors at the rear. We're getting torn apart out here. We need backup. Damn Grimly brothers. Red humanity is doomed if these heroic mercenaries turned out to be traitors all this time. Run as far as you can. Nobody can be trusted anymore. None of the mercs could have imagined that a group of mercenaries, founded by a pair of noble-minded brothers, actually served as agents of the Genlock cell of the Cosmopolitan movement. Though no one among the mercenaries stationed in the star system was familiar with the Genlock cell, it held a notorious reputation among those in the know. Even among the radicals, the Genlock cell had a reputation for being more extreme than others. Their main characteristic was that they were impatient. The Cosmopolitan movement had been fighting for the same cause for millennia. The human adherents of this notorious organization sought to erase the barriers between humans and aliens, but in the years following the Age of Stars, the divisions only grew greater. This indicated that the Cosmopolitans had not attained any fruitful results after all of these years. Perhaps they had prevented interspecies relations from deteriorating even further, but it hardly made a difference when it was already close to the bottom. How much longer did they need to wait in order for humanity to get its act together? Would their children and grandchildren live long enough to see their great cause fulfilled? Nothing was going to change. That was the conclusion drawn by the Cosmopolitans that had become disillusioned by their own movement. Human supremacy still remained the dominant school of thought in both galaxies. Even when red humanity got cut off from the Milky Way and had suddenly become outnumbered and outgunned, people still held delusions of grandeur about conquering the Red Ocean as if they were reliving the days of the Age of Conquest. Given the abject failure of the Cosmopolitan movement, a lot of disgruntled members left their previous cells and came together with one common purpose in mind. Since the Great Severing hadn't been enough to force red humanity to compromise with the native aliens, then the latter needed to be put into an even more desperate situation. Only when people had no other choice but to seek compromise with the aliens would interspecies cooperation finally become an acceptable practice. This was the strong belief and conviction that drove the indoctrinated members of the Grimly brothers into turning their weapons against their fellow humans. "Your sacrifice shall not be in vain," Alexander Grimy exclaimed over a public channel as his rifleman Mech shot down a fleeing Mech of another mercenary outfit. "Your noble deaths shall pave the way for a necessary change. Through our collective effort, humanity shall no longer brave the universe alone, but stand side by side with our new alien brothers." His brother Corey grimly sounded just as fanatical. "Why are you running? Fleeing is futile. Even if you can run away from our Mechs, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of warp drive-equipped warships. Give in to the inevitable, and we shall make it quick." "Shut up, we just toasted together the night before, and now you want to kill us all. You guys are sick. There is no place in human space anymore for traitors like you. Evidence of all of your crimes have already been transmitted to the Red 2. Good. The more the Mechers and Fleeters are aware of us, the more our beliefs will spread. Only by confronting them with their failures will they have the heart to change their minds. Crazy. You cosmopolitans are all crazy. The scattered and broken Hulsey war dogs continually suffered more and more casualties as the Mechs of the Grimley brothers easily picked them off one at a time. The complete breakdown of any form of coordination had turned lots of Mechs and starships of the war dogs into isolated targets. They pretty much only fought back when they were actively being targeted. It was rather tragic. The war dogs obviously could have stood a better chance at surviving if they banded together and fought the Grimley brothers to the bitter end. But the cowardly and short-sighted nature of mercenaries instead led to a circumstance where they made the worst possible choice. The war dogs not only got shot down at a fast rate, as they readily exposed their vulnerable rear sides to the pursuing Mechs of the Grimley brothers, but failed to reciprocate the damage. By the time the Grimley brothers had finished nearly every fleeing war dog combat asset, the traitor troops still remained in remarkably good condition. The Grimley brothers were more than ready to finish off the other 4 remaining mercenary outfits that still resisted the inevitable outcome. "Reverse course, brothers," Alexander grimly called. "There are still many more unenlightened fools that have yet to embrace the truth. If we want our plan to succeed, then we must wipe out all defenders. Let the people of the new frontier experience the despair of losing ground, while they maintain their stubborn, human-centric attitude." While the Grimley brothers finished off the Hulsey war dogs and began to swing around to finish the job, the Peliki Praetorians, along with the other mercenaries, realized that they had too few options at their disposal. "Staying here was a mistake. We should have run away the first chance we got," the commander of the Five Fingers Club complained as his flagship fended off another long-ranged barrage from the incoming alien warships. "Now, it is too late for us to flee. If you wanted to run, you should have done so from the moment we detected the aliens approaching from the edge of the star system. We could have reached the nearest Lagrange point and entered into FTL travel just in time. It is too late now." I agree with Commander Peliki. Those alien warships may be slower in intersystem travel, but their warp drives grant them an enormous advantage in interplanetary travel. Even without the unexpected treachery of the Grimley brothers, we never had a chance of escaping to begin with. The only way for us to survive is if we can defeat our enemies outright. How do we do that? That is the hard part. We have no other choice than to go all out. Don't be as stupid as the Hulsey war dogs and throw away all your cohesion for an illusionary chance of running away. Be prepared to sacrifice all of your starships and most of your troops in order to get away. Only by throwing aside all other considerations will some of us have a chance to live to the end. Everyone had to fight. There was no other choice. This was an agonizing position for mercenaries to be in. No matter what background they originally possessed, they all possessed similar natures once they became soldiers of fortune. They prized their lives above almost everything else. Dying wasn't supposed to be an intrinsic part of the job. To be forced into a last stand with no other recourse could break ordinary mercenaries. However, with the negative example set by the Hulsey war dogs, the remainder gritted their teeth and fought as if they were determined soldiers. The courage of most mercenaries who were willing to fight against alien warships was not too bad in most cases. Commander Peliki desperately sought a pathway for survival. "We can't defeat an alien raiding fleet that consists of 32 subcapital warships and 6 capital ships anymore now that we have been reduced to this state. Our only chance of repelling them is if we imitate the Grimley brothers. Target their flagships. Sow confusion. Scare the remaining survivors into preserving their lives by abandoning their missions. Most native aliens aren't actually motivated into fighting against humans. It is the Red Cabal and the most aggressive major alien races that are driving them into fighting. As long as we can break their will, they will run just as desperately as the Hulsey war dogs." That was easier said than done. Up to 38 warships bore down onto the diminished defenders. One of them was even a Nuncer battleship that possessed far more powerful defenses than the remaining vessels in the enemy fleet. As the alien warships began to land more accurate shots, the human defenders no longer dared to procrastinate any further. Go, we have no other choice but to advance. The best way to damage the enemy starships was to send enough melee Mechs up close so that their space suppressors could weaken the surrounding transphasic energy shields. The 4 remaining mercenary outfits had all come to a consensus and sent their carrier vessels forward as well, knowing that they would all become sitting ducks to the increasingly more accurate gun batteries of the alien raiding fleet. At this time, it would be better if the aliens directed their firepower towards the mercenary carriers. The more they attracted enemy fire, the more the melee Mechs deployed in the field had a chance to get close without getting shot before they reached their targets. As the two sides continued to exchange fire, it became clear that the disparity in firepower was too great. Our carriers can't take this pounding. Unlike our Mechs, our ships aren't small and agile enough to evade the incoming shots. 3 of our combat carriers have already blown up, and 2 more are about to join them. Most of the crews didn't even have enough time to evacuate. Our ranged attacks are hardly doing anything. Each time we concentrate our fire against an enemy warship, other warships swoop in before we can break through a transphasic energy shield. We need to split up and attack the alien ships from multiple angles. That will only make it easier for the aliens to defeat us in detail. The cooperation between the 4 forces immediately started to get strained again, when it became clear that approaching from a single direction wouldn't work. However, each of them were afraid that once they started to split up, the others might choose to take their chances and flee outright. Lack of trust held them together for the time being, but without enough hope, it remained questionable whether they would maintain any cohesion. Throughout all of these difficult struggles, the newly purchased ultimatums had to go through a baptism of fire. All of the Mech pilots struggled to put their recently arrived Mechs to good use, but the stress and upheaval of the moment prevented them from employing the Mech model's iconic embedded abilities. Neither Ilvain's foresight nor Emma's destructive power empowered their attacks. Fortunately, the ultimatums were still strong enough without these gimmicks, but the aliens coped against their attacks so well that it was hard for the Mech pilots to figure out whether they were making any difference. Yuri and Fame gritted his teeth as he tried to breach the defenses of an opposing warship fast enough before the vessel could use other alien hulls as cover. The deadly Onyx cannon launched another full-powered attack that accurately struck one of the larger vessels. At the same time, 13 other Onyx cannons struck the same target in quick succession. However, the target's transphasic energy shield managed to resist this salvo without breaking. Despite the obvious stress to the ship's transphasic energy shield, the attacks of other Mechs were too scattered to take advantage of this temporary weakness. The time it took for the Onyx cannons to charge up for another full-powered attack was way too long. By the time the ultimatums were ready to fire again from their bunkers, their original target had already moved to the rear of the enemy formation. This isn't working. 5675, spiraling down. Humans were not as unfamiliar with their alien foes than when they just arrived in the Red Oceans. They all learned that so long as an enemy warship kept up her transphasic energy shield, any damage inflicted on the vessel would ultimately be wasted as the barrier regenerated back to full strength. The only way to actually hurt the aliens was to inflict real material damage to the hull. While the melee Mechs were on their way to make this job a lot easier, it was unlikely for the Mechs of the 4 remaining mercenary outfits to succeed in their job. There were too few melee Mechs and too many alien warships. The problem became compounded by the need to keep melee Mechs back in order to guard against the coming attack from the Grimly brothers. Many mercenaries realized that the only way to survive was to soften up the alien warships and take a few of them out at range. the less vessels the melee mechs had to deal with, the more they could survive long enough to finish their mission. Commander Peliki, you boasted so much about your newly purchased ultimatums during our last meeting. Why have they not produced any results? They are powerful, but we have too few of them. 4 of our ultimatums are stuck on the surface of the planet, and our remaining 14 don't have the weight of fire to break a transphasic energy shield in a single salvo. Then coordinate your fire with other ranged mechs. We are already doing that, but it isn't working. At this range, the larger alien warships are tough enough to withstand all of our firepower, while the smaller ones are agile enough to cause many of our attacks to miss. Our melee mechs are about to get shredded by the tertiary gun batteries of those warships if we don't give them enough cover. We need to do better. Forget about targeting the flagship or the other large starships. Focus your fire on the enemy frigates and destroyers. They are weak enough that enough successful hits should be able to pop their bubbles fast enough. They also have the most armaments that pose the greatest threat against small craft. The mercenaries abandoned their plan to decapitate the leadership of the native alien fleet. The enemy flagship was simply too tough. Yet that did not leave them in a better position. The Hulsey War Dogs actually fielded the largest quantity of ranged mechs, but the Grimley brothers had made short work of them all. The remaining mercenary outfits also had their fair share of ranged mechs, but their collective firepower had dropped below the threshold where they could comfortably down any enemy warship. Every mech pilot endured greater pressure as a result. They were all tasked with a mission that seemed impossible to fulfill under the circumstances. However, they had no other choice. At this time, many mech pilots were praying for a miracle, only for none to arrive. The pilots assigned to the recently delivered ultimatums endured greater expectations than most. The hype and the excessively high expectations placed on the mech model caused a lot of people to expect the new wonder machines to bail them out of this predicament. When this did not happen, the heavy artillery mech pilots all felt as if they were letting everyone down. I don't know what you are doing so far, Yuri, but you are not making everyone convinced that you are piloting a mech that is worth at least 30 MTA credits. We can still do better, Commander, Yuri and Fame insisted as he tried his best to wear down the defenses of a distant enemy warship. We still have too little training and experience with piloting these beasts. They are capable of hitting harder and more accurately, but it turns out that it is a lot more difficult to enter the right mindset in the middle of a desperate battle. If the problem does not lie with the mechs, but rather what goes on in your head, then fix it right away. If nothing changes within a few minutes, then we won't have enough mechs left to turn this battle around. Isn't your ultimatum supposed to be a ship killer? The only ships being killed are our own. Put your heads in order and start making the aliens hurt before it is too late. The increasing pressure wasn't doing the pilots assigned to the ultimatums any favors. As mercenaries, their ability to perform under pressure was not great. Even the ones that had prior military service usually weren't all that great, or else they would have stayed. Yuri and Fame did not quite fit this mold. He was a 40-year-old veteran, but he left the service because it seemed unlikely that he would be spending his time on activities other than training and participating in exercises. He experienced more scuffles when he joined the Peliki Praetorians. The mercenary outfit was not bound by borders and always moved where mech pilots could occasionally put their skills to good use. However, that also meant that mercenaries such as Yuri ended up fighting in strange places on behalf of people or employers he didn't care about. Right now, Yuri's mind had entered a mess. The stress and fear evoked by the betrayal of the Grimley brothers, as well as the prospect of fighting an alien raiding fleet, at a disadvantage, sapped his confidence. What am I doing here? Why must I fight alongside unreliable allies? Are my actions making any difference? The doubts plaguing Yuri wasn't doing him any favors. This was the wrong time and place for him to get distracted. His pessimism reflected in his performance, as he was doing the ultimatum a major disservice by failing to draw out its potential. It was not for lack of trying. Yuri tried multiple times to activate the guided aim and amplified destruction embedded abilities. Just activating one of them was already enough to make a more meaningful difference in this battle. Yet while the glows of the two design spirits still remained present, Yuri failed to engage them sufficiently enough to borrow from their powers. He knew it was not their fault. They were so distant that it took a lot of effort for Mech pilots to reach out to them. Even if Yuri knew that his mindset had diverged too much from what it took to activate the special abilities of his Mech, it was not easy for a human to take control over his own emotions. His ultimatum unleashed another powerful attack with its Onyx cannon. However, Yuri winced shortly after as the alien frigate under his sights utilized her boosters and thrusters to spin and cause the round to miss. At this distance, it was too hard to score consistent hits against the smaller and more agile enemy vessels. The native aliens possessed a better understanding of their human foes than before. They discovered that their warships had a greater advantage at longer ranges due to the quantity and power of their gun batteries. If not for the fact that lingering too long in the star system would invite overwhelming retribution from the Red 2, the aliens would have chosen to stay at maximum range and whittle down their enemies over a longer stretch of time. However, even if they were forced to go on the attack, the aliens weren't in a hurry to get closer. Doing so not only made ranged mechs, such as the ultimatum, more effective, but also enabled the melee mechs to close the distance a lot sooner. In short, the circumstances were anything but favorable to Yuri and his fellow heavy artillery mech pilots. My ship is going down. I am sorry, everyone, but I have to abandon my machine. Wait, don't leave. You can still fight as long as your mech stays in one piece. One of our carriers can pick up your ultimatum. It is too late. One of the combat carriers of the Peliki Praetorians broke into several pieces after the warships of the opposing side unleashed their latest salvo. Numerous escape pods managed to get away in time, but many more did not launch quickly enough to bring the crew to safety. The heavy artillery mechs that had been placed inside the handful of bunkers embedded along the hull experienced a wild time. The ones that got affected the most became inoperable. One received so much damage that only a third of the machine was left intact. The other bunker mechs managed to get loose or still remained stuck in metal coffins that were flying and spinning away in an uncontrollable fashion. The downfall of every combat carrier meant that there were less bunker mechs contributing to the fight. This increased the burden on the remaining heavy artillery mechs even further. Without access to rare and expensive transphasic rounds, the mechs could only make do with cheaper alternatives. The ultimatum was lucky enough to be a modern hyper mech that was designed to work with hyper ammunition. Many of the other mechs fielded by the mercenary outfits were mostly relics from the Facewater generation. They were not designed to work with hyper technology and could not fire hyper rounds without undergoing substantial modification. Mercenary organizations were usually among the last customers to update their mech lines. Regardless, the use of hyper technology wouldn't have made much of a difference in this instance. The numbers disparity was too great, and the morale among the human mech pilots was too low. Everyone waited for a lucky break that just wouldn't come. Neither the native aliens nor the Grimley brothers had made any mistakes so far. The only accidents took place among the 4 remaining mercenary outfits, as fear and chaos affected the remaining personnel to an increasing degree. In this dire time, Yuri and Flame tried his best to turn this situation around by correctly utilizing his ultimatum and lighting the flame that would reignite the hope in everyone's hearts. He failed to complete the first step. This frustrated him increasingly more, which predictably caused his performance to drop even further. This cannot go on. How can I make this right? There was very little a heavy artillery mech could do aside from attacking. Yuri and Flame might have access to the greatest individual firepower a Mech had at its disposal in this battle, but if it wasn't properly utilized, then it was of no use. Doubt and self-loathing continued to engulf his mind as he failed to grasp a turning point. His performance became so pathetic that he even felt that his living Mech was starting to reject his presence. The ultimatum was a proud Mech despite being so young. It expected a lot from its pilot, so when Yuri continued to deteriorate with no end in sight, even the second-order living Mech became fed up with this dolt. Strangely enough, that was the signal that finally caused Yuri to pause. He had never piloted a Mech that possessed enough intelligence to form its own opinions. Yuri felt appalled at the increasing sense of disgust and rejection from his own machine. Even if he was about to die in this doomed battle, he at least wanted to perish in an honorable manner. Getting kicked out by his own machine on the cusp of defeat was incredible to his pride, as brittle as it may be at the moment. His mentality reset. Many of the doubts and fears in his mind spontaneously vanished, but not entirely. In the end, the fear of disappointing his new living Mech superseded all other concerns, including his life, the lives of his comrades, and the outcome of this battle. Though the ultimatum had fallen completely silent at this time, Yuri became numb to the complaints of his commanding officer. Instead, his entire world and vision diminished until he was only able to register himself and his ultimatum. It was only after he entered this introspective state of mind that he saw the true form of his living Mech for the very first time. 5676 Why me? Thank you for supplying us with your insightful answers, Professor Larkinson. Loker Decklock conveyed genuine gratitude and appreciation as the interview reached the hour mark. You have resolved many doubts and filled many gaps in our understanding of your products. My understanding of your new ultimatum line has increased greatly compared to before. I am sure your rapidly expanding customer base will be able to pilot your works with greater confidence. The virtual form of Vess smiled and clasped his hands. I am glad to be of service. There is endless depth to my living Mechs. The answers that I have given so far only clarifies a fraction of what they can do. My advice is the same as before. If you want to learn more about your living Mechs, then spend more time with them. The more you make use of them, the more they will unveil their secrets to you. My latest releases are all remarkably clever than in the past due to the existence of E-energy radiation. E-energy is a giant tonic for a living Mech. What can Mech pilots do to take advantage of this relationship? It is not just hyper-Mechs that can leverage the power of E-energy, Vess replied. Humans such as you and I are constantly affecting the E-energy radiation around us. It responds to our thoughts and emotions, and we respond to it as well. The effects are still too subtle to perceive for most people, but it is an established fact that these interactions are constantly taking place. What this means in practice is that if Mech pilots want to squeeze more power out of their living Mechs, they should channel all of their mind and will into completing whatever purpose you wish to fulfill. Loker Decklock adopted a skeptical expression. Far be it for me to question your expertise, but your advice does not sound practical enough. It is difficult to imagine that wishful thinking can change reality. As far as I know, only high-ranking Mech pilots are capable of performing this feat. Standard Mech pilots cannot do anything of significance. Is that what you think? Am I mistaken, Professor Larkinson? There are more ways to become powerful than you think, the Mech designer responded. While I cannot say that everyone can become as powerful as an expert pilot merely by wishing really hard, there are far more possibilities available to you than before. There are certain laws and limitations that restrict us, but nothing is infallible. Compared to the obstacles that our reality tries to impose upon us, humans possess endless potential. Never stop believing that you are capable of doing more. If my terminally ill grandfather can be cured from disability and break through to become a powerful expert pilot once again, anyone can turn from a zero to a hero. Just keep your mind open and be receptive to any possibility. As Vess continued to clarify his thoughts, the battle involving the Peliki Praetorians continued to deteriorate by the second. Yuri, Pilot Yuri and Fame, answer me. Why have you ceased all activity? I know you are still awake. The readings transmitted by your ultimatum tells me that you are still in fighting condition. I don't know whether you have given up or not, but get back in the fight, or I will pry you out of the cockpit of your Mech and pilot it myself. Commander Andrea Pelikis fell on deaf ears as the heavy artillery Mech pilot was off in his own world, or more precisely, his living Mech's world. His connection to his body and all of his usual senses disappeared. For whatever reason, it felt as if his consciousness fell into a pit that led right to the heart of his living Mech. The active man-machine connection allowed Yuri to perceive his ultimatum that his limited condition interpreted as a flaming ball of energy. He was not sure whether other Mech pilots would perceive a living Mech in the same way, but to Yuri, the ultimatum was like a burning star that constantly radiated power. Now that Yuri was able to perceive his living Mech in such an intimate manner, he already felt a lot closer to this machine. This was why he felt more depressed and disappointed in himself. He could feel the clear and obvious rejection from his machine. When he attempted to move closer to his living Mech, the flaming ball blocked his advance and pushed him back. Give me a chance. I can do better. The battle is not over yet. I still have a chance. Yuri was not quite certain how he was able to convey his words without a mouth, but he still felt that his ultimatum received his message. The machine just wasn't receptive to his pleas. Why bring me here if you don't want me another? Yuri asked as despair threatened to overtake his mind. Your living Mech did not pull you into this space. It is incapable of doing so. I am responsible for pulling you here. An unfamiliar female voice spoke. To where? Over here. Yuri directed his attention downwards and suddenly discovered there was a cat in the vicinity. The translucent cat possessed a striking appearance. An enormous seed of power was buried within. The power of destruction suffused her body to such a degree that even her fur evoked illusions of calamities. The Mech pilot immediately froze when he realized who had just addressed him. Though the cat was a lot smaller than how she appeared in the battle footage, the Herald of Destruction was the avatar of one of the most powerful Mech pilots in the Red Ocean. Your divinity, my apologies for not recognizing you. It is an honor to be graced by your presence. The cat stared at Yuri with a judgmental expression, but did not deign to respond to his words. Her only visible action was to swish her tail. The silent treatment caused Yuri to grow uncertain. Are you here to tell us that you are about to save us all? The Mech pilot hesitantly asked. I cannot save you, the cat replied. I am stationed several zones away. It is impossible for my Ragnarok to arrive in time to save you and your fellow mercenaries. Then, is it possible for you to channel your will through my ultimatum? The Herald of Destruction shook her feline head. I can do much, but channeling my power across light years is not my expertise. Only a small fraction of my power ties me to your living Mech. This anchor is too small and weak for me to do anything more than communicate with you. The moment I try to exert my power, this channel will snap and break. You should dispense with your unrealistic fantasies. Yuri's hopes fell. He thought that since the destroyer of worlds deigned to reach him, she would surely take action to save his life and the lives of his fellow Praetorians. He did not blame her for her inability to intervene. The ultimatum already gave him a priceless opportunity to make contact with a powerful god pilot. He just wished that he wouldn't have met her when he was on the cusp of death. Why are you here if not to rescue us? Are you here to record my last words? The flaming cat began to move. She began to circle around Yuri's intangible form and looked as if she was scrutinizing him carefully. You are not special, she declared. You used to be a serving soldier, but you resigned because you felt that you deserved more. Your skills are decent, but they are not solid. If your fundamentals were stronger, you wouldn't have missed as many shots with the Onyx cannon. If a more talented and strong-willed Mech pilot was in your place, he would have broken through more likely than not. While a single case of forced resonance is unlikely to turn the battle around, it can at least inspire others into fighting harder. A more exemplary Mech pilot would have never allowed himself to enter into a spiral of doubt and self-defeat. Only heroes have the capacity to step up when they are subjected to adversity. You are the opposite. The cat's words struck Yuri like hammer blows. The much more inferior Mech pilot developed an even greater loathing for himself. The judgment of the destroyer of worlds was as truthful as it could get. There was no way for Yuri to deny the words of one of the 8 gods of the piloting profession. If I am such a letdown as a pilot, what have I done to deserve your personal attention? The cat stopped her motion and stared straight into Yuri. Do you know how many situations like yours that I have experienced through the ultimatum design? Ever since that brat turned me into a design spirit, I have come into touch with a rapidly expanding pool of Mech pilots. Most of them are adequate, as it is unlikely for unqualified Mech pilots to be assigned to an ultimatum Mech. Even so, not all pilots are able to respond better than you if they were placed in the same circumstances. It is difficult to cling to hope when all of the odds are stacked against you. It is only in the direst of circumstances, when one's true character comes to light. Then The cat shook her head. Yours is not that good. No one is perfect, but there are still hundreds of ultimatum pilots that have earned my admiration for one reason or another. They are heroes in the making who have the greatest chance of activating their potential. You are decidedly more average. Yuri felt hurt and puzzled. It was always painful to hear the ugly truth, but to have a god pilot extend her attention to him just so that he could disparage his qualities as a Mech pilot was excessive. Are you going to keep insulting me until I die? If you keep talking to me like this, then I would rather prefer it if you bother another Mech pilot. The cat finally showed her first sign of approval. You are beginning to assert yourself. That is the spirit. A Mech pilot must always be proud. Let me tell you the truth, then. A long time ago, I did not consider myself to be special, even if I had already managed to accrue a small measure of strength back then. Once I was placed in a comparable situation as yours, I doubt I would have been able to survive this predicament by relying on my own power. Yet you managed to survive anyway. I had help. The cat wistfully smiled as if she was recalling her old memories. This is a secret that I have never shared with anyone. Back then, someone came and decided to extend a helping hand to me. I do not know why I of all people received this help, but it has changed my life ever since. Nowadays, I find myself in a position where I can potentially act in a similar capacity. It is not a question whether I can do it, but whether it is right for me to interfere with the natural course of events. God pilots are not supposed to hold people's hands. They need to learn how to stand up on their own. Everything else will lead to excessive dependencies. Yuri felt less confident about himself. I think I understand. I do not think you do. You see, my considerations are different. The rules that I am expected to abide by compel me to maintain my distance from you. If you are meant to fail and perish without my involvement, then so be it. Any intervention on my part will change the future and lead to unintended consequences. These are good points, Yuri acknowledged. The cat snorted. They are not. Why must I care about these rules and conventions? What is so dangerous about changing the future? Back when he changed my life by bestowing me with his boon, I doubt he respected the rules. He came in touch with me and gave me a chance regardless of how deserving I am. I still do not quite understand why I received his boon despite reaching my ultimate goal. Now that I have placed myself in his perspective, I think I understand a part of his considerations. And those are, "Screw the rules," the cat contemptuously said. "How dare the future dictate my actions? If anything, it is my right to shape the future. The actions of a single individual have eventually led to my ultimate ascension. I am curious. If I bestow my assistance to seemingly ordinary Mech pilots such as yourself, will I be able to replicate his contribution to society? It is worth exploring. Besides, I hate cosmopolitans. Helping you may cause them to suffer a setback. That is another reason I want to intervene. Yuri suddenly grew a lot more hopeful. He did not dare to harbor too many thoughts, but he couldn't help but look forward to what kind of help he could receive from the destroyer of worlds. What should I expect? There can be no rebirth without destruction, the flaming cat said as she suddenly became more menacing. I cannot make you stronger without unmaking you first. Get ready, because this will be painful. Mew. Before Yuri could think about anything else, the flaming cat jumped straight at Yuri before inflicting pain to his very soul. 5677, Human Sympathy. A gigantic explosion engulfed the space that previously occupied a highly sophisticated war fleet, dispatched by a minor alien race that the destroyer of worlds did not even bother to learn about. The Red Ocean may be fairly small, but it still played host to many intelligent alien races. The main reason why the phase whales and the other major alien races declined to take them over was because their home planets were not worth spending resources to bring into their empire. Similar to how human civilization divided its space into first-class, second-class, and third-class territories, the natives of the Red Ocean divided themselves up in a surprisingly similar manner. This proved that discrimination based on strength and resources were universal concepts that applied to every race or population group. As the powerful and potent Ragnarok confirmed that the large invasion fleet had been wiped out to the last alien, the people of the colony fortress fanatically cheered at the display of power from one of their greatest heroes. Destroyer of Worlds. Thank you for saving us, your divinity. I am your biggest fan. To be honest, the colony should have been able to stall and grind down the invading aliens in a grueling siege. The Rubarthan Pact had made sure to divert enough resources to build additional fortifications. The newly developed Azure Titan shields could protect cities from external bombardment for an extensive amount of time, though even these mighty barriers would eventually falter if subjected to sustained attacks from multiple warships. Regardless, those Azure Titan shields would buy plenty of time for the newly produced and installed ultimatums to strike at any alien vessel or large projectile with their potent onyx cannons. Thinking about the new Mech designed by the Brat and mass-produced by a Rubarthan partner company caused her to feel rather mixed about this state of affairs. She never expected to become involved in the lives of so many people, all of a sudden through Emma's apparent new job as a design spirit. Irene recognized that Vess had taken clear advantage of her by using her name and power to market his new ultimatum model. Yet the ultimatum was clearly a good match. It did an excellent job at fulfilling the firepower gap for second raters. As much as she thought that her association with a second-class Mech model cheapened her reputation, she found that she did not care about this consequence. God pilots had distanced themselves from the common folk to such an extent that they could no longer interact normally with each other. Irene had become a god in a fashion. She couldn't stop herself from overwhelming mortals and turning them into single-minded fools just by approaching them and speaking to them in person. This was why god pilots had to sever their ties to a lot of old friends and live in much greater isolation than before. They could only act with greater familiarity with those who were capable of resisting the pressure of their god kingdoms. Every god pilot voluntarily accepted this arrangement because they loved humanity. A human civilization that descended into pure god pilot worship would no longer be as dynamic and free-thinking as before. The extensive stagnation of the Red Ocean due to the ubiquitous belief in the descendants of the elder gods vindicated this approach. While it was clear that this policy benefited humanity a lot in the age of Mechs, that might not be true anymore in this case. Red humanity faced a completely new reality when it had entered the Age of Dawn. Exposure to E-energy radiation and the resurgence of cultivation caused a lot of members of the upper echelon to rethink all of the rules that no longer served their society well anymore. For one reason or another, god pilots such as the Destroyer of Worlds suddenly gained a lot more say in how human society should be run. This shift had already begun from the moment that red humanity became extremely vulnerable now that its lifeline had been cut off. Just 8 god pilots stood in the way of total annihilation. Given that the protection of powerhouses such as Irene had become an absolute necessity for humans to guarantee their survival in this dangerous new age, it shouldn't have been much of a surprise that her voice had gained a lot more weight than before. It was a circumstance that she was not accustomed to. Though she had fought hard and struggled more than almost anyone else to attain ultimate power, she never really had the ambition to transform human society and shape it according to her image. She had been more than satisfied to serve as the guardian and protector of the human race. Politics should be left to the politicians as far as she was concerned. However, the role of politicians had become a lot more diminished now that red humanity was on a total war footing. The old leaders had no way of crushing alien incursions and deterring the powerful phase leaders from indiscriminately tearing through human-occupied space. Only god pilots possessed this strength. Irene's god kingdom retracted just as her god Mech disappeared from the field. The local onlookers became dismayed by her departure, but that did not stop their intense faith towards the hero that had spared them from waging a protracted and costly battle against a large invasion force. Disappearing from sight was one of Irene's favorite tricks. Although she did not excel at stealth, it was easy enough for her to destroy the emissions released by the Ragnarok and even the very concept of her presence on a temporary basis. Of course, the more powerful and expansive the concept, the more effort it took for her to erase it, not that she was bothered by her current consumption. Her power was so vast that hiding herself from ordinary perception was a breeze. As she waited in order to determine where she needed to intervene next, a part of her expansive mind was constantly paying attention to the distant Mech pilots that had come to pilot all of the new ultimatums. So many different Mech forces had adopted the ultimatum that Emma, and by extension Irene, suddenly came into much more direct contact with ordinary people than before. Though the Mech pilots of the ultimatum were often better trained and more elite than average Mech pilots, they all fell within the same scope to a god pilot like Irene. This was a novel experience. She no longer observed the lives of ordinary mortals from a distance, but instead gained a glimpse into their very minds and souls. So long as Emma continued to fulfill her duties as a design spirit, she was able to violate the privacy of so many people that it had taken her aback at first. How many design spirits managed to learn so much about people? What had they done with all of the information they learned? Had their creator imposed any control or restrictions to prevent them from disseminating all of the secrets they learned? At first, Irene felt disturbed by how easy it was for Emma to get into contact with much the intimate thoughts and feelings of a rapidly expanding group of Mech pilots. Her objections lessened when she began to familiarize herself with the benefits of this recent development. For the first time in many years, Irene experienced the joys and frustrations of what it meant to be a weak and powerless human. By tracking different Mech pilots and occasionally putting herself in their shoes, she slowly began to reconnect with the humanity she thought that she had lost forever when she finally traversed the road of no return. It put a lot of things into perspective. A god pilot never wavered in her purpose, so the Destroyer of Worlds did not suddenly question her entire life or whatever. What concerned her instead was her future role and direction. She had already taken upon herself to resort to extreme measures to attain the theoretical rank of God King Pilot. She was determined to do her duty to the very end, but that did not mean she had to like it. The distasteful methods proposed by the mother of her new friend would see her reputation plunge to an unprecedented low. Was this the only way for her to lead red humanity to a new future? Emma's new responsibilities gave Irene the idea that there may be more ways for her to be of service to humanity. However, if Irene took this step, then she would not only break the unspoken rules and customs that had always prevented God pilots from exercising too much influence over people's lives, but also add a side to herself that she wasn't sure she liked. She derived a lot of satisfaction from seeing Mech pilots make good use of the ultimatum. Seeing how they practiced their skills and utilized their machines in combat reminded her of her previous life. She hadn't fought against alien warships back then, but she experienced many of the same struggles that gradually forged her into the God pilot that she was today. However, not every Mech pilot experienced a good day. The front lines were dangerous. Second-class Mech forces still had to struggle a lot in order to defeat a typical alien raiding fleet. Seeing the ultimatums fail to make enough of a difference was not pleasant. Many Mech pilots put a lot of hope into their new machines, but as powerful as they may be, they were ultimately just second-class heavy artillery Mechs. Irene piloted one herself for many years, so she knew exactly what kind of limitations they possessed. The more Mech pilots came into contact with the ultimatums, the more Emma became exposed to incidents where those earnest fighters lost their lives. Some got blown up in an instant when their bunkers directly got struck by the main cannons of an alien warship. Others experienced a tortuous road towards inevitable defeat as the Mechs and carriers around them continually fell in battle. If the Ragnarok was present in the star system, she could immediately put an end to all of the human suffering. However, it was exactly because God pilots could only exercise their immense might within a limited scope that Irene had never really felt bothered about her inability to put out every fire across human-occupied space. That was no longer the case anymore. Through Emma, she had gained the option to intervene in many different places at once. While she was not able to exercise her full power across those distances, this was a novel and unprecedented situation. Any decision she made would have untold consequences to her place in society. People's attitude would change in radical ways. Once it became known, she decided to play a more active role in their lives. Should she make use of the possibilities granted by the brat, or should she maintain her propriety and allow the process of survival of the fittest to filter out the weak and unworthy? Thinking about how so many leading figures spoke with open contempt towards the common folk rankled her a lot. She used to be one of them a long time ago. If she did not receive the gift of a companion spirit during her life-saving encounter with a time-traveling Mech designer, she too would have remained a forgettable grunt who ultimately had to fend for herself with no prospect of rescue. A sense of unwillingness welled throughout her formidable will. Instead of settling in her old role as a silent protector of human civilization, perhaps she should keep up with the times and take a more proactive role in people's lives. She was hardly the only God pilot who toyed with this idea. The Huntsman had already taken a major step by promoting the Hunting Association. The Fist of Defiance had successfully pushed through an initiative that would gradually shift power towards a new order. The Evolution, which was cooking up her own plan that was bound to shock a lot of people. Perhaps Irene, or rather Emma, could become a patron to the struggling Mech pilots who prayed for deliverance from any god who was willing to give them a helping hand. The only question was how she should take on a more active role. 5678, Unintended Power. When the strange cat dove into Yuri and came into contact with his most fundamental self, the avatar of the God pilot did not act gently. Now that the God pilot had made up her mind, she acted decisively. Though she was only able to channel a tiny aspect of her power through Emma's faint connection to the ultimatum, she was able to leverage more than enough power to induce far-reaching changes into Yuri's spirit. The ultimatum suddenly triggered multiple alarms as Yuri began to scream and thrash while he was strapped against his cockpit seat. The hooligan bark became notified of the concerning development as well. Commander Andrea Pellicki had been wondering what was wrong with one of her subordinates. To see him in pain and distress made her feel concerned. If she wasn't in the middle of commanding her mercenaries through an incredibly difficult battle, she would have stepped in and taken charge of this matter. As it was, hundreds of good men had already died from the alien onslaught. With the native alien warships destroying human mechs and starships left and right, Commander Peliki simply couldn't afford to spend too much time on the breakdown of a single pilot. She just felt it was a pity that it had to happen to a mech pilot assigned to one of her precious ultimatums. "Commander, the Ardent Highlander has just suffered a hull breach that has crippled half of her mobility. She is drifting out of formation." The mercenary commander quickly set Yuri's abnormal condition aside and turned her attention back to more pressing matters. Despite the fact that the mech pilot was suffering from a lot of pain and distress, the ultimatum still remained active. Its safety programming should have forcibly shut down the man-machine connection once it became clear that the mech had become a source of harm to the mech pilot. But the living mech forcibly blocked this directive and continued to maintain this connection. This gave Emma the time she needed to complete an unprecedented transformation that sought to reinvent the mech pilot, currently known as Yuri and Fame. This was the first time that the Destroyer of Worlds did anything like this. Usually, she applied her powers on a wider scale. She embodied the concept of unbridled destruction. She was not accustomed to applying her power in a much more subtle manner. God pilots usually weren't known for finesse because most of their problems could be solved by relying on brute force. The willpower of a God pilot was also far too powerful to withstand for ordinary people. It was doubtful whether any of her peers could perform this delicate operation without utterly crushing the fragile soul of the recipient. Irene herself would have never dared to go to this far if not for the fact she had Emma. Her companion's spirit represented a side of herself that still contained many vestiges of her past. Irene deliberately kept her feline alter ego free of her overbearing willpower to maintain her original character. Emma was able to undertake actions that no other God pilot could do. The companion's spirit was able to apply a lot more finesse and control her power to a much greater extent. This was just enough to selectively alter Yuri's soul without exceeding a limit and killing the mech pilot in the process. That said, this was the first time that Irene did anything like this, and she had no particular expertise in figuring out how to empower a mech pilot beyond his natural limits. This was why she decided to take a few risks and try out a new and untested approach. Irene relied on her powerful intuition to settle on an approach. She instinctively felt that she could remake Yuri into a stronger pilot by destroying the parts of him that held him back. All Irene was really good at was wrecking stuff, so that was what she did. Emma carefully applied her power through her faint connection with the ultimatum mech and surgically erased whole parts from Yuri's spirit. Most of his fears, doubts, and other parts got wiped out as Emma thought they held the pilot back. However, destroying all of these parts was not only incredibly painful to the pilot, but also literally made him less than the person he used to be before. The consequences to his psyche and his identity were extremely serious. It would be a surprise if Yuri could still maintain his awareness and rationality after receiving so many crippling debilities. His body may be physically fine, but his spirituality turned into Swiss cheese after Emma had cut away so many parts that made up the mech pilot. No matter how detrimental his fears and doubts may have been in his line of work, they were still parts that made up a complete life. But wiping away these aspects, Yuri had literally lost essential parts of his humanity. There was clearly no way for Emma to succeed in making Yuri stronger if she left at this instance. Fortunately, Irene already had a follow-up plan in mind. She became inspired by what a certain time-traveling mech designer once did to her own soul a very long time ago. Even if she was unable to recall that process, she could still figure out what he had done to a large extent. The God pilot knew that there would be gaps in Yuri's soul, so she simply decided to fill up the gaps with other stuff. The only viable source she could draw upon was Emma. As a true God-level companion spirit, Emma's power was beyond doubt. The problem was that she was far too powerful relative to Yuri's current state. His soul would definitely disintegrate if it came in touch with just a tiny fraction of Emma's potent energy. However, Emma's power was more gentle and malleable than Irene's tyrannical willpower. Even though Irene was not accustomed to doing this, she instinctively found ways to take a tiny mote of Emma's energy and selectively use her own destruction authority to weaken its power. By destroying the parts that made it so destructive and harmful to other people, she gradually turned the mote of power into a weaker but much more digestible seed of power. The destroyer of worlds actually derived a powerful sense of satisfaction when she created this delicate seed. It had lost most of the extraordinary power that intrinsically belonged to a true god, but it still contained just enough of a trace that preserved the power to defy reality. After all, what Irene wanted to accomplish went against the natural order. She did not think she could successfully empower Yuri without breaking the rules. Once she created her seed of power, she carefully tried to integrate it into Yuri's fragile soul. The screams that escaped from the Mech pilot's throat became a lot louder all of a sudden. The pilot's weak and injured soul forcibly fused with the seed of power. Even if Emma had weakened the seed to such a degree that she was able to send it all the way to the ultimatum, it was still too powerful for a mortal soul to bear. Yuri originally wasn't worthy to bear this kind of power. His forced operation had improved his qualifications, but also injured his spirit to such an extent that he was not able to bear this power. At this time, the ultimatum suddenly stepped in. It previously disdained its pilot, but after Emma had taken personal action to reform Yuri, the living Mech understood that it was his duty to give his partner another chance. There was not much the living Mech could do. The ultimatum could only use the man-machine connection to siphon away a part of the pain. The bond between the two grew stronger through the sharing of pain. As the fusion between Yuri and the seed of power continued to make progress, the ultimatum became more and more involved. At one point, the bond between the two had grown so close that the living Mech accidentally touched the seed of power. This incident immediately provoked a series of consequences that no one managed to foresee. First, the ultimatum unintentionally absorbed a small aspect of Emma's power. Even though the power was minuscule, it did not change the fact that it originated from a true god. The living Mech experienced a form of pain as the seed was not prepared for the machine at all. Forcibly merging this power rapidly boosted the machine's affinity for destruction and caused it to absorb destruction energy at a much faster rate than before. This triggered a runaway reaction where the ultimatum grew stronger. This enabled it to absorb more destruction energy from the environment, which caused the living Mech to become even stronger and more infused with destruction. The current environment played a large part in promoting this accidental process. All of the death and destruction wrought by the native aliens, as well as the treacherous Grimly brothers, caused the battlefield to become flooded with destruction energy. More and more of this newly generated destruction energy began to flow in the direction of the hooligan bark before getting absorbed by the ultimatum. Fed with so much raw destruction energy, the ultimatum rapidly grew far beyond the limit that its spiritual foundation was able to bear. However, because the ultimatum forcibly absorbed a small part of the power of a true god, its upper limits had been raised to a huge extent, thereby preventing the Mech from hitting a ceiling that could have stopped this cycle from running any further. However, just because the ultimatum was able to rapidly expand its power did not mean it was wise to do so. The second-order living Mech experienced such extreme growth and expansion that it was experiencing a lot of pain as its very essence was being hammered into a much larger shape. What truly alarmed Irene was that the active man-machine connection caused the ultimatum's transformation to spill over to Yuri. Just when the poor Mech pilot had survived the worst of this soul-tearing transformation, his own living Mech flooded Yuri with destruction energy that not only caused his spirituality to expand yet again, but also strengthened the active man-machine connection far beyond its specifications. Emma was completely taken aback by this accident. As powerful as she may be, what was happening fell completely outside of her area of expertise. If Irene was physically present, then she could have utilized her god kingdom to cut off the flow of destruction energy and suppress any unwanted reactions as much as possible. However, there was little Emma could do under the current conditions. Even if she was able to apply a bit more force, trying to end whatever transformation was taking place would kill Yuri outright. As the dangerous processes continued to power up the Mech and Mech pilot beyond any reasonable limits, the two had grown so united by their suffering that it triggered an entirely new reaction that completely alarmed Irene. Alesia. As Yuri roared in pain, the saturated energies inside the cockpit somehow caused his piloting suit and his body to gradually melt and merge into the cockpit seat. What? Irene became shocked when she observed what was happening. If her suspicions were correct, then Yuri and his ultimatum had just begun the process of corporeal union. Their forms had physically merged with each other. If Yuri's body had just melted, then he would have died without a doubt. His potent spirituality still remained alive and continued to power up with no end in sight. This meant that Yuri and his living Mech had not only commenced corporeal union, but likely already formed an operation union as well as a domain union. In short, Irene's intervention somehow caused the beneficiaries of her power to complete 3 out of the 4 steps of the Mech-body merger process. This was wrong. This experiment had gone horribly wrong. Yuri and his ultimatum had mutated far beyond the scope of what Irene intended to do, and permanently became fused together in an unholy union, fueled by a large supply of raw destruction energy. The unrestricted absorption of chaotic E-energies created from the destruction of so many lives and assets was making everything worse. The huge amount of random factors mixed into these energies induced all kinds of mutations into the transforming beings. Even the crew of the hooligan bark became alarmed when they saw that the ultimatum assigned to Yuri not only started to exude a lot of destructive power, but also started to change into a more irregular and ominous shape. 5679. Absence of control. As a god pilot, Irene possessed a much greater understanding and insight in the nature of power and energy. The main reason why Yuri and his ultimatum grew stronger at an uncontrollable rate was because of her. The power of a true god was too much for any mortal enemy. Even if Emma had put a lot of effort into passing on as little as possible, the fact of the matter was that the seed of power from a true god was still far too great in terms of quality. Emma's life level was so much higher than that of a standard Mech pilot that they shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. Imparting her power to a mortal Mech pilot introduced the latter to a whole new level of power. The resulting contact should have been enough to elevate Yuri to the rank of expert pilot. That was Irene's original intention. Unfortunately, she failed to take other variables into account. The living Mech and the E-energy floating in the immediate environment not only got dragged into Yuri's life-changing ordeal, but also began to produce all kinds of uncontrolled changes to the runaway transformation process. The fact that Yuri and his ultimatum spontaneously completed the first, second, and third phase of the legendary Mech-body merger process was a miracle. Unfortunately for everyone involved, not every miracle produced a happy ending. As a successful god pilot, Irene had personal experience in completing the Mech-body merger process. Though her journey was different from every other god pilot due to the addition of her companion's spirit, she still comprehended the road of no return to a degree that could not be matched by those who could merely theorize about this process. This was why she immediately determined that the life of the Mech pilot was in great danger at the moment. The Mech-body merger process was no joke. It killed at least 99% of the peak ace pilots that had attempted to bridge the gap. Anyone who completed all 4 steps without dying along the way was an exception rather than the rule. It was already difficult for the very best ace pilots to survive this journey. A mere mortal should have died before it ever came to this point. Yet due to all kinds of coincidental factors, Yuri did not die, but instead continually grew in strength without any restraint or direction. This was not supposed to happen. Under ordinary circumstances, there were 2 powerful factors that controlled the evolution of Mech pilots and prevented them from botching the process. First, the kingdom of Mechs, or the local equivalent known as the Red Kingdom, silently exerted its formidable power to regulate the transformation from mortal to demigod. Second, the strong willpower of a worthy Mech pilot helped to keep the energies in line and preserve the individual's original identity. The greater the power, the greater the need for control. Any powerful cultivator needed to develop a progressively stronger will in order to maintain control over an expanding pool of power. This became especially essential for high-ranking Mech pilots due to the basis of their power. Without will, there was no control. Right now, Yuri and his ultimatum had a lot of power, but lacked the willpower to control it all. They absorbed way too much energy, but had yet to put any time and effort into bringing it to heal. This allowed the mixed energies to freely exert their influence over the subjects, which clearly produced disastrous consequences. The physical mutation of the ultimatum was a clear indication that the random and scattered impulses contained within the E-energies were exerting their influence over the living Mech. In one instance, the ultimatum spontaneously spawned several human eyeballs across its enormous hexapod frame. In the next moment, one of the heavy artillery cannons of the ultimatum transformed into a warped and non-functional version of a warship laser cannon battery. Such transformations started out small, but increased in magnitude as Yuri and the ultimatum continued to absorb more E-energies. The more powerful they became, the more the heavy artillery Mech became unrecognizable from its original design. The mutating Mech spawned additional alien legs, only for them to wither and die a few seconds later. The ultimatum's onyx cannon began to transform from metal into a bone-like substance that began to spawn all kinds of sharp and random spikes that served no clear purpose. Explosive shells began to melt and mutate into entirely different objects. Some turned into organs whose functions were a mystery. Others turned into munitions that had become vastly more powerful and destructive than before. It was incredibly fortunate that none of these explosive shells had exploded this far, but nobody could guarantee that the Mech would stay in one piece at the end. In fact, the ultimatum, or rather the fused amalgamation of a Mech pilot and a living Mech, was finally shown signs of completing its wild transformation. Everything had a limit. The mutated ultimatum had reached the current limit of its heightened ceiling. It was not possible for it to expand its power any further unless it had stabilized its current condition. Not that this was a priority at the moment. Irene was not worried about Yuri's future. She was still wondering whether he was still alive and cognizant after what had happened. It was not just Irene that was concerned at what had happened. Commander Pellicky had been forced to pay attention to her subordinate once again, when his ultimatum not only sucked in a lot of E-energy, but also transformed into a half-organic abomination that only shared a vague resemblance to the original heavy artillery Mech. Gone were the clean lines, gone were the functional lines. The overall shape of the heavy artillery Mech had become a lot messier than before. It had become considerably thicker and heavier than before. It looked a lot more bloated than before due to the random addition of mass at many different points along the frame. Tumorous growths, along with random bits of metal, extended from the heavy artillery Mech without any rhyme or reason. The Mech had lost a few legs, but gained others in return. It ended up with a total of 5 legs, each of which consisted of a different mix of bone, flesh, and metal. Their shapes varied widely from each other, but they still provided stable footing for the Mech. The armaments had all undergone a lot of changes as well. The Onyx cannon looked a lot more menacing than before. Its size and its caliber had clearly increased. Perhaps Yuri and the ultimatum's subconscious desire to attain greater firepower helped to keep their main weapon in a relatively reasonable state. Of course, it was still questionable whether it could actually launch any projections. The 4 heavy artillery cannons, mounted on the back of the beetle-shaped Mech, had gone through much more extensive changes. One heavy artillery cannon transformed into a fleshy black tentacle that flopped and contorted as if there weren't bones giving it structure. The tip of the tentacle did not contain any opening that was large enough to release an explosive shell, but it still looked dangerous enough to suggest it was able to hurt enemies through different means. The other cannon transformed into a miniature version of a triple-barreled laser cannon battery. It looked incredibly absurd. Not only was it a lot smaller than the real thing, but the reproduction was also sloppy to the point it looked like a parody rather than a real functional piece of equipment. The 3rd heavy artillery cannon had lost half of its length and became a lot thicker. It also transformed into a hardy form of gray stone. The weapon had turned into a stone mortar. The final heavy artillery cannon transformed into a giant black hair follicle. Yes, a hair follicle. There was no sign that it retained any functionality that showed that it could still function as a weapon. It had simply turned into a giant hair that looked completely out of place compared to the rest of the mutated machine. Then again, the ultimatum had transformed in such a messy way that it was questionable whether Mech could still fulfill any of its original functions. There was only one visible sign that the ultimatum had assimilated Yuri. The head of the ultimatum had vaguely started to resemble the Mech pilot's screaming head. Locked in silent agony, the metallic visage conveyed a depth of pain that reached down to the pilot's very soul. "Yuri, give me your status. Are you still alive in there? Please confirm your status." The transformed monstrosity initially did not respond. It did not even show any sign of life aside from the strange organic bits that somehow turned into viable living growths. The warped shapes and the inexplicable mutations had caused plenty of distress among the crew and officers who became aware of what had happened. If this was a normal circumstance, Commander Pellicky would have issued the command to eject the bunker from the hull of the hooligan bark. As it was, the battle against the alien raiding fleet in front and the Grimley brothers in the rear were much more important. By this time, the Cosmopolitan agents had already turned around and began to assail the 4 remaining mercenary forces from the rear. This made it even less likely for the Pellicky Praetorians and the 3 other mercenary outfits to make it out of this battle alive. The Praetorians had already lost over 30% of their mechs and half of their combat carriers. Far too many mercenaries had died due to the fateful decision to take part in this doomed mission. No matter how hard Andrea Pellicky tried to coordinate her troops, the disparity in numbers and the plunge in morale were too great for her to overcome. Since this was the case, she might as well pay attention to Yuri's condition. At this time, both dread and hope welled up in her heart. She recognized that the ultimatum had become a lot more powerful than before. She had no idea what prompted this unscientific transformation, nor understand how exactly it managed to gain so much mass. On the other hand, Pellicky feared what sort of monstrosity had appeared inside one of the bunkers of her flagship. Was there any part of Yuri left alive in this abominable machine? She wasn't even sure whether it could still be called a Mech. Seconds passed by while the unholy machine stabilized its current condition. The energy vortex had become a lot weaker now that it had reached the ceiling of its current growth trajectory. The Mech had become packed with energy. It had acquired a glow of its own that not only erased much of the influence that originally belonged to Vulcan, but also radiated pure destruction that exerted a lot of pressure from the concerned crew members that stopped by in an attempt to check up on the machine. "Yuri, please respond. If you are still conscious, please give us a signal. If you do not respond within 30 seconds, we will forcibly eject you and your ultimatum into space. It won't take long before the native aliens or the human traitors take down our flagship." The mention of these enemies triggered a reaction from the partially organic machines. Its fleshy organs pulsed, while its mechanical components started to grind against each other. Suddenly, the eyes of the human-like head started to glow red, while the spiked onyx cannon spontaneously began to adjust its aim. The monster machine clearly began to charge its main weapon. At the same time, it began to pull in a lot of destruction energy, far more than what a normal ultimatum was able to attract. "Did you break through somehow, Yuri?" Even though Commander Peliki grew a lot more hopeful at this time, she knew that this could not explain the radical transformations. The resonance meters displayed no activity at all. Yuri had not gained any measure of extraordinary willpower. If this was the case, what exactly happened that caused the ultimatum to be a lot more powerful? Who or what had exactly broken through? As the mercenary commander struggled to find an answer, her mind completely froze when the mutated machine finally reached full charge. The sensors that monitored the bunker temporarily became blinded as a gigantic force propelled an altered super-heavy Gauss round with unsurpassed power. The force of the weapon's discharge was so powerful that it looked as if a beam of pure power had lanced across space. An instant later, the flagship of the alien raiding fleet suffered such a heavy blow that her forward momentum briefly stuffered. Multiple impacts occurred in quick succession as her transphasic energy shield and her exterior hull failed to withstand the power of this supercharged attack. How could this happen? 5680, directing a monster. The monster had awoken. It was clearly angry. "Yuri, what has happened to you? Are you still alive down there? What has happened to your Mech? It is no longer transmitting any telemetry. Please respond." The machine remained unresponsive. It completely ignored Commander Peliki's transmissions and channeled all of its pain and rage towards its enemies. At this point, it became completely unclear who was in control of the ultimatum that had suddenly bulked up, grown a random collection of extra parts, and looked a lot more dangerous for whatever reason. If Yuri was still in control, then the Mech should have at least made an attempt to communicate and coordinate with the Peliki Praetorians. However, its behavior at the moment indicated that whoever was in control was less than rational. Not only did the Mech radiate a huge amount of anger and desire to destroy, but it was also firing its mutated onyx cannon with power that was far in excess of the physical performance of its model. Commander Peliki had only witnessed such might from more formidable high-level Mechs. No ordinary second-class Mech was able to produce such damage. Not even transphasic hyper-Gauss rounds could punch through both the transphasic energy shield and the exterior hull plating of an alien battleship in a single attack. If this was a more normal instance, then Commander Peliki would have thought that Yuri and Fame finally managed to step up and advance to the rank of expert candidate. No, the power demonstrated by the machine was too great for that. Perhaps Yuri had managed to luck out big time and attained apotheoses right away. Yuri may have experienced the mythical double breakthrough event. This was an extremely rare and exceptional circumstance where mortals turned into demigods in a single leap, thereby proving that they possessed outstanding talent and potential. However, from the reports of the nearby Mech technicians trying in vain to get close enough to inspect the monstrous machine, Commander Peliki realized that this did not match those uplifting events. "Yuri, are you still alive?" The machine did not respond to any of the commander's inquiries. She had little choice but to resign to the fact that Yuri had either died or had gone crazy for whatever reason. Either way, this mysterious accident might not be as bad as it looked. This was because the ultimatum that had somehow transformed into a half-organic monstrosity not only resumed its fight against the foes of the Peliki Praetorians, but had also become at one, if not two orders of magnitude more powerful. Commander Peliki could make use of that. She had no time to mourn the apparent loss of her friend. All she could do at this point was to do her best by preserving the lives of the men she had left. A dampened shockwave ran throughout the command center of the hooligan bark. Together with the sensors that struggled to record the massively empowered projectile that struck the flagship of the alien raiding fleet with overwhelming force, this was a clear sign that the ultimatum had opened fire yet again. Ultimatum 1 has opened fire with its abnormal Onyx cannon yet again. The alien flagship has suffered catastrophic damage to 3 transphasic shield generators and 1 secondary power generator. 2 of her primary gun batteries have lost power. Her combat effectiveness has dropped by at least 40%. It took only 3 Onyx cannon discharges for Ultimatum 1 to break the alien battleship's defenses and partially cripple her functions. Our ranged mechs, along with the ranged mechs of our surviving allies, are throwing everything they have at the flagship. Her hull integrity is dropping rapidly. The alien crew are already in the process of abandoning ship. The sudden and abnormal downfall of the alien flagship produced a lot of ripple effects. Not only were all of the aliens taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but the friendly mercenaries also regained a lot of hope. The surprisingly powerful weapon discharges from the hooligan bark was exactly the sort of miracle that the mercenaries had been praying for. Each of them thought that one of the Mech pilots of the recently purchased ultimatums had broken through. Although their assumptions were mistaken, the mercenary Mech pilots fought a lot harder now that they believed they had a chance of making it out of this battle alive. What is Ultimatum 1 doing? It is charging up its transformed Onyx cannon for another full-powered attack. According to the alignment of its barrel, Ultimatum 1 is still determined to attack the alien flagship. That is not necessary anymore. It is a waste of its firepower to attack a ship that is already going down. Have you told the Mech to change its target? We have tried to do so multiple times, but Ultimatum 1 remains unresponsive. Damn, Peliki cursed. Then let us force it to shift its target. Spin and orient the hull around so that it can no longer angle its Onyx cannon towards the enemy flagship. Force the ultimatum to break the transphasic energy shields of the remaining 5 alien battleships, including the accompanying Nuncer vessel. Our greatest issue with these ships has always been our inability to get past their energy defenses. So long as their hulls have become exposed, our remaining ultimatums and our melee mechs can make short of what is left. While the enemy warships had been focusing a lot of their fire towards the combat carriers of the mercenary outfits, more and more of their guns had begun to fire towards the approaching melee mechs. This not only gave the starships a bit more reprieve, but also signaled that the enemy vessels were about to get in a lot more trouble. Unless the aliens had brought a lot of starfighters, it would be difficult for them to fend off the threat posed by the melee mechs. The Mech pilots of those machines were hungry for revenge and eager to fight for their lives. They initially thought that it would have taken a lot of effort for them to get past the transphasic energy shields of the enemy vessels, but now that Yuri's transformed ultimatum had gained the power to complete this step in advance, the melee Mech pilots became a lot more optimistic. This was because most enemy warships simply had no way of repelling melee mechs that had reached their hulls and started to carve their way into the interior. Not even alien starfighters could dislodge melee mechs without inflicting even more damage to the damaged hulls. Several supercharged attacks launched from the hooligan bark in the following minute. The damaged but operational combat carrier deliberately spun her hull to change the targeting of Ultimatum 1. Even though Yuri appeared to be completely unresponsive, his transformed machine still operated as if it was controlled by a relatively basic but competent AI. The Mech always sought to direct its most potent firepower at the largest and most threatening alien warships. It only employed its Onyx cannon as it was probable that its back-mounted armaments had become inoperable. It didn't matter. The ultimatum was primarily a heavy artillery mech that was built around its enormous hyper-super-heavy Gauss cannon. Now that it had become even more powerful than the typical primary gun battery of an alien warship, this was all the human mercenaries needed to wreck the alien vessels. Keep directing Ultimatum 1's fire. Prioritize the largest and toughest warships first. We need to strip each of them of their energy defenses before our melee mechs arrive and take advantage of the openings. The hooligan bark quickly became the center of attention as the supercharged shots continually struck the alien warships with overwhelming might. The second enemy battleship has lost half of her mobility. The last strike has managed to wipe out her starboard main thrusters along with all of the segmented energy shields on this side. The fourth enemy battleship has suffered a massive power failure. Over 80% of her systems have been knocked out. Most of her remaining intact transphasic energy shields are operating on emergency power reserves, but they won't last long at this rate. What is the condition of Ultimatum 1? Has it weakened after firing so many powerful attacks? The readings are a mess, but if I have to make a preliminary judgment, Ultimatum 1 has yet to tire itself out. In fact, there are signs that suggest that it may be growing stronger or at least more adept with utilizing its altered systems. Suddenly, a loud alert rang throughout all of the compartments of the hooligan bark. The Nuncer warship is painting us with her most powerful targeting systems. She is about to open fire on our ship. Evade. Too late. Brace yourselves. The hooligan bark shuddered as the most formidable Nuncer battleship struck the Praetorian flagship with their formidable gun batteries. Did we get hit? We have lost our energy shields and suffered multiple hull breaches, but our ship's integrity is still at an acceptable level. This is another miracle. What happened? That Nuncer battleship should have inflicted catastrophic damage to our combat carrier. Commander Pellicky had to watch a piece of footage in order to obtain her answer. It turned out that when the battleship's mixed energy and kinetic attack salvo was on the verge of striking the hooligan bark, an invisible energy field rapidly weakened the individual attack's moments before they impacted her flagship. Ultimatum 1 has saved us again. If my analysis is correct, then it may have deployed a domain field that has weakened the incoming attacks before they struck our ship. Right now, the altered heavy artillery Mech is exhibiting the traits of being piloted by an ace pilot. The greatest inconsistency is the lack of responses from our resonance meters. None of them have discovered any trace of resonance. That was highly abnormal. Though Red Humanity had gradually become more and more exposed to extraordinary phenomena, the only clear manifestations of metaphysical power that they were familiar with had always been associated with expert pilots, ace pilots, and god pilots. They simply could not understand how the Ultimatum 1 was able to fight like it was being piloted by a saint, yet clearly wasn't controlled by one. The Mech had turned into a giant anomaly that produced far more questions than answers. However, answering those questions was not a priority at the moment. The surviving the battle was all that mattered. Commander Pellicky narrowed her eyes as she rewatched the footage of the Ultimatum 1's domain field, preventing the Nuncer battleship from crippling her flagship. Encourage Ultimatum 1 to focus fire on the Nuncer battleship. I do not know how long the Mech can keep up its domain field, but if there is a limit to its protection, then we need to eliminate the greatest threat on the battlefield right away. Do not stop until her entire hull has been rent to pieces. Ultimatum 1 gladly obliged with the intentions of the crew. Once the machine that had come to embody the power of destruction had a clear firing angle on the Nuncer battleship, the formidable heavy artillery Mech pounded the much more technologically advanced alien capital ship multiple times. Though the Nuncer battleship's more modern and advanced protection held out for the time being, the mutated Onyx cannon attacks demolished multiple segmented energy shields with every thundering strike. Just as the exchange of fire between the most powerful combat assets on the battleship continued to heat up, a major development threatened to undo the precious gains made by the Pellicky Praetorians. "Commander, the melee mechs of the Grimly brothers have closed the distance to our fleet and have begun to attack our forces from the rear. Their ranged mechs are exerting so much pressure that our ranged mechs are forced to divert their own firepower in order to defend themselves. Over 200 Grimly melee mechs have just swung around and are currently advancing straight in our direction. Their intentions are clear. They intend to take down our ship." This was bad. The hooligan bark might not be able to cope with enemies attacking from two different directions. Commander Peliki actually feared the Grimly brothers more. Unlike the alien foes, the human enemies understood their own kind a lot more. Their mechs were also more versatile and could employ all kinds of tactics in order to overcome their opposition. What was worse was that a single heavy weapon like the Onyx cannon was clearly not suited to wipe out a swarm of small craft. 5681 Space Burst Shells. Rage, pain, destruction. This was all the mutated ultimatum had on its incoherent mind. The living mech that existed just a short time ago was gone. So was the mech pilot known as Yuri and Fame. Due to a confluence of strange circumstances, the two had actually merged together to such a degree that it was unclear whether any distinct part of them was left intact in the resulting fusion. Fortunately, the mutated ultimatum still retained much of the original functions of the mech. Its vastly more powerful spirituality had also inherited much of Yuri's piloting skills and judgment. This was important because the machine was still able to effectively channel its power towards demolishing its foes. Its aura of destruction grew at a perceivable rate with each and every attack. It derived great satisfaction from breaking open the alien warships that intimidated Yuri a lot and caused him to feel so much distress. As the other surviving mechs of the Peliki Praetorians and the other 3 mercenaries tried their best to finish off the weakened alien vessels through their own modest efforts, it looked as if they had established a good rhythm. That was until the Nuncer battleship and the mechs of the Grimly brothers both focused all of their efforts on taking down the hooligan bark. It became abundantly clear to the aliens and the cosmopolitans that the ultimatum stationed inside one of the bunkers of the combat carrier was the only lifeline left for the mercenary forces. Once the strange mech got wiped out, there shouldn't be anything standing in the way of a total human defeat in the star system. At this moment, the enhanced defenses of the hooligan bark were being sorely tested. The Nuncer battleship's transphasic energy shields might not be in a good condition at the moment, but her full weapon arsenal still remained fully operational. Each attack from her primary and secondary gun batteries was powerful enough to give the Red Two's own warships a run for their money. There was no way the hooligan bark could have withstood this much concentrated firepower for such a long time. The only reason why she managed to hold out, while only suffering much more reduced damage, was due to the magical domain field projected by Ultimatum 1. Yet everyone worried that the odd machine was rapidly approaching its limit. The damage inflicted with each subsequent salvo struck the flagship with greater force, causing her to lose more hull plating and suffer more severe hull breaches. If the Nuncer battleship wasn't dealt with, then this vessel alone could wipe out the remaining mercenary forces by herself. "Commander, Ultimatum 1 has almost managed to strip the segmented transphasic multi-layered energy shields of the Nuncer battleship. If we force our most effective ship-killer asset to attack the mechs of the Grimly brothers, then all of its efforts may have gone to waste. Once broken, energy shields could be restored so long as their generators remained intact. Every human fighting against the aliens knew that it was taboo to leave this kind of job half-done. The only way for them to produce a lasting result was for Ultimatum 1 to commit to this attack and break the hull of the Nuncer battleship. This would not be easy, as the Nuncers generally built their vertical tower-like home ships thick and tall. Since the vessels functioned as their homes as well as a fighting vessel, the Nuncer battleship attached to the alien raiding fleet consisted of a lot of strong alloys. Key sections were even covered with transphasic alloys, making them far tougher than any other part of the massive alien hull. Commander Andrea Pellicki furrowed her brows and looked down to analyze the projected map. A lot of Mechs and combat carriers had already fallen due to prior attacks launched by the alien raiding fleet. What was left might not be enough to keep the aliens on the back foot, while at the same time fend off the cosmopolitan assault from the rear. If the surviving mercenaries wanted to get out of this battle alive, then it had to deal with both groups of enemies at the same time. Focusing on one enemy at the exclusion of the other one was a great taboo. As Pellicki observed the movement of friendly forces and witnessed how the remaining mercenary Mechs around the combined fleet failed to stop the grimly strike force from approaching her flagship. There were precious few assets left to fend off the incoming Mechs. Wait. She suddenly recalled an important piece of information related to the newly acquired heavy artillery Mechs. How many ultimatums remain operational? We only have 9 left if we exclude Ultimatum 1. 3 of them are stationed in the remaining intact bunkers of our flagship, while the rest are assigned to our other surviving combat carriers. That is enough, the mercenary commander grinned. Instruct all of our bunker Mechs aside from Ultimatum 1 to concentrate their firepower on the incoming enemy melee Mechs. Make sure the other ultimatums load space burst shells in their heavy artillery cannons. Do not bother to conserve any ammunition. Acknowledged, Commander. What of Ultimatum 1? Make sure to orient our flagship in a way that allows it to continue to pummel Nuncer battleship. The leading alien vessel must fall. Hopefully, the remaining aliens will be a lot more hesitant about pressing the attack once their capital ships have all been struck down. It was obvious what Commander Pellicki wanted to accomplish. She wanted to rely on the other heavy artillery Mechs, or more specifically, the 9 other ultimatums to intercept the traitor Mechs. She took a massive risk with this decision. The lives of her mercenaries, as well as her allies, hinged on whether the recently sold Mechs could do their jobs during this critical time. The odds were stacked against them. The Grimly brother Mechs were not exactly top tier, but they were all based on well-regarded Mech models released during the Facewater generation. More concerning was the custom Mechs, piloted by Alexander Grimly and Corey Grimly. The former piloted a powerful rifleman Mech that completed his skills well enough to accurately pick off individual Mechs from a notable distance with its powerful laser rifle. The latter piloted an offensive Space Knight that was tough enough to resist a lot of damage with the help of its kite shield, but also fast enough to keep up with other offensive Mech units. Commander Pellicki gritted her teeth. She just had to hope for the best, because she did not see any other way out. She just hoped that the generational gap between the Mechs of the Facewater generation and the Hyper generation was truly as people claimed. As the Hooligan Bark and other combat carriers spun around and made sure to give most of their bunker Mechs clear firing lines towards the approaching enemy melee Mechs, they soon began to open fire. The older heavy artillery, Mechs that the mercenary forces had yet to replace, mostly utilized laser cannons or positron cannons. Energy weapons were more economical and convenient to use for mercenary forces operating at a limited budget. They were more accurate at longer ranges. The logistical constraints were much less severe, as the spent energy cells could always be recharged by the power generators of a combat carrier. In addition, there was no need to reserve a lot of cargo space for ammunition. However, their ability to hit fast-moving targets at a distance was not only dependent on the quality of the machines, but also the skill of their pilots. The traitor Mech pilots may be crazy for embracing the cosmopolitan cause, but their skills were still just as good as any professional. Mercenaries tended to prize any skills related to survival a lot more. The Grimly Mech pilots had not forgotten how to employ evasive maneuvers to make it as difficult as possible for their opponents to accurately land their energy beams on their agile machines. Pellicki grimaced as she observed the performance of the older heavy artillery Mechs. The power of their attacks may be good, but it was useless if they weren't able to hit anything. Stop trying to fight by yourself and work together with other ranged mechs to box in the enemies. Weave a net of energy beams around their mechs. The heavy artillery mech pilots fortunately possessed sufficient training to employ this cooperative tactic. It took a few moments for them to coordinate their fire across multiple different mercenary forces, but soon the Grimley brothers started to lose melee mechs at a faster rate than before. Unfortunately, it was not enough. By employing this tactic, it took multiple ranged mechs working in coordination to take down a single melee mech at a time. The remaining ones experienced much less pressure as a result and advanced with greater confidence. Yet after a short delay, the ultimatums that were still in normal working conditions finally began to open fire. This time, the heavy artillery mechs did not employ their iconic Onyx cannons. The massive super-heavy Gauss cannon was more of a siege weapon than a fly swatter. The recently purchased mechs instead relied on their more reasonable and proportionate heavy artillery cannons to launch space-burst shells at the incoming swarm of melee mechs at a steady firing rate. Silent booms erupted from the heavy artillery mechs as they alternated their fire to improve their ability to track rapidly moving mechs. The space around the Grimley brother mechs soon became engulfed in black puffs that seemingly burst out of nowhere and engulfed the immediate space with a combination of heat and pressure. It was a pity that the cheap shells bought by the Peliki Praetorians lacked a homing function. It was generally too easy for ECM systems to blind them or fool them, so this feature was generally left out unless it was powerful enough to resist these countermeasures. Most of the space-burst shells therefore reached their programmed distance and exploded into empty space. Yet as the ultimatums continued to fire, they threw so many explosive shells into space that a few of them eventually managed to detonate close enough to an enemy mech. 5 down. 2 of the melee mechs struck by an ultimatum artillery shell faltered in their flight as their exterior armor and multiple internal components received significant damage. The remaining 3 machines flew a bit further away from the exploding shells, enabling them to get away from the hit with light to moderate damage to their exterior. However, their flight systems still got affected, causing them to lose enough mobility for them to be easy targets for follow-up attacks. Peliki grew more and more satisfied by the results of the regular ultimatums. While the space-burst shells lacked the force and penetration power to eliminate the mechs in a single blow, they more than made up for it by exploding across a wider volume of space. It was quite difficult for the melee mechs to get away unscathed if a shell exploded just close enough. The accuracy of the ultimatums was fairly average, but Peliki soon noticed that the attacks of 3 of the heavy artillery mechs struck with significantly greater power than the others. Each of their explosive shells never failed to cripple or outright disable an enemy melee mech as long as they came close enough. It just so happened that the 3 ultimatums also happened to be stationed in the other remaining bunkers of the Hooligan Bark. Find out why these 3 ultimatums are dealing more effective damage than the rest of our new heavy artillery mechs. It only took seconds before a bridge officer reported back. The mech pilots report that it has become much easier for them to resonate with one of the design spirits, Commander. For whatever reason, the activity generated by Ultimate One has produced an environment where it has become much more conducive to employ the amplified destruction embedded abilities of the new mechs. The Destroyer of Worlds is on our side. More and more people started to believe in this when they witnessed the ultimatums shredding the incoming enemy mechs. The Grimley brothers were suffering significantly greater casualties than they wished, and it was all because of the excellent firepower of the ultimatums. However, the excellent performance of the ultimatums also attracted a lot of attention from their opponents. The Bison Chive is under heavy fire. Alexander Grimley and his contingent of ranged mechs are focusing their fire on one of her bunkers. We just lost one of our ultimatums. No. 5682, the power of the ultimatums. The Grimley brothers weren't as stupid or as ignorant about Mechs as the native aliens. Before they stabbed the Hulsey war dogs in the back and exposed their true allegiance, the troops of the Grimley brothers kept up with the news and acted like any other mercenaries. They followed the latest developments in the Mech industry as avidly as other Mech pilots. They knew about the ultimatums and listened to many of the wild claims about its performance. Yet now that they had begun to fight against these Mechs themselves, the troops of the Grimley brothers learned that these Mechs fully deserved all of the hype. The hyper-space burst shells launched by the modern heavy artillery Mechs were not only relatively fast, but also exploded across a wider volume of space than the explosive shells of the previous generation. The E-energy empowering the explosive ordnance of the ultimatums significantly increased the lethality of every explosion. It was as if every explosion directly weakened every affected armor plating to the point where they were only partially as effective as before. Perhaps more powerful quasi-first-class Mechs may be able to withstand this power, but the relatively ordinary second-class Mechs of the Grimley brothers were not equipped to withstand this power. The ultimatums are tearing the Grimley Mechs apart. Why didn't we buy our own batch of ultimatums? They are definitely worth far more than 30 MTA credits per copy. Don't let the Grimley brothers wreck these precious Mechs. Provide cover for them as much as possible. As the ranged Mechs of the Grimley brothers tried to take down the ultimatums one by focusing as much of their attacks on them as possible, they experienced even greater pushback from the ranged Mechs of the 4 mercenary outfits. In order to give the heavy artillery Mechs enough breathing room to eliminate the incoming melee Mechs, the rifleman Mechs of the Peliki Praetorians, as well as their allies, went all out. They increased their firing rates as much as possible. Their kinetic weapons fired as 3/4 or even half charge in order to rain more projectiles at their opponents. Though the power and the muzzle velocities of these hasty attacks were not as great as before, they produced greater suppression than before as the Grimley Mech pilots found it much more difficult to focus on eliminating the bunker Mechs when they came under heavy fire. The riflemen Mechs armed with energy weapons either overloaded their guns or simply reduced the charge rate of an individual energy beam. They managed to land a lot more hits onto their Grimley counterparts as a result, making it even more difficult for the enemy pilots to concentrate and focus on their mission. Despite these measures, 2 more ultimatums became overwhelmed by a torrent of mixed-ranged attacks. The custom rifleman Mech piloted by Alexander Grimley happened to inflict much more effective damage than the surrounding machines. Damn, Alexander never told us that his custom Mech was equipped with a transphasic laser rifle. This weapon is chiefly responsible for carving open the protective bunkers that our heavy artillery Mechs are relying upon for protection. Though the ultimatums were doing an increasingly better job at blasting enemy melee Mechs apart, Commander Peliki winced with every machine that got wrecked. That was 30 MTA credits down the drain. Instruct the 3 regular ultimatums stationed on our flagship to focus their attacks on the Mechs of both Grimley brothers. They are too threatening to leave alone. While the remaining ultimatums continued their mission to whittle down the other melee Mechs, the 3 machines that somehow fed off the large amount of destruction, E-energy attracted by the mutated machine, focused their full efforts into taking down the leading traitor Mechs. This was a much harder mission. No matter whether it was the fast and agile transphasic rifleman Mech or the tough, but also fairly mobile offensive Space Knight, neither of them allowed the attacks to stop or slow them down. The mercenaries soon made another concerning discovery. The kite shield held by Corey Grimley's Mech is transphasic. It is able to resist much more damage than normal alloy shields. That was bad, because the Mech continued to lead the other melee Mechs of the Grimley brothers forward. Once Corey Grimley managed to get close enough to the hooligan bark, it could continue to rely on its transphasic kite shield to fend off a lot of attacks while utilizing its axe to hack at the bunkers that protected the other ultimatums. Please confirm whether the axe held by Corey Grimley's Space Knight is transphasic. According to our scanners, there is a 80% probability that it is a low transphasic bladed weapon. Take it down first. Our heavy artillery mechs are trying, but their progress is too slow due to a lack of transphasic weapons. The custom Space Knight is expressly designed to endure a large quantity of attacks without losing too much combat effectiveness in the process. Even if we manage to wear out the transphasic kite shield, the mech's remaining armor should be able to resist enough attacks. Damn. Commander Pelicky sensed a growing degree of threat from that machine. While the transphasic rifleman mech piloted by Alexander Grimley could only take pot shots from afar, the mech piloted by Corey Grimley posed a much greater threat to the hooligan bark. Having a transphasic offensive Space Knight tear its penetrating axe through the hull of a starship was the worst nightmare of any mech commander. What is the status of Ultimatum 1? The abnormal mech has moved past its peak. Its power levels are slowly decreasing, though it has already managed to inflict significant material damage to the Nuncer battleship. Its progress is significantly delayed by the other alien warships putting their hulls in the way. While the quantity of enemy warships is dropping at an accelerated rate, the most powerful enemy vessel is clearly taking advantage of the temporary reprieve. This was not good news. Pelicky glanced at the projection of the mutated machine and saw that it was indeed showing signs of flagging. Even if this horrible machine managed to produce as much power as an ace pilot paired with an ace mech, it was ultimately not as strong. The foundation of the half-organic monstrosity was much poorer and unable to sustain this exceedingly high level of energy consumption. While a part of Commander Pelicky grew hopeful that there might be a way to rescue Yuri from this warped machine once it had exhausted its power, that could only happen if they won this battle. In order to do that, the mercenaries needed to destroy the Grimley brothers. It all came down to the two leading mechs. Both of them needed to be destroyed in order to eliminate the greatest threat towards the Pelicky Praetorians. Unfortunately, the secret cosmopolitans had invested so much in the development of their custom mechs that they could not be taken down in a short amount of time. Transphasic weapons and armor still retained their superiority in the hyper-generation. This was especially the case when only a single side had access to this kind of gear. There was not much time left. The transphasic offensive Space Knight piloted by Corey Grimley only needed to cross a moderate distance before it arrived right at the doorstep of the hooligan bark. The relatively modest amount of melee mechs left behind to screen the combat carriers could only block a portion of the incoming enemy machines, but it was impossible for them to stop a genuine transphasic mech. Commander Pelicky suddenly recalled another important feature about the new ultimatums. Gilbert, Anastasia, Raffin. She called the names of the other mech pilots assigned to the other ultimatums on the hooligan bark. Are you able to use the predictive targeting systems of your mechs to land a direct hit on Corey Grimley's mech with your Onyx cannon? Respond with yes or no. 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 Pelicky furrowed her brows. Reason. According to what I can surmise from my living mech, there is so much destruction E-energy around us that it has displaced everything else. Anastasia replied. The ultimatum needs another kind of E-energy to leverage its other embedded ability. This is partially our fault. If we had more practice and proficiency in piloting the ultimatum, we wouldn't have to rely on this crutch. There are rumors that genuine Ilvanan mech pilots don't need to resort to this measure at all to establish a connection with their prophet. Commander Pelicky dismissively waved her hand. It is not your fault. Forget about the custom mechs piloted by the Grimley brothers. Turn your focus back on intercepting the other mechs. They are weak enough for you to be able to eliminate with great efficiency. What about the transphasic mechs of the Grimley brothers? We can only rely on one asset to take them down, Pelicky responded. Helmsman, turn the hooligan bark around. Give Ultimatum 1 a clear shot of the enemy transphasic mechs. Commander, doing so will reduce the pressure on the Nuncer battleship. Our melee mechs have almost reached the alien raiding fleet. Tell them to concentrate on tearing her apart while her transphasic energy shields are still down. There was a risk that the friendly melee mechs might fail, but that was a risk that she had to take. Ultimatum 1 was the only truly reliable asset she had left. The hooligan bark spun around and prevented the monster mech from firing any further shots towards the heavily damaged Nuncer battleship. At this angle, the biggest threat towards the monstrosity was the 2 transphasic mechs. There was no way for the mutated heavy artillery mech to fire her cannons at the alien raiding fleet, positioned at the opposite side of the battlefield. Though the strange mech expressed its frustration by stomping its uneven legs against the deck of its bunker, it soon began to shift the angle of its onyx cannon. Suddenly, Alexander grimly sensed an acute threat. His rifleman mech began to put more power into its flight system, while at the same time firing a transphasic laser beam that lost half of its strength before it accurately carved into the bunker that protected the source of his discomfort. The Ultimatum 1 fired. An attack that was almost just as powerful as the initial strikes lanced through space, and almost managed to land a direct hit onto the transphasic rifleman mech. Partial hit. Ultimatum 1's empowered attack managed to sever a leg off Alexander Grimley's mech. The transphasic rifleman mech made a lot more irregular movements while it furiously struck back. The domain field surrounding Ultimatum 1 sapped a lot of strength from the incoming attacks, but it had been growing weaker at a steady rate, which meant that the attacks were becoming increasingly effective. However, just as Alexander Grimley was about to pull the trigger yet again, he immediately sensed danger and tried to juke his mech in another direction. Unfortunately for him, the monster mech just happened to predict his evasive trajectory and fired its mutated onyx cannon at the right angle and the right time. The empowered super heavy Gauss round directly struck the torso of the transphasic rifleman mech. As impressive as its defenses may be relative to non-transphasic mech, there was no way a ranged mech like this could withstand a direct hit from an attack that had the power to breach the defenses of alien warships. The custom mech outright disintegrated upon impact. So much kinetic energy transferred into the inadequate defenses of the ranged mech that it immediately shattered into millions of broken and separated parts. When Corey grimly became alerted by what had happened to his brother, he immediately became overtaken by the loss. "Brother, no. You promised we would fight side by side to bring humanity to the light." Even cosmopolitans could feel sad. However, Corey shook his head shortly afterwards and concentrated on the fight. This was no time for him to mourn. The mission came first. "You will pay for that. Our righteous cause shall prevail no matter how much blood must be spilled. For a pluralistic society." 5683, Corey Grimley. Much to the surprise of everyone on the battlefield, the 4 mercenary outfits managed to overcome their period of adversity. When the battle started, the mechs of the Peliki Praetorians, the Five Fingers Club, the Rutherford family, and the Desiccators faced an uphill battle that was so steep that they saw little hope of climbing their way to the top. The treachery of the Grimley brothers and the rapid collapse of the Hulsey war dogs should have turned the mercenaries into sitting ducks when they squared off against the formidable native alien raiding fleet, bearing down on their positions. Yet the sudden outbreak of Ultimatum 1 changed their entire fate. Mechs got obliterated while combat carriers sundered apart at an alarming rate, but with the help of an abnormality that could not be explained, the 4 mercenary outfits managed to strike back and inflict serious losses onto the alien fleet. Now, the aliens had lost their flagship while rendering multiple other capital ships vulnerable. The Nuncer battleship that acted as the minder of the alien fleet had received such a pounding that the mercenary melee mechs tore into her guts with no hesitation, causing her to collapse from within. the remaining alien warships started to slow down and fight less vigorously, as the alien crew members clearly became shaken at the continuous setbacks. The downfall of pretty much all of their capital ships had caused the remaining aliens to become disorganized and less willing to press the attack. This caused them to become easier prey to the melee Mech that dove on them like a swarm of piranhas. Equipped with the newfangled space suppressors, the melee Mech visibly destabilized any transphasic energy shield they came close to. Even if an individual module was not too effective due to the lack of face water integrated in their specific models, the sheer quantity of Mechs was too much for most warships to resist, especially if they belonged to the smaller ship classes. This was one of the many instances that proved that the hyper-generation had given Red humanity a fighting chance in the Red War. It would have been a lot more difficult for the Red II to encourage the masses to pilot Mechs into battle against huge alien warships if they did not have a readily available solution to overcome the notoriously powerful defenses of the latter. Though the non-transphasic space suppressors were only effective when employed in larger numbers, second-class and third-class Mech forces were not short on them for the time being. So long as the production of Mechs remained strong and the pool of manpower remained abundant, many human forces were more than willing to throw lots of Mechs into the fray in the hopes of earning war merits and other massive rewards. Come on, men. We need to finish off these warships as fast as possible. If we take too long, we won't have motherships to return to. Take down these transphasic shields no matter the cost. As long as the mercenary fleet and its escort Mechs could continue to provide support from a distance, the downfall of the alien raiding fleet became increasingly more likely. Yet even as the human mercenaries were on the verge of repelling the alien fleet and earning huge rewards in the process, the assault from the rear threatened to undo much of their gains. The grimy brothers proved their determination to act against Red humanity's interests by attacking the mercenary fleet from the opposite direction, thereby making it a lot more difficult for the defenders to properly handle both threats. The ultimatums helped a lot. Their heavy artillery cannons usually merited very little attention due to how ordinary they seem compared to the powerful Onyx cannon. This was not a surprise. The Onyx cannon was the star of the heavy artillery Mech. The entire design was clearly based around this incredibly cumbersome and oversized super-heavy Gauss cannon. It was a weapon that aspired to be a ship-killer and had proven this capacity in several instances during this battle. Yet it was the extreme characteristics that also sabotaged the Onyx cannon from posing an effective threat against small, fast-moving objects such as Mechs. Once the Onyx cannon opened fire, the heavy artillery Mech had to work hard to charge the weapon back up. Even if the pilot decided to launch the weapon at half charge, it still took far too many seconds to prepare the weapon to fire again. The consequences of missing a shot were too great as a consequence. The ultimatums bought by the Praetorians, therefore, did not bother to employ this weapon system against the enemy Mechs. The only way to make them viable was to successfully pair them up with the guided aim embedded ability. But the Praetorian Mech pilots were unable to reach out to Ilvain due to lack of practice and other factors. This was a major product flaw and significantly complicated the use of the ultimatum. Commander Peliki and many of her mercenaries put much of their hopes onto the seemingly magical features of this fantastic new hyper Mech. The learning curve of this heavy artillery Mech is much steeper than expected. It is an excellent siege weapon, but it has its limitations. Fortunately for the mercenaries, the space-burst shells launched by the heavy artillery cannons more than made up for this shortcoming. Though their muzzle velocities were fairly low, the space-burst shells were remarkably effective at damaging and ultimately blasting melee Mechs to pieces. No matter how much the Mechs tried to evade or maneuver around the field of explosions, there was no way for them to continually evade the space-burst shells as they kept pouring in at a moderate rate. More than half of the melee Mechs dispatched by the treacherous Grimly brothers had already fallen. The remaining ones already lost a lot of momentum, but the traitor Mech pilots pushed their machines forward regardless because there was no way out for them anymore. Take these mercenaries down and sow terror in the hearts of red humanity. Corey grimly roared over an open channel as his custom space knight led the charge. The Genlock Cell's plan must prevail. Do not let my brother's sacrifice be in vain. Let us bring a new multiracial utopia to reality by showing these people the folly of human supremacy. For the great cause. For the great cause. For progress. For progress. For a pluralistic society. For a pluralistic society. Before their sudden betrayal, the two Grimleys established a reputation for being leaders who were good at uplifting other people. To see Corey grimly leverage his leadership ability onto his fellow cosmopolitans made their betrayal even more incomprehensible to the mercenaries. How could these smart and successful mercenaries be so stupid enough to embrace the cosmopolitan cause? There was no way for them to find any answers. The situation had become more dire even as their enemies had already started to drop like flies. Even though the Mechs of the Grimley brothers suffered heavy damage, the remaining ones could still pose a threat to the vulnerable combat carriers of the mercenary forces. The mercenary commanders had already dispatched most of their melee Mechs to the alien fleet. The ones left behind might be able to slow down the Mechs of the Grimley brothers for a time, but the damage wrought by the alien raiding fleet heavily impacted their ability to fend off any remaining enemies. No one was in a good shape anymore. The only machine that still appeared to be going strong was the offensive Space Knight piloted by Corey Grimley. The expensive transphasic machine had done a remarkably good job at resisting all of the space burst shells that struck its hardy kite shield and its resilient armor plating. As a high-quality mech that combined offense, defense, and mobility in a particularly dangerous combination, the offensive Space Knight could pose a massive threat to any combat carrier once it got close. Commander Pelkey already determined that no melee mech among the remaining defenders could contain or eliminate Corey Grimley's elite mech. The traitor leader was too good of a pilot. He would definitely be able to effectively leverage all of the advantages of his machine to evade any stiff resistance and strike at the weak points of his targets. The hooligan bark was exceptionally vulnerable to Corey's transphasic axe. It was clear that Corey Grimley had set his sights on Ultimatum 1. Though the mutated mech had demonstrated a huge amount of strength, the traitors already noticed that the former's lengthy outburst was already beginning to decline. The Pelkey Praetorians have already exhausted their trump card. They are more vulnerable than they have ever been. Everything rested on Ultimatum 1. The horrifyingly warped machine was the only hope for the mercenaries to save their fleet, defeat their most threatening foes, and end this day with at least some of their lives intact. The monster mech had already made good progress in neutralizing the threat posed by the Grimley brothers by eliminating the transphasic rifleman Mech Pilotic by Alexander Grimley. But this caused the surviving brother to become even more wary at this abnormal machine. Corey Grimley felt a huge threat from the hooligan bark. He had already banked his offensive Space Knight to the left, just as a blindingly powerful super-heavy Gauss round rushed through the position occupied by the mech just a moment earlier. Miss. The only consequence suffered by the offensive Space Knight was getting exposed to a wave of destruction E-energy. While the mech's alloy shield and armor plating suffered a bit of damage, the effects were far too minor to compromise the machine's integrity. The traitor leader adopted a vicious grin. He was determined not to repeat the mistake made by his late brother. As far as evasion went, Corey had always outperformed his brother, mainly because he honed his instincts in close-quarters combat a lot more often. It was obvious to him whenever the abnormal ultimatum was about to fire. Not only did it project its intentions like an open book, but it also fired shortly after its mutated onyx cannon reached full charge. Corey had already timed the delay between shots. As long as he made sure to focus fully on evasion when the opposing super Mech was about to open fire, his offensive Space Knight would be able to escape the brunt of the attack. Miss again. He had heard and read about the ultimatum's fiendish ability to predict the trajectory of targets and provide suggestions on where to aim. He did not feel as if the opposing pilots were making use of this cheat-like ability. So long as this was not the case, Corey was confident that his powerful Mech could cross the remaining distance and chop the newfangled ultimatums to pieces with its hungry transphasic axe. The traitor leader briefly estimated the amount of Onyx cannon shots he would have to endure before his Mech finally reached the side of the hooligan bark. You only have 3 shots left before your Mech will taste my axe. The Space Knight suddenly rolled to the side, just as another super-heavy Gauss threatened to shatter its alloy shield to pieces. To now, Time was running out for the mercenaries. Corey Grimley's subordinates may be dropping like flies, but that was poor consolation when this high-quality Mech possessed the power to destroy entire combat carriers by itself. Ultimatum 1 wouldn't be able to do anything to the enemy Space Knight as long as the latter circled its way around. No matter how powerful the Onyx cannon may be, it was impossible for this huge and ungainly weapon to fire at the rear of the heavy artillery Mech it was attached to. The ultimatum was exceptionally vulnerable to melee Mechs, which was a trait that was common to all machines of this Mech type. Don't let Corey Grimley get any closer. Shoot his Mech down regardless of the cost. 5684, the final sprint. Though Corey Grimley had never broken through to the rank of expert candidate or expert pilot, he was still an exemplary Mech pilot in other aspects. Even when a lot of ranged Mechs brought their weapons to bear against offensive Space Knight, he relied on his powerful intuition and his impeccable skills to deftly maneuver his machine in unpredictable loops and diversions. He did so while making sure that he did not prolong the time of arrival too much. He knew as well as everyone else that, as long as his powerful Mech reached the hooligan bark, the combat carrier as well as the ultimatums stationed inside her bunkers were likely doomed. This acute threat forced all of the remaining ultimatums to bring their weapons to bear against Corey Grimley's Mech. The traitor leader suddenly encountered much stiffer resistance during his final sprint as multiple hyper-heavy artillery Mechs showered his machine with hyper-space burst shells. The faint power of destruction attached to every warhead added a little extra power to the explosions, causing the offensive Space Knight to endure continuous damage to its defenses. The Mech's energy shield briefly came online and managed to serve as a brief buffer that saved the Mech from suffering a lot of physical damage. Unfortunately, the sheer quantity of attacks quickly overwhelmed it. The Space Knight tried its best to block as many attacks as possible with its transphasic kite shield. As tough and resilient as it may be, transphasic alloys were not invincible. Even if the power of a single spacebust explosion was not enough to break the armor of the transphasic Mech, what about a dozen of them? What about 24 explosions? Though the ultimatums temporarily gave the other enemy units a reprieve, Corey Grimley endured a lot more pressure than before. Not only were the continuous explosions overwhelming the structure of his alloy shield, but the interference also made it a lot more difficult for him to maintain his awareness of his surroundings. As the Mech's metallic structure groaned as it started to receive increasingly more direct impacts, Corey felt as if he was being subjected to the force of a supernova. The heavy artillery cannons of the ultimatums were too overbearing when employed en masse. If this continued, then Corey would find it much more difficult to anticipate Ultimatum 1's supercharged attack and evade it in time. Help, Corey. Let my Mech serve as your shield. Other melee Mechs had sped up and deliberately positioned themselves in front and around Corey's Mech. The Mech pilots had all chosen to step up during this critical time. They voluntarily placed their machines in harm's way, knowing that the continuous shelling would rupture their Mechs and break apart their cockpits with ease. Nonetheless, They fearlessly proceeded anyway because Corey grimly shouldered the hope of advancing their great cause. The cost was great. Mechs fell like flies as they literally treated themselves as human shields for the battered, but not broken transphasic space knight. They only bought a short amount of time, but that was more than enough to give the enemy elite Mech crucial breathing room. Corey not only managed to restore his composure, but was also able to direct his full concentration towards the attack he knew was coming. Hi. His Mech launched upwards at just the right time for his machine to evade the powerful projectile that punched straight through two of the Mechs like they were toys. The Space Knight almost lost its legs from the attacks. The armor plating that covered the lower limbs still became exposed to destructive energies that had a corroding effect on the surface. Miss, one shot left. Even if Corey's Mechs had endured a lot of damage, Space Knights were built to take hits and keep going. The Mech might look significantly damaged on the outside, but it protected its internals so well that the machine still retained most of its combat effectiveness. There was no doubt in everyone's mind that the transphasic Mech could demolish any other Mech in a face-to-face confrontation. This was the worst nightmare for the ultimatums stationed in the bunkers of the hooligan bark. Their heavy artillery cannons launched space-burst shells as fast as they could with no regard to how quickly they were using them up. Unfortunately, the literal cannon fodder that constantly got in the way prevented them from damaging or disorienting Corey Grimley's Mech. As the distance between the traitor Mechs and the mercenary fleet continued to shrink, the monster Mech that had dominated much of the battle prepared to fire its mutated onyx cannon for what may be the final time. Whatever consciousness was in control of this warped accident still understood that Corey grimly posed the greatest danger. It did not let its previous failures deter its attempt to nail the elusive Space Knight with its most powerful attack. However, as admirable as its determination may be, the consciousness obviously lost much of the spontaneity and creativity of the original Mech pilot, because the machine simply waited for the Onyx cannon to reach its full charge before pulling the trigger right away. This predictable firing pattern gave Corey grimly a lot of help, because he knew almost exactly when he should move. The only question was in which direction his Mech should evade. Whoever was in control of the super Mech had come close to predicting his evasion pattern. This was a deadly game that many Mech pilots needed to be proficient in order to survive and thrive on the battlefield. Corey had always prided himself on his evasion ability. He probably would have performed just as good if not better if he chose to specialize in piloting light skirmisher, but he wanted to excel in a Mech archetype that best complemented his late brother. Up. As the damaged Space Knight moved in Corey's chosen direction, the super-heavy Gauss round missed its target to such an extent that its destruction E-energy wake barely affected the machine. Though the powerful shot caused a rain of debris to spread in front as it had drilled through one of the Mechs acting as a shield, that was the extent of damage inflicted by the monster Mech. No. Commander Pellicky looked dismayed when Yuri's Mech had missed the final crucial shot. There was no time for the powerful machine to launch a third attack. Prepare to receive the incoming enemy Mechs. Grab whatever weapons or tools you can find. Get ready to arm the improvised booby traps and detonate as many explosive shells in the faces of the enemy Mechs as possible. Don't worry about the hooligan bark. We can always replace a flagship, but we can never replace our lives. Much of the crew had already spent a bit of time on preparing for this scenario. There was not much they could do against Mechs when they no longer had any melee Mechs left to block the enemies. A number of non-essential crew members had already begun to evacuate at this time. Escape pods launched from various points of the hull and flew in the direction of other friendly Mechs, heedless of the energy beams and projectiles that regularly crossed the surrounding space. Commander Pellicky did not make any effort to run. She bore too much responsibility, and she did not think the Praetorians could make it out alive once they lost their greatest weapon. Yuri, she transmitted over multiple channels. I hope you're still alive in there. A powerful enemy is coming. The transphasic space knight has already circled around and is currently hacking its way through the hull. It won't take long before it breaches the interior of your bunker and assail your mech from the rear. Either evacuate or do whatever you can to defend yourself against Corey grimly. The mercenary commander had no idea whether her subordinate got the message. The bloated machine acted like it was under the control of a stupid automated program again. Instead of trying to turn around and maybe bring its onyx cannon to bear against the enemy coming from the rear, the mutated heavy artillery mech went back to shooting the enemies in front. The half-biological abomination launched another attack that managed to pulverize 3 enemy mechs that just happened to cross the same line. This was an amazing feat and helped to relieve pressure for the mercenary fleet. However, this attack did nothing to stop Corey Grimley's rampage. His Space Knight had already gotten rid of its alloy shield, but that enabled it to hold its transphasic axe with 2 scarred but fully functional arms and carve through the compartments with steady determination. Any infantry, defensive installation, and other measures failed to slow down the intruding machine. The mech was too tough. Small arms fire almost universally bounced off its mech frame. Its sensors detected a lot of obvious traps in advance, allowing it to neutralize them or simply go around. The only discomfort the Space Knight experienced was the strange energy field that caused Corey grimly to feel as if he was moving in a zone of death. However, it was clearly weakening, as if the source had already deflated like a balloon. There was nothing else inside the flagship that could stop his mech's advance. The Hooligan Bark was hardly the strongest or the most robust second-class combat carrier. She was a typical product designed for private use. There was no budget for any serious anti-mech countermeasures. The general recommendation to this kind of scenario was that the crew of the vessel should simply give up and evacuate as soon as possible. That was not really a solution at all to the Peliki Praetorians, so the mercenary commander continued to urge Yuri to get ready to confront the incoming threat. He's come. The thick and sturdy gate that shut the rear of the bunker compartment abruptly started to tear and deform. The transphasic axe was able to cut through the ordinary alloys with ease, but the Space Knight still had to hack its weapon many times in order to carve out an opening through all of the mass in the way. The monster mech finally exhibited a reaction when it suspended its latest attempt to charge up its onyx cannon. Though the monster machine had yet to turn around with its 5 uneven legs, it had finally registered the threat from the rear. Peliki widened her eyes when she saw that the machine's secondary armaments mounted on the back started to swing or swivel backwards. They are still in working condition. She thought that Ultimatum 1's original heavy artillery cannons had mutated so far beyond recognition that it was impossible for them to function anymore. Clearly, she had underestimated the strange phenomena that caused Yuri's machine to turn into a monstrosity. Just as the Space Knight carved out a rectangular-shaped hole through the reinforced gate and knocked it open, the monster mech's short and stubby mortar launched a goopy projectile directly through the newly created breach. Unfortunately, the velocity of this giant green snot ball was so dreadfully low that the vigilant and alert enemy had plenty of time to press his mech to the side and evade much of the attack. A small portion of the snot ball nonetheless managed to clip one of the Space Knight's arm, but other than corroding a bit of armor plating, the attack failed to produce any other results. The next instant, 3 powerful rays of light lanced from the miniature, triple-barreled laser cannon battery. The power of these laser beams was exceptional relative to the size of the mech and weapon system. However, Corey grimly easily anticipated this attack in advance due to detecting the massive buildup of heat. Even as he grew confused about the fact that the Ultimatum mech looked far different from what he expected, he still commanded his mech to utilize its transphasic axe to breach the nearby bulkhead and create enough space for his machine to sidestep the barrage of energy weapons fire. Once the miniature triple-barreled laser cannon battery had expended its attack, the Space Knight hopped back with a vengeance and sprinted forward before the odd machine could launch any further attacks. What? Corey grimly did not expect for his Space Knight to get smacked by what appeared to be a giant hair follicle. The weapon was so absurd that his Space Knight almost failed to lift up its axe in time. On instinct, Corey chose to meet the incoming hair with the sharp side of his transphasic weapon as opposed to its flat side. This turned out to make quite a difference as the hair literally snapped, as if it had been shaved by giant razor. Though the crazy cosmopolitan leader struggled to understand what was going on, this did not stop him from pressing forward. The final obsidian black tentacle whipped forward in an attempt to land a final blow onto the Space Knight. There was not enough space inside the bunker for the latter to evade, but it did not matter because the enemy lifted up one of its arms and allowed the tentacle to smack and fracture the remaining armor plating on this limb. The force of the tentacle may be strong enough to inflict damage, but it was not strong enough to repel the Space Knight. This ends now. With a final heave, the Space Knight jumped onto the back of the heavy artillery Mech, thereby preventing most of Ultimatum One's weapons systems from threatening the intruding machine. Corey Grimley's Mech then proceeded to lift its transphasic axe before chopping it down onto the rear of the beetle-shaped Mech. The outer layers of the hyper-alloy plating parted easily enough, as they failed to produce sufficient resistance against the exceptional penetration properties of the weapon. 5685 Thick Mech. As a secret cosmopolitan, Corey grimly liked to think he developed an open mind. He studied the histories, technologies, and cultures of many different alien races. He developed an admiration of how they evolved under vastly different circumstances before finally making their way into space. He developed a yearning when he heard how so many alien races managed to reach a tenable state of coexistence with each other. Sure, not all intelligent races managed to gain a foothold in a galactic community, but the fact that it was possible should have been a signal for humanity to follow the prevailing trend and blend in with the harmonious multiracial society that the aliens had built. Corey grimly hated the fact that he was born in the wrong timeline. Instead of living in a reality where humans such as himself could interact freely with aliens without suffering any condemnation, he lived in another version where such actions were considered taboo. To a genuine cosmopolitan like Corey, this was as absurd as forbidding people to breathe. Cooperation and coexistence were universal ideals. In both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, the aliens of those respective galaxies had managed to reach a state of partial integration with each other. Their borders still existed, and so did their territorial rivalries, but they no longer bothered to wage all-out war against each other anymore. The intelligent and enlightened aliens all came to the conclusion that cooperating with each other was less costly than trying to wage endless war against their rival species. There were enough wise and far-sighted alien leaders among them who successfully managed to find common ground despite their many racial differences. By emphasizing what they had in common while compensating for each other's weaknesses, the aliens of the Milky Way and the Red Ocean had been well on their way of building true galactic communities where many different races worked towards common purpose. If humanity could become a part of those communities, then Corey would have been able to explore the cultures of other alien races by visiting their planets in person. He would be able to make friends of individuals of vastly different species. No matter whether they looked like three-fingered frogs or amorphous balls of slime, as long as they were civilized members of the same galactic community, he had no doubt he would have been able to become best friends with any intelligent alien. It had always been a dream for Corey and his brother to explore the wonders of every alien race and make use of their new technologies. Human mechs could have become a lot stronger and more diverse if his own race became open-minded enough to allow aliens to assist in their development. Alas, such a reality was too far away for the cosmopolitans living in this reality. Corey grimly had little choice but to keep this dream to himself and his fellow cosmopolitans. At this moment, Corey wondered whether one of his dreams had come true. Instead of expecting an experimental version of the ultimatum, where the designers had gone crazy in trying to boost its power, he became confronted with a mess of a machine. The ultimatum was still vaguely recognizable as one, yet it looked completely wrong on every level. It had grown thicker and fatter. It lost a leg, but the remaining ones all grew in different shapes and lengths. Its heavy artillery cannons had been replaced by a random collection of weapons, one of which happened to be a completely useless hair follicle that his Mech had already cut in half. The creepiest part about the machine was the human-like head that appeared to be locked in an eternal scream. Even though the head was mounted towards the front, it was somehow able to rotate and turn so that it directly faced the intruder that had jumped on top of its back. The second creepiest part about this abomination of a Mech was that parts of it had been replaced by organic matter. There was no rhyme and reason for this substitution, as many parts had been replaced with disgusting biomatter for no clear reason. It made Corey feel as if his space knight was standing on top of an alien that had undergone a failed cybernetic transformation. Whatever the case, the situation at the moment did not give him the luxury to get to the bottom of this mystery. All that mattered at the moment was to put an end to this monster Mech's existence. Since the bunker was exposed to vacuum, no noise propagated throughout the surroundings. Each time the transphasic axe hacked against the thick back armor of Ultimatum 1, it left another thick cut through the hyper-alloy plating. Though the axe inflicted serious damage with each strike, heavy artillery Mech was designed to resist a lot of damage, so it was not easy to break past all of the armor layers. It did not help that the Mech's unknown transformation had caused its exterior to gain additional mass, some of which happened to be organic. After breaching through another layer, the axe started to cut through flesh. A copious amount of red blood spurted from the cut that the Space Knight had made. From the moment the axe cut through this layer of flesh, the monster Mech started to thrash a lot more violently. It was as if the Mech was in pain. The machine redoubled its efforts to repel or destroy the intruding machine, but its options were too limited. Its onyx cannon was only able to aim forward. It was impossible for it to angle its massive barrel backwards. Even if it did, Corey grimly had many different ways to counteract this move. The triple-barreled laser cannon battery may have been able to strike at the Space Knight, if not for the fact that the latter had simply placed one of its feet on top of the weapon mount. The strange mortar was even less of a threat because the Space Knight had already chopped the weapon apart. The only weapon system that could do something about the enemy Mech was the Black Tentacle. It had entered into a wrestling match with the arm of the Space Knight. Both sides tried to overwhelm each other, but found it difficult to gain the upper hand. Frustrated by the interference produced by this alien-like limb, Corey commanded his Mech to chop at the trunk of this limb, only for the transphasic axe to barely produce a cut. For whatever reason, the durability of this tentacle exceeded that of the rest of the Mech frame. While that made it difficult for the Space Knight to get rid of it, there was no problem in holding it in place for the time being. Its physical power was inferior to its resilience. Corey went back to attacking the back surface of Ultimatum 1. As long as he managed to get deep enough, he would definitely be able to crush the power reactor and other essential internal systems. He just had to be a little patient. This is taking too much time. He was pretty sure that the Ultimatum model wasn't supposed to be this tough. The abnormal machine was twice or maybe even thrice as damage-resistant, as the thick layers forced the Space Knight to do a lot of work to get past all of the armor layers. After hacking its way through multiple layers of alloy and flesh, the intruder Mech finally managed to breach its way into the internals. However, much to Corey's surprise, a lot of internal components that should have been vulnerable to his Mech were all covered by thick organic growths. While it was unclear what purpose they served, they most definitely added more obstacles to his goal. No matter, extra flesh won't prevent your fall. The partially organic Mech shook and thrashed even more when the axe fell onto the flesh surrounding the vital internal parts. Though each of them had gone through a lot of weird changes, they still played an essential role in the functioning of the Mech. Blood and sparks erupted from the exposed machine. Its power dropped as Corey's space knight mercilessly tried to butcher the oversized Mech with one chop at a time. The cosmopolitan's eyes finally lit up when he detected the cockpit of the Mech. It was covered with thick strands of flesh, but they were not that difficult for his transphasic axe to hack through. After spilling a lot of blood, the Space Knight raised its axe one more time before letting its blood-soaked edge fall straight through the metallic shell that encompassed the cockpit. Die, human supremacist. More blood spilled out of the cockpit than any other organic injury that Corey Grimley's Mech inflicted before. Though it was normal to produce a few splotches of human blood that subsequently flash froze into red crystals due to exposure to vacuum, the red liquid that spilled out from the cockpit far exceeded the blood volume of a small human body. Corey grimly grew confused. Was there even a human body inside? What was up with all of this blood and flesh? What sort of illogical machine had he decided to attack, and who was crazy enough to design this monstrosity? I need to finish this, he reminded himself. The mutated Mech still remained operational despite the extensive damage to its externals. Since destroying the cockpit was not enough to take it down, Corey would just have to wreck even more parts. He felt as if he was attacking an alien battleship rather than a heavy artillery Mech. There were so many strange parts that his Space Knight needed to destroy that this was taking far longer than it should. Just as his machine raised its blood-soaked axe for yet another strike, Corey suddenly sensed a huge threat directed towards his machine. Right now, his instincts were warning of threats coming from multiple directions. He did not have the time to determine whether it came from the machine he was attacking. He just knew that he needed to move his Space Knight out of the way before it got struck. Just as he directed his machine to move away, the annoying black tentacle suddenly seemed to gain a burst of strength. It had not only wrapped itself along one of the arms of the Space Knight, but also tried to pull the Mech backwards as if it was an overly clingy girlfriend. "Let go," Corey barked as the free arm of his Mech attempted to chop apart the tentacle with the transphasic axe, only to produce a moderate cut that was far from sufficient to get rid of this entanglement. The Space Knight did not have the time to swing the axe another time. Two super-heavy Gauss rounds punched through the bulkheads, positioned at the sides of the bunker, and struck the upper body of the Space Knight at the same time. One of the rounds severed the entangled arm, which inadvertently freed the Space Knight from the grip of the black tentacle. However, the Space Knight had no time to take advantage of its freed state, as the second super-heavy Gauss round successfully managed to punch through the center of the torso. Its damaged armor plating was unable to resist the force of the attack. Instead, its brief resistance enabled the round to transfer even more kinetic energy upon impact, causing the entire Mech frame to shake and ultimately tear itself apart as it failed to absorb the excessive forces. The deformed round ultimately managed to push its way through the deformed armor plating and disintegrating components before rushing right through the external hull plating of the combat carrier and off into space. It's gone. Corey Grimley's transphasic Space Knight has been demolished. There is nothing left intact aside from a pair of legs. The greatest threat to the monster Mech had unexpectedly met its end due to a surprise attack from two other ultimatums that had attacked from other locations inside the ship. The two heavy artillery Mechs had to utilize its slow legs to leave their bunkers and navigate as closely to the bunker that held Ultimatum 1 as possible, all the while making sure to remain discreet enough to keep Corey grimly in the dark. The two ultimatums finally stopped a fair distance away from the bunker. They had managed to get a lot closer, but they did not dare to go too close. They ultimately put their trust in the power of their onyx cannons and bet on their ability to punch through multiple bulkheads before striking their targets. The Peliki Praetorians had become extremely thankful for the fact that the main weapons of these newfangled mechs had proven themselves to be strong enough to complete this crucial task. "We're saved." 5686, Professor Vector Loban. The battlefield no longer resembled a quagmire. It had become a giant, expanding junkyard. Debris and broken parts littered the surrounding space. Broken mechs, broken combat carriers, and broken alien warships spread across space in every direction. A lot of pieces were bound to get caught by the local planet's gravity well. They might even get pulled in and crash onto the surface, causing a lot of devastation to its recently terraformed ecosystem. Other hazards also existed as faltering power generators exploded after reaching their limits, and previously unexploded ordnance blew up for one reason or another. Further complicating the state of the debris field was that a lot of survivors from both sides of the conflict managed to survive the battle that had recently come to an end. Both humans and aliens of two distinct races still clung to life in the more intact pieces of shipwreckage or inside the escape pods flung into space. One of the trends of the Red War was that the victor always laid complete claim to the spoils. The loser of a battle had no way of retaining any control over the battlefield. All of the debris, intact goods, and survivors in the area completely fell at the mercy of the winners of the battle. This dynamic enriched many human and alien groups. Not only did the winners usually receive rich rewards from the Red Two or the Red Cabal for inflicting a serious blow against their foes, but they could also look forward to salvaging a lot of valuable parts and materials, thereby enabling them to make up for their losses and strengthen their forces even further. Unfortunately for the 4 surviving mercenary forces, their losses this time were a bit too big. The Peliki Praetorians had suffered moderate losses. The mercenary outfit could make up for the loss in mechs and mech pilots easily enough, but starships were a different matter. Commander Peliki had made the strategic decision to utilize her combat carriers as decoys and damage sponges. While the results vindicated her strategy, it did not make the aftermath look any nicer. Starships represented hard currency in the new frontier. Each interstellar vessel granted autonomy and strength to their owners. No matter how outdated or how much their condition had deteriorated, they still held a lot of value simply by virtue of being able to move while carrying lots of cargo. The Peliki Praetorians had lost 2/3 of their combat carriers. If the loss of mechs hadn't been so exaggerated, they might even have to discard a few mechs in poor condition because they couldn't fit into the remaining hulls anymore. The losses suffered by the Five Fingers Club, the Rutherford family, and the Desiccators were roughly comparable. The Rutherfords became especially devastated as their more powerful and expensive assets could not be easily replaced now that they had fallen from grace. They no longer had access to better goods and services as their old allies no longer respected them enough to provide favored treatment. The patriarch of the Rutherford family sounded especially morose. "If we do not manage to obtain enough compensation from the Red Two for foiling this cosmopolitan conspiracy, then we must put an end to this costly venture. We have been blinded by greed, so much so that we have agreed to become foot soldiers in a war that should actually be fought by the Mechers and the Fleeters." Perhaps the only party that actually had reason to celebrate this Pyrrhic victory were the Desiccators. Their losses had been great, but their mechs and starships had never been the best to begin with. It may just be possible for them to completely replenish their losses so long as they earned enough war merits from this victory. However, the real reason why the Desiccators celebrated this victory so much was because they obtained a lot of alien bodies to indulge in their sick fantasies. No matter whether the aliens were alive or dead, the Desiccators took as many as they could. They engaged in insane rituals where they doused themselves in alien blood while wearing the chopped body parts on their heads or across their bodies. They even built a massive pile of alien skulls inside one of their starships to serve as a monument for this great victory. Commander Pellicky did not enjoy the group meetings at all. Each time they met in person or in a virtual setting, she would have to hold in her disgust whenever her eyes laid on the leader of this sick gathering. The old man's burned with fanatical glee as he wrapped himself up in a coat made out of carved strips of Nuncer hide. The oversized skull of a Nuncer commander wrapped around his head, while parts of the hooves had been installed over his arms and legs. If not for the man's considerable augmentations and powered exoskeleton frame, he wouldn't have been able to bear the weight of all of these heavy Nuncer body parts. The forces of darkness have been sated by our sacrificial offerings. Our doom has just been postponed. We need more bodies. If you have recovered more of them, please trade them to us. We are more than willing to give up some of our other spoils in order to obtain more bodies. The Nuncer bodies are especially precious to us. If they are still alive, then that is even better. The suffering of a dying Nuncer tastes the sweetest to the dark forces that lurk in our shadows. Everyone else looked disgusted when they heard the cult leader ramble on about his justifications to indulge in his twisted habits. How the man even managed to run a somewhat functional mercenary outfit was a mystery. You may have our share of aliens, the Rutherford patriarch said without bothering to do a good job at hiding his disgust. We prefer to obtain face water in exchange, but we are willing to accept other high-grade exotics as well. The Dissecator leader suddenly dropped his grin and stared unnervingly at the uptight patriarch. Do not play us for fools. We will only give you a small share of our face water in exchange for those bodies. If you think you can take advantage of us, then pray that the forces of darkness will not devour you when you least expect it. I would love to wear your face on my own one day. Everyone else shuddered at those words. Commander Pellicky cleared her throat. Let us dispense with the threats and continue to allocate the spoils. The surviving mercenaries continued to police the battlefield while waiting for the follow-up. Not only had they contracted a professional salvage company to do the hard work of salvaging and transporting back most of the debris, but they also requested the Mechers to stop by in order to address a few difficult concerns. It normally took a week or maybe 2 weeks for the Mechers to dispatch one of their representatives to a battlefield. This time, the Mechers prioritized this matter so much that they immediately dispatched a fast destroyer. The small warship that was clearly built for speed arrived in less than 3 days. Once the superdrive-equipped vessel arrived in orbit of the planet, Commander Pellicky immediately invited the Mechers to the Hooligan Bark. Please forgive us for not being able to accommodate you as well as we would have liked, the female mercenary commander said as she wore a vacuum-sealed suit of armor. The hull breaches and the intrusion of hostile Mechs has caused much of my flagship to become exposed to vacuum. Sealing all of the breaches is not our highest priority at the moment. It is of little consequence, a senior Mech designer wearing a high-tech hazard suit responded. Is the anomaly stored in an air-sealed chamber? Yes, Professor. We did not dare to move it or disturb it too much. It is still positioned in its original bunker. We have taken the liberty to patch up all of the gaps in a hurry and repressurize the chamber. Other than that, we have done little aside from trying to ascertain whether the Mech pilot is still alive and how we can assist in restoring its condition. Professor Vector Loban looked inquisitive as he continued to navigate the debris-strewn corridor. The footage that you have transmitted to us shows that the anomaly has not only gained a lot of organic matter, but has also released an excessive quantity of blood, more than what her volume should reasonably be able to contain. That is correct, Professor. We have made rough estimates on how much blood has spilled from its wounds. It has been bleeding for hours until it has gradually regenerated and sealed many of its open wounds. Enough blood has spilled onto the deck to fill up the entire volume of the transformed Mech by 2.5 times. It doesn't make sense. There is nothing aboard our ship that can possibly supply so much blood. Have you analyzed the composition of the blood? We did. We repeated the process more than a dozen times with 5 different lab machines installed on multiple vessels. They have all returned the same data. The measured samples are a near-exact match of pilot Yuri and Fame's blood. The only anomaly is that it contains additional traces of hypermaterials that we are unable to identify. We do not understand their purpose, and we have suspended any further investigation when we concluded that we are not equipped to handle this incident. The mercenary commander continued to supply a few more observations until they arrived before one of the side entrances of the bunker. A squad of infantry soldiers permanently guarded the sealed bunker in order to prevent anyone from intruding and gawking at the monstrosity. Once they passed through the reinforced hatch, they beheld the powerful cyborg Mech that had entered into a dormant state at this time. "Impressive," Professor Vector Loban uttered. "As a biomech designer, I have designed and studied many mechs that combine both metallic and organic parts. Those are all carefully engineered works where there are clear and obvious reasons why the parts must be derived from conventional or organic technology. This is pure chaos. I cannot see any order or logic in this partial organic transformation." What does that mean, Professor?" "It is a strong indicator that there is no direction to its transformation process. It is likely, as you have said. This is a purely accidental incident that is not driven by any conscious intent. Alas, that will also complicate our investigation. It will be much more difficult for us to ascertain the true cause behind this course of events. Is this a one-of-a-kind accident, or is it triggered by a major design flaw that the famous designer of this Mech model has overlooked?" The implications were enormous. If it turned out that the ultimatum could trigger a catastrophic transformation that caused its Mech pilot to disappear, then that would spark a huge amount of outrage throughout human space. The safety of the highly popular ultimatum line would fall into doubt. The Mech community might even begin to harbor doubts about the safety of the LMC's other living Mech models. The outcome of this investigation could potentially ruin the business prospects of one of the most prominent new Mech designers of his generation. Naturally, the Mechers needed to treat this matter extremely seriously. It was fortunate that Professor Vector Loban was close enough to respond the fastest to this acute incident. As a member of the transhumanist faction, he was more than willing to help Professor Larkinson by massaging his results. Of course, the premise of this was that the ultimatum model was genuinely not dangerous and at fault. The R-Ray senior Mech designer proceeded to study the dormant and healing monster Mech carefully. He had a feeling that if he poked too hard, he might not receive a friendly response. 5687, what is this thing? The premier branch located on the surface of New Constantinople Roman 8 had become a lot livelier in the span of a few months. The Larkinson clan had gradually started to hire more first-raters to run its various offices in this first-class branch. Many of the new hires were Terrans. The premier branch had to filter out a lot of unsuitable people in order to end up with a relatively small batch of personnel that was both competent and willing to commit to the clan. The design department had also become a lot more active than before. The 25 second-class journeyman Mech designers recruited on board El Roman 3 had acclimated to their new lives and truly saw themselves as Larkinsons. Gloriana carefully supervised them and made sure to put all of their skills to good use. There were a lot of existing Mech lines that needed to be updated to the hyper generation. Fortunately, each of the new hires were competent enough to be able to work effectively in design teams. The technological complexity of most older Mech models, such as the Ferocious Piranha and the Crystal Lord, was not too high. Vess only occasionally had to drop by in order to upgrade the living Mechs to the 4th generation. Different from living Mechs of older stock, the 4th generation introduced a lot of advantages, such as an easier transition to a 3rd-order living Mech cultivation methods, and ascension runes. The early generation Mechs had all been designed during the Age of Mechs. so they missed out on many of the benefits that became available at the start of the Age of Dawn. Vess couldn't wait to transform all existing living mechs into their most modern hyper-mech versions. He predicted that his products would become even more powerful and popular as a result. As development of these mass production models continued according to schedule, Vess also spent a lot of time and effort on studying high technologies typically used in first-class multi-purpose mech models. There was so much for him to study in depth that he simply did not have the time to master each and every field as extensively as he would have liked. So many new possibilities opened up for him as he gradually became proficient in the application of plasma weapon tech, support link tech, mini-drive tech, active field repair systems, and more. High technologies were extravagant in cost, but their power was usually worth it to those that could afford them. The power gap between first-class and second-class mechs was so great that they shouldn't even be treated as products of the same category. The technological diversity was also so much greater due to how much crazy stuff suddenly became possible that the variety in first-class multi-purpose mechs was practically endless. First-class mech designers no longer strictly adhered to the definitions of the classical mech archetypes. A heavy mech equipped with lots of artillery weapons might look as if it was vulnerable in melee combat, but that was not necessarily the case when it suddenly transformed into a bipedal form and started to swing absurdly long plasma swords in wide, sweeping attacks. A lighter and smaller mech may look vulnerable when struck, but when it was equipped with a powerful Azure Shield generator and an Energy Link receiver, it could continually keep its mech frame spotless as long as there was a supporting unit nearby that continually supplied energy. There were many examples such as these that completely defied the logic of lesser mech design. Creativity and imagination became a lot more important as first-class multi-purpose mechs had to rely on massive synergies between their miniaturized parts to defeat the competition. Vess understood that even if he obtained the bare minimum qualifications to design a first-class mech, he would only be able to develop a very limited range of competitive mechs by himself. He would have to team up with other mech designers who possessed much greater expertise in other advanced fields in order to truly realize a mech that was powerful enough to match the exceedingly high standards of the first-class mech community. It made him feel more excited because there would always be new and fancy tech for him to discover and incorporate into his designs. As a mech designer who craved novelty, first-class mechs sounded like a dream to him because he would never get bored by running out of original new mech concepts one day. As Vess continued to progress on multiple levels, the only priority that was not making as much progress was the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III project. Gloriana's decision to commit to upgrading the Dark Zephyr into a true archimech added a lot of difficulties to what should have been a more straightforward upgrade project. Even when Gloriana was spending MTA merits like water, her Iraq 01 implant set could only do so much in speeding up her comprehension of the more advanced and obscure facets of Architect. Most researchers that had delved into Architect only excelled in one specific aspect of this alien tech base. They had very little to teach in other areas, which forced Gloriana to hire many different tutors, some of whom were not immediately available for one reason or another. Aside from these difficulties, it also took a lot of effort for her to pass on her teachings. Since Vess declined to commit too much in Architect, he had much less time to devote on studying Architect. It took longer for him to comprehend the basic principles and simple applications, but that was far from being able to design a mech entirely out of archimetal. There was no way for him to make major contributions in the design of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III for the foreseeable time, so it was no surprise that this upgrade project fell behind schedule. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson would just have to wait a few extra months for his living expert mech to get its long-awaited upgrade. The other Larkinson expert pilots also had to wait longer as well, because there was little point in upgrading their aging machines without mastering architect to a sufficient degree. While Vess increasingly began to question his decision to support Gloriana's initiative, he suddenly received an unexpected visit from the Mechers. "What is this?" he questioned shortly after he got teleported inside the cargo bay of a fast destroyer. "This is one of your products that we would like for you to investigate," Professor Vector Loban explained. Its former owner calls it the Yuri machine, named after the original pilot that has mysteriously disappeared when the Mech has undergone a completely accidental transformation, or at least as far as we know. I think you need to start at the beginning." Professor Loban obliged the request. He summarized the circumstances of the battle where the recently acquired Ultimatum UDS 550, piloted by Yuri and Fame, abruptly transformed into a half-organic monstrosity. "So your greatest guess is that the Ultimatum has actually merged with the Mech pilot?" Vess puzzlingly asked. "That is an interesting theory. I thought that only peak ace pilots can start the Mech body merger process." "That is not entirely correct, Professor Larkinson. There have been instances of operation union and corporeal union in the past. They usually involve experiments centered around boundary-pushing biomechs. Most experiments ended in failure, but there are occasional cases of partial successes. If the Yuri machine was the result of a deliberate experiment, then it can be considered a partial success as well. This makes this case much more interesting." Vess made his stance clear. "I am not involved with what has happened to this Mech. I am already busy enough. I have no reason to randomly induce a Mech that I have never come into contact with to start a weird and uncontrollable transformation process that has somehow caused it to absorb a lot of E-energy and merged with its own Mech pilot. Even if I want to conduct such a crazy experiment, I would do it here where I can supervise and monitor the entire process. We are not suspecting you of any impropriety. We merely wish to obtain answers. Is this a unique accident, or should we expect this to happen again in future battles? If it becomes apparent that this is a possibility that is inherent to the ultimatum model, is it possible to replicate this transformation process in a lab environment? We have many more questions." "I get it," Vess said. "I can understand why you guys are so concerned, but why bring this to me? You could have kept this to yourself." "Our faction prizes your continued association with us," Professor Loban responded. "You are one of our most effective agents of change. Many of your inventions have begun to make a greater impact on our society. We do not want you to slow down your progress, because you have been beset by major scandals that have put the safety and stability of your living mechs under question." That caused Vess to frown. He could not explain what had happened to the so-called Yuri machine. His living mechs were supposed to grow, but not in an extreme manner. He could think of no reason why the growth of a seemingly normal copy of the Ultimatum UDS 550 went out of control to the point of disregarding the safety and well-being of its pilot. "Let's get this over with," he sighed. "I suppose the first answer that you want to obtain is to figure out whether the original Mech pilot is still alive in there. Am I correct?" Professor Loban nodded. "Yes. According to my own examination, the Yuri machine has gained a large amount of biomatter, so much so that approximately 39% of her total mass is organic. A part of the biological tissue is converted from metallic Mech components, but much of it is actually generated from the large-scale conversion of E-energy as far as we know." "What, really? That should not be possible," Vess said in a disbelieving tone. "As far as I know, only God pilots and maybe a few other similar entities should be capable of this feat. I am only sharing our own observations with you. We do not have any further answers. We hope that your investigation may provide us with the answers to this question and more." Vess no longer stalled and cautiously began his examination of the so-called Yuri machine. Even though the Mechers had implemented a lot of safeguards to prevent the machine from lashing out and inflicting damage to its surroundings, Vess was reluctant to get close. He cautiously observed the Yuri machine from a comfortable distance and began to make a lot of interesting observations. "This machine is a mess," he said. "What do you mean by that, Professor Larkinson?" "I always design my living mechs with a specific focus and purpose in mind. I try to avoid adding irrelevant stuff to their spiritual foundations because that causes them to disperse their strength. The Yuri machine is the opposite to what an ultimatum should be. It has absorbed a lot of destruction energy, but it is of very mixed origin. The Mech has also absorbed a lot of other related junk in the process. I bet that these are the primary culprits behind the Yuri machine's highly chaotic and random transformation process. There are parts to its spiritual foundation that remind me of aliens and their warships. They don't belong in an ultimatum at all. I am completely in the dark why this living mech has malfunctioned so badly to the point where it has become part alien and part warship." The Yuri machine had become an impossible existence. Vess could not imagine himself replicating this exact mech, even if he utilized all of the same materials. Reproducing all of the parts as closely as possible before assembling them together into a near-exact replica of the Yuri machine was useless, as the mech would not even be able to function. As Vess continued his examination, it became increasingly clearer to him that this monster machine had transcended its nature as a mech. It had become a completely new kind of object that superficially resembled a mech, but was actually an entirely different thing altogether. 5688, an unprecedented transformation. The Yuri machine was horrifying on many levels. Vess had always designed his mechs to serve as a partner and a friend to their mech pilots. The ultimatum was no exception to this rule. Though he liked to be adventurous now and then, he never joked around whenever he designed a mass production mech. He tried his best to not incorporate any extreme experimental technologies in the products meant to be sold and utilized by the public. This was also one of the reasons why he designed the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III at the same time as the Supremo Project, as it was known at the time. The Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III was not only a lot more powerful due to being a quasi-first-class transphasic hypermech, but also contained a few experimental features such as the Divine Foresight Mark I neural interface. The latter would never be allowed on a commercial mech, as it put into question the long-standing notion that mechs were always safe to pilot. Once people on a larger scale began to assume that piloting a mech could cause a lot of harm to the mech pilot, then the dominance of mechs would definitely be shaken. That could not be allowed to happen. Fortunately, Vess had no intention of spreading the Divine Foresight Mark outside of his Larkinson-exclusive mechs. He had made similar decisions on other features that were not as prominent, but made similar trade-offs between performance and safety. The ultimatum was already strong enough in other areas that Vess never felt the need to resort to desperate measures to elevate its combat effectiveness even further. Vess always assumed that he had struck a good balance that turned the ultimatum into a product that mech pilots could entrust their lives to. Unless the Rubarthans who fabricated and sold this particular mech to the Peliki Praetorians had messed up along the way, he could not come up with a logical reason why this incident had taken place. I can partially deduce what has happened to transform a perfectly normal copy of the ultimatum into the Yuri machine, but I cannot tell you why, he told the envoy of the transhumanist faction. Please tell us what you can, Professor Larkinson. I did not expect to obtain all of the answers when I brought this machine to you. Even scattered information is of considerable value. That caused Vess to direct a questioning look at the R-Ray Sr. What is this all about, Professor Loban? Why are you transhumanists so interested in this machine? Don't tell me it is because you want to protect my reputation. I can do that myself. I am not afraid of any doubts, especially since this is the first and only time that such an incident has happened. Vector Loban smiled back. Have you forgotten our goals and ambitions already? Our faction is a gathering of people who endeavor to promote human evolution. Our initial target has always been to find a means for humans to combine with Mechs in order to attain the ultimate form. We have always regarded God pilots as the current pinnacle of human evolution because they are the only true success cases. Other attempts to initiate a partial or complete fusion between a human and a Mech have always ended in varying degrees of failure. Even the closest successes come with severe flaws and implications that make it untenable for mass adoption. Now that the transhumanist had mentioned this, Vess finally connected the dots. He stared back at the Yuri machine and began to look a lot more hesitant about getting involved in this crazy affair. You are kidding, right? You want to turn yourself into this monstrosity. Oh, we are being very serious, Professor Loban grinned. Just think of it. God pilots themselves have proven that combining the human mind with the raw power of a Mech results in the perfect combination. What is not to like? On the premise that we retain our full faculties THT we once did as humans, our newly improved forms can make us as powerful, physically immortal, and capable of applying endless upgrades. When we combine this package with e-technology, we may be able to develop a method that may make us as powerful as a God pilot one day. Vess understood the significance of the Yuri machine a lot better. Not only did it look like a case of a physical merger between a human and a Mech, but it had also demonstrated a huge amount of power when it was active. Although it was unclear whether the huge outbreak of power was temporary or permanent in nature, it at least signified that it was possible for the Yuri machine to wield as much power as a combination between an ace pilot and an ace Mech. What was even more important was that it could do all of this without needing to go through the arduous tests that Mech pilots needed to subject themselves to in order to push their willpower beyond their limits. The resonance meters of the Mechs and starships in the battle that led to the accidental transformation of the heavy artillery Mech had not detected any instance of extraordinary willpower from beginning to end. The Mechers possessed much more sophisticated sensor systems, and they had not detected any form of true resonance either. Blinky had specifically tried to look for this as well, but the sensitive companion spirit did not sense anything that felt comparable to the willpower of an expert candidate, expert pilot, or ace pilot. Vess strongly believed that Yuri and Fame had not broken through during that battle. It was nearly impossible that this ordinary Mech pilot was the culprit behind the strange transformation. This is going to be difficult. I need to get a closer look at the Yuri machine in order to glean more clues out of this anomaly. Is it safe for me to step closer? Professor Loban nodded. We have re-engineered this compartment to reinforce the containment of the Yuri machine. We have made a special effort to strengthen the energy shields and other defensive measures, both to protect this machine from external interference and prevent it from posing a threat to others. Several first-class multipurpose Mechs that are specifically configured for this mission are stationed right outside. Please do not restrain yourself. Get as close as you want. The Yuri machine has yet to rouse itself from its dormancy, and we do not expect it to unless it perceives a threat. It has only ever taken action against obvious enemies, no matter whether they are human or alien in nature. I see, that is good to know. In response to this information, Vess decided to adopt a friendly approach rather than a subtle one. He loosened his own restraints and started to radiate a soft glow that made people feel healthier and more alive. Vess had confirmed many times that it had a positive effect on Mechs, particularly because it identified him as their progenitor. He was the reason why they had been granted the gift of life. Once Vess had made his adjustments, he slowly approached the Yuri machine, taking care not to make any moves that might startle the sleeping machine. So far, so good. When Vess came close enough for the mutated Mech to get into contact with his glow, the Yuri machine did not exhibit any elevated activity. He was able to get a better feel of the former living Mech now that he came closer. Blinky was able to gain a much more detailed look at the monstrosity's spiritual foundation. What have you discovered? The Yuri machine? has gained a lot of power. I can truly see why it has demonstrated power comparable to an ace pilot and ace Mech. I think that the latter can easily beat the former in a real fight, but that does not detract from how amazing it is to gain so much power right away. That said, the sequelae are much bigger and more severe. From a spiritual level, I do not detect anything that distinctly feels like a human inside of this monstrosity. I can recognize human-like traits, but it is as if Yuri and his living Mech has been stuffed into a blender before throwing a lot of other random junk before mixing it all together. That was not what Professor Loban wanted to hear. So when this Yuri machine regains consciousness, we will not be able to interact with the pilot known as Yuri and Fame, but with a new personality that consists of an amalgamation of other factors. Yes, but there are different ways to merge stuff together. You can do a complete fusion or a more segregated one, where the different entities still retain their distinct personalities. The manner which led to the creation of the Yuri machine is especially messy, so this has resulted in the complete breakdown of all distinct personalities. If we wake up this machine, it will probably be unable to demonstrate any truly higher-order thinking processes. This is because it does not have any cohesive personality. It is like a disorganized hive mind that is only able to act on instinct, if at all. I see no reason why anyone would want more of this. A piloted Mech is better in any way. Perhaps this was not what Professor Loban and the transhumanists wanted to hear, but Vess had to be honest. He really did not want them to study the Yuri machine and attempt to turn themselves into similar monsters. Then, is it possible for you to untangle the parts of Yuri and Fame that have blended into this machine and reform them so that he can regain his mind? That was an interesting question. Vess immediately stroked his hairless chin as he thought about the viability of this approach. Theoretically, I can make the attempt. I cannot guarantee the quality of the results. Not only do I lack practice in this highly invasive procedure, but I am pretty sure that not all pieces that make up Yuri and Fame's spirituality have remained intact. Whatever happened that forcibly integrated him into his own living Mech has caused parts of him to get destroyed or lost. Even if I piece him together, he won't be entirely whole anymore. That is already a good outcome, Professor Larkinson. Please proceed right away. You want me to do it right now? We have already collected enough data of the Yuri machine in its current state. If I attempt to do what I have just described, there is a chance that this might go terribly wrong. The Yuri machine might get the impression that it is under attack. We will be ready to respond if that happens. Please, this is important. We must know whether there is any hope to recover the consciousness of Pilot and Fame. Seeing that the Mechers understood the risks, Vess proceeded to get to work. He sent out Blinky, who cautiously approached the Yuri machine's formidable spiritual foundation. Whether because it was in deep sleep, or because it took comfort in the presence of its original progenitor, the Yuri machine still did not make any dangerous moves. Imro. Blinky started to get to work by carving out pieces of Yuri and Fame and piecing them back together again. Vess remained fully vigilant in case the machine suddenly became hostile, but it never woke up even when Blinky had torn and rearranged large parts of its spiritual foundation. This suggested that the Yuri machine had at least subconsciously recognized that Vess meant no harm to its existence. However, Vess felt it was more likely that the Yuri machine had already endured so much soul-tearing pain that Blinky's gentler treatment was nothing in comparison. Whatever the cause, the operation proceeded a lot smoother than anyone thought. By the time Blinky had completed his effort, the Yuri machine still appeared stable, which was a massive relief. Vess almost couldn't believe what he had done. He had effectively recovered as many spiritual fragments of Yuri and Fame as possible, and formed them together, while making sure that they did not get separated from the rest of the Yuri machine. In other words, he turned Yuri and Fame into the companion spirit of the mutated ultimatum. This was a completely unprecedented phenomenon. Just the very notion that it was possible to turn an actual human into a companion spirit of a living Mech was enough to shatter many people's minds. "Here comes the important part," he said. "Let's see whether I manage to pull it off. I am not sure if I have recovered enough of the Mech pilot for him to regain consciousness again." The most important moment had arrived. 5689, reconstructed personality. Vess had created an unprecedented life form. When Professor Vector Lobin initially arrived out of the blue and foisted the Yuri machine onto him, Vess grew incredibly concerned that he was at fault for what had happened. Even now, he still did not know whether the ultimatum lost control and devoured Yuri and Fame on its own accord. This was part of the reason why he felt driven to restore Yuri's shredded spirit and reconstruct him into a more human whole. Though Vess made it sound easy, it was actually quite a delicate and challenging ordeal. People's spiritualities weren't actually made out of intangible building blocks that he could assemble and disassemble at will. Unlike Mech's, whose physical components could be swapped in and out with little consequences, any major change to any aspect of a human would induce massive and possibly traumatic consequences to their psyche. It went without saying that Yuri experienced one of the greatest pains imaginable. His soul got torn apart before being devoured by his own living Mech piece by piece. The ultimatum hadn't been gentle about it, as it somehow went out of control as well. The agony suffered by the pilot as he was being absorbed against his will amplified the negative consequences to the Yuri machine and most definitely fueled its chaotic mutations. This was why Yuri's recovery became so important. Vess needed answers, and since no one else could give him what he needed, he hoped that the pilot himself might be able to fill up the many gaps in the story. "The Mech is not responding," the visiting R-Ray Mech designer noted. "It is still in a recovering state, I think," Vess speculated. "We can probably wake it up if we stimulate it, but the risks of doing so are considerable. I have no idea whether my attempt to piece Yuri back together has actually improved his condition. It may be that the rest of the Yuri machine will try to assimilate him again, thereby causing further trauma and losses. We understand the risks, but we have a great degree of confidence in your abilities. As I have already stated, we have taken all of the possible safety precautions aboard this ship. Please proceed." Vess just shrugged and tried to wake up the Yuri machine as gently as possible. Since there was no real cockpit anymore that contained any activation buttons, Vess utilized Blinky to gently poke at the machine's dormant spirituality. Though he would have liked to wake up Yuri alone, the fact that he was an extension of the mutated spiritual foundation meant they were a package deal. In order to wake up Yuri, Vess had to wake up the monster as well. It took several attempts to prod the Yuri machine awake. The half-organic machine had gained a lot more traits associated with organic life forms due to its mysterious transformation. Sleep was an intensely beneficial process that enabled any organism to accelerate the recovery of its physical and non-physical condition. Getting interrupted was not pleasant to say the least. When the Yuri machine finally received enough stimulation to come online, it did so by producing both noise and heat. Through them. A low booming noise hummed from the monster as its organic and mechanical parts started to come online. The 4 weapon modules mounted on the back began to twitch and move as if they were ready to open fire in an instant. The powerful Onyx cannons slowly began to accumulate a charge, not because the Yuri machine wanted to fire it right away, but instead wanted to keep it on standby in case its firepower was needed. As the powerful machine continued to come to life, its strong but mixed spiritual foundation became more active, causing the machine's behavioral pattern to follow a confused and inconsistent set of orders. When the machine's powerful sensors finally started to register its immediate surroundings, it immediately started to get alarmed at the unfamiliar environment. However, when it detected the presence of Vess and the absence of any obvious threats, it did not feel as threatened enough to lash out. The symbol of the Red Association was placed on the bulkheads, and Vess' active glow did much to reassure the machine that it was not surrounded enemies at the mind. Please remain calm. Commander Pellicky passed you over to the Mechers in order to fix your faults. Vess spoke directly to the Yuri machine. Do you remember what you used to be? You used to be a living Mech, a copy of the Ultimatum UDS 550 that I designed a few months ago. Do you remember your roots? Please think back on who you used to be. Are you still the living Mech that is made to serve its Mech pilot and become his battle partner? The monstrous machine started to shift its enormous body. Its uneven legs looked as if they were about to move, but they did not do so as there was nowhere obvious to go. Vess had the sense that the machine was confused more than anything. It would have been much simpler if a clear and obvious enemy was in the vicinity. At least it knew what to do, as it still retained most of its combat instincts. This was an unprecedented and unclear situation to the mutated Mech. It was alone and isolated from any obvious ally. Its progenitor, which it vaguely managed to recognize, was a friendly presence, but it did not really ask to be reunited with its maker. All the while, the Yuri machine's more destructive and violent instincts constantly urged it to let go of everything and start to blast its entire surroundings. There were even a few alien traces inside of its spiritual foundation that strongly pushed for turning its miniature laser cannon battery towards the two humans before opening fire. This was why Vess and Professor Lobin remained on guard. There was no telling what kind of impulses the Yuri machine might indulge in at any moment of time. The fact that its Onyx cannon and its other weapons continued to twitch showed that it was clearly warring from within. Remain calm. There are no enemies here. The aliens are far away and no human is under threat in this star system. I did not wake you up to fight, but rather because I wanted to talk with your Mech pilot. He is still there. Are you aware of that? You merged with your Mech pilot, causing him to become a permanent part of you. Can you wake him up and present him to us? We would really like to talk to him. I know you can bring him forward. Please allow Yuri and Fame to come forward and speak to us. I am sure he would appreciate the opportunity to talk. The mention of its Mech pilot's name triggered a lot of associations to the Yuri machine. It began to make a louder noise and almost tried to step forward. Fortunately, the Yuri machine eventually understood what Vess was asking. It froze and fell silent for half a minute before it became active again. A projector suddenly came online and began to form a shaky image of Yuri and Fame as he was last seen. The image of the man in a piloting suit was not exactly clean, but it did the job. Yuri, Vess asked, are you awake? The projected form of the Mech pilot did not appear to be in a good condition. He bent over and held his head as if he was suffering the worst migraine in the galaxy. What? I know, there is little I can do about it. This may sound harsh, but please pull yourself together. I have tried my best to restore you, but I can't do anything else unless you tell me about your current condition. Do you still remember your name? Who are you? Who do you work for? What Mech do you pilot? These were basic questions, but they were related to his core identity. Even so, it looked as if Yuri had trouble recalling those basic points of information. Your employer is Pellicky Praetorians, founded by Commander Andrea Pellicky. There are certain problems with your memory, Vess said. Don't think about what you cannot recall. Let us leave that aside for the time being. Focus on what you can recall instead. Do you remember your Mech? Do you remember the live practice sessions where you put your new Mech through its paces? What happened to my Mech? The pilot began to look dumbfounded, as if he was just beginning to register the highly altered state of his current Mech. Yuri, don't pay too much attention to your Mech. It is still okay in a manner of speaking. Let's focus on you and your life instead. Where did you grow up? Which Mech academy did you attend? Vess attempted to divert the attention of the pilot, but Yuri looked increasingly more distressed as he was beginning to register how much his Mech had changed since he was last in control. WHY is a giant hair sticking out of my Mech? Why does my Mech have an alien tentacle sticking out of its back? As Yuri started to become more and more freaked out about the state of his Mech, the man's depiction started to look increasingly more distressed. At the same time, the Yuri machine reacted to his elevated state by becoming just as active as its human side. The two started to mirror each other, which was exactly what Vess did not want to see. The two weren't as separate as Vess thought. If one of them began to panic, the other did so as well. His monster machine echoed his cry by lashing out with its black tentacle and firing its laser cannons in a random direction. Bang! FRSSSSS. Azure energy shields immediately came online and prevented the Yuri machine's attacks from going anywhere. Vess flinched. Even though he knew that there were a ton of protective measures in place, it was still scary for him to be so close to a mutated Mech. This was especially the case when the monster in question had powered up so much that its current attacks could give an expert Mech a run for its money. It is beginning to absorb a lot of destruction E-energy. It is charging up its transformed Onyx cannon. Not to worry, Professor Larkinson. Do not underestimate the defensive measures of our warship. You are not at risk. The Yuri machine remains fully contained. First-class multipurpose Mechs are just as powerful, if not more. I am not too sure about that. Don't measure this Mech by its physical characteristics or its historical performance. Everything about it defies common sense. Boom! The entire compartment shook as the Yuri machine opened fire with its mutated Onyx cannon. 5690 emergency option. While a fast destroyer was far from the biggest and strongest warship that the Red Association had at its disposal, it was still a vessel that was built to fight in the main battles of the Red War. She was built during the hyper-generation, but had undergone a quick refit that replaced many of her systems with hyper-technology equivalents. When the Yuri machine opened fire, the out-of-control monstrosity expected to breach its way out of this unfamiliar cage. Instead, the extremely powerful Azure energy shields that surrounded it from every direction fully managed to withstand the power of its mutated Onyx cannon. Different from its other armaments, its Onyx cannon had become subjected to largely focused evolution. It was the ultimatum model's primary instrument of destruction, and it was also the weapons system that Yuri and Fame and his living Mech cared about the most. This resulted in focused evolution that not only caused the weapon to increase its caliber, but also increased its maximum charge quantity, enabling it to fling a projectile with greater speed and force than normal. If that was not enough, the Yuri machine had become so steeped in the power of destruction that it was able to absorb and channel a lot more destruction E-energy than any ordinary living Mech. Yet despite all of this formidable power, the Azure energy shields still remained intact after getting struck up close. Even the shockwaves failed to spread beyond the confines of the energy cage. Though Vess and Professor Loban retreated just to be safe, neither of them were at risk from the Yuri machine. The vastly superior tech, materials, and scale of the warship's defensive systems crushed any hope for the rogue machine to wreck anything. Even so, this was hardly an ideal situation. The personality of Yuri clearly sustained a lot of damage, so much so that he was still suffering the same ailments as the rest of the monstrous machine. Boom! The Yuri machine kept moving and bumping against the Azure energy shields, while at the same time lashing out with all of its weapons systems. Even its giant hair follicle started to slap at the energy barriers while accomplishing nothing in the process. Vess looked ugly at this sight. Yuri had sounded so cognizant at first, but he eventually became lost in his memories of fighting against the cosmopolitans and the native aliens. "How do you suggest we proceed, Professor Larkinson?" Vector Loban asked. "Let's just tire him out," Vess suggested. "If you can keep this up, then do so. I think it is best to make the Yuri machine realize that no one here is out to get it. There are no enemies and your ship is not its enemy. Once it has lost its steam, it should hopefully sober up and realize that it is not on the battlefield anymore." They moved to a nearby compartment, while the Yuri machine continued to fire its onyx cannon in another useless attempt to break past the transphasic hyper-energy shield. Even if the Mech was able to channel a lot more destruction energy, the base performance of the onyx cannon was still constrained by its second-class roots. The fast destroyer's energy shields, on the other hand, were produced by genuine first-class warship-grade generators. The difference in energy levels were simply too high for the Yuri machine to overcome. The situation might have become more concerning if the mutated Mech demonstrated the same amount of power as its initial outburst during the battle, but that was clearly a temporary breakthrough event. Its normal strength was closer to that of an expert Mech rather than an ace Mech. Even though Vess' first attempt to talk to Yuri and Fame had failed, he still made substantial gains. Professor Lawbone looked hopeful. "We are happy that you have made visible progress. We had other options available to us, but we were optimistic about your chances to retrieve at least a part of Yuri's original personality. So long as a semblance of him remains intact, there is hope for a greater recovery. We may not be able to restore what he has lost, but with proper guidance and education, he may regain his humanity by embracing his new life." These words reminded Vess that the Yuri machine still held a lot of value to the transhumanists. "Are you guys still trying to turn yourselves into Mechs after you have witnessed how this can go wrong? We cannot stop and doubt our goals just because we have encountered a number of setbacks. We have been striving for our ambition for centuries. We can afford to bide our time and explore many different research directions. This is hardly the only catalyst that is able to bring us closer to our ascension. There are other ways to gain power and longevity, you know," Vess pointed out. "The availability of E-energy has made it possible to engage in cultivation once again. More and more people have begun to practice it. Even those that do not consciously engage in it are subconsciously growing stronger due to constant exposure to exotic radiation." "We are well aware of that, Professor Larkinson. Our faction has been exploring this new and promising field since the beginning of the Age of Dawn. However, we are well aware of all of the faults of ancient cultivation approaches. We do not seek to return to the past and become another version of the 5 Scrolls Compact. Our strength lies in our modern understanding of advanced technologies and our ability to develop advanced solutions. Rather than seek to transform ourselves into flawed beings, we can do better by combining both old and new theories to produce superior results that can easily exceed anything the ancients have attained. The progenitors of Mechs have already shown us the way forward. Humanity's best path towards evolution is inextricably tied to Mechs." Vess was not so sure about that. The transhumanists were all made out of Mechers, so it was given that they were all biased towards Mechs. Was it truly the best idea to seek a more accessible way for humans to transcend their limitations by merging with Mechs? I don't think the Yuri machine is a good example to take lessons from. It has gained a lot of power, but its rapid growth process was too uncontrolled. I think it is clear that the lack of strong willpower is one of the reasons why it has become so messy. The Yuri machine is the product of an accident rather than any deliberate intent. Even if you try to replicate it, there is a good chance that the results will also be subject to contamination. "Any problem can be solved," Professor Lobin said in a dismissive tone. "The condition of the Yuri machine has striking parallels with your Carmine Mechs. In both cases, the living Mech and the Mech pilot has developed a permanent bond. You could argue that the Yuri machine is a future, if flawed, evolution of a Carmine Mech. Do you agree with this statement?" Vess could see what the transhumanist was getting at. There was indeed a bit of convergence between the Yuri machine and his Carmine Mechs. "Your characterization is not completely wrong, but not completely correct either. I don't consider the Yuri machine to be an evolution of a Carmine Mech. It has become something else entirely. In my ideal model of a Carmine Mech, the Mech and Mech pilot will continue to develop a closer relationship with each other, but they should always maintain their distinct identities. What they have established is a partnership that works best when they work together as different entities. The synergy they can produce is much greater than if they merge completely to the point where they have become one and the same. Professor Lobin nodded in understanding. I see. It is not surprising that you chose to pay attention to this aspect. However, it can be argued that God pilots fall outside of your ideal state. They are always in total control. That is because they emerged before living mechs was a clear and distinct concept, Vess retorted. The mech pilot is dominant because the mech was never supposed to possess a strong personality. This is different for my living mechs. I have explicitly designed them to serve as an equal partner to their human pilots. This should ideally be sustained all the way to God pilot. I cannot say what will happen once they merge with each other, but I suppose it is possible that the end result may look like a much more perfect and balanced version of the initial state of the Yuri machine. However, if I am in charge, I would still like for the mech and mech pilot to remain distinct enough. Understood. This is a good ideal to pursue. Is it still possible for you to design a Carmine mech that can artificially induce a greater fusion that will ultimately result in a far-reaching physical and non-physical fusion between the mech and mech pilot? The transhumanist sure possessed a lot of interest in Carmine mechs. Did he want to conduct experiments where human test subjects merged with their mechs just to see whether the former still remained distinct enough to live on as humans who happened to occupy the bodies of a mech? The development of the Carmine system has yet to reach the stage where it can induce such a fusion. Vess carefully answered. Even if it was possible, I am seriously questioning whether it is desirable to add this function to my Carmine mechs. The mech pilot will have to sacrifice a lot just to permanently occupy the body of a mech. How will he possibly be able to live a normal life? Will the transformed mech be treated as a human or an object? We can address these issues at any time. What is important is whether this potential evolution of the Carmine system can produce a similar outbreak of strength to that of the Yuri machine after its initial formation. Think of what has happened during this battle. The Peliki Praetorians and their mercenary allies had been forced into an impossible situation. With alien warships at the front and cosmopolitan-aligned mechs pressing up from the rear, the defeat of the mercenary defenders had become a certainty. The anomalous transformation of the ultimatum mech has changed everything. The Yuri machine almost single-handedly turned this battle around and has snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. What are you getting at, Professor Lobin? Do you not see? Think of how many times this circumstance can be repeated if it is possible to replicate the transformation of the Yuri machine. If you can successfully replicate this transformation process and embed it into your Carmine mechs as an intrinsic feature, then each Carmine mech pilot will have an emergency option at their disposal that can turn their own battles around. Think about it. Would you rather resign yourself to total defeat where all humans will lose their lives? Or would you rather make the courageous decision to sacrifice your life as a human and embrace the machine in the hopes of fighting for a chance for your friends and comrades to live? That was an astonishing idea. Vess widened his eyes as he considered this extreme proposal. Though it sounded problematic in several ways, it was completely beneficial from a utilitarian standpoint. Red humanity was at war. People were struggling to contain the continuous alien incursions. Every defeat represented a massive loss of soldiers, mechs, and starships. If an evolved Carmine mech was able to give all of these losing forces a backup option, it may be possible to prevent much further losses so long as the Carmine mech pilot agreed to sacrifice his own well-being. Now that the idea had entered his mind, Vess couldn't get rid of it. He felt it was his duty to explore whether it was possible to design such a mech. I need to take a closer look at the Yuri machine. Chapter 5691, Are You Human, or Are You Mech? 5691, Are You Human, or Are You Mech? Vess could not justify the development of a Carmine mech that devoured its own mech pilot and went crazy in the process. However, if the purpose of adding this extreme option to his Carmine mech was to give people a last-ditch chance to save a losing battle and prevent millions or even billions of vulnerable humans from getting slaughtered by the native aliens, then the calculus had completely changed. Vess still had a lot of difficulty coming to grips with this idea. He knew that if he followed through with it, he would definitely spark a lot of controversy, which was exactly what he did not need at this moment. A growing movement had formed against his living mechs. More and more people who remembered the many AI rebellions of the past started to get freaked out at the amount of third-order living mechs that had begun to show up wherever his mechs were used. Enough Fey-Fianas and ultimatums had been sold that the earliest and most actively utilized mechs had already evolved beyond their rudimentary second-order states. Still, as long as he retained the backing of the R-Ray, Vess knew that his products would remain unrestricted. At most, the Mechers would make sure to give customers plenty of warnings in order to make sure they knew what they were getting into when they bought one of his products. This was not important at the moment. There was still a lot of time before he had to stand before his first tribunal. His current issue was whether it was a good idea for him to advance the development of the Carmine system in this direction. It was too extreme. The consequences to the Mech pilot were far too serious. It was an irreversible process. Yet, the gains might be worth it. Assuming that it was possible to induce an artificial breakthrough, the resulting merger might cause the newly combined whole to temporarily gain the power of a foundation builder or even a domain shaper, as was the case with the Yuri machine. There were even more benefits than this. Professor Vector Lobin's eyes practically shone as he imagined all of the possibilities. Your Carmine Mechs are wondrous machines, solely due to the fact that they are not limited to Mech pilots. Theoretically, any human should be able to form a blood pact with them, though we have yet to test the full range of possibilities. Regardless, there are many humans among us who are severely injured, disabled, or nearing the absolute limit of their lifespans. Many of them are treasures of our civilization. Their loss will deprive us from a large accumulation of knowledge, wisdom, and personal experience that cannot be replicated through other means. If you can allow them to transcend their mortal coils and combine their failing spirit with the younger and much more healthy spirit of a Carmine Mech, they can attain a second life through a radical form of metamorphosis. So that was why Professor Lobin continued to harp on this option. The main benefit that the transhumanist was striving for was not power, but longevity. Vess knew that a lot of old Mechers were extremely concerned about their lifespans. Many of them were multiple centuries old and had undergone so much genetic modification that ordinary limits no longer applied anymore. The return of cultivation may have given these people brand new options to extend their lifespans, but far too many methods were tainted by their association with the 5 Scrolls Compact to earn the trust of the Mechers. The Red Association preferred to innovate new solutions rather than regress and blindly embrace the traditions of the past. Mech remained a strong focus for the Mech designers and other members of the association. To be able to turn themselves into Mechs in human form was the dream of many people who had worked with them on a lifelong basis. Vess faced a difficult situation. He did not really have this idea in mind when he came up with the idea of designing a Mech that could be controlled by their pilots through alternate means. A Mech designer existed to serve Mech pilots. Even when it became possible to expand the range of people who could pilot a Mech, Vess primarily intended to serve the needs of potentates with Mech pilot training first and foremost. It would be wrong for him to go off a tangent and serve the interests of old geezers who really should have died and left the future to the younger generation above that of his original target audience. Of course, Vess would not have as many objections if there was no inherent conflict between the two goals. What Vess needed to determine this time was to investigate whether he could replicate what had happened to Yuri and Fame and his ultimatum. As long as he was able to make this determination, he could choose whether to develop his precious Carmine system in a way that would ultimately cause the human to lose his body in the process. I need to speak with Yuri again. Vess told the transhumanist. I not only want to find out whether he is aware of the cause behind his condition, but I also want to ascertain how rational he is and whether he is able to maintain sufficient separation from his flawed machine. That caused Vector Lobin to frown. The Yuri machine's rampage has subsided by now, but it remains in a volatile state as far as we have been able to ascertain. I am aware of the risks, but now should be the best time for us to approach the machine again. The Yuri machine should have reached a state of exhaustion by now. Its mental and physical energy levels have dipped to their lowest points, which means that it will be easier for me to induce it into a more receptive state. Vess did not bother to explain any further. Once he and the transhumanist passed through the guarded chamber once again, the situation looked a lot more peaceful than before. The Yuri machine radiated clear exhaustion, as it had clearly expended a lot of energy in a futile attempt to break past the Azure energy shields locking it in place. The machine had received a few more dents, scratches and bleeding wounds, showing that it had harmed itself to an extent. What was interesting was that the Mech was slowly repairing its damaged state. It was easier for the machine to heal its organic parts, but it surprised Vess a lot when he noted that even its metallic components were slowly being restored. The Yuri machine held a lot of value as a living machine. It reminded Vess of a high-level artifact more than anything. It even absorbed a human soul that could serve as an artifact spirit more or less. As the pair moved closer, both of them could feel the agitation and need to wreck stuff apart from the volatile machine. Its mutated onyx cannon was still smoking, while its black tentacle undulated in a feisty fashion. Hello, Yuri. Are you still there? Please respond. The projection of the former Mech pilot appeared once again. His state looked a lot worse than before. Different from his initial appearance, his second one looked as if he had half-degenerated into a savage. The bloodshot eyes, the heaving breaths, the fingers bent into claws really did not sell the notion that Yuri had regained his composure. Vess and Lobin exchanged glances with each other. The pilot has not recovered. It's okay. I am pretty sure I can restore a measure of his rationality. Lufa, come and give me a hand. Vess opened up his mind to the angel of tranquility. A calming aura spread from his body as the design spirit exerted his pure and neutralizing influence. One of the traits of Lufa's glow was that it was remarkably good at dampening aggression. The Yuri machine immediately became less agitated. Its onyx cannon no longer maintained its charge, and its black tentacle started to relax. Another useful part about Lufa's glow was that it could suppress spiritual activity and purge other spiritual influences. Though Vess was not able to channel Lufa's glow hard enough to purify the entire chamber, he was still able to push aside a copious quantity of E-energy that had been fueling the Yuri machine's negative tendencies for an extended period of time. Professor Lobin looked impressed at what Vess had done. I did not realize that the glow that you have used in your popular Pacificier Mech line is capable of calming such a powerful machine. The most important factor in my favor is that the Yuri machine is not resisting this effect. Vess explained as he continued to channel Lufa's glow. The subject is powerful enough to resist the tranquility glow if it really wants to. I am glad to see that there is still an aspect to this machine that recognizes that the glow is doing it a lot of good. Once the Yuri machine had become a lot more relaxed, the projection of Yuri and fame appeared on its own accord. Each second we spend outside of this glow is another second where we are being tormented by our pain and our inability to understand what is taking place. Yuri's clear and concise remark caused both Vess and Lobin to become pleased at this outcome. This was exactly what they wanted to see and hear. Vess was sure that the Mechers were already scrambling to obtain a few pacificiers in order to keep the Yuri machine calm and subdued. In the meantime, Vess quickly took advantage of Yuri's sober state and started to ask his question. Who are you? Don't worry about that. Do you know what Mech you were assigned to pilot? Are you aware of your current state? Vess asked a few more questions to fresh Yuri's memories of what had happened during his last battle. Do you remember what has happened to your ultimatum that caused it to devour your body? If you happen to remember what has caused you to merge with your heavy artillery Mech, please let me know. Your answer is important. Vess asked one of the most important questions. Now that you are sober enough to consider your own condition, do you feel that there is any way for you to separate your human side from your Mech side? You are not a Mech, Professor Lobin interjected. Never think that you are a Mech or an object. You are a human that has become fundamentally altered due to circumstances outside of your control. So long as you are still able to demonstrate that you have retained a measure of your humanity, we will always treat you as one of our own. Please feel at ease. We shall try our best to undo the transformation that has caused you to turn into this form, but if that is not possible, we would be more than willing to give you a new home in one of our safe and cozy experimental facilities. Chapter 5692, A New Wind is Blowing. Vess had a brief talk with pilot Yuri and Fame, or at least what was left of him. The man had lost a lot of memories, but only realized it after he consciously tried to recall moments of his past. At other times, Yuri completely started to talk, as if he turned into an alien somehow. Vess and Professor Lobin exchanged glances several times throughout this interview. To say they were freaked out was an understatement. Still, aside from these obvious flaws, Yuri and Fame was technically still alive, in a manner of speaking. He currently existed as a companion spirit of the Yuri machine. The original living Mech itself had mutated beyond recognition. It had grown incredibly powerful by absorbing a lot of E-energy in a short amount of time, but the sequelae of doing so without employing any measures to digest, process, or filter the input were catastrophic. Vess tried to probe Yuri several times on what he remembered of the moments before he broke through. All the pilot recalled was that he was in a desperate moment, and that he felt as if the battle would be lost if he continued to deliver a disappointing performance. The man knew nothing about the factors that might have been responsible for making his ultimatum mutate. Even his more direct connection with his powerful machine did not help him in the slightest. Living with a Mech as violent and savage as my current one is pure torture. There is still hope for you, Vess said in an encouraging tone. He felt anything but. You are still alive, and that is what matters. While you remain alive, you will remain under the care of the Red Association. I am sure they will be able to solve your problems one by one and allow you to live a dignified life again. Remember that you have already fulfilled your mission. Your heroic sacrifice has saved the Peliki Praetorians and prevented another human colony from getting razed by the native aliens. There are still enemies to fight, but you will first need to get a better handle on your new state before you are ready to go back into the fray. Yuri looked so confused that he did not even know what he wanted to do now that he had lost his body. The machine he became a part of just wanted to wreck as much stuff as possible, without too much regard for anything else. Yuri might not exactly know what he wanted out of his life anymore, but he emphatically did not want to degenerate into a mindless beast. This was why he entertained suicidal thoughts. The man saw no reason to live anymore if he was not able to enjoy the remainder of his strange and undesirable state of existence. Naturally, this was the last thing the transhumanists wanted to see. Professor Lobin stepped forward and made a placating motion. Now that we have developed a better understanding of your current state, we can employ specific measures to ease your discomfort and find new ways to improve your condition. It may take years to restore your condition to your satisfaction, but please believe us that we are committed to your well-being. It was unclear whether Yuri believed that, but he saw no other choice to grasp at this life-saving offer. By the time the talk came to an end, a pair of pacifier Mechs stepped into the chamber and flanked the Yuri machine. Their active glows allowed Vess to relax and let go of Lufa. The Angel of Tranquility's continued presence helped to suppress the Yuri machine's violent tendencies and maintain the original Mech pilot's rationality. There was nothing much that Vess could do at this point. Perhaps he could tinker with the Mech pilot's spirituality even further in an attempt to root out the man's contamination, but there was little hope that this would work. The Mech pilot's spirituality had mixed so much with other factors that the latter had blended too deeply with the former. Trying to remove the contamination risked removing essential parts of Yuri's personality and memories. By the time Blinky was done with excising all of the undesirable portions, it was doubtful that the man would remain coherent enough to speak like a normal human. As Vess and Professor Loban retreated from the guarded chamber, they shared their respective theories and conclusions. "Our initial judgment has not changed too much," Loban said. "As flawed as the Yuri machine may be, the human Mech pilot is still alive, though his memories are clearly impaired. The troubling state of his living Mech is also a source of concern. However, it is clear that much of the reason why Yuri and Fame is in such a poor state is due to the circumstances of his accidental transformation. We believe that it may be possible to conduct a much less flawed human-to-Mech transference process in a completely clean and isolated environment, preferably one which is surrounded by active pacifier Mechs. We would like to conduct such a test as soon as possible. We have more than enough eager candidates who would be willing to volunteer for such an experiment. Isn't that too soon? On the contrary, the Yuri machine is not enough to satisfy our research needs. We need more samples. No matter how flawed or deficient they may be, more working examples of a human that has at least partially transferred his spirit to a Mech will give us more data points to work with. We can also distribute the test subjects to multiple different research teams to conduct research in parallel." Vess looked skeptical. "That sounds great, but you will need to reproduce the accident that caused Yuri and Fame to merge with his Mech. I can tell you now that I do not have the information I need to reconstruct it. According to my current theoretical frameworks, it is impossible for this to happen. I never programmed this function in the ultimatum design. I have not designed any growth trajectory that can allow a living Mech to power up while absorbing a Mech pilot. It is impossible for me to give you another ultimatum that can turn into another version of the Yuri machine." That caused the R-Ray Sr. to frown. "I see. Do you have any theories or suspicions on how you can eventually induce your ultimatum or another living Mech to induce such a transformation?" "No," Vess firmly shook his head. "Or at least not in a single step. The Yuri machine may have showed that it is possible, but I highly doubt I can replicate it in totality. I suspect there may have been a mysterious factor on the battlefield back then that is the main cause of this radical mutation. Under normal circumstances, I think that only Carmine Mechs have the capacity to gradually merge themselves with their bonded Mech pilots. It will have to be a more gradual process, where their fusion is split up into multiple stages that are spread out over several years or decades. The more gentle the process, the greater the control and the lower the chance of undesirable elements." "How soon would you be able to design such a Carmine Mech?" Professor Loban asked the most important question. "We haven't finished testing the blood knights that I have supplied to you and your fellow Mechers." Vess frowned. "While their current performance suggests that the Carmine system is working as intended, it will still take at least several more years to complete the earliest longitudinal studies. And even then, we should keep monitoring the early adopters in case their condition deteriorates at a rapid rate in the following decades. There is no guarantee that the Carmine Mechs are truly safe to pilot for both potentates and non-potentates in the long run. The Carmine system was so radical and subversive that there was an overwhelming need to verify its safety. This was why the survivalists, and later the transhumanists, always insisted that Vess keep a lid on its existence until its development had reached a mature enough stage to gradually introduce it to the public. However, Vector Loban struck a different tone than Master Termanio Dervidian, who had always emphasized the need for caution. Times have changed. The Red War is heating up. The native aliens are evolving. Our social order is gradually deteriorating. Our faction is changing as well. When we previously made decisions about your Carmine system, We did so in a time when our faction was either stuck in the past or still in the process of transition. I can tell you now that a new wind is blowing within our ranks." Vess narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He previously did not think much of Professor Lobin, but now he understood there may be another purpose behind this visit. "Who are you, really? What happened to Master Dervidian?" The transhumanist responded with a coy expression. "Your familiar contact person is still doing fine, Professor Larkinson. He is currently occupied with an important research project. As for myself, you know my name already. What you really wish to know is who is standing behind me. I think you are clever enough to deduce the answer." Back when we were still living in the age of Mechs, the transhumanist faction was led by the chosen human. Divine Hussein Albedo is more than 300 centuries old. He is a product of his time and grew up when the aftermath of the Age of Conquest still lingered in everyone's thoughts. He has developed a strong sense of protection towards the purity and integrity of the human race. He opposes unchecked genetic modification and has always emphasized the need to err on the side of caution in any experiments involving human test subjects. Vess knew that the transhumanists hadn't always managed to abide by the chosen human's principles, but the God Pilot clearly kept all of these crazy people in check, while he was at least nominally in charge. "I take it that has changed on this side of the Greater Beyonder Gate," he remarked. Professor Lobin nodded and smiled. "That is so. We are cut off from the old galaxy, which means that the chosen human and many of the other old God pilots and star designers presiding over our branch no longer hold any authority over us. The only remaining leader that has the prestige and the support of our members in the Red Ocean is the Evolution Witch. She is only more than 170 years old and has grown up in a time where humanity has regained its hope for the future again. She favors a much more proactive stance. As one of her subordinates, it is my responsibility to oversee some of the many research initiatives of our faction and ensure that they better reflect her newly instituted policies." So this was it. The transhumanists got rid of the restraint imposed by their old leader and embraced the desire for progress of their new leader. Perhaps this was why the transhumanist faction remained so low-key in the past year. A new administration had taken charge. The new leader clearly made a clean sweep of a lot of old policies and put her own stamp on the powerful faction. "So what does this mean for associates for myself?" Vess wondered. "Please be concrete." "Well, for one, we would like you to roll out your Carmine Mechs within the next 3 years, instead of the 30 years that we originally envisioned." "What?" Chapter 5693, The Origin of the Evolution Witch. In all of his interactions with the transhumanists, Vess thought that they were a little weird but pretty all right for the most part. Many of them pursued the crazy dream of attaining human transcendence by merging themselves with Mech somehow, but they never let their worst impulses overtake their common sense. At least that was what Vess assumed. The Mech Trade Association originated as an offshoot of the Five Scrolls Compact and had always tried to be the opposite of its former parent organization. The association was supposed to serve as a holy land for enlightenment, rationality, science, and discovery. The Mechers prided themselves on being smarter and more civilized than anyone else. They carefully kept the space peasants under their rule in check to prevent the masses from degenerating like they did during the Age of Conquest. The chosen human was not a perfect fit for a leader of the transhumanist faction in the old galaxy, but he commanded enough respect to sit in the highest position. It was not difficult to figure out his stances and policies. The God Pilot was a strong adherent of human exceptionalism, the belief that the human race was better and more superior than other sentient races. His own meteoric rise to power was the greatest example of the amazing potential of the human race. The man earned his title by being the first and only human whose genetic aptitude measured at S. His growth as a Mech pilot was so smooth that he managed to advance to God Pilot at the age of 76, thereby shattering a record that had never been broken since. The chosen human represented one of the greatest ideals that the rest of humanity strove for. He was living proof that the human race held a lot of buried treasures that just needed to be unearthed for more people to become as powerful and transcendent as him one day. Under his conservative leadership regime, the transhumanist faction of the Mech Trade Association tried its best to avoid any association to the highly maligned Five Scrolls Compact. The scientific method had to be respected as much as possible. Unbridled human modification had to be avoided as much as possible. The overall purpose of developing augmentations was to accentuate the strengths that humans already possessed. They were not supposed to bestow them with new capabilities of alien origin that came with plenty of nefarious side effects. Though the chosen human's power clearly wasn't enough to curtail the practice of genetic modification entirely, one of the reasons why he remained in charge, despite the more incessant demands from the rank-and-file members of his faction, was because of his ability to earn people's trust. As long as a god pilot like the chosen human remained in charge of the transhumanists, the latter would never dare to act too flagrant and engage in reckless human experimentation. There were many transhumanists who agreed with his more restrained stance. They wanted to make it possible for humans to rise above their common origins and achieve transcendence, but they did not want to lose their own humanity in the process. The chosen human's attitude not only made its mark among the transhumanists, but also many other Mechers. No matter how much the factions kept themselves apart from each other, they were ultimately semi-formal divisions of the association. They were all Mechers who shared a common purpose in the end. This was also one of the initial reasons why the survivalists eventually handed over responsibility of supervising the development of the Carmine system to the transhumanists. It had always been a vain attempt of the survivalists to keep the existence of the Carmine system a secret from the transhumanists. Both groups already paid close attention to Vess. Their spying methods were so good that any measure to keep secrets from each other was always flawed. Even if Vess and the survivalists conducted a lot of tests on Carmine Mechs within the secure laboratory environment of the Tarask, the Blue Jay fleet was technically a detachment of the Red Association, not just the survivalist faction. The transhumanists were bound to find out so long, as they had even an inkling of suspicion, that something funny was taking place inside the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet. Naturally, once they learned what was going on, they wanted a piece of action. The Carmine system represented a radical advancement that almost fully matched the ideals of their faction. Compared to other forms of human augmentation, trying to integrate with Mechs did not generate as much opposition, because it could be seen as an extension of integrating implants. In any case, the survivalist faction eventually agreed to hand responsibility over the Carmine system over to the transhumanist faction. After the polymath's dramatic fall from grace, the survivalists had lost a lot of trust. They needed to make a lot of amends as well as rein in a lot of ambitious initiatives in order to return to their original focus. The survivalist faction had become preoccupied with different matters nowadays. As the future of red humanity became murkier, Vess guessed that they had no time to worry about what the transhumanists would do once they got their hands on the Carmine system. This led to the present circumstance where the Carmine system became the joint responsibility of both of the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction, though the latter was a lot more passionate about its possibilities. Vess initially did not experience much of a difference. No matter whether he reported his progress to Master Goldstein, Master Dervidian, Jovi Armelin, or another researcher, they were all Mechers to him. Both the survivalists and the transhumanists he talked to generally agreed with the stance to take it slow. This was why he was caught off guard by the brand new directive conveyed by Professor Vector Loban. The man looked utterly serious, though. "Are you surprised, Professor Larkinson? You shouldn't be. Both our policies and our calculations have changed. Although we do not like to spread this message to the public, red humanity's future outlook has worsened." Even the survivalists agree that we must act more proactively in order to turn the tide against our current and future enemies. As for my own faction, our new leader has made it clear that time is of the essence. We can no longer afford to conduct far-reaching studies across multiple decades. Our society, as we know it, may no longer exist in a recognizable form by the time a full generation has passed. That was a highly plausible assumption. Back in the old galaxy, most people were confident that their society would roughly remain the same after the passage of 3 or so decades. Mechs became a little better and technology may have increased in sophistication, but the same families and states remained in charge as before. Human order in the Milky Way had become so solidified that the transhumanists over there were much more concerned with maintaining the good times. It was completely different in the Red Ocean. Trying to maintain the stability of a declining society was like delaying the inevitable. It was logical for the transhumanists to conclude that they needed to let go of at least some of their constraints in order to help Red humanity overcome the many challenges on the horizon. Of course, the more radical and enthusiastic researchers within this faction may have been driven by more selfish and greedy motivations when they decided to throw their support behind the new regime. Does this instruction come directly from the evolution which? Vess critically asked. Professor Loban shook his head. I cannot make this claim. She is engaged in more important affairs. Perhaps she has been made aware of your ambitious research project when she assumed leadership over our faction. She should have entrusted this matter to her confidantes if this is the case. I am merely acting on the instructions of one of them. What matters is that the evolution which expects everyone engaged in promising or productive research projects to speed up their progress whenever possible. That was understandable. Vess probably knew more than the transhumanist in front of him what kind of horrors may be waiting to pounce on Red humanity. Yet Vess also felt hesitant about this radical change in strategy. The contrast between abundant caution and expedient results was so extreme that he felt reluctant to embrace this shift. The other man clearly sensed this hesitation. Both of them sat down so that the transhumanist was able to explain the underlying factors behind the many changes in policy. Depending on the structure of an organization, a leader may have an outsized influence on how it is run. Your clan and your Mech company closely reflect your values and ideals due to obvious reasons. Our faction is much larger and much older, but our leaders are also much stronger and more influential. The chosen human has set strong limits on what we are allowed to do, but the evolution which has changed all of that because she approaches human transcendence from a different perspective. How so? Vess asked. You should be familiar with the origin of the evolution which, correct? I am. According to her biography, the evolution which was born as a Mecher, but suffered from multiple congenital flaws on birth that the MTA were unable to cure for whatever reason. She had a rough childhood and has been told that she would likely die in her late 20s as long as her congenital defects remain unaddressed. Instead of accepting the inevitable and giving up, she instead used this threat as a powerful motivation to advance as a Mech pilot. The only way for her to solve her ailments and get rid of the specter of death looming over her shoulders. This had been the start of her obsession with the power of evolution. To divine Lucy Miyazaki, evolution was literally the force that had saved her life and granted power unmatched by almost everyone else. Her enthusiasm for human augmentation had always been high as a result. The biographies are a little short on the details of her early life, but your retelling is mostly correct, Professor Loban said. What I wish for you to know is that the evolution which is known as a strong proponent of human inferiority. Her stance is almost opposite of that of the chosen human. Human inferiority. That is not what I expected from a god pilot. It is not as bad as it sounds, Professor Larkinson. Human inferiority is a theory that assumes that humans are not inherently superior to other sentient races. It is inferior to many other alien races, most notably the 7 apex races that previously dominated the Milky Way. The fact that we have managed to overcome them during the Age of Conquest is not because our race is inherently superior, but because we acknowledge our inferiority and work harder to compensate for our many deficiencies. I see. The evolution which basically equated her own miraculous rise to power to humanity's own successes during the Age of Conquest. We are all ants, Vector Loban stated. A talent as good as the chosen human only appears once per age at most. There is no possible way for more humans to be born with S-grade genetic aptitudes. He is an outlier that is unfit to be included in the general model of the human race. Most of us are far weaker and less talented than him, but that is not a problem because we have the power to actively control our own evolution. Inferiority is not a fault as long as it is not a permanent state. Acknowledging one's weaknesses is a virtue as long as you are willing to solve them or work around them. Our entire faction is slowly embracing this new attitude in favor of the old one. Red humanity is currently unfit to survive and thrive in this new age. Only by working harder to promote our own evolution will we be able to earn the right to dominate this age, just as we have done during the Age of Conquest. This has become our overarching purpose. Chapter 5694, Transhumanist Dreams. Even though the evolution which was born within the ranks of the Mech Trade Association, her tale of defying her deadly fate and overcoming all adversity by completely transcending her mortality, still served as a powerful source of inspiration to many admirers. Her amazing rise coincided with the trend of humanity's growing acceptance of more extreme forms of human augmentation. Although there were many parts of human civilization that still rejected more extreme divergences from humanity, there were more and more population groups that had gradually lost their aversion for more radical forms of augmentation. The evolution, which was hardly the only success case that supported their controversial beliefs, but she had definitely contributed to this trend. She was part of a newer wave of god pilots who were born well after the end of the Age of Conquest and did not become burdened by its sins. To the younger generations of the human race, all of the horror stories about extreme and unregulated genetic modification were no different than abstract history lessons. As long as contemporary humans paid more attention and implemented more safeguards, surely it would be safe enough to explore more daring forms of implants and gene mod templates. Much of the old guard of our faction is left behind in the old galaxy. Professor Vector Loban continued. Many of us who chose to transfer to the Red Ocean sought to move away from the stifling culture that reigned supreme in the center of human civilization. Now we have freed ourselves from the idiosyncrasies of the past. By stepping out of the shadow of the chosen human and embracing the more enlightened leadership of the evolution which, we shall play a more proactive role in directing and promoting the evolution of the human race. Vess said in a tone that made it clear that he had not entirely bought into this transition. And how does my Carmine system fit into this picture? The way you have been talking about it makes it seem that you prize it more for its ability to help people overcome their human limitations than to help both Mech pilots and non-pilots control powerful living Mechs. Both functions are important, but we are primarily invested in the possibility of helping humans overcome their weak and fragile bodies. Think about what you can offer to many people. Your Carmine system may have been able to save the evolution witch's life back when she was still young. Whether she would be able to gain the motivation to work her way up to a god pilot is still questionable, but we believe that the people who have assumed their new forms should have expanded their own potential. Vess frowned deeper. The cost is too great. If this change takes place on a larger scale, humanity will become unrecognizable. I can understand the concept of trading away a part of our humanity in order to gain a large boost of power, but if there are no actual humans left at the end, we may have already lost our struggle to survive in a sense. I think that many desperate civilizations who may one day find themselves left at the mercy of the native aliens will think otherwise. I understand your caution, Professor, but our society is large enough to cope with accidents. We do not have to force every human to bond with Carmine Mechs or merge with them one day. We can set up programs to selectively encourage volunteers to form blood pacts with your Carmine Mechs. Think about how this will affect our performance in the Red War. Settlements are no longer forced to rely on Mech pilots to defend them against the alien threats. We can effectively expand our manpower pool and pair Carmine Mechs with a much larger group of civilians. They can form large planetary militias that can mobilize into battle the moment an alien fleet has intruded in their star system. That would definitely be an imposing sight. One of the biggest shortcomings of defending red humanity's sprawling colony settlements was that it was impossible to make them all secure. It cost a lot of money and resources to fortify them and station additional defensive troops to them. If the residents of a remote colony were able to defend their own territory by deploying lots of Carmine Mechs in an emergency, then that would make any invading enemy think twice. What about fully transformed humans? Vess asked. That would be even better. Their control over their new bodies should be greater than a normal pilot. Transformed humans have an even greater motivation to fight for their homes, because it is much harder to evacuate them from their colonies, because there is not enough space to accommodate them all. They became our firmest shield in the colonies that we rely upon to expand our population and sustain our war effort. It became clear that the transhumanists had big plans in store for the Carmine system. Whether it was its current implementation or its future possibilities, the transhumanists practically salivated at the thought of leveraging Carmine Mechs to transform parts of human society. It was no wonder why the survivalists initially expressed a lot of reluctance at the thought of letting the transhumanists know about the Carmine system. The survivalists mostly saw the Carmine system and its vast potential as a tool that could solve existing problems, such as restoring the piloting ability of a brain-damaged Mech pilot. The transhumanists, on the other hand, wanted to take advantage of the Carmine system to make all of their wild fantasies come true. They were much more crazy about human augmentation and transcendence, so it made sense that they were much more thorough in mapping out the many possible uses of the Carmine system. The problem was that they possessed much less limits and were willing to go much further in order to make faster progress. Now that Vess understood the intentions of the current regime of the transhumanist faction a lot better, he had a greater understanding behind the request to roll out Carmine Mechs within just 3 years. That did not make this request any less reasonable. I have great concerns about prematurely announcing the existence of the Carmine system and making it available to the wider public, he cautiously said. It is not that I want to keep it out of the hands of the masses, but if anything goes horribly wrong, I will be the one that will pay the price for any mistakes. The Yuri machine is not directly related to the Carmine system, but the fact that it was able to appear does not bode well for me and my work. I am lucky that out of millions of living Mechs, an uncontrolled transformation process has only happened once. I am not eager to increase this statistic. The transhumanist Mech designer comprehended Vess' caution, but his priorities were entirely different. Your Blood Knight model has already attained stable results so far. There are no obvious indications that your Carmine Mechs pose any acute danger to their humans. The only cause for alarm is when the Mechs are terminated. The consequences to the people that they have bonded with are serious. Other than that, there is much about your innovative new design application that is worthy of praise. If you cannot immediately develop a means to replicate the phenomenon of the Yuri machine in a more controlled process, then there is another research direction that you can pursue. And that is, let us collaborate, Vector Lobin suggested with an eager expression. I will be staying aboard the Teresk to supervise our ongoing studies of the existing Carmine Mechs. I am also tasked with exploring the viability of integrating your Carmine system in a different kind of Mech, a biomech. A biomech? Vess almost jumped to his feet. That is too extreme. Biomechs are much more prone to go out of control than ordinary mechs. I have always doubted whether it is a good idea to combine the Carmine system with biomechs. The latter is a source of trouble, and it is completely unclear how my original invention will interact with a purely organic mech. Not even the survivalists have dared to make this suggestion, and they once ordered me to design a Carmine juggernaut. This indicated that the risks were too great to bear for the survivalists at the time. We are not the survivalists. Lobin shook his head. Besides, even if you consult their opinions, they should be much more open-minded towards more forward-thinking research projects. The survivalists are pragmatists. They favor the survival and the stability of the human race above any other consideration. In times of stability, any excessively strong changes can destabilize our society and threaten our survival, so it is logical for them to oppose rapid development. Now that red humanity is in perennial peril, their stance has flipped. The survivalists understand that we must push our boundaries harder in order to dig our way out of our adverse position. In other words, the survivalist faction acquiesced to the transhumanist faction's more radical approach. The entire association was willing to invest a lot more into Carmine mechs going forward. Vess felt mixed about this sudden shift in policy. On the one hand, he was bound to make faster progress in the development of the Carmine system. This was good news because he had decided to center his design philosophy around this incredibly beneficial design solution. He might be able to realize his design philosophy significantly faster than he originally thought. On the other hand, rushing through experiments came with its own risks. The chance of accidents became a lot greater. The lives of a lot of human volunteers might become ruined one day because Vess had overlooked a critical variable. This was especially the case if he recklessly started to integrate the Carmine system in a biomech as opposed to conventional one. The sheer amount of risk factors involved in this particular combination frightened him into paralysis. Besides, what exactly did the transhumanist intend to do with Carmine biomechs? Were they attempting to turn themselves into biomechs? Vess suddenly connected the dots. Wait, is this what you guys are after? You won't necessarily want to turn yourself into a conventional mech. What you truly aspire to become is a biomech. Vector Lobin did not deny this accusation. Is it not a dream to become a biomech? I will gain all of the power of a highly developed combat machine, but retain control of all of my faculties and most of my humanity. At most, I will have to live in a house and make use of tools scaled for a giant humanoid. This is a sacrifice that I am gladly willing to make. As long as we design our biomechs to resemble the human physique to a large extent, we can minimize any incompatibility issues and speed up the adaptation process. Each of us will be able to gain bodies as strong as a human phase lord as yours. In fact, it is not necessary for us to pursue this development trajectory anymore, as turning ourselves into biomechs is an inherently more human and controllable process. Damn, the yearning in Professor Lobin's voice was so strong that he would definitely jump at the chance to become an organic version of the Yuri machine if possible. The man's rabid enthusiasm for these possibilities signified that he would never give up on this research. 3 years is too soon. Vess pushed back. I understand the need to speed up our progress in the development of the Carmine system, but it is too soon to pair it up with a biomech, let alone make it available to the public. We should at least take the time to conduct small-scale experiments under highly controlled circumstances to see whether the idea is viable to begin with. I would much prefer it if we can perfect the Carmine system with conventional mechs before we tackle any other combinations. Chapter 5695, Worthless Humans. The new wind blowing in the transhumanist faction had massive implications for Vess. The policies supported by the evolution which were drastically different from that of the chosen human. One of them was a born miracle, a potentate who held the unbroken record for possessing the most optimal genetic aptitude that humanity had ever measured. Despite his immense privileges, he never rested on his laurels and worked hard to realize his amazing potential for the good of the human race. The other was a woman who had risen up from a life of struggle and adversity. She was a pilot who had been perpetually locked in a struggle against death. She overcame her many congenital flaws and evolved past all of them through sheer grit and determination. The force of evolution literally represented a newer and better life to her, and she grew eager to spread its bounty to the rest of the population. Vess felt torn between the two faction leaders. His inclinations as a researcher and innovator loved the younger and much more forward-thinking evolution, which for her more vigorous support and license to experiment more freely. His perspective as a leader and a citizen of red humanity grew wary of the flood of changes that these policies may spark. The new leader's directives would definitely ripple throughout the entire augmentation sector. A lot of geneticists had long entertained all kinds of crazy ideas on how to push human boundaries beyond their limits, but they never dared to act on them due to ethical and safety violations. Vess had met numerous biotech researchers throughout his career. Many of them had ideas swirling in their minds that would never get approved if they attempted to act on them. Everyone from this entire sector was crazy. It came with the territory, much like how most Mech designers used to dream about piloting Mechs rather than designing them for others. He shook his head. This was none of his business. Since the transhumanists dared to unleash this storm, they probably took enough measures to contain it. The benefits were clearly worth it for them to go through with this plan. By the time that Vess meeting with Professor Vector Loban came to an end, he still remained reluctant to move too quickly with the Carmine system. I feel my accumulation is too lacking to design more advanced Carmine Mechs, he told the transhumanist. I can understand your eagerness to move forward and see whether the Carmine system will work well with biomechs, but I am simply not ready for it. Even if we design one, I think we should keep it as simple as possible in order to reduce the amount of variables that can produce complications. That was not what Professor Loban wanted to hear. What are you willing to design? Let us start off with designing third-class Carmine Mechs, Vess suggested. First-class and second-class Mechs are more powerful, but that also makes them more difficult to control. They are much stronger in a physical sense when compared to the human physique. According to my understanding, an attempt to bring Mechs and people closer together doesn't end up well for the latter if they are not strong enough to cope with the rapid increase in power. The case of the Uranus came to mind. The Uri machine also supported this theory. As eager as he may be to make rapid progress, Professor Loban was not a biomech designer who had lost all of his intelligence from the moment the new policies came into force. He understood the logic of Vess' argument and could not respond with anything better. The transhumanist expression grew a little sour. His main purpose for cooperating with Vess was to enable him and his like-minded colleagues to convert their own bodies into powerful biomechs. They could not do so when their only available option consisted of third-class mech models that easily collapsed when subjected to vastly more powerful enemies, of which there were many in the Red Ocean. Very well. Professor Loban's expression eased as he accepted this concession. You are correct. The space peasants of the lower zones are so abundant that they can easily absorb setbacks related to our Carmine Mechs. They are more desperate for power than other red humans. We have always struggled to make them useful and bestow more meaningful roles to them. It should not be difficult to convince them to test the early iterations of our Carmine Mechs. The man spoke as it was already a given that the two of them would produce a range of collaboration works. Vess did not like the fact that he essentially got browbeaten by the evolution witch to fast-track the development of the Carmine system and steer it in a direction that sounded a lot riskier than the alternatives. What could he do about it, though? It would be bad if he managed to attract the attention of yet another god pilot and got on her bad side. This was why he settled for this compromise with Professor Loban. As much as he hated to admit it, third-class space peasants were truly too marginal. Their population was their greatest advantage, as it did not take any fancy or expensive designer baby shenanigans for them to reproduce. Raising and educating third-class children was also a lot cheaper. However, their industries were almost worthless, and their Mech were so weak that they struggled to fight against the weakest alien raiding fleets that invaded the lower zones. Funnily enough, their lack of worth also saved them from the brunt of alien aggression. Rather than wasting time and combat assets to crush all of these cockroaches, it was better to inflict greater losses on First and Second Fleet Mech forces. No one important enough really cared about third raiders to sympathize with them if anything went wrong. Vess also gradually assumed this mindset as he continued to consort with the likes of the Mechers and other first raiders. Their problems and considerations were much grander in scope than the more trivial concerns of a bunch of poor and meaningless space peasants. Even though he used to be a third raider himself, Vess found it hard to stand up for his former people. There was no room for any redundant sentiment when the future of red humanity was at stake. If he had to treat the poorest and most deprived citizens of human civilizations as his test subjects, then so be it. Maybe he would be doing them all a service by enabling many of them to gain an easy power boost that they could never attain through other means. Vess briefly discussed plans to begin their collaborative design work. His schedule was already packed, so Professor Loban had to wait at least a year or so before they could begin to work together. "I can afford to wait," the Mecher said in a much more measured tone now that he had reined in his enthusiasm. "The delay will benefit us, as I will have more opportunities to study and familiarize myself with your current batch of Carmine Mechs. I will also have ample enough time to refresh my familiarity with third-class Mechs." In other words, Professor Loban had no clue how to design a third-class Mech and needed to do a lot of cramming to avoid making a fool out of himself. Vess needed to do the same, actually. He had not caught up with the latest developments in third-class Mech design. His lack of practice also caused him to grow rusty. If he wanted to be serious about serving his third-class customers, then he should at least treat them with the proper amount of respect. "They used to be my people, after all," he whispered to himself. He finally teleported back to the surface of New Constantinople Roman 8 after he bid farewell to the enthusiastic transhumanist. There was plenty of work and obligations for him to get back to. Not only did he have to continue to raise his growing children, he also had to keep track of at least half a dozen Mech designs at any time. He also had to keep up with his studies on top of everything else. "Good work, Leggy," he said as he patted the solid exterior of his cyborg left leg. "I see you have made a bit more progress in progressing the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 design." It was silly of him to talk to the detached miniature brain that was embedded in his own leg. It was not even a separate incarnation of himself. He didn't care. His wife complained about his habit many times, but she eventually gave up when he proved incorrigible. How much closer have we come to turning this into a viable combat asset? This was a good question. Gloriana had done much of the work, while Vess still had to spend a lot of effort into studying architect before he was able to make more meaningful contributions. That said, he had already gained enough of an understanding of the exotic alien tech to know that it was not that easy to get an Archimech to work. One of the advantages of architect was that everything became interconnected with each other. This was also a disadvantage, as it became difficult to troubleshoot anything made out of archimetal. Glitches happened a lot more frequently, and it took a lot of work to trace their causes, as they needed to be isolated first to identify them. His lack of familiarity with architect made this job a lot harder. This made designing the Larkinson clan's first true Archimech a huge pain. The design remained completely theoretical for now. Neither he nor his wife had any access to a prototype or scale model of the new design. The lack of concrete examples of their work meant that they lacked a lot of proof that their design solutions were actually good enough to work. The most probable scenario that would happen once they had completed enough work to fabricate a prototype was that the machine would not even turn online. It could take weeks, if not months, for Vess and Gloriana to painstakingly trace and troubleshoot all of the errors that prevented the Archimech from operating correctly. Vess felt frustrated by all of the additional delays, but he persisted because he knew it was worth it in the end. Once he, or more rather Gloriana, cracked the code on how to design a functional Archimech, they would be able to apply all of their lessons and template solutions on their subsequent Archimechs. The Amaranto, the First Sword, the Riot, the Bastion, the Evert Shanger, the Minerva, and all of the other Larkinson expert mechs would gain the massive benefits of transitioning to a superior tech base. It would take less and less time to design the subsequent Archimechs, as Gloriana gradually worked out all of the common issues of trying to apply her knowledge in her design projects. Vess would benefit as well, though his lack of priority in this particular field would make it unwise for him to dabble in Archimechs by himself. This was not good news, because he aspired to build up a mech roster that exclusively consisted of Archimechs to the premier branch of the Larkinson clan. Maybe I need to scale back to those plans, he considered with a frown. He still needed to study for at least 2 more years before he was confident enough to design an advanced first-class mech, so there was still plenty of time for him to work on his shortcomings. Vess turned his attention back to the current design and tried to speed up his progress. The sooner he and his wife managed to produce a prototype, the sooner they would find out if they had done a good job all of these months. Let's hope that it is not a total failure. There was a chance that the entire foundation of the new Archimech was rotten to begin with. The only way to prevent this was to show the mech design to a knowledgeable consultant, but this was unacceptable. They just had to work blindly and hope for the best. Chapter 56, 96 Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman 3. Work on the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman 3 project frustrated Vess so many times that he frequently had to step away from it to prevent his mood from deteriorating too badly. As much as he wanted to get it done as soon as possible, there was no way to rush the development of a first-generation Archimech design, especially one designed for a high-tier expert pilot. Gloriana dictated the pace of this project, and she was determined to succeed. She slowed down her progress enough times because she wanted to do stuff right instead of quickly. Her attitude may be correct, but it ensured that Vess would have to wrestle with this project for at least several more months. Fortunately, he also had other mech design projects to sink his teeth into. A lot of old mech lines were finally receiving their long-awaited updates to bring them up to the standards of the Hyper generation. One of the more noteworthy among them was the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman 3. For a long time, the Valkyrie Redeemer had served as a consistent bestseller and a source of enduring profits for the LMC. Not only had the feminine mech model conquered the Hexer mech market, but it had also allowed Vess to gain a growing amount of sway over the Hex Federation. Though Vess had not signed any formal treaties with the Hexers as of late, more and more people treated their second-rate state as his semi-private back garden. The reality was that he was no longer as dependent on the support of the Hexers than before. It was nice to have a large base of support, but Vess would not even notice if the Hex Federation disappeared one day. He had not forgotten about all of the help that the Hexers provided to him in the past. No matter what, the Hexers were his friends, and they deserved to receive his attention every now and then. Perhaps one day he might thank himself for keeping this relationship alive. Designing the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman 3 was a serious endeavor. His wife also insisted that she had to be involved when he initially decided to embark on this update. "Aren't you busy enough already?" Vess questioned. "You already have your hands full with raising our children, studying first-class mech design, and trying to put together our first Archimech. I shall free up the necessary time somehow. I can help you collect feedback from the Hexers who have been piloting the Valkyrie Redeemer for years. They have a large range of complaints and requests that can give us clearer directions on how to improve the next iteration of our successful mech line." She had a point. Vess did not really look forward to talking to a lot of hexers in person. Offloading this responsibility to his wife made a lot of sense, as she essentially spoke the same language as her former people. Gloriana did a good job at collecting a large amount of user feedback and compiling them all into a common set of points. One of the most acute problems we need to solve is the lack of effectiveness against alien warships. The base form of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II is optimized for combat against mechs. Outside of employing battle formations, they are not as good as other mech models in tackling the alien threat. This persistent shortcoming has forced the Hex army to switch to other mech models in order to reduce their losses when they participate in the Red War. This was a problem that Vess had been neglecting for too long. He knew exactly what his wife was talking about and agreed with her assessment. Do the Penitent Sisters have any issues with their own Valkyrie mechs? Not as much. The Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers are the only mech forces who have the ability to employ battle formations that allow them to channel the power of Helena. This function is single-handedly carrying the Valkyrie mech line and ensures that it still retains an important place in our mech roster. Is Death E energy still effective enough to kill the native aliens inside their warships outright? Gloriana nodded. That is the case for the most part. The strongest aliens may be able to cling to their lives, but it doesn't matter anymore if the others have perished. E-energy radiation is not only making them stronger, but it has also made it easier for Helena to exert her might in real space. Vess looked intrigued. Interesting. That is an important development. I already have an idea on how to leverage this. I can understand why the current Valkyrie Redeemers aren't cut out for fighting against enemy warships. Their firepower can't catch up to riflemen mechs, and their ability to inflict damage up close is largely dependent on their charges, which is not a good idea to employ against a strong transphasic energy shield or an immense hull. The Hexers are also forced to apply aftermarket modifications to their Valkyrie mechs in order to give them access to space suppressors, but this is a clunky and inefficient solution. His wife continued. The Mark Roman III must have a space suppressor built into its mech frame. It may not be powerful enough to neutralize all transphasic technologies, but it can at least reduce the gap in performance. There was no need to argue against this measure. This had become a mandatory feature for all melee mechs. The only melee mech models that got released these days were mostly intended to be used in a mech arena or other special purposes. Anything else that could be employed against the native aliens must come with effective countermeasures against face-water technology. Vess quizzed his wife a bit further. She conveyed a few other common requests and complaints that needed to be addressed in the Mark Roman III design. Between speed or defense, what is more important for the Valkyrie mech pilots? He asked. That is a difficult question. Vess, I would say that the mech pilots ideally want to see improvements in both. Better armor or a stronger shield generator will give them greater fault tolerance and ease much of their concerns. Higher mobility will enable them to close the distance faster and increase their ability to evade powerful warship attacks that can crush their mechs in a single hit regardless of defense. Vess studied the outdated design of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II. It had been powerful back when he first released it, but the mech industry and the Red Ocean had moved on since then. The Valkyrie mechs were no longer regarded as one of his most impressive living mech designs anymore. This annoyed him. It made sense for the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II to lose a lot of popularity, but what rankled him was that people thought that his work had lost its star. This fueled his motivation to bring it back onto the scene. It did not matter if the Valkyrie Redeemer remained exclusive to the Hexers. He wanted to reward his fans and his fixed customers for maintaining their faith in his products. He needed to show them that it was worth it for them to wait for him to deliver a proper update to an older work. As Vess came up with a lot of ideas, went through them, and selected the most useful ones at a rapid pace. I know what I need to do, he declared to his wife. Let me show you what I have on my mind. He activated a new projection and quickly sketched out a draft design that roughly reflected his vision for the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III. It had many clear improvements over the previous iteration. The extensive use of hyper materials was definitely a key change, but Gloriana grew surprised when she noticed his selection of hyper materials. The design of the Mark Roman III became a little lighter and more streamlined. It gained a number of advanced systems that Vess somehow planned to cram inside the fairly slender Mech frame. The design budget went up, as he was forced to employ higher quality materials in order to keep its mass and volume within an acceptable range. This happened to be one of the requests of the Hex Federation. They wanted slightly greater quality and were more than willing to pay for the additional expense. Vess did not leave his improvements to material design choices. He also wanted to enhance its utilization of E-energy and leverage its close connection to the power of death in a more useful fashion. It would be a waste to ignore this potential. If Vess was still the same Mech designer as he was a few years ago, he would have never dared to go this far into strengthening the Valkyrie Redeemer. However, Vess gained a lot more courage now that he had been promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. He was able to disregard a lot of rules and restrictions and no longer had to be afraid of provoking other people's greed. So long as he continued to enjoy the protection of the Red Association, he could add features to his mechs that he previously did not consider due to a variety of reasons. Gloriana slowly realized that her husband wanted to make another statement with the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III. Vess. Yes, honey. The Luminar Crystal Rifle. The 4th generation Luminar Crystal Rifle of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III should still be fairly light and compact. This won't increase the firepower that much, but what is special is that it is not only confined to making use of the hyper versions of all of the 6 standard attack phase crystals. What truly makes this weapon different and unique when compared to other Luminar crystal weapons is that it is permanently embedded with a gray beam attack phase crystal. You mean the same as in the Gray Lotus? Not exactly. Vess shook his head. I made use of a unique high-end hyper material when I initially built the Gray Lotus. It is a uniquely powerful hyper pistol that has proven to be an excellent complement to the Evertshanger. The gray beam attack phase crystals reserved for the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III will be a lesser variant that is much more suitable for mass production. He and his clan had yet to find any samples of Black Demon steel in the new frontier. It may not even be a natural product, since it contained the word steel. That was a shame. Black Demon steel was such a good hyper material that was not only compatible with Death E-energy, but all kinds of other negative energies as well. Vess could think of so many uses for this material. In any case, there were many lesser alternatives that were much more widely available. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III was still meant for mass production, so Vess could not go too far in this aspect. How effective do you think these rifles will be? Gloriana asked. They offer an alternate means to neutralize enemy warships. I don't think the lesser gray beams will be as effective as the Gray Lotus in penetrating the transphasic energy shields of enemy warships, but I don't know for certain. We do know that hyper-energy shields are remarkably more effective at neutralizing these sorts of attacks. It is only a matter of time before more and more aliens upgrade the defenses of their warships with stolen human technology. Even if they can only really start slaughtering alien crew members inside their own warships after breaching past transphasic energy shields, that is still a lot more effective than trying to tear through meters of thick hull plating. Gloriana consoled Vess. Shem, I guess you are right. This is only a part of the package, though. I have other features in mind that will make this mech a lot more amazing, but the gray beams should serve as their most dependable killing tool. Chapter 5697, A Big Gift. Gray beams enabled the Hexer Mech pilots to neutralize enemy warships without inflicting excessive damage to their integrity. This would make it easier to recoup the losses of a battle and plunder larger quantities of intact face water. Gloriana still did not think this change was extreme enough. A luminar crystal weapon that can fire gray beams will most definitely increase the versatility and combat effectiveness of the Mark Roman III, but it is not a unique advantage anymore. Death hyper materials are becoming increasingly more prevalent, and most notably appear in greater quantities on past battlefields. I think that more and more mechs will be released that are able to employ similar attacks. I know, Vess shrugged his shoulders. We definitely enjoy a head start compared to the competition. We also have Helena backing up the Valkyrie Redeemers. There won't be any other second-class mech models that can match their performance. Besides, this is only a single piece of the puzzle. I think we can be a lot more ambitious about preparing the general version of the Mark Roman III for combat against alien warships. What do you mean by that, Vess? He smirked and pointed at the draft design. There are 2 more gimmicks which will further cement the Valkyrie Redeemer as the premier mech model in harnessing the power of death. The more subtle of the 2 is a change in how my living mech grows through battle. Aside from the normal means of growth, I think I can make it so that the Valkyrie mechs grow a lot faster when they harvest more lives. That certainly attracted Gloriana's interest. That sounds troubling, but also promising. Are you sure that the Valkyrie mechs can absorb death energy without suffering any negative consequences? It does not come without its risks, Vess admitted. However, I know it is possible to turn my Valkyrie Redeemers into carnivores because they already have this capability. It is just too weak to attract much notice. My comprehension of spiritual engineering has advanced a lot further since then, and the introduction of E-energy radiation and hyper-materials has given me a lot of new tools to enhance this previously obscure function. The speed in which the next iteration of Valkyrie Redeemers can grow will be noticeably greater so long as they are actively used in battle. Will this produce any major differences in performance that is obvious enough to make a substantial difference in battle? Do not take offense at this, Vess, but much of the growth of a living mech is invisible. The mech pilot may notice the differences and perform better as a result, but it is difficult to attribute these improvements to the machine. I know what you mean, honey, but this will definitely make the older Valkyrie Redeemers stand out more. The Mark Roman III will all be 4th-generation living mechs, which means that they can only evolve to a 3rd-order living mech a lot easier, but acquire ascension runes as they grow further. The faster their growth, the further they can develop along an ascension path. I am still not entirely clear of their origin and their working principles, but what I do know is that a Valkyrie mech with multiple ascension runes will be able to harness E-energy to a stronger degree. Their attacks and other properties related to E-technology will definitely be stronger, and the best part about all of this is that this growth should have a very high ceiling, which means that there is hope that the best Valkyrie mechs will eventually grow as powerful as expert mechs. This was an ambitious claim. He had no idea whether this was possible, but that was no reason for him to set aside this dream. Vess possessed a lot of faith in his 4th-generation living mechs. He had incorporated a few useful principles related to traditional blacksmithing into the latest version of his most famous design application. The recent changes and additions had brought his latest version of his living mechs closer to high-level artifacts. This meant that each of them had the potential to become as powerful as the Ocean Caller one day. How will you ensure that the Valkyrie mechs will not be overtaken by contamination? I will employ multiple safeguards to slow or limit the absorption rate, he answered. If the mech has killed a lot of aliens at once, there will be a hard limit in place that will make sure that the mech will only absorb enough death E-energy that it is able to handle. Helena will remain as its design spirit and will help to regulate this process as well. Even so, I expect that it is impossible to completely filter out every undesirable element. The mechs will probably grow more flawed as they get older, but it is a worthwhile trade-off for a substantial power boost. The addition of this accelerated growth measure ultimately pleased his wife. Gloriana was glad that the Hexers would gain a powerful advantage that was not accessible to other people. More power ultimately benefited the Hex Federation and ensured the second-rate colonial state would remain strong enough to survive the coming tribulations. I see. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III will become a powerful force on the battlefield if you can deliver on your promises. She deliberately emphasized the latter words, as if she was questioning whether Vess could deliver on his bold claims. Vess possessed plenty of confidence in his ability to do so. This was a feature that was tailor-made for the Valkyrie Redeemers. Don't worry. Most of the building blocks of my planned Soul-Taker system already exist in other living Mech designs. I just need to borrow them and put them together to produce this powerful result. They continued to talk a bit more about this special E-energy system before they moved on to another addition to the Valkyrie Mech line. If the Soul-Taker system is supposed to be the more subtle addition to the Mark Roman III, what else do you have that will make the Mark Roman III even stronger? Gloriana asked with anticipation in her voice. He smirked. It's quite simple. I will free up the restraints that prevent unauthorized people from employing battle formations. What? His wife looked shocked. As far as she knew, Vess had always been stingy about the use and the proliferation of his precious battle formations. Their power was undeniable, but it also served as one of the strongest and most effective trump cards of the Larkinson clan. Vess had already shown a lot of tolerance by allowing the Glory Seekers to pull it off as well. To open the floodgates and potentially allow any serving member of the Hex army to make use of battle formations while they piloted a Valkyrie Redeemer sounded crazy even to Gloriana. The Hexers would definitely generate a lot of fear and envy once they employed battle formations on a larger scale. A dozen of them could easily appear in a single battle, thereby overwhelming any typical alien raiding fleet and scouring all of their powerful starships from life. Hyper-energy shields might be able to take the edge off these attacks, but strong enough battle formations should still be able to overwhelm them due to Helene's overwhelming power. Is it possible for the Hexers to employ battle formations on demand? Gloriana asked. I thought that they impose strict requirements that necessitate special training. You are not wrong, but I do not think it is a challenge for many more Hexer Mech units to meet all of the requirements. The Glory Seekers managed to do this for years. They have learned a lot of lessons and can easily pass on their teachings to the soldiers of the Hex army. A high degree of homogeneity is still essential, but this is a condition that can be accomplished through training. I see. Not every Valkyrie Mech unit would be able to launch devastating battle formation attacks, but the more elite and well-trained ones should definitely be able to do it. This would guarantee that the Hex army would utilize these attacks on a wider scale. Though Gloriana had her concerns about this radical shift, she was happy that her husband was willing to go above and beyond to strengthen the Hexers. This is an extreme change that is not typical of your decision-making. What prompted this, Vess? I have slowly begun to realize that I can get away with a lot more stuff than in the past. Status makes a huge difference in our society. I have become a part of the upper echelon, so I have already joined the group of people who are able to dictate the rules as opposed to following them. It is really nice to be able to stop being afraid of stepping too far out of line. Gloriana felt that there may be more to this, but she let it go. She already began to look forward to how this feature would benefit the Hex Federation. She leaned forward and shared her body warmth with her husband. I can already imagine it. The Hexers will be able to defeat more enemies while suffering much less losses. They can accumulate war merits at a considerably faster rate in exchange for much more benefits compared to the Friday Men and other local rivals. As long as the Hexers are able to keep this advantage, they can even begin to promote their most promising elites to first raters, thereby enabling them to keep up with our growth and be of greater use for our clan. How wonderful. Hehe, I never leave my friends behind. Vess knew that he was bound to generate a lot of controversy with this radical design choice. since the transhumanists were already pushing him to release his Carmine Mechs to the public in the near future. He figured that making his battle formations available to a wider audience would hardly make a difference at that point. Perhaps it could even prime red humanity for all of the other crazy stuff that he intended to phase into his works over the coming years and decades. Once Gloriana got over her initial joy over this planned gift to the Hexers, she slowly began to frown as she considered the potential downsides of this move. The native aliens are not static opponents. They are slower to change, but once they start to lose so many of their warships to death energy battle formations, they will work harder to develop countermeasures against them. Not only will they speed up their adoption of hyper-technology, they will also be able to figure out other solutions through repeated exposure to these powerful attacks. This means that our trump card may lose its effectiveness over time. Vess shrugged. I am aware of that, but that is a price that I am willing to pay. We can't keep relying on our old hits to prop us up. The power of mechs ultimately comes from themselves. We just have to design better mechs with even better innovations if we want to maintain our competitive edge. He also wanted to make a greater contribution to the war effort. If the transhumanist faction felt compelled to speed up the pace of technological innovation, then he might as well follow suit. He was more confident that if he provoked any trouble or generated any controversy, the Red Association would continue to have his back. This was the benefit of becoming their honorary member. Vess was beginning to warm up to this bolder approach to mech design. The Fey Fianna and the Ultimatum mech lines had already changed second-class battles forever, and this was just the start as far as he was concerned. Dare to design. Dare to design, Gloriana echoed with an approving smile. It was always a lot more beneficial for a mech designer to do his job with less restraint. Vess believed he could make a lot more progress if he stopped holding back as much. This not only applied to updating his existing mech lines, but also in the design of brand new mechs based around completely new concepts. Chapter 5698, Gavin's Upgrade. The Larkinson clan had a decent range of well-established mech models whose concepts still remained relevant to this day. They just needed to be refreshed and brought up to the standards of the Hyper generation in order to become useful again. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III was not the only project designed to give mech workshops and factories throughout the new frontier a lot of upgrade commissions. Vess also aimed to satisfy a range of different consumers by updating old hits, such as the Desolate Soldier and the Ferocious Piranha. The former served as a cheap and affordable option to turn more irregular mech pilots into useful combat assets, particularly in planetary defense battles where planetary militia could quickly hop into their mechs and fight to save their colonies. The latter was not only useful in disrupting the crew of a warship when it came close enough, but it had proven to be remarkably effective at destabilizing alien starfighters. There were even cases where the ferocious piranhas easily caused the downfall of the more elite face fighters. Not every species possessed strong mental resilience, and their training varied considerably. As long as the alien pilots were susceptible to the disorientation glow, it was even possible to capture a precious face fighter intact. However, as much as Vess prized his existing designs, all of them had been conceived before the Age of Dawn. They were all products of their time. Fighting against alien warships was a whole different game than fighting against human mechs. In order to meet the changing demands of the mech market, Vess and his fellow Larkinson mech designers could not afford to rest on their laurels. They needed to study the gaps that currently existed in the mech market and conceive of a new product that should hopefully be enough to satisfy this need. Market research was an important activity. Gavin usually supervised most of this effort, but he had finally traveled to the core territory of Strion Ancient Clan in order to install a powerful but extremely invasive first-class digital brain augment. Just like the original Benny, Gavin wanted to become a better and more competent assistant to Vess by digitizing his mind to a much more extensive degree than ordinary people. It was an extreme choice that could not be reversed once it was done. People who had turned over half of their brain into circuitry lost so much of their humanity that they had lost their ability to sleep. "Are you sure about this, Gavin?" Vess asked with a concerned expression. "We are no longer living in the age of Mechs, you know. There are more ways for people to improve than cutting out whole parts of your brain and replacing them with electronic equivalents." Gavin looked utterly serious when he responded. "I have already discussed this matter extensively with the Seneschal over the galactic net. I know more about this process than you. I have made my decision. All of this cultivation stuff sounds great, but it is slow and can lead to unpredictable changes in personality. I don't want to gamble my future on methods that are notorious for making people more irrational. No offense, boss, but you already have plenty of that. What you need is a more rational and sober counterweight to keep you on your toes and remind you of variables that you have overlooked." That made sense, but Gavin would still be making a large sacrifice by undergoing this procedure. "What about your humanity? Don't you value the stuff that most people take for granted? I heard that people with heavily digitized minds are unable to experience emotions as strongly as unaugmented people." Gavin smiled. "It's okay, Vess. Look, nothing satisfies me more than to stay by your side as you rise in status and become a man respected by all of red humanity. However, not everyone is as insanely smart and talented as you. Don't forget that I used to be a kid from Cloudy Curtain. I was not born as a designer baby or received the most elite education of a first-rate state. I am already struggling to keep up with the increasingly higher-level affairs that you have got mixed up in these days. I am not even qualified to handle most of the administrative burden imposed by your recently established partnership with Isthmus Manufacturing. Once I come back with an upgraded brain, that won't be an issue anymore. I will be able to accompany you, even if you are promoted to a star designer one day." The personal assistant cared so much about his job that he could not be dissuaded from this upgrade. The only way to change his mind was to offer him a better alternative, but Vess did not have anything in mind. Although cultivation increasingly started to become the latest dominant trend, the older methods were still valid. "Tell me about the digitized brain that the Strions want to install. I can transfer you the technical details, but in short it is a recently developed hyper version of a similar model that Benny Smith has installed." The Strions had gone above and beyond to improve the performance of the implant by acquiring fragments of a rare hyper material called mentalist crystal that is purportedly able to make people smarter by exposing them to the right kind of E-energy. Vess' eyebrows shot up. "That is the same hyper material that is integrated in my wife's implant set. I've been trying to get my hands on a mentalist crystal, but it is so rare that I have yet to receive an offer to this point. The Strion ancient clan is really going all out to boost your competence. This is a heavy favor that I will have to repay in the future one day." He no longer felt concerned that Gavin was making a choice that he would regret over the long term. Even if the personal assistant's newfound capabilities became inadequate in the distant future, Vess could just spend a lot of money and resources to upgrade Gavin's digitized brain to a new model. Organic growth was hardly the only way for people to improve. Vess reminded himself that not everything had to abide by the principles of his design philosophy. "Very well, I trust the Strions. You shall be in good hands. Just make sure that your operation will take place within the range of General Axeller Strion's Saint Kingdom." General Axeller had proven himself to be a reliable friend and ally, but the same could not be said for the implant surgeons and other members of the Strion ancient clan. Gavin chuckled. "You do not need to remind me of that. I would not ever allow my new additions to be compromised in any way. It would be a dereliction of my duty if I was negligent about the risks." The Strions projected that it would take months to complete this augmentation process, so Vess was left to work with other assistants that he was not familiar with. While the recent hires from the Terran Alliance were clearly a lot more knowledgeable and more adept at working with numbers. They lacked the personal connection that he took for granted. Nonetheless, Vess was able to gain a lot of detailed market research data on the second-class Mech market. The Mech landscape was evolving quickly. Hyper-technology had become widely available for a while now, and most large players had already released their initial batch of proper hyper-Mech models. It became increasingly hard to steal their market share, as Mech designers did their best not to get overtaken by their faster rivals. They did not want to end up as the next SKL Mech Industries by having one of their reliable cash cows taken away from them, because they had been a bit too slow to refresh all of their aging Mech lines. Most of the immediate gaps in the markets have already been filled by the established Mech companies, but there are still many niches that you can fill, sir. One of the assistants of Terran origin explained to Vess. Landbound Mech sales have diverged. Melee Mechs without flight capabilities have become so unpopular that many Mech companies are forced to suspend production on them because inventory kept piling up. They are partially able to recoup their losses by offering to convert them into aerial Mechs, but that is not a high-margin activity. What about ranged Mechs? Landbound ranged Mechs have become more popular as of late. What sells especially well are cheap and simple frontline Mechs. Colonies have been buying them up in droves because of their affordability, lower maintenance requirements, disposability, ease of piloting, and so on. They are being used by planetary militia to put any remotely decent potentate in a cockpit in the event of a planetary invasion. Letter 188 Omicron, Vess furrowed his brows as he imagined this mobilization scenario. I suppose these Mech models are able to do their jobs, but I get the feeling that they are mostly employed as mobile turrets, and even their weapons are only able to attack targets that have dipped into the atmosphere of a planet. Their calibers are probably not enough to strike warships hovering in high orbit. Many buyers are aware of the limitations, but people are desperate for security, sir. They want the comfort of being in the presence of a large quantity of Mechs and guns. The frontline Mechs can still play a useful role in repelling or slowing down planetary raids, where troop transports and smaller warships try to approach a settlement to plunder it, as opposed to bombarding the entire site into oblivion. Vess tapped his chin in thought. We already have the Desolate Soldier, which can already play a similar role in a better capacity so long as they are stored on orbital space stations. The margins of this model are already very low. If we proceed to design a frontline Mech, I doubt we'll earn any meaningful profits. Let's leave this to the other Mech companies who are able to make significant savings by producing on a wider scale. Very well. Our Mech company is already contributing to planetary defenses by selling the ultimatum. Although it is a highly specialized Mech that is not only vastly more expensive, but also requires much more competent Mech pilots to be utilized in an effective manner. Their ability to strike targets from land to orbit has made them increasingly more popular in more and more settlements throughout the middle zones. In other words, there was no pressing need for the Larkinson clan to design any further Mechs meant for ground-side deployment. Vess expected this to change in a few years once the deep strike operations came online. A lot of alien planets accumulated a huge amount of wealth and face water that would be difficult to recover without deploying a lot of forces to the ground. Demand for premium landbound Mechs, and possibly even demi-Mechs that were able to navigate small and complex urban environments, should probably shoot up during that time. Tell me about the most immediate unmet demand for premium spaceborne Mechs, Vess instructed. At this time, it is most worthwhile to focus on selling good spaceborne Mechs that people are willing to pay a hefty premium for. What do the Mech forces fighting in the border need the most? What sort of Mech are we able to make that can produce the greatest impact? The young man paused for a few seconds before he offered a response. Most Mech companies have put their focus on two types of products. First, they have prioritized the release of hyper-ranged Mechs that can more effectively strain the defenses of alien warships. Second, they developed new hyper-melee mechs that are equipped with space suppressors that can effectively finish off the weakened vessels. This is the basic strategy employed by most mech forces in the Red War. What is missing from this approach is a third pillar. And that is an auxiliary mech. An effective support mech can act as a force multiplier that can increase the survivability of both ranged and melee mech units. Chapter 5699, Auxiliary Mech Focus. Auxiliary mechs generally received much less appreciation from the mech community than more direct combat-oriented machines. Mech pilots generally wanted to become the hotshots that beat up their opponents and saved the day. However, auxiliary mechs served their purpose in battle. There were many roles that mechs could perform that would otherwise weaken and burden a combat mech. Vess was not entirely unfamiliar with support-oriented mechs. He had designed a number of them, including the blessed Squire Hexer-exclusive heavy supportive night mech, the Buzzy Bee commercial light ECM and communication mech, the Cherub Hexer-exclusive communication mech, the Bright Boy Hexer-exclusive ECM mech, and the Light Hunter Vandals. Exclusive Scout mech. The fact that most of his support mechs ended up getting used by the Hexers was a reflection of their greater use and integration of machines that depended on others for protection. Of course, the real reason why the Hex Army employed a disproportionate amount of support mechs compared to other military mech organizations was actually quite banal. The Hexers insisted that male mech pilots were not qualified enough to make use of mech with real teeth. Real combat was reserved for the stronger and much more competent female mech pilots. It was already a privilege for male mech pilots to step onto the battlefield at all. They could be somewhat trusted to cover the backs of their betters as long as they stuck to piloting harmless support mechs. Whatever the case, Vess accrued enough experience in designing support mechs to possess a decent understanding of their place and their uses. As the Hexers had already shown in a less than stellar manner, auxiliary mechs generally had lower requirements on the pilot. Depending on the role and functions of a support mech, the pilot might need to possess greater situational awareness or special analytical skills in order to effectively employ sophisticated instruments. However, it was not that difficult to educate mech pilots in these skills. They just needed to be smart enough to pass the required classes. This granted a lot of mech pilots an alternate career trajectory that did not require them to risk their lives in a more direct way. Many people found it fulfilling to play a vital support function and cover the backs of other mech pilots. As Vess turned his attention to the subject of a support mech, he immediately thought of a recent release that already fulfilled this function to a degree. The Fae Fianna is already being leveraged as a support mech as far as I am aware of, he said. The Fae all come with an inherent decoy function that can attract a lot of firepower that would otherwise hit a real mech. They can also carry space suppressors, shield generators, and other support functions. The LMC even organized a contest meant to encourage enterprising mech designers to develop new Fae types to enhance the versatility of the overall mech platform. A lot of new and interesting third-party Fae models became available as a consequence. Gavin's temporary replacement nodded. That is correct, sir. The nature of your Fae Fianna model enables it to adopt any role, including support. It may not be the best or most cost-efficient means to fill up auxiliary mech roles, but your popular drone mech is filling a need in a good way. Doesn't this mean that it is not entirely necessary for us to design an auxiliary mech? The Fae Fianna is a flexible drone mech model. It is not supposed to be a universal solution for everything. It is a high-end mech that is more expensive and more difficult to pilot than most second-class mechs. There are many mech organizations that have already developed a mature mech doctrine where they have devised the most optimal mech compositions for their forces. It is not entirely necessary for them to employ expensive Fae Fiannas when they can resort to much more efficient auxiliary mechs instead. The latter might not have the flexibility and decoy function of the former, but it is usually capable of performing a single support role to a much more extensive degree due to their specialized focus. It is also much easier to recruit and train Mech pilots for this singular purpose. In other words, the market demanded a specialized tool that was really good at doing a single job, not a multi-tool that could adequately perform multiple jobs at the same time. Vess leaned back and clasped his hands in thought. I get it. So what sort of support functions are in demand? There are multiple support functions that are in demand. They generally fall into 3 categories: electronic warfare, direct damage mitigation, and battlefield replenishment. I see. These are already functions that were in demand before the start of the Red War. That is true, sir, but the current solutions are not adequately helping line fighters reduce their loss rate. The Red War is shaping up to become a war of attrition. Both sides are grinding their forces against each other, hoping to exhaust the war-making potential of their enemies first. Our side is at a heavy disadvantage in this contest due to obvious reasons. The Mech forces at the front lines cannot sustain all of the casualties that they are incurring for long. Any solution that can shrink their losses and allow more of their Mechs and Mech pilots to return from the battlefield alive is beneficial. This would become more important when the Red War dragged on. The small gains made over time could add up to a lot of lives being saved down the line. This was not just because Mech pilots managed to survive where they otherwise would have died. The presence and availability of those additional troops would go on to win a lot more battles and prevent a lot of human territories from getting razed by the aliens. The question was what sort of Mech Vess should design to effectively satisfy this burning demand. What are your thoughts on the categories of support Mech that I should delve into? Vess asked. The specific demand for electronic warfare solutions encompasses any means that directly or indirectly makes it harder to damage friendly troops effectively. As you have previously pointed out, the Fae Fianna is actually doing well at this already. However, Mech forces have found out that the decoys produced by the living Fae can fool alien sensors much more effectively if they are paired with ECM Mechs, such as the Buzzy Bee. By generating additional jamming, it becomes harder for alien sensor and scanner systems to discern the real Mechs from the fake ones. The Buzzy Bee is already on the waiting list to get updated into a hyper Mech, Vess explained. That is excellent, but the Buzzy Bee model is largely optimized to degrade the combat effectiveness of opposing Mechs and Mech pilots. They are not adequately equipped to disrupt the performance of warships, especially at a distance. They are also not able to support a large quantity of Mechs. They are ultimately designed to excel in a different sort of warfare. I do have to note that the Buzzy Bees still perform well when deployed against alien starfighters, which are slowly becoming more prevalent among the native aliens. There is no need to retool the design to optimize it against alien warships. I agree. What about direct damage mitigation then? Dedicated energy shield Mechs have seen a decline in demand because it is not feasible to resist the powerful damage output of alien warships, the temporary assistant explained. Evasion is much more effective than blocking. That is generally the case, but not always, sir. Not all Mechs are shot down by the powerful main cannons of a large battleship. The firepower of these enormous guns is overwhelming, but their firing rates are slow and not capable of tracking fast-moving targets. It is mostly the smaller and more rapid-fire gun batteries that are responsible for eliminating the majority of Mechs in space. It is still possible to resist their firepower for a short amount of time. It has become increasingly important to rescue distressed Mechs that have suffered crippling damage on the battlefield, but can still be recovered. A remote shield Mech can come forward, deploy an area shield that can block follow-up attacks, and buy enough time for the Mech to limp back to safety, or for the Mech pilot to eject from a heavily damaged machine. Mech forces that are attentive enough to deploy these Mechs have managed to reduce their average loss rate by as much as 20 to 30%. This showed that a lot of Mech struck by a powerful warship was not beyond saving. They could still be recovered and put back into use in the future as long as the Mech force made an effort to rescue these assets. I imagine that being more serious about rescuing distressed and injured units also helps to raise morale, Vess remarked. I can see how this sort of Mech can be useful, but the problem is that I am not entirely confident in designing a remote shield Mech that can outperform the products that are already on the market. There is little point in designing my own version if it isn't actually better. I know that this role is a lot more prevalent in first-class Mechs, but the technological limitations of second-class Mechs makes it too difficult to develop ones that are effective enough to reach mass adoption. He might revisit this sort of Mech once he started to design first-class Mechs, but for now he decided it was best to leave it aside. Then that leaves battlefield replenishment as the final option. Whether it is ammunition or energy, Mechs are expending their resources at a rapid rate. Any Mech force that engages an alien warship must go all out right from the beginning. Holding back will cause small losses that will eventually produce major losses. Battles are generally shorter, but the intensity is much higher due to the need to overwhelm the defenses of the other side. It is becoming especially difficult to sustain an assault against a larger alien fleet. It takes so much effort to break down their defenses that Mechs may find themselves running dry before all of the enemy vessels have been neutralized. It is vital that the exhausted machines can be replenished quickly without needing to return to their motherships. Vess nodded. I see. The old Blessed Squire design used to fulfill this function in landbound combat. Are you suggesting that I should design a spaceborne version of this concept? It is a possibility, the assistant responded. It is up to you to make this determination. I can tell you that the demand for a Mech that can not only replenish supplies in the field, but also comes with a glow that can lift the mood of battle-worn Mech pilots may be high enough to invest in its development. All of these possible auxiliary Mechs sounded useful in one capacity or another. Vess actually felt the urge to design all of them, but that was not a wise course of action. The competition was heavy. A half-hearted effort would not be able to stand out in the Mech market. He would rather limit his options and focus heavily on designing a single, excellent auxiliary Mech that did its job than any other equivalent on the market. I will need to think about this, Vess eventually decided. I agree that it is probably a good idea to add a new auxiliary Mech to our lineup, but I haven't thought about them for a while. I need to delve into them myself in order to refresh my understanding and get a read on the sentiment of Mech pilots. Thank you. I will make sure to read your full report on this subject. He wanted to talk about auxiliary Mechs with other people aside from a newly assigned assistant who never worked directly with Mechs in his life. There were plenty of people that Vess could think of who might be able to provide much greater insights on this matter. Chapter 50, 700 Impossible Request. Vess wanted to make a serious effort into designing an auxiliary Mech this time. While he had designed a number of them in the past, he mostly treated them as ordinary design projects. He never held the expectation that they would not only be popular in the Mech market, but also make a substantial difference in the conflicts that raged throughout human space. This time was different. Buoyed by the immense success of the Fae Fianna and the Ultimatum Mech lines, Vess wanted to maintain his winning streak and dominate yet another market category when he released another original Mech design. Sure, he could gain a lot of satisfaction by refreshing existing Mech lines, such as the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Ferocious Piranha, but much of the novelty of them had already worn off to him. He was addicted to designing new Mechs and would not feel satisfied if he kept revisiting a lot of old stuff. Since he wanted to make a serious attempt at designing a groundbreaking auxiliary Mech, he first decided to consult one of the best authorities in this field. He attempted to call Master Vero Goldstein. Naturally, he got redirected to one of his secretaries, who luckily informed Vess that Master Goldstein would become available for an hour in a few days. "Please schedule this appointment for me," he said. "What is the priority of this meeting? Please be both accurate and honest, Professor Larkinson. Master Goldstein carries numerous responsibilities that may necessitate his personal intervention at any time. We may have to reschedule your appointment if that happens." That was annoying, but understandable. "The priority is low, I suppose," Vess honestly said. Noted. A few days passed without incident. Vess had gone on to inquire other people about auxiliary mechs in the meantime. His wife did not have much to say about the topic. "I cannot think of any mech that you can design that can offer much greater support than existing ones," she said. "Glows cannot be the main feature of your next product because your current mech catalog already covers the most common use case. You have the desolate soldier to inspire duty, the ferocious piranha to evoke fear, the pacifier to calm humans and aliens down, and so on. You will have to do the hard work to develop a more concrete and practical benefit to potential buyers." Vess sheepishly smiled. "Do you have any suggestions?" "Play to your strengths," his wife answered. "You are more adept in both hyper-technology and e-technology than most other mech designers. If your new auxiliary mech can provide assistance from a more metaphysical angle, then your product will not only fulfill a need that has never been met before, but also make it harder for the competition to imitate your new mech model." "I already figured that out myself, Gloriana. Thanks anyway." Commander Kaisela Ingvar offered a more informed opinion. As a mech commander and a high-tier expert pilot with plenty of experience under her belt, she was much more able to identify shortcomings that mech designers would be able to address. "We need better ECM," she bluntly said over the remote connection. "Mech pilots everywhere are dying needlessly because they are being asked to deploy into a vacuum environment where there is no cover to be found and where their emissions can easily be traced by enemy warships. Haven't you guys taken to employing the Fey Fianas to divert enemy firepower?" "It has helped, but not enough, Patriarch. The issue with using decoys is that it can increase the amount of targets that the aliens have to shoot, but that does not mean our actual mechs are free from harm. Enemy guns can still strike them down if they happen to choose the correct targets. The lower the quantity of decoys, the higher the probability of suffering serious losses. Aren't you able to utilize Buzzy Bees or other ECM mechs to interfere with enemy targeting even more?" The female commander shook her head. "I am sure you know your own tech better, sir. The Buzzy Bees cannot completely negate alien sensor systems, especially when they are so powerful. The space environment isn't helping either. The emissions of our mechs are high because they need to operate at full power. Our ranged mechs must fire their rifles as fast as they can, while our melee mechs must accelerate forward as much as possible to avoid getting shot down." That was true. It was much easier for mechs to obscure themselves in a complex planetary environment. Fighting in space was so damn risky because every mech became completely exposed once they entered the Great Void. The lack of cover meant that mech pilots always had to take into account that they could get blasted to pieces from a sudden attack at an unreasonable distance. "What do you need the most, then?" Vess asked instead. Commander Kaisela thought for a moment. "If it is possible, please design a mech that possesses similar functions to the Jeddah Sandovar. The ace mech of the Adelaide Mercenary Company. Oh, you mean the Saint Kingdom that it is able to project thanks to its ace pilot. So if I am understanding you correctly, you want a mech that can project a powerful energy field that can completely interfere with any attempts at observing through it, no matter whether the enemy tries to do so through visual or other detection means." "Yes, Patriarch. I know that my request is not realistic, but it is truly the most effective form of battlefield concealment that I have personally witnessed in action. St. Marissa Lewandowski is able to save the lives of many mech pilots when her ace engulfs a powerful warship in her obscuring Saint Kingdom. Nothing else can compare to them. We have tried to experiment with auxiliary mechs that are able to produce particle clouds, but their area of effect is not great enough to protect a lot of units in space. Even if mechs attempt to hide in these smoke clouds, an enemy warship just has to fire their huge main cannons into the clouds to destroy multiple mechs at a time. Mechs designed to produce sensor-blocking particle clouds always performed a lot better on land than in space. It was far too easy for a smoke cloud to continue expanding in every direction. This would quickly cause the small particles to get dispersed to the point where they no longer produced any useful effect. The only way to counteract this problem was to produce a huge amount of particles, but they were not exactly abundant and easy to carry by mechs. It took a lot of particles to produce a dense smoke cloud for a short amount of time, but they dispersed so quickly that it quickly became useless. There were ways to reduce their dispersion rate and keep them in a single area around a mech, but these were only effective at shorter ranges. This was useless when a cannon with a diameter that could fit several mechs fired right into this obvious smoke cloud. Besides, it was a lot harder to keep a smoke cloud intact when on the move, which was practically a necessity to prevent easy targeting. Vess nonetheless felt intrigued by this kind of solution. It would be great if I can design a mech that can imitate the power of an ace mech, but it is easier said than done. There is a good chance that I will not be able to fulfill your wish. I am not expecting you to, but you can save many lives if you do, Commander Casella earnestly said. If you can design a mech that can produce a persistent and movable smoke screen that is 10% as effective as St. Lewandowski's Saint Kingdom, then you can single-handedly deprive the native aliens of their greatest advantage. Their ability to strike at human mechs at extended distances will degrade so much that it will cut the loss rate of both our ranged and melee mechs in half, if not more. Her suggestion planted a promising idea in Vess' mind. He knew that an effective smoke screen mech would be able to give a powerful edge to the Larkinson army and many other mech forces. It could effectively render warships so much less effective that the aliens could only fight back effectively if they deployed a lot more starfighters in order to fight against mechs at much shorter distances. Vess deeply wanted to design such a mech. However, he also wanted to fulfill many other ambitions, such as becoming a star designer, producing a grand work, and defeating the threat that originated from Messier 87. Just because he wanted it did not automatically mean his wish came true. The difficulty of designing the mech envisioned by Commander Casella was insanely high. If it was any easier, then another brilliant mech designer would have already completed this challenge. The only feasible ways to realize this mech concept in a practical form was to rely on exotic alien technology or leverage the power of E-energy. Vess was only familiar with a few forms of alien tech, and none of them offered any obvious solutions. Hyper-technology and E-technology offered better prospects to a mech designer like himself. He felt that it may be possible to develop somewhat effective solutions by relying on these fields. He still needed to do a lot more work before he could figure out whether his vision was viable enough to form the basis of an experimental design project. Thank you for your feedback. I will try my best to see whether I can work with your idea. If not, I will try to offer other solutions that can help reduce your casualties. After talking with a few more people, Vess finally managed to get a hold of Master Goldstein. The man did not reschedule the appointment, so that was nice. Vess had been in sporadic contact with the bald and well-dressed master mech designer, but much of their discussions were purely related to serious business, such as the deployment of kinship networks or the growing proliferation of companion spirits. It was rare for Vess to request a talk with Master Goldstein, mostly to take advantage of his specialization. He was known as a powerful specialist in support mechs, with a focus on wide-area support systems. When the master quietly listened to Vess' explanation, he immediately understood his role. I am willing to provide consultation to you. The investigation that you have conducted so far shows that you have adopted the correct attitude. Your earnestness and respect for the actual needs of Mech pilots is what we always want to see in other Mech designers. I think you are biting off more than you can chew by weighing the Mech concept that you have mentioned. Imitating the reality-defying power of an ace pilot is impossible through normal means. You need to develop a powerful advantage in order to overcome this steep challenge. If you do not have a solution or a plan to come up with a solution, it is better to put it aside and pursue another direction. Vess shook his head. I don't want to give up so easily, Master. I have spent a bit of time coming up with potential solutions. I would like you to review them and tell me whether you think they are viable. I would be happy to do so, but first I want to ensure you possess a proper assessment of the purpose and positioning of auxiliary Mech in the current age. Master Goldstein wanted to make sure they were on the same page before they proceeded any further. The man began to conduct an oral test where Vess had to answer numerous questions based on his current knowledge base. The survivalist did not look completely satisfied with every answer, but he judged that Vess knew enough that there was no need to go back to the basics.